What's going on, everyone? We are live and back at it again for day 4 of the video edition for season 2, 2Guys1Gamepad. My name is Sig. I'm one half of the host. The other host is the redheaded dude that you see in the hat, or the dude you see in the red hat. It's early. The other red hat, the redheaded guy, his name is Rahgel. Collectively, the two of us make up 2Guys1Gamepad podcast. So yeah, fucking stumbling along my words already. It's only like I've done this 3 days in a row now. But anyways, welcome to day 4 of the recap of season 2. Now, again, please read the pinned messages. Okay. With that said, this is a recap showing the never before seen video editions of our podcast. So to put that into, I guess the most layman term I can think of is this has all been pre-recorded because these are episodes that have already been released. The video editions have never been released because I record these video editions. We record via Discord. I record it and then I strip the audio, make a podcast episode out of it. I say I because this is what I do. I haven't plugged the editor and producer side of the house for 3 days. Suck it, Rahgel, but that's my job in this. Rahgel does other stuff, so I'm in charge of all this like little fine stuff, detail, because I got time. I stay at home, and this is just what I like to do. So with that said, again, this is all the episodes you see. You can honestly have already listened to back from January to last week, and all it is these are video editions. So we've been getting a lot of comments these past couple days, people asking like, where do we chime in at, where can we call in, where can we do this or that. And we are not doing a proper live stream, if that makes sense, where those characters over there can actually interact. You will have myself or Rahgel throughout the day hopping in either on our personal accounts, like mine is Sig, his is Rahgel, or hopping on via 2Guys1Gamepad handle. Either which way, if you need to get a hold of us, you can type at Sig, at Rahgel, or at 2Guys1Gamepad, and we'll get notified right away. So, with that said, had to mention that. Just a little, housekeeping rule. Don't promote yourself. Don't promote your OnlyFans. Don't promote your WhatsApp of spicy pictures. And don't come in here telling us how to stream. Okay. We literally over 3 days we've got a lot of weird chat, and it's interesting, but come on, be respectful. So without further ado, let's get into it. Last night, you guys watched, or yesterday, all of yesterday, you guys watched about 12, maybe 13 episodes and chimed in a bit, which is fine. I will never tell people they need to chat. We had viewers, you guys watch. That's all this is meant for. If you guys want to chat, we'll chat. Let's do it. So we're on episode 34 of season 2, which means we still have about 60-ish episodes to go by Saturday. Saturday is the last day, December 30th. So hopefully we get through it. Then before we kick off today's stream, let's just simple self promo, so to speak. If you like this type of stuff, please hit the like, follow, and share, subscribe button, depending on what platform you're on. We are on 4 platforms. We're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Speaking of Facebook will only let us stream for 8 hours at a time. So here at roughly 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, or the episode that ends before 4, it has to be restarted. So just please bear with us. You may miss like a minute or two, but it has to restart. It's just Facebook's rules. Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, all live for 12 plus hours. So yeah, But anyways, if you do like this, hit the like, follow, subscribe button. If you're on Twitch and Kick and Facebook, it's follow and like. If you're on YouTube, it's subscribe and like. Whatever. Follow these panels. So yeah. Lastly, before we kick this off as well, two things. If you do like this video editions, starting January 1st with season 3, over on patreon.com/2 guys 1 gamepad podcast, listed down below in the description /panels. Every time we release a new episode on Tuesday and Thursday, we will release the video edition the next day. So Wednesday and Friday, you'll get video editions of every episode of season 3 and forward. You will also get benefits. Here, let's just pull this up so where you guys can. Let's pull up all the benefits while I have it here. So you will get video editions, behind the scene content. You'll get special promo codes, higher promo code, special access to Discord. You'll be able to dictate and choose specific episode titles. You'll be able to dictate and choose /vote on ideas and content and so much more. There's like a whole plethora of it. So patreon.com/2 guys 1 gamepad podcast. But you can also come over to Discord, also listed down below. It's free, and it's just a community that we're trying to build up going forward, so where everyone has kind of a place to congregate together, talk about the episodes, to hash out ideas. If you want to be on the episode, that's also where we're recording. So come join us. Everyone's welcome. All walks of life. Just be respectful, decent human being. All right. I've chit-chatted enough with y'all. Let's get after it. We're on season 2, episode 34. I hope you enjoy. I hope you truly like these episodes. And as always, comment, let us know what you think. Sit back, enjoy it. If you haven't listened to these, let them know. Or let us know what you think. If you want to be on the episode, let us know as well. Without further ado, let's get into the video edition, 2 Guys 1 Gamepad, season 2, right now.
What are you listening to?
I'm watching some playback videos of Eddie Guerrero's best cheating moments. And it just kind of dawned on me, what the fuck ever happened to Charlie Haas?
I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember who the fuck Charlie Haas is.
He teamed up with Benjamin Shelton, and they were like the All-Americans that partnered with Kurt Angle, and then broke off. He was a white dude.
So he's probably a catastrophe of a tag team splitting, just like that always happens.
But like, and I'm watching this old.
I'm watching better than anything else, but
yeah. So I'm looking at like a lot of these old. It's really just Eddie Guerrero, like his cheating moments, and I'm just like, what the fuck ever happened to this wrestler? What happened? Oh, he's looking rough.
oh, I don't doubt it.
Oh man,
I was talking to a buddy of mine today because we're talking about trying to go to WrestleMania next year in Philadelphia, like going there, but not actually going to WrestleMania because I could not. I want to go to Hall of Fame. I have no intentions of actually going to WrestleMania to watch it there because it would suck, in my opinion, to sit in the stands and watch it.
Well, yeah, with how much production gets put on during those fucking 45-minute long commercials.
Not gonna lie, I about died sitting for Raw for 3 hours in a fucking chair that's uncomfortable as shit. Like my fucking back hurt and everything else. I can imagine sitting there for 2 days for 6 hours at a time, and 6 hours trying to watch that shit. I'm like, dude, I'll do the meet and greets or whatever else, the whole lead up to everything, the whole experience. I'll sit for Hall of Fame, but I couldn't sit and watch WrestleMania. I don't think I'd enjoy it. I wouldn't. I'd rather watch it on TV. I feel I would be happy watching it that way.
I'm not gonna disagree with you because like even just like take this last WrestleMania 39
Mhm.
and what caused the issue? Shane getting injured, so there was that huge long gap, and it was
Yeah.
just commercial after commercial. I couldn't imagine sitting in a stadium, whether AC or not, in an uncomfortable fucking chair for 45 minutes just going, what's going on?
Yeah.
Especially if they're not going to do like dark matches at all, because they can't
Hmm.
really do dark matches without affecting everything. It's just like,
Yeah.
it would be so boring. And I like the idea, like, I would love to go WrestleMania,
Yeah.
but I'm also not going to be butthurt if I don't go to WrestleMania because the prospect of actually going is more glamorous than actually going itself.
Hmm.
Of going, oh, I'm going to go pay $100. I'm not even up front. I'm probably like 30, 40 rows back. I'm going to watch it on a giant TV anyways.
Yes.
I'm going to watch it on a TV that's, 300 feet away from me. I might as well just watch a TV that's 6 feet away from me.
And
And I can get up
again,
and go pee whenever I want.
yeah, and I'm gonna go home and watch it again so I can see everything that I missed because I'm not gonna see the entrances that well. I'm not gonna
Nope.
see the behind the scenes stuff that well. I don't
Nope.
even the backstage stuff that well. Yes, it will be on the Jumbotron, Titantron, whatever you want to call it, but you're not gonna see in the ring stuff, the angles,
Nope.
everything else that's going on. You're not gonna hear the commentary as well, which leads or adds to the whole experience because
Yep.
of Michael Cole, Lawler if he's there, stuff like that,
Pat
or
McAfee.
McAfee. I mean, you're not gonna have that, and it sucks that way too. You're just watching the match, you're reacting to the match, and that's it. You're not getting the full experience like you do when you're watching it. Now, Hall of Fame, hell yes, I'll go to a Hall of Fame because that's one thing I would like to see. Granted, next year is probably not gonna be that good anyways.
The
I think
only
your
one I would,
headliner
the only one I would ever had wanted to see was Undertaker, so that's past.
And I think your headliner next year is going to be Batista, anyways.
We'll see. He was supposed to be the headliner this year, and he wasn't.
Well, he backed out because of Ray as well, and his schedule.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like
Like a lot more is his schedule, I think. But thinking, and I was talking to a buddy of mine today. Who else is there? Who else big is there left to put in other than
John
Cena
Cena.
or Orton?
Yeah, Cena,
Or,
Orton, Batista.
I don't think
Like
Orton's set for another couple of years, probably, because I think he will have another run this year leading into next year.
hopefully,
Cena
hopefully,
would be close.
The Rock.
But I don't think he's. Yes, that's another one. But I don't
He,
think he's ready yet.
I don't,
His should have been this year, if any, because of
I,
Hollywood.
I don't know if he will get inducted anymore.
He will at some point. Triple H
Uh,
says he won't induct himself.
well, yeah, but I mean, like, have you seen what's been going on with like Nikki Bella, The Miz, Maurice, The Rock specifically?
Yes, yeah, I did see
So,
that.
yeah.
I
And
think it's
then,
all bullshit, but
I mean, I did too, but seeing as like, if you go beyond the article and you start actually researching all of her accounts and everything, you're like, oh, there's some statements specifically by The Rock that he's made on like SNL even where it's like, this did not age appropriately. This did not go
no.
over very well.
But
So
again, is it something that like she's latching onto something, or is I don't know. It just
we'll
seems like
see.
I
We'll
think
see.
it's all bullshit. Um,
But he's
but
also in
like
hot water with, I don't know, Disney, Warner Discovery. He's in hot water with XFL. He has a massive lawsuit against him now from the women's soccer team. This year alone, The Rock has been just piled in shit, one thing after another, after another, after another. And
and
it does
watch, I
not
bet
make him
it'll.
come across good at
Oh,
all.
I don't doubt it, but it'll all pass. I guarantee
Yep.
it. It'll all pass. Nothing will happen.
Hopefully.
But like yeah, between Batista, The Rock, and John Cena, Orton, which I think
Orton.
Orton's out for another year. I don't think he'll be next year. Um, who else? Who else big is there? Because looking
Triple
at it,
H, but he's been
I mean,
inducted. He's
he's
been
been
inducted, but he's
with
not inducted.
individually. He's not.
Yeah.
And he already said he's not going to do it himself. He'll pretty much have to be forced to do it, and it'd probably be when there's absolutely nobody.
Vince McMahon.
There's no way in hell they'll do that anytime soon.
They'll do it within the next 2 years as his contract is up.
There's no way in hell.
I bet you it's in his contract. It's hidden, and they're not talking about with all the shady practices he's been doing the last 3 years. I could definitely see it hidden in his contract, saying at the end of 2025 that WrestleMania. So what? 41 WrestleMania 41. He is to retire, and he is to be part of Hall of Fame. And if it's not him, it'll be his dad too.
Yes. The fact that his dad's not in, is he? I don't think his dad is. I don't think he is. Fuck. That's one we didn't even. Interesting. I didn't even look at that one today.
Nope.
He's not, is he?
Oh no, he is. In 1996, Vince Senior took his rightful place as WWE Hall of Fame,
and Shane inducted him.
So Shane could also be another one. Stephanie McMahon could be another one. The McMahons as a whole, basically, because none of them are in the Hall of Fame. I could see Stephanie being the being inducted and kind of being like the next big power play. Yeah,
I mean those three could, but like, are they like really big names that you would want to see? Like, I give a shit less about seeing Steph. I would probably like to see Shane more than any of them. To be honest,
do they deserve to be the headliners? No. Will they be the headliner? Probably, because the McMahons.
Vince, hands down, will be. Stephanie, probably not. Shane, probably not. I don't think. I don't see.
I think if they're all 3 different years. Yep. But I don't think Stephanie will get inducted while Triple H is under creative control. I think that'll be another forced one.
I don't see any. I don't see any 3 of them for a while. Vince before the other 2 for sure, if it does happen.
His contract.
Yeah, shit, it could be. But wrestler wise, those are the only 4.
I know we're missing someone. Has Edge been inducted?
Yes. Oh yeah. Edge was what the hell was Edge? It was 2013.
Oh damn! Yeah, it's been a long time.
So I mean, you're talking. I mean, you don't have very many people left because back in the day, they were inducting 10 or 12 people at a time. I mean, 2004, they did 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 11 at that point. And years before that, they were doing at least 6 or more. I mean, they started blowing their nut. 2004 was their biggest one. I mean, they started just throwing everybody into the Hall of Fame. And they're running out of people.
Well, they're running out of people. Well, yeah.
I mean, like, there's rumors of Umaga. Like, why the fuck would Umaga be in there?
He would be the Warrior Award. Warrior Award. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that could fall that way. Then you're stuck with, okay, you have Umaga under the Warrior Award for what?
Who knows?
I mean, I guess Tim White or Tim Wright or whatever his name was, the referee. They got it. Which I would like to see more referees get in there.
Yeah. Mike Chioda deserves to be in there. I didn't realize Donald Trump was in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, yes, he is.
I did not realize that. 2013.
Earl Hebner's not in the Hall of Fame.
He needs to be in there.
None of the Hebners are in there. I just realized that. Is Tim White the first referee? There's no way. How the fuck is that dude the first referee? Out of all... Wait a minute. Is Hebner still active?
He's over in AEW.
Is he
I believe,
AEW?
or
Okay,
Impact.
but
Charlie Haas is in Impact Wrestling, by the way.
is he really?
Yeah, he just debuted this year or last year, one of those two.
Okay, so apparently Earl Hebner is retired, and his last officiating was for AEW.
Yeah.
But it says he's retired, so him and his brother both are
Mm.
retired.
I did not see. I did not see Sabu,
Now you won't see Sabu.
but Tommy Dreamer is. RVD's in it. Several other ECW people are in it. I could see Paul Heyman, but he would have to step away completely from Roman Reigns and wrestling, and he won't. Brock Lesnar, but he still has a few more years in him.
That's yeah. He will be, but he's still like active guys. I don't see very many active guys getting inducted while they're active like that.
Well, they're running out of
There are
people,
yeah.
and
Oh yeah. No,
and
I
Brock
agree.
Lesnar would be the one they would be like, oh yeah, we can make the exception, make him a living Hall of Fame legend.
Well,
And
they've made a few.
Not saying he doesn't deserve it because the dude has a fucking amazing shit, but
Forced or not, but yes.
hey, let's not split hairs. I didn't
Because I
realize
mean, what?
I didn't
Carey?
realize. Yeah, 2011.
Oh yeah.
I'm going through the whole list. I'm just realizing I forgot so many of these.
There's a lot. I mean, Kid Rock's in there.
Yep.
Pete Rose, the only Hall of Fame he'll probably ever see.
Ric Flair. Is he only in there as a group?
No, he's in there. Flair's in there. He's
I'm
only
only running.
one.
I'm only running across him as a group.
He's in there 28 times. So hold on.
I don't think he's in there that much.
Yeah, 2008.
2008. He one second.
Was inducted by Triple H.
Oh, yep. There we go. Way back there. Oh, the Briscoe brothers were introduced in. Oh, that's not the same Briscoes. Okay. I was thinking of different Briscoes.
Yeah, Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
the whole Four Horsemen were put in in 2012.
They're running out. There's not a lot. Yeah, there's not a lot more people they can do without touching active wrestlers or active rosters. Which at point I would do John Cena. I would do John Cena 1 year, Randy Orton the next.
Now, Goldust or Dusty Rose isn't in there.
He won't be.
He won't until he's done with AEW.
I don't even think he'll get it after that, honestly, because he has so much bad blood, or at least he did. I don't know if he's ever made it up. He's had so much bad blood with WWE. So, from his dad to his own personal to Cody to everything, like Dusty has had a lot of just bad animosity towards WWE. So, it'll be interesting. But regardless, did you see the current list that's rumored to win the new World Heavyweight Championship?
No. I'm trying not to look at it because I'm trying to not be swayed to certain ideas. I'm trying to avoid it because I really want to be. I'm trying to be surprised on this one. I'm trying to not read into it, and I really want to be like.
Tough. I'm gonna ruin it for you.
I figured you would. It's what you do.
Yeah, that's what I do. The number one name on the list is Roman Reigns.
And you know what? If they really wanted to do that to really fucking piss some people off,
that's why. Why
not? Why not? As much as I would hate to see it.
That was the big one I've seen of
But
it would make sense to swerve the
how would
entire
they,
universe.
how would they do it though?
They just give him 3 titles.
But he can't be on both brands.
Sure, you can,
That's what they're.
because he's Roman fucking Reigns,
Well,
and that's how they could do the bloodline too. Is if they take Jimmy and Jay over to Raw, keeps Reigns on SmackDown, then you have the bloodline on 2 brands. They'll go wherever the fuck they want. But that's the number one name I've seen. Then I've seen Seth Rollins, which we've talked about the other day. It makes sense.
you saw what I sent you today, right?
I think so.
You said that picture where he ends up with like 5 titles with like 2025.
Oh yeah.
The picture. Every time
You didn't send me that, but I've seen that one.
Did I not send it to you? Oh, I
No.
thought I sent it to you. Shit.
Nope. But I know which one you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, he's got like Triple H keeps introducing a new title each year, and he keeps winning it.
Yep.
No, I mean, so between Rollins or Theory, I mean, those are the two.
Theory didn't make the list to what I've been saying. It's been in this order. It's been Bobby Lashley, Cody Rhodes to complete his story a different way,
Fucking shit.
Rollins, who was a fourth? Oh, Finn Balor. Those are top 4 people.
Okay, I don't get Balor. Rollins,
Because he was the inaugural Universal Champion.
Okay.
That
I mean, Rollins, in my opinion, for everything that's gone on, is probably the top of my list.
everything going on, everything he's done too. His matches with Logan Paul, his matches with Theory, his matches with really
his
everyone.
commitment to the company, pretty much, and everything he's done.
He's the face without being the face.
Much as I don't want him, but I've already started to like him with Austin Theory.
Until he shaves that fucking beard off.
Like, his promos. I watched his promo on Monday, and he still has some tweaking to do. Obviously, he's still young.
Well, yeah, he's only what 23, 24?
Yeah, he's young as shit. I see Theory losing the title to Bronson Reed.
Yep, that's the one I've been saying.
So I see Bronson Reed taking that, running with that, in Theory pushing towards the title,
But
and him and Rollins can go back and forth because
that makes no sense to have Bronson Reed win. Like,
why not? They're pushing that dude like crazy.
I know, but the fact, like, if you I've gone back and watched Raw and SmackDown, and I don't see Bronson Reed on there again. Hulu, other than this past Raw yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. I have not seen Bronson Reed on Raw. They're pushing him, but they're not
every now and then.
Yeah, they're not pushing him as hard as like they should be if they want to make him the champion. He needs to have more face time. And
are you watching on Hulu or are you watching live?
Hulu.
Okay, so I don't know if you see. He does have promos that are pre-recorded promos. So he does have those that they've aired. I don't know if they're airing on Hulu or not, but he does have some of those.
Oh.
He has had some backstage stuff as well, but it's like kind of like the old school pre-recorded promos that are actually decent. So he has those, and it's like, damn, they're really pushing the shit out of this dude, and they're going with it, and that's who's probably going to win that title.
Oh, yeah.
Theory is going to be another one. And again, it's a U.S. title, so it is what it is. When it's on Bronson Reed, it can either live or die. Nobody's really going to care because nobody cares about the U.S. title.
Well,
to be honest.
okay, well, hold on. That's the only title Raw has right now is the U.S.
Yeah.
So the U.S. has had a great amount of limelight and recognition over the last year because of the stupid double champion over there, which is them introducing. I could get with your theory. I can get with your idea of Theory being the world champion.
Theory.
Yeah. Because why not introduce a new championship belt and then now have this is going to be on Raw. And now we don't have to worry about the U.S. title carrying the championship picture for Raw anymore. Now we can have an actual the top tier, top card championship, a mid tier, and then we have our tags and our women's, and that would allow them to do something like, oh, Bronson Reed, cool, he can be it because it's not important anymore. Whereas if Theory has it, it's still important. It's still a predominant championship on Raw because there is no championship on Raw outside of the U.S. title. So
I mean, another one that I would like to see is Edge.
I would love to see him get one.
I think a lot of people would.
I'd love to see Orton though.
I don't think Orton will be back. I don't think he comes back till SummerSlam. Is what I really think happens. I don't think he's back anytime soon.
Oh,
There's so I mean, I don't think he comes back for the next two pay-per-views at all.
isn't there like 3 just in the next month and a half?
Well, there's 2 in May, and then the next one's SummerSlam, isn't it? There's Backlash, Night of Champions, and then SummerSlam. If I remember right.
At WWE. So April for May 6th, May 7th, May 28th. Oh, that's the next day. That doesn't count. So yeah, Backlash on May 6th, Night of Champions on May 27th, Money in the Bank July. We always skip over Money in the Bank. And then
Are they actually calling it Money in the Bank?
Yeah.
I thought they were going away with it. Okay.
I'm not able
No,
to
this-
do that for kids. For more ideas, say, Alexa, open Amazon Kids.
I'm so glad this is recording. I just got all that.
I
No.
fucking hate that thing.
No, this is the last year for Money in the Bank. Just like it's the last year for Elimination Chamber and Hell in the Cell. They're getting rid of those match title pay-per-views.
Okay.
This is the last year. Elimination Chamber may stay, but I'm pretty sure they eliminate like 4 of them. And then the next big thing is no, like I could see. Here's how I would like to do it. I would love for Edge to come back, or not come back, for Edge to win the championship, Night of Champions, and to have Orton come back, attack Edge or whatever, however they want to set up, and set up another feud because those two have amazing history and amazing wrestling chemistry together. For Orton to win on SummerSlam, and then they go back and forth, kind of trading title between the two of them and maybe Seth Rollins. Then allow Orton to capture it 2 or 3 more times by WrestleMania and surpass Flair. Because other than that, Orton doesn't really have much legacy-wise, other than being part of Legacy and Evolution and all these other groups. He doesn't really have a legitimate legacy compared to Flair or Roman Reigns or John Cena, where he's predominantly known by anything outside of Legend Killer, which was over a decade ago. So
Yeah,
him
but I think
surpassing
he's-
Flair would be a good cementing his legacy.
Yeah, maybe. Could he? Yes. What happened? Fuck, who knows? I think trying to get him involved will be easy, but trying to figure out who he feuds with when they get it, because
Riddle.
you take it. Yes, you need to get him away from the whole bloodline thing. He doesn't fit. In my opinion, he doesn't fit. Him feuding with Solo does not fucking work.
But they fucked it over by having him be excommunicated, for lack of a better word, injured by Solo Sikoa. They fucked that up 100+ days ago, back in October.
Mhm.
And I get it, like that made the most sense is to have Bloodline run rampant and knock out, but like, yeah, it makes no sense. He doesn't play. His whole segment with Kevin and Sammy is weird. Him attacking Solo, cool. I guess it makes sense because it's payback, but him feuding because the way I see it is like it still has to somehow tie to Cody Rhodes, and it doesn't work that way. If that makes sense.
All right. Speaking of him, am I maybe the only one that's getting tired of Cody?
I don't mind him.
I'm not sold on him anymore. Like his entrance music, I love that. His promos are hit or miss by himself. With Paul Heyman, they're fucking great because they take jabs at each other and they try to fuck with each other when they do it. But I'm not.
He's
I'm
just being
not
shoved down.
seeing. I'm not seeing a whole lot from him that is like, yeah, you're established like you were in AEW. Like he was shoved down your throat in AEW like crazy, but now it's like,
As Mark Tony Khan's doing though, and I mean, now it's Triple
I mean,
H, but
now it's Triple H, but I mean, to where he was when he came back, he's pandering more.
yeah.
He's not being the American Nightmare style that he was when he first came back. Now he's pandering to the fans. His whole "what do you want to talk about?" shit. Like, just shut the fuck. Just fucking cut a promo.
You know why they're doing it, but regardless, it's just being shoved down our throats. He's on every week in, week out. You don't get a break from him.
No.
He may or may not appear on SmackDown. Like it's like I get it. I don't hate him. I'm not like, oh, I'm done with him, but he's enjoyable to watch. But it's definitely to the point of if he's cutting a promo, I will probably listen to the first 30 seconds of it, and then if it's not ear catching, I'm just like scrub it. I literally will just fast forward.
It's getting awkward.
Yeah, it's getting repetitive.
Like forced.
It feels very much like somebody compared this storyline he's in right now with John Cena's, where John Cena lost at WrestleMania and then faced Brock immediately following. Well, that's literally what's happening right now. Is Brock was the redemption arc to build himself back up for Cena, and now he's a redemption arc to be built back up for Cody Rhodes. Like it's reflecting itself to the past so heavily that you can see where the storyline's gonna go. You don't know who the other player is, but it's too similar and it doesn't work the same because Cena was so good on the mic individually that week after week you could tune in and listen to him. Cody Rhodes is good on the mic, but it gets repetitive and it gets annoying.
Cody Rhodes is nowhere near the. I'm not gonna say caliber because they're there. Maybe it's just a size difference of him to John Cena and Cena to Lesnar, Cody to Lesnar.
Yeah.
I mean, not that Cena is gigantic, but the dude is.
Dude, he's huge.
It's huge, but Cody is not, and it's like Seth Rollins going against Brock Lesnar. I mean,
Yeah.
I put Cody and Seth Rollins in the same physique. You know, it's
Cody's cut a little bit better, but yeah.
a little bit better, but I mean, you're not looking at a hugely defined bodybuilder style frame like John Cena against Lesnar. You know, you're not looking at that same style. Granted, Lesnar is still bigger than Cena, but they're different, and there's no way that Cody should be able to do anything to Cena in a matter of dominating a match.
Lesnar,
Yeah. But I don't see any way that can work. I don't see how this match works. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
Same
some of
thing with
Lesnar's best matches though are against tiny dudes like Finn and AJ. Some of his highest ranked matches are against the smaller guys or the thinner guys and not the bulky dudes. Because they complement high flyer to brawler versus, I mean, Cody Rhodes would be like a technical wrestler compared to Lesnar. But I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah. But again, and that, like the next one, Rollins and Omos.
I don't get that one. There's Omos is another one of those, like, it feels like he is there to just be shoved down our goddamn throats.
I think this one is a make or break match for Omos. If Rollins cannot make him look legitimate, then you may see him fade away. I think. I'm hoping because
I don't think he fades away
Rollins
while
right
Vince is
Rollins right
still in
now
charge.
is the one to make or break somebody, is the one to help out, to push you, catapult you into something.
Yeah, but you typically
I
go in
mean,
stages of like the Miz and then Rollins, or even Dolph, then the Miz, then Rollins. Like those tend to be your three staples of if you can beat the Miz and the Miz can make you look good. Okay, well, can Rollins make you look good? You should be able to have some
you would think so.
in-ring experience
Mhm.
to hold your own. But I don't know.
I don't know.
Dolph is another one I think could or should get another run, short or
Dolph,
long. But yeah,
he should have had it a long fucking time ago. I love
oh,
Dolph Ziggler. Between him and the
he's
Miz, those are two of my favorites active right
I
now.
as much as I hate it, I wouldn't mind to see the Miz. Like fucking because
You
again,
won't see him at
I
the World Heavyweight.
I tune in even if it's the Miz, I will tune in to watch. I don't like the Miz's character, but that means he's doing his role right. Whereas there's other people who like Omos, I don't like him. I'm not tuning in to see who's going to beat the shit out of Omos because Omos is not entertaining to watch. He's not a good wrestler. He's not good technically speaking, tactically speaking. He's not able to be on the mic. He's a
Fair.
log.
Yep.
Whereas Miz is good on the mic. He's good in the ring. He can set you up. He can help. He's overall great performer. But him or Dolph both need one final run. Um, I could also see them though using this as a bartering chip for Drew McIntyre, like I was telling you, Tax of to keep him around. Hey, we can't pay you $250,000 or $1 million, whatever he's wanting. However,
Yep.
we'll let you run with the World Championship for 6 months,
I
and
mean,
you
could
guys
it
can
work?
face off
Yeah.
at SummerSlam against Roman Reigns. You can finally get a win over him. But
I don't think Drew stays. I think he's gone.
I think he
I
needs to
think
be gone again. Like for
he may need,
him, not for the company, for him.
he may need. I think he needs to walk because the character is stale. Nothing about him is working right
Well,
now.
I mean, his
It's
direction, the creative direction is stale. The
yeah.
Scottish Warrior still works. It's just they're not playing into it. I think they played way too heavy during lockdown, where he did carry the company. He did so much for the company. He was a face, and like good for him. That's where he cut his teeth. That's where he got really known for. That's where he got big. But at the same time, they pushed all these gimmicks, they pushed all these storylines, all these amazing matches, and it's all done. Like it's done.
Yep.
What more is there to do? He can't face Reigns again. He can't face Rollins again. He can't go after Lesnar again. Like
Mhm.
he's got nobody. And even if Orton came back, that's a horse that's been beaten to death many times over.
Yeah.
So he has no one other than Reigns. And unless he's gonna drop to Drew, he has no one to properly fight against. And I mean, fucking Christ, they had him going against Sheamus for months, and then they're friends, and they went against each other for months, and they're friends. Like it's like a fucking bipolar
Yeah.
situation going on. And Sheamus and the other
Uh,
one's like who probably needs another run with the title. Ideally, he needs to dethrone Gunther because I'm fucking sick of that douche nozzle.
if Sheamus isn't gone, I can see him
Wow.
being a casualty of the budget.
Oh yeah.
Granted, he is liked a lot, but I can see him. I mean, I
He's
can
really
see
tenured though. He's
he
survived
he
several
is
budget cuts.
he is.
And he's been putting on banger after banger after banger match. I don't think he gets cut, but he could be like the very last moment cut of, hey, we're gonna pay you this.
The other dude, not Butch, but the other one could be one. The fuck's the other guy's name?
I can see his face and everything. I don't know his name, but yeah,
The one that got waxed in the show or in the
yeah, the one that took out Biggie.
what is his name? Yeah. Yeah, I can see him being gone.
Well,
I mean, I can almost see Butch being gone too.
Becky's contract's up in summer of 2024. I think it's July. And she's having a hard time with her negotiations right now, and she's changing all her social media stuff to her real name.
Yeah.
Which has been a big sign in the past of people leaving. Sasha Banks did that.
I think that was a whole different story with Sasha. I think that was more like there's some more behind the scenes stuff with that one.
Well, yeah, that we'll never know about.
Did you know that I guess looking at it too, Bray and Randy Orton are not on the draft.
Yeah.
Which Bray could be another one too for the title as well. Maybe. Why not? It could work.
So the one thing I've been seeing, but the one thing I've been seeing a lot is like the Bloodline's slow burn on their story works so well because it's very well put together, it's very well played out. It sucks at times, but longevity wise, it works still 2 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Bray's story creative is so drawn out that it's painfully drawn out to the point of after like 2 promos, you're like, I don't fucking care anymore. Fuck you. And then his matches are just wonky enough that you're either all into it or you're not. And he's a very divisive character. Whereas Roman Reigns, you either absolutely fucking hate his guts or you love him. But either which way, you're tuning in to support or hate him. Bray Wyatt is almost the exact opposite. If Bray Wyatt comes on, you're either going to watch him or you're turning away. So I don't think they will do that. And with how much Vince is pushing for the Fiend to come back, and Bray has already said numerous times, I will not. He's done. The Fiend is gone. He's never coming back. I will not play that character again. He's done. He's buried. So unless
last time he wasn't opposed to it, to the Fiend.
He literally just came out on social media saying, I don't want to come back as a Fiend. He said, I will come back as a reiteration, like a different version, but I'm not coming back as the Fiend. That's who Vince wants back, is he wants the Fiend to come back. And again, that's a very theatrical person now because of COVID. It's very much a smokes and mirrors. And it worked when it's all recorded or they can script certain things. You can't really do that on live. So, I don't know. I mean, he could, but it would make no sense at all. I mean, shit, look at the White Six. What the fuck happened with that?
The fuck, who knows? Well, he got hurt or what the fuck ever else happened, and Alexa Bliss is gone for a while too, so.
Yeah. She's out for medical, I believe. But
that's what they said about Bray too, but then they have no fucking clue. They say he's fine. They say he was out for medical, and there was mental. Now it's just he's just out.
I think he's playing the long game to see if Vince is actually in charge or not.
Okay, it's so weird.
There was somebody else they pointed at the draft. A couple other people were not on it, and a couple people were on it. That was kind of surprising. I forget who. I was not paying attention. Oh, the other thing though I saw with the draft is it may trigger brand specific Premier Live events again. Where Raw had a set pay-per-view, SmackDown had a set pay-per-view. It worked in the past, but the thing that people bring up that are valid points is they're trying to go international with their pay-per-views. And it would make no sense to have an international pay-per-view and only bring half your roster.
Yeah.
So having like one or two, maybe before Survivor Series, one Raw, one SmackDown, and you kind of can do the invasion storyline starting there and draw it out for 2 months or 3 months, sure.
Like the second or third time. I mean, it's
Yeah.
been done over and over.
Yeah. But that's the thing, it's like, so it's King of the Ring, and that, what the fuck comes of King of the Ring? What the fuck comes of the Andre the Giant tournament? Like, there so many things they need to restructure and fix to, like some type of title match opportunity, some type of, you need some benefit other than, I won this giant trophy that's 7 feet tall.
Oh, it means
I
nothing.
won a
'Cause, I mean,
crown. Cool.
they did nothing with. They don't even mention it now with Lashley. I mean,
Yep.
he came out Monday and they said nothing about it. I
Yeah.
mean, it's pointless. You win it, and that's you show up for WrestleMania, walk around with the trophy, and that's it.
Yep.
That's what Lashley did. I mean, it's pointless.
Yeah.
It's no
So
fucking point. It sucks, which it should be more.
yeah, it needs to be like a title shot. Something
Yeah, I
like
mean, you're
that's
winning a
the
battle
only
royal.
thing. Yeah. The only time I would say, like, convert the Andre the Giant to a battle Royal Rumble. There we go. Tournament, and the Royal Rumble winner gets not only this giant fucking trophy, but hey, you also get a match at WrestleMania. Cool, makes sense. Have something physical to show as an accomplishment to then also get WrestleMania. Because right now, these battle royales mean shit. And there was the one that Undertaker won, this one that happened in Saudi, the green one where he beat AJ Styles a few years ago. What was that? He got a trophy.
I don't remember that at all.
Crown.
I don't remember. He got a trophy for beating AJ Styles. Only match I remember was him and AJ Styles
What
in
was
that
it?
pre-recorded fight. That was actually really good, but that's the only fight wrestling match I remember them having.
No, it was down in Crown Jewel, or it happened in Saudi Arabia. God damn it! What was it?
And Taker won a trophy.
Yeah, or Super Showdown. That's what
Mm,
it was. Oh, that's Boneyard match. Nope. Nope.
no idea.
I don't even know how to do search it because I really can't even think about
I
it.
just looked what trophy has Undertaker won, and I don't see
It's a
anything.
green, ugly monstrosity.
Green trophy.
Yep.
Oh, the Twag. It's Super Showdown.
Yeah, the Twog
TWAIQ
trophy. Yeah.
trophy winner, The Undertaker. What the fuck? What is that? I don't even. When was that? 2020.
2020. Yep.
When's Twag I don't remember that at all. I was. You know what? I know I don't remember it because I wasn't watching wrestling during COVID.
Yeah, because this was one like he wasn't supposed to be there, but he was, or he wasn't supposed to wrestle, but he wrestled because he was already there, and he won this ugly ass green trophy, which again meant nothing at all, but it was supposed to be some type of gauntlet match, champions of champions type thing.
Really?
But yeah, 'cause
No, I don't.
it was Styles entered the bout at number 4, beat R-Truth against Bobby Lashley, against Andrade and Eric Rowan. So yeah,
Mm.
calf crusher to Ray, and then only for Taker to show up and beat him.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know.
I knew he won one. I didn't know what the fucking title was called though, or the trophy. Yeah, but that was another one that's like fucking useless.
Green trophy, the Undertaker won, and that's the one that came up.
Oh, well, I just
But
search
I had to hit like
Undertaker
images.
trophy in Saudi.
Oh no, it's no fucking weird. And I had to look at images for it to show up, so I don't fucking know. That's weird.
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
It's ugly. It's ugly.
But yeah, it's I don't know. We'll see what happens moving forward because there's obviously a lot that's gonna change after this cuts, and then the new champion that's gonna randomly be chosen 27th. I don't know if they're gonna do a tournament or what.
I've seen a gauntlet match be proposed or rumored. I've seen a 4-week tournament on both brands, SmackDown and Raw. And then the winner will basically hop over to the other brand that Reigns is not on. I've seen it will be handed out, was one of them, that Triple H will impose it upon somebody. Or there will be a Royal Rumble, which, or Battle Royale, sorry. So, it depends. They don't have much time, though, to set up a story for it, and that's the shitty part, is it's May 27th, and we're a month away from that.
Yeah.
And that's what Night of Champions is that in Saudi?
Yeah.
Yep. Because that was the other big thing people are losing their shit over, is why is this in Saudi Arabia?
To appease the masses, that's why.
To appease the princes, because they're paying stupid fucking money.
And that's one big thing because they get to see the brand new champion, and that's probably one big thing that they're going to want to see. And you do that, you're only going to fuck yourself. That's probably one of the dumbest things that WWE can do, is crown a new champion with a new belt in Saudi.
Anything taking place in Saudi makes no fucking sense.
Well, no, you're trying to top that next time. Good luck.
Well, it's going to be something. It's going to be Roman Reigns cannot drop his titles until he comes to Saudi Arabia.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna see something.
That whole deal structure with Saudi Arabia and WWE is the biggest joke. And we've said it before, where it's like there's no story, it has no play on anything, but it affects fucking everything.
Yeah, no, you're changing shiny keys in front of a toddler at that point to make him happy, and then giving him the keys that go to the gigantic Hummer and the Ferrari behind it. Like, here you go, here's everything, just take it. So that's what it's. I hate when they go there.
I'm hoping Triple H does something. It has to be some type of story. Do a fucking, even if it's these 2 or 3 matches at Backlash will be qualifier matches. Cool. Do something to start this process. But right now, there's nothing to even signify that Backlash will have any implication towards Night of Champions, which is a 20-day difference.
There's only 6 matches right now, right? Or that's, I think there's only 6. Maybe. So maybe after the draft, maybe something will happen. I'm hoping something will initiate another match or 2, or they'll start it. I mean, they have to have at least, I would think, 8 matches. I would hope. I mean, I think they've had 6 matches before and they sucked, but I think 8 at least.
So right now your matches, some of these are rumored still. Lesnar versus Rhodes, Bloodline versus KO, Zayn, and Matt Riddle. Women's Champion, SmackDown Women's Champion Rhea versus Selena. U.S. Theory versus Lashley versus Bronson Reed. Seth Rollins versus Omos. Roman Reigns will not be at this pay-per-view.
Nope.
But they're also forgetting about There's a match missing out. It's Bad Bunny versus Priest.
That just got just got announced on Monday. So there's 6 right there.
Yeah, this fucking thing was updated today.
Oh, nice. Whoops. Fuck that one up, didn't they?
You guys are doing amazing. And I'm sure we'll have another LWO versus Judgment Day.
Fuck.
So
Well, they can't do that. That's only Balor and Dominic.
Yeah, versus Mysterio and Santiago, or that's not his name.
Oh,
The other
main
guy.
guy. Yeah, I don't see.
That's been the one I've seen a lot of, those two going against Balor and Dominic.
Maybe. Elder Guild is gonna turn into a fucking joke. They already are.
Chavo's pissed off about it.
I saw that, and I saw that he's been talking all kinds of shit about pimping the name of Eddie. Pretty much.
I seen that, and like my only thought was, one, shut the fuck up. Chavo. Nobody knew who Chavo was, even when he was in WWE, unless he was with Eddie Guerrero, and let alone
even in WCW, he was a fucking
he was nobody.
Low mid card at that.
He was a nobody. And the fact that he's calling it that, nobody knows who Ray Sr. is, let alone Ray Jr. is like, nobody knows who Chavo Sr. is or Chavo Jr. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. No. You're just mad that somebody's carrying on the Guerrero heritage better than you.
Well, Vicky's not happy either. She's expressed that multiple times, but she's a fucking crybaby anyways.
She's hard to tell because, like, she does a lot of character work or character shoots, but then will quickly be heard elsewhere saying, oh no, literally we just talked with her, and you know, she was on this podcast, or she was down in some Mexican interview and she was okay with it. So she's
the only one that I
fickled.
The only one that I think that is credible when they speak about anything when it comes to Luchador or anything between the Mysterio, any of that is Conan, and that dude is, I mean, as deep as he is in with everybody. Anything he speaks or says normally is very, very true.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know.
I haven't seen if he said shit about it, but
he hasn't. And I listened to his podcast, the K100 podcast, with him and fucking Disco Inferno. I listened to it. It's pretty damn good. If you have to keep up with it to kind of know what's going on because they bounce around a lot. But I mean, he keeps it, like I said, he keeps it 100, and he just talks shit about what he thinks, and you know, he doesn't give a shit, obviously, but I don't know if there's something going on, he'll say it. He doesn't care because he obviously has no ties to anybody.
Well, yeah, that's why I think it's all just a shoot. Regardless, is if Chavo can stir up controversy or stir up whatever, then people are likely to see, oh wait, somebody's getting pissed off that Ray's using Eddie Guerrero. Well, who's this person? Oh, it's Chavo. Who's he? Where's he at? Oh, he's with AEW. Now he has limelight on him, and he's very much a light chaser. He's always riding somebody's coattails. He's been nobody in the world of wrestling. Like, yeah, he's not a big name. He's not even a mid-tier name.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets passed over quite easily.
Yep.
That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, so we'll see. I don't know. It's 1 o'clock.
Fine. I'm
fucking tired now.
Welcome back to another episode. It is me, myself, Sig. One and only. Only one that really matters because I do all the editorial shit on this thing. Anyways, we also have...
Broke your ego. Already into it. Make yourself feel good.
And we have the Midget King himself, Rahgel.
Midget King?
Sorry, tiny person.
Okay, you can edit your way out of that one.
I got ahead of that one. Yeah. You're tiny, it's fine. Anyways, we are going to, well, I guess let's find out how Rahgel's doing. Rahgel, how are you doing?
Amazing.
It doesn't matter how you're doing. Tonight we are covering.
You're supposed to do it before I answer.
I don't give a
Not
shit.
not after I answer.
I don't care. This is my show.
Fucking new guy. Oh, your show, okay.
Anyways, we will be covering the recent WWE 2023 draft, as well as touching base on the upcoming Premier Live event Backlash, which happens May 6th, so this Saturday, over on Peacock. You can watch it live there. So we're going to be touching the matches over there, kind of like giving our 2 cents, but mostly focusing on the draft and what this means for the coming storylines, future of WWE, what we hope, what we expect, all that stuff, yada 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 bullshit. So, without further ado, we're both drinking monsters, so it's okay.
The adult version.
Yeah, no caffeine in it, no sugar. That's probably why some of these taste wonky.
I don't know. I don't mind them.
I don't mind
We'll
them.
see.
I love them so far. But we're going to do an episode about our favorite beverages later on, alcoholic beverages at some point. We're just going to have a whole sample smorgasbord in front of us and we'll just take sips of them. Anyways,
One of them will find.
I'm telling you, I want to find the Mountain Dew one. I want to
wasn't
try
impressed with those.
the Sunny D one.
Yes.
And I heard there may be a Capri Sun one, but I haven't seen that, and it's just kind of rumor / Reddit.
I don't know about that one.
But if that comes to fruition, I'm getting it. I hope it's in a pouch too.
Yeah, right.
I don't want a fucking can. I want the pouch. Let's get nostalgic on this shit. But let's get into this because it's going to be a long episode purely with the draft alone. So first off, your overall thoughts, feelings, intuition, whatever, on how the draft went. They still can do trades according to WWE. And there's a few rumors about who will be traded and why. But overall, so far, because it's officially wrapped up, the roster's 100% besides trades. So how do you feel about it? Positive, hate.
The overall draft is. I don't know how much better you can make it. It is what it is. It's kind of lame. The overall picks, I think we talked about it before we even started recording that Raw seemed to get a lot more, but I think SmackDown has more stables now. So
SmackDown has like all the fucking factions.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think all but, well, let's just add the whole list: 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, all but 9.
Yeah, so I mean,
And most of them are NXT. They're on Raw. The
with
rest
them
are...
taking, yeah, and with them taking majority of those, I think they've.
Welcome back to another episode. It's me, myself, Sig, one and only one that really matters because I do all the editorial shit on this thing. Anyways, we also have...
Broke your ego. Already into it. Make yourself feel good.
And we have the midget king himself, Rahgel.
Midget king?
Sorry, tiny person.
Okay, you can edit your way out of that one.
I got ahead of that one. Yeah. You're tiny, it's fine. Anyways, we are going to... Well, I guess... Let's find out how Rahgel's doing. Rahgel, how are you doing?
Amazing.
It doesn't matter how you're doing. Tonight we are covering...
You're supposed to do it before I answer.
I don't give a shit.
Not after I answer.
I don't care. This is my show.
Fucking new guy. Oh, your show, okay.
Anyways, we will be covering the recent WWE 2023 draft, as well as touching base on the upcoming Premier Live event Backlash, which happens May 6th, so this Saturday, over on Peacock. You can watch it live there. So we're going to be touching the matches over there, kind of like giving our 2 cents is, but mostly focusing on the draft and what this means for the coming storylines, future of WWE, what we hope, what we expect, all that stuff, yada 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 bullshit. So, without further ado, we're both drinking monsters, so it's okay.
The adult version.
Yeah. No caffeine in it, no sugar. That's probably why some of these taste wonky.
I don't know. I don't mind them.
I don't mind
We'll
them.
see.
I love them so far. But we're gonna do an episode about our favorite beverages later on, alcoholic beverages at some point. We're just gonna have a whole sample smorgasbord in front of us, and we'll just take sips of them. Anyways,
Other ones I will find.
I'm telling you, I want to find the Mountain Dew one. I
I
want to
wasn't
try
impressed with those.
the Sunny D one,
Yes.
and I heard there may be a Capri Sun one, but I haven't seen that, and it's just kind of rumor / Reddit.
I don't know about that one.
But if that comes to fruition, I'm getting it. I hope it's in a pouch too.
Yeah, right.
I don't want a fucking can. I want the pouch. Let's get nostalgic on this shit. But let's get into this because it's going to be a long episode purely with the draft alone. So first off, your overall thoughts, feelings, intuition, whatever, on how the draft went. They still can do trades according to WWE. And there's a few rumors about who will be traded and why. But overall, so far, because it's officially wrapped up, the roster's 100% besides trades. So, how do you feel about it? Positive, hate?
The overall draft is. I don't know how much better you can make it. It is what it is. It's kind of lame. The overall picks, I think we talked about it before we even started recording, that Raw seemed to get a lot more, but I think SmackDown has more stables now. So
SmackDown has like all the fucking factions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think all but, well, let's just add the whole list: 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, all but 9.
Yeah, so I mean,
And most of them are NXT. They're on Raw. The
with
rest
them taking, and with them taking majority of those, I think it seems like they narrowed down who is going to be the champion on Raw. I mean, you're down to 2, 3 people.
like they both have
with
9.
9 what? Stables?
They
factions?
both have 9 factions. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It seemed like SmackDown took more.
Yeah, because that's what they showed.
But again, with the new belt coming in, it seems like they more narrowed it down on who it's going to be. Granted, there's still trades that can happen. You do have some of your free agents that are there, but we'll see. I don't know. I wasn't impressed with the draft. I don't think I ever am, because the whole 2-show thing, I don't like it. It just should just be 1 show. But I mean, I get, have your show on Friday, you want to label it what it is, but you're not going to get the same thing as like WWE and WCW style.
Yeah.
You're never going to have that again. So I don't know if that's what they're trying for, but I mean, it's been going for a long time. It won't happen.
Yeah, I think SmackDown's been on the air now for like 20 years. Or 25 years, one of those two.
Yeah, it's been on for quite a while. But do we want to go through the picks of SmackDown and then Raw, or Raw and SmackDown? And include NXT wherever they got?
I don't have a list for NXT. NXT wasn't part of the, they didn't draft anybody to NXT.
I'm sorry, I meant the ones that got NXT to wherever.
I'm more interested at these free agents right now, because currently there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have Dolph Ziggler, Mustafa Ali, Von Wagner, Omos/MVP, and Brock Lesnar. The only one that makes any bloody fucking sense on this is Brock. He's the only one, because he does what he fucking wants. That's kind of his whole shtick, his whole gimmick. Dolph Ziggler, I kind of get he's in the later years, the final years of his career. Completely underutilized right now. Omos MVP. Why? I guess that makes more sense than Von Wagner and Mustafa Ali. Like, especially Mustafa, like he hasn't done shit since his time it started with WWE. He hasn't held championship. He was part of what 2 or 3 factions. The most notable one is Retribution, which was a fucking flop. Like it makes no sense at all.
I mean, the only sense it's going to make is going to be because almost has the match this coming week, which makes no sense of why there's no talk of it at all. And it's, I think, just to see if he can be carried or be decent in a match with Seth Rollins. But I think he is one of the top 5 for the title, to be honest. Nope. And it's a dumb thing, but I think that's where, I mean, you put it on a big man because, let's be honest, Brock Lesnar is also another one. Not going to lie. I could almost see him putting it on him.
I could as well, but of the free agents, if I were honestly, like, after looking through this whole list, I would let, as a kind of prelude or jump ahead a bit, because the trades can still happen. I would trade Edge back to Raw and let him take the final run because it's the championship he never lost. It's the championship that he had to retire with and give up. Mm-hmm. So it would be nice to have him get it to like start it off, but it also makes more sense to have him end his career the same way he ended it before, but this time on his own terms, building up an up and coming star possibly, or even losing it to the likes of like I guess Seth Rollins or anybody else, but have him and Randy feud if he comes back and finish off Edge's career that way, and Randy gets to tie or surpass Flair. So I mean, ideally that would be my hopes, but other free agents, Brock Lesnar makes the most sense for the new world heavyweight, but at the same time, like, that's going to plummet and hurt Raw more than anything because he's a part-timer. He's not there all the time. He's only there where he wants to. He wrestles like 4 or 5 big pay-per-views, if that, and he wrestles a handful throughout the rest of the year. He has a very cushiony contract. But after looking through the whole list of like Raw, and we can kind of dive into that one since we're talking about their championship right now. Based upon the list they have, I'm kind of tossed up between Cody Rhodes, McIntyre, The Miz, Seth Rollins, of course, and it's really it I had. Yeah. Those 4.
I mean, I have 3. I don't have Miz in it. I mean, to be honest, they're not going to put a title on the Miz. He's too busy campaigning for himself to be the mouth of the WWE, more or less. I don't see him getting it. Same thing with Dolph Ziggler as a free agent. Those are 2 guys at times is probably done. Rollins is top of my list for getting it.
Oh yeah.
I don't see Cody getting it.
There's a lot of speculation and rumors going around that it's going to be Cody and it's going to like finish his story and they're just going to wrap it up very shitty so where they can end it and start him on a more proper storyline. Because they don't think he's going to be red hot still come Survivor Series or even SummerSlam. They think he's going to, his heat or attraction is going to fizzle before they have time to actually get him a championship. And by the time he gets it, it'll be over and done. No one's going to give a shit.
I kind of fucked it up now they sent Austin Theory to SmackDown, but because that's who I really thought was going to be.
Yeah.
But I mean, on the roster, I mean, they have a fairly good roster that they drafted.
It's
I
a
mean, you got
fairly young roster.
yeah,
Like maybe it's just me, but this definitely feels almost like the two brands have flipped, where Raw used to be the established, like where all the veterans are, a few little up and comers, and then SmackDown was mostly your newbies. They're breaking into the circuit, they're breaking to WWE, they're learning the ropes, and then they make their way over to Raw. It almost feels the exact opposite now because, I mean, and we'll get into SmackDown's roster later, but if you look at SmackDown's, they have a lot of well-established players on there. Um, Still a lot of young guys, but mostly established people. Whereas you look at Raw's, like just the names, you have Tegan Knox. Well, yes, a lot of these have been in the circuit for years, whether in NXT or elsewhere. But you have Xia Li, Tegan Knox, Piper Niven's still fairly new. Odyssey Jones, Emma's back. Dana Brooke's been around a while. Caden Carter, Katana Chance, Bronson Reed. You have Raquel Rodriguez. Yeah, she's been around for like a year or two, but she's still breaking in. You have Zoe Stark. You have Mace from Maximum Male Models. He's been in and out, never a prominent role. Dexter Loomis is still fresh. JD Donahue, whatever his name is. Chelsea Green, Candice LeRae, Indy Hartwell, Olive Imperium. Like, that's a really young crowd. Really, the only people left off are your veterans, are very well established within the industry and within WWE. And we have Cody Rhodes, Becky Lynch, Matt Riddle, Drew McIntyre, Miz, Shinsuke Nakamura, Apollo Crews. He's been on the main roster for a bit, but like he's one I was very surprised to see got called back up for. I think this is his third time being on the main roster. Sonya Deville, she doesn't do much, never has. Natalie, again, doesn't fucking do much, never does. Viking Raider, Rhea Ripley, Rollins, Owens, Sami Zayn, Judgment Day, Liv Morgan, New Day, Trish, Ronda, Shayna, Braun and Ricochet, Alpha Academy, Akira Tozawa, which I didn't realize was still active on the roster. I thought he kind of faded back again with a gimmick with 24/7 champion. Same with Dana Brooke. Inda Shire, the one with Jinder Mahal and Veer and Sangha, they're back on main roster again. Nikki, yep. That's kind of your established within the main roster for the last 5+ years. Everyone else is less than 5 years on the main roster easily.
So
that's
yeah,
kind of quick rundown.
yeah, it's a lot of names, but there's some potential for a lot of them to obviously elevate to a level where they can be on the main roster. But
why was
you will see
Trish
some of them.
drafted? She's a legend. She should have never been on the draft, and this really makes me think she's going to have a run.
I think because that leaves him with Rhea as the champion there, and because all they have is just they just have the women's championship, right?
She can't go against Rhea. That's
No,
two
no,
heels.
not right now. Yeah, no, not right now. But looking at because Becky's there as well.
Yep.
So that's where more than likely that'll be at or stay for a little bit.
Yep.
And then she'll just kind of fade in and out. I don't think she'll have a run by any means. She may have something, but I don't think it'll be a title run.
Hope not.
There's too much. There's too many young talent on there to put it on her. She'll be used to elevate other wrestlers. I don't see her being a title run.
Yep. And speaking of like the women's championship, is like the big rumor right now is they're going to scrap the brand championships and they're going to call it women's world heavyweight or world champion and women's undisputed or universal, whatever. Basically, they're going to mirror the men's, and they're going to introduce a women's mid-tier card title similar to the IC or the US, and then keep the tag. So that's why we're seeing more. We're finally seeing more women on the roster, and they're supposed to be actively used a lot more.
In my opinion, the title holders shouldn't be on. They shouldn't have been drafted. They should have been your free agents, the ones that are able to bounce back and forth. I think that helps with able to elevate different storylines between the shows and have them. So if they're going to feud on SmackDown, they can have that. You have one there, feud on that one, but then they can swap. Having them be able to bounce back and forth and not one stagnant title stuck here, another title stuck there. I think they should be able to bounce back and forth.
I agree with that, but then they paint themselves in the corner that they did with these last 3 years. Where Reigns, one person has the two main titles on one show and hardly ever showed up on the other brand. He hardly ever faced anybody from Raw, and he hardly ever showed up on Raw. It wasn't until like this last 6 months to a year that he was predominantly showing up on Raw on a monthly basis. Beforehand, he maybe showed up every 3 to 6 months. And even then, the only reason why he was on Raw was Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins, Matt Riddle for a little bit, but even then, I'm pretty sure Matt Riddle faced him on SmackDown for the championship. Yeah, pretty much, and Cody Rhodes. Really it. He had no other reason being on Raw, because when him and Bobby Lashley went, they were mostly on SmackDown. So I mean, it seems. I get where you're coming from. I agree. I think your free agent should be your champions, but I understand why they made it brand specific, because that was USA's big issue these last 3 years is we don't have a world championship.
Mm-hmm.
We have a mid-tier.
I get it.
And this kind of just guarantees you're not going over the other brand and ruining our chances.
No, it makes perfect sense. But I also noticed that I'm double checking before I say it. Obviously, Bray Wyatt wasn't drafted.
Nope, neither was Alexis.
That's what I was looking for, Alexa. So neither one of them were drafted.
No.
And so I know we're trying to stick with Raw and everything, but these two not being drafted. Neither was
Logan Paul.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about him.
But he has no direction right now in WWE as it is.
True. So, okay, so those three, which obviously will come back at some point. Logan Paul, maybe before the other two, but I didn't see either. Was Carmella drafted? I know she's pregnant now or whatever, so I'm just curious if they completely have nixed her or not.
By the way, after you told me about that yesterday, I literally scrolled on TikTok 30 seconds after you told me that Carmella's like personal page came up along with Corey Graves, and I didn't know this. I'm glad I didn't know this because I don't like hearing about it. But this is a rainbow baby, which means they've tried before and she's had a miscarriage. Oh. But like I watched the video, I was like, oh, that's sad. I was like kind of in a decent mood. I told you everything I did. I was like, oh, I stand by what I said. But yeah, you're pregnant. Sorry, I said hateful things. I don't take it back. She's not a great wrestler, but it was just that little like karma kicked my ass really quick and didn't let me sit still too long. It's like, you know what? Fuck you. That was rude.
Also, isn't Baron Corbin a free agent?
He's nowhere on this list.
I thought I saw he was a free agent.
According, again, I'm getting my list from WWE.com, and this was updated around 1 p.m. today. So unless something's happened in the last 8 hours, he's nowhere to be found. This says, okay, so here's additionally the likes of Baron Corbin, Elias, Cedric Alexander, Shelton Benjamin, and NXT Zion Quinn were, oh, I lost it, were not selected, making them free agents in quotations
Oh, okay.
who may be able to appear but may also not be seen on TV for a bit.
So, also, speaking of you talking about Carmella's TikTok, have you seen Baron Corbin's TikTok at all?
Yeah, I follow it.
It's not bad. His
No.
smoking of meats and everything like that he does a hell of a job. The guy is actually kind of funny on there as well. Different side of him. You do see a little bit on the show, but it's different than how you normally see him. And I think if he was able to do himself a little more than just kind of how he is, I don't know if it's the writers are fucking him up, but he has personality on just his TikTok alone.
He does. And he's like,
And
there's
it's odd.
there's a lot of like, he was cooking a Wagyu tomahawk one day, and he literally like, this cost me X hundreds of dollars, and slapped it down. And I was like, who the fuck is this? Because I wasn't paying attention to the face, I was just scrolling, and I looked over at the icon, and then I like restarted the video, and went, fucking Christ, is this Corbin? And I was like, all right. And I thought the same thing. I was like, wow. It almost feels like he's being buried now after seeing his like all his TikToks and his personal videos of like, let this dude be him. And I don't like Corbin. Like, I don't like his gimmick characters at all. None of them have ever stuck with me. None of them have ever made me go, ooh, I want to watch you. Either to see you get beaten down, iffy for me.
Yeah.
But it wasn't it wasn't an ultimate heel like The Miz, where I'm tuning in to just hopefully somebody just fucking beats the ever loving shit out of Miz. And he wasn't a baby face where you just tune in because you want to see him persevere again, like Cody Rhodes is going through right now. But they have to just let him. I don't know how they would incorporate that, but they need to just basically say, "You do you, boo boo. Be yourself."
I mean, he could be going off of that. He could be a baby face, and he could run with it, just being
he could
who
be
he is.
That he could be that like that fence guy. You know, he's neither kind of like Edge. He's neither baby face nor full heel. He's kind of right in the middle. Same with AJ. They both just kind of teeter totter back and forth. They can play either perspective in an instant. They're not definitively the bad guy, and they're not definitively the good guy. So, I think if Corbin was put into that position, strip him of the gimmicks and just let him be Baron Corbin, I think he could be quite properly received by the audience finally. Because his like all the comments on his videos are all the same way. It's, oh my god, I didn't know you like this. Oh my god, I didn't know you could do this. And I was like, I don't think anybody fucking knew. He just shows up on TikTok 6 months ago, and everyone was like, "Are you the same Baron Corbin that's on?"
Yes, I mean, he could do the Lone Wolf gimmick all over again and just be all about himself and say screw everybody else and just do what he's doing. Not the smoke meat guy, but just original to it himself. Kind of like how Brock is doing.
Would be hard to do. Do like,
I mean, he could come out in an apron with tongs and a spatula and start slapping people around. I mean, wouldn't be anything else like the '90s style gimmicks that they've had.
Reminds me of the APA.
Yeah. So I mean, there's plenty of gimmicks they could do, but if he was just to do the Lone Wolf style again and just run on his own, it could work.
He just needs to be able to have creative control and be able to be himself, for a lack of better terminology, where he can literally just say what he wants, and he has to be kind of given that freedom. But since it's still such a heavily scripted show, I don't know if they would be willing to give him that type of power. But that yeah, he would be something I would want at that point to come back and be interested to watch.
Yeah, I think it'd be good. And yeah, he wouldn't be able to do a whole lot of mic time, screen time, but he could have his moments where he could just pop in, talk shit about whoever he wanted to, and just leave.
Yep.
Because he's not a bad wrestler. He can handle matches. He just for a while he's just kind of been a jobber.
Yeah.
As they hate being called that, but that's the reference it so everybody else understands.
He's a filler.
Yeah.
He's the one that gets pinned. He's the one that he's not even there. Like even right now, he's not there to. He's not like the Miz where he's there to elevate a superstar. He's not there to set the milestone, to set the pace. He's just there to kind of, ooh, you beat Baron Corbin, big whoop. And if they brought him back, stripping him of gimmicks, I think the best way to do it would have him cut a promo and be like, kind of like, I soul search to whatever degree, that type of spiel where he bashes on being the god of wrestling or the lone wolf or happy Corbin, sad Corbin, just let him just shit on everything Vince made him go through and let him say, now I'm just Corbin. Let me show you what I can do.
And they've said it that way. I mean, they've shit on him for the past few weeks of trying to interview him, and they just cut him off.
Yep.
He hasn't. They're setting it up that way. If he wanted to do that, to where he's just the not disgruntled employee, but I'm tired of all this shit. I am who I am, and now you're gonna see what I can do.
Yep.
But man, he's got potential. I just hope he doesn't get lost like like Dolph Ziggler and all those guys who had their runs but never got to the point to where they got the push.
I mean, Dolph Ziggler's been a world champion
For like what, 2 days?
I think it's been multiple times because he was Money in the Bank too.
But I think he lost it fairly quick, didn't he?
I don't know.
I think he
Ziggler, he's only 2 times. One time, he's a 2-time world heavyweight, 1-time world tag, while with Spirit Squad, 2-time IC, 1-time US, 1-time Money in the Bank, 2012, and the 22nd Triple Crown champion, which doesn't mean shit, honestly. Like, no offense, but I don't think it means shit anymore. So yeah, one was with Money in the Bank, and then one was with Vicky Guerrero.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, when she stripped Edge of the title and fired Edge, and then was it Teddy Long that brought him back? I think it was.
Yep.
And he lost the same day. He had like one of the shortest reigns ever.
Yeah.
I think it was like 6 minutes is what they calculated.
Now another one too. Do you throw Gunther in the run for the title?
I want to say no.
You want to say no, but
based upon this whole list, like, I guess, because I get the feeling one of Gunther's very soon storylines will be with The Miz, where he gets a little bit established, and then he'll face off against Seth Rollins, and that will probably put him in the picture for the championship, the World Heavyweight Championship.
A little bit established. I mean, he already has a title. He's established at this point.
Yeah, but he could lose it. He could lose it to the likes of like Riddick Moss.
Oh yeah.
Which used to be known as Madcap Moss. He could lose it to Johnny Gargano. He could lose it to Chad Gable, which would honestly be a good one to have as an IC. He could lose it to Damian Priest. Let's see else. Dexter Lumis would be funny to see as an IC. But Dexter and Indy will team up or will be paired together because they're a real life couple. And maybe Cody Rhodes. I could see Cody winning the IC. Because he's the reason why the white belt is around. So it would make sense. But he has people he could lose it to.
Oh yeah, there's plenty.
That would be
would be reputable losses, but he would have to, if he faces off against Seth Rollins and wins, that's when we'll know he's in the run for the World Heavyweight.
You talking about Omos? Or you talking
Gunther.
about Gunther? Oh,
If and when Gunther faces off Seth Rollins right now is like the guy in Monday Night Raw. If you beat him, you get catapulted into the World Heavyweight title. You're in the top tier of the cards. Let me look how they did Cody Rhodes. Look how they did Logan Paul. Even Matt Riddle. It has like he faced against Seth Rollins and then faced against Roman Reigns shortly after. So yeah, Seth Rollins is the one to beat if you want a chance to get into the World Heavyweight picture.
no, and I agree, and that's why I think that's going to show what happens this Saturday for Omos. I don't know
He's
why,
not
but they're.
I mean, we'll get into that at like the last 10 minutes of the show, but
I don't think. I don't think he does either, but I'm just curious to see what happens. One more thing on Raw is Chad Gable, I think, needs a push, and the dude, I don't know why, but he's becoming one of my favorites as well. The two catchphrases that he has are I now love the shush and the thank you. It's probably one of my favorites right now. I crack up every time he does it.
who's the fucking child now?
He's fucking he's good on the mic. His catchphrases are good, and I mean, he's a new Kurt Angle. Exactly what he is.
He was slated to be Kurt Angle's replacement. He was slated to be the one who retired Kurt Angle if John Cena couldn't do it, but they didn't want Chad retiring Kurt. They wanted Corbin because that was the storyline. But Chad's also like heavily underutilized. He's a hell of a wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very technical wrestler. He's one like I would also like to see him in the World Heavyweight Championship picture, but I don't think he ever will be. I don't think he'll ever get above mid tier. But this also means, I mean, this also is bullshit at this point because this is Triple H's first full season to have full creative control.
To an extent, because Vince is still around.
For now.
Yeah. I think with Gable, it's going to depend on who the champion is. If you have Cody Rhodes, if you have Seth Rollins, then yes, Chad Gable gets a run. If you have Brock Lesnar, Bronson Reed, somebody of the caliber of a big man, you can't have Chad Gable anywhere near. It doesn't work.
Well, hold on, because Brock Lesnar, some of his best matches have been against tinier guys, especially against like AJ Styles and Seth Rollins, because Seth Rollins is a smaller person than Brock is. And that's where like the two drastic differences complement each other very well. I would love to see Gable go against Lesnar and Gable just beat Lesnar like in a clean, old-fashioned technical match of I beat you, because he's able to get out of almost any lock. I would love to see Brock apply the Kimura lock and Chad just be like, out, bitch, try again. And every time he does a suplex, Chad is agile enough that he could do a flip or backflip out of it. So there's potential there, but I don't want Lesnar to be in the title picture at all. I don't want him to. Over it. He's had enough. And the fact that he hasn't surpassed Flair's record is honestly amazing. Now that I'm thinking about it.
But I don't know how many does he have?
I don't fucking know.
I have no idea. Like I know he's had a few, but I don't know if it's been.
He's only at 10.
And Flair has what, 15?
16.
14? 16? That's right, yeah.
John Cena also has 16.
That's right. And then Orton's at 14.
14, yes.
So yeah, I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if Randy ties it.
And
But
it depends on if he can come back and have another year. That's all he needs is a year. Even if
I
it's
found
a
it-
short little month long reign.
maybe. Did you watch the full Raw or did you watch the recap?
I watch
On Hulu? Okay, so the recap. Did they show
it was 2 hours long. I missed an hour. I just figured commercials.
Did they show the Shinsuke and Miz part?
Yeah.
So Shinsuke apparently is back now.
Yeah.
And it's so
He's been
And-
he's been back over on SmackDown for a few weeks.
another one that I think has potential eventually. I don't think right now for another title run, but I don't like the ones that are up for. I don't like their pool to pick from for title holders.
Well,
I'll
that's
say.
again, but based upon just Raw, not the free Rollins, free Rollins, not the free agents.
Mhm.
I think your best bet right now, I think Drew McIntyre, honestly, is my number one pick for one reason only, is it's going to be used as a negotiation chip to keep him within WWE because they still haven't came to terms with his new contract, which honestly it amazed me that he even got drafted. I figured they'd place him in free agency and just say fuck it, whatever. They have no plans for him. He hasn't been seen on TV since WrestleMania. So like, who the fuck knows? But Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre are my three, like my top three go to for sure going to win. And I think they're gonna toss in random people like Shinsuke to kind of just keep him on the map. Maybe they'll toss in Gunther to kind of just see if he's ready, and same with the Miz. Because there's not even any like rumor on how this is going to be given. Is somebody just going to be granted it? Is it going to be a tournament? Is it going to be a storyline? Like, there's nothing. The only person who has full on interacted with the World Heavyweight has been Seth Rollins. He's the only one that's gone over there, cut a promo with it, and Paul Heyman cut a promo against Seth Rollins with it. So it looks like Seth Rollins is their top tier guy, which, cool, okay. That's fine. He's a staple. He's a major pillar within the company and within Monday Night Raw. So cool, it makes sense. But they were to deter from any of those people, it would not make sense at all. But with that said, finishing up on Raw, I hope, I think amazing storylines are going to come through because there's a lot of NXT call-ups that came through.
Mhm.
I hope they get rid of the brand championships, SmackDown Women's, Raw Women's. I hope they do finally create a top tier, mid tier, and then tag for the women's division finally, so where you have a world champion and a universal champion, whatever they want to call it, have a IC or North America or some mid tier, and utilize the shit out of the women more because they have a good roster. Other than Ronda and Shayna, they have a good roster of women on here who could fucking just show up and show out and dominate Monday Night Raw. But then it'll be interesting to see what they do with the tag teams for the men's. Because Sami Zayn, using their own words, Raw will not be able to appear on SmackDown. You will not see SmackDown wrestlers show up on Raw or Raw on SmackDown. Yet we have Sami, Kevin hold SmackDown/Raw tag teams. I said this before. I'll finish on this note. tag teams in general should not be brand bound at all because they don't have a big enough established division for men or women within the tag team spectrum. It's a joke right now. There's only really one, two. So Judgment Day, New Day, Imperium, Usos, Kevin slash Sammy, I guess Indashir, Los Lothario, Street Profits, OC, Hit Row, LWO, Brawling Brutes, fucking Pretty Deadly. So they have 13 tag teams. And they're going to somehow make 2 different divisions to fight for 2 different titles. Nope. Those should be the 2. That should be the one that's unified, fully unified, and do the World Tag Team again and just say they can compete on any brand. Just get it over with.
That I can see. I mean, I'm down with that too. Like I said about the title holder being bounce back and forth. Pretty Deadly.
Are we
They
just
are
getting to SmackDown?
Yeah, I'll just use that as a lead into that one. Pretty Deadly, I think, is going to be a fairly dominant tag team once they get established.
See, I think the exact opposite. I've watched them on NXT.
I think they have potential. They're fairly young, and I think they do. They remind me of the Rockers.
I can see that, but in a whole different light. I'm not gonna get into why, but just a whole different light.
I think they can. I think they can. Yes, their attire and everything is atrocious.
They need an overhaul. I don't like the name either. Not with those 2 skinny dudes. When I think of like the name, anytime the name Deadly gets used inside of a faction or a stable, whatever you want to call it, I instantly think, okay, there's gonna be a big guy, and there's some type of technician. But Pretty Deadly, which is Elton Prince and Kit Wilson, they're neither one of those things.
No,
They're high flyers, would be their category. I nothing about them screams mercenary,
Deadly?
screams assassin, screams deadly in quotes.
No.
Like the only thing they scream is pretty, because they are pretty boys, and they can't use the word fuck boys on there because that's honestly be the more appropriate name for those 2.
I would agree. I think they.
No,
I
I'm
think
pretty
they
intelligent.
They have potential. I think, but we'll see.
I hope they get
Who knows?
rebranded, and then they have potential. I don't want to see the name Pretty Deadly keep popping up. That's me being very picky and gatekeeping, I guess. I don't know. I just don't like the name.
We'll see. I mean, looking at the roster that they have now on SmackDown, they've got Theory, they've got AJ Styles, OC, Lashley,
Street
the
Profits,
whole
Edge,
Bloodlines, Street Profits.
Hit Row.
I mean, I think they have potential to be a more exciting show to watch.
Well, yeah, because the way it's looking right now, let's just take a look at the factions. Because on SmackDown, we have Pretty Deadly, we have the Brawling Brutes, LWO, Bloodline, Hit Row, OC, Street Profits. So we have 7 male factions. And all of them, except for Street Profits and Pretty Deadly, so 5 of them have 3 or more members. So I think we could see faction wars starting out or start developing the storylines where I think we're at some point we're going to see LWO versus Bloodline. But I think right now we're going. The main storyline will be the OC versus the Bloodline. That's been the most hinted at and rumored ones. But you can see like LWO against Hit Row, against Street Profits, OC, Brawling Brutes, Pretty Deadly. Like they could all intermingle between themselves, and they all have a good mix of abilities. You have most of these have a mix of either high flyers and brutes, or high flyers, technicians, brutes. Like it's a good hodgepodge mix. Whereas, like hopping back to Raw, they have Lostario, Indashir, Alpha Academy, New Day, Judgment Day, Raiders, the joke that is Maximum Male Models, and Imperium. So they have 8 male, but 1, 2, nope, 1, 2, 3. Only 3 of them have 3 or more males in them. The rest are all tag teams. So I think SmackDown's gonna lead the way with factions.
Which I
With
think
proper
the
factions.
Pretty Deadly, if they wanted to, they could pull in Lacey Evans. She's got the pinup style look to her, and she could fit the.
I'd
She
look
could
for
fit
Dolph
that.
Ziggler.
Oh, that would be a great one, I think. To have Dolph and her together.
Yeah.
I mean, it would fit, because I think she's kind of out there in the fact of she's just another filler type.
Well,
But I don't.
yeah.
I don't know if she's really going to be anything. But I was just looking to throw her somewhere.
No, I mean
I
that would
think-
honestly make the most sense is have Pretty Deadly actually turn into a faction, not just a tag team,
Mhm.
and bring in Dolph as the legend, so to speak. He's the one,
Yeah.
kind of like Rey Mysterio for LWO. Have Dolph Ziggler lead the faction, and then Lacey Evans there for the female aspect of it, and she can
Mhm.
help start dominating within SmackDown. Because I mean,
Yes.
if you look at the women's division, it's not great. You have the likes of Tamina, again, doesn't really fucking do much. She's a filler. There's rumors she is going to be joining the Bloodline. But you have Tamina, you have Shotzi, Scarlett, Asuka, Charlotte Flair, Lacey Evans, Fire and Ice, also known as Alba Fire and Isla Dawn, Damage Control, and Bianca Belair. The only reputable, like top tier women on this list was Bianca, I guess Bailey,
Yeah, you can say Bailey's.
Charlotte Flair, and Asuka. None of the other women are really up to par with those 3. I'm not going to include Bailey because Bailey has been underwhelming since she's came back. She has not
Sorry,
been
but
performing at top tier.
Tamina should be ripping through the women's division and
should've,
going
yeah.
against Bianca. I mean, that's where she should be at. She has the the physique for everything, as like similar to Bianca. She's not horrible in matches.
Tamina
She's a bit
fluctuates though.
stiff. Yes, she
That's
is stiff
like,
at times.
I don't think WWE will get to that level yet. I don't think they'll get to that openness, that inclusive yet of having. Sure, they had what's her nuts? I can't think of her name. She came back at Royal Rumble. Everybody was pissed off.
Oh, Nia Jax.
Yeah, she was women's champion. She was not well received by the audience at all.
She's also going through a huge transformation. If you haven't seen it all,
Yeah, saw her
she's
on TikTok
lost
too.
a lot of weight.
Like
She's over.
she's looking good for her size. I mean, she's looking good regardless. I mean,
So she's lost a lot of weight. I think the last I saw, she's lost 60 pounds.
I
And
thought I saw something saying she was
it
closing
could-
at 100.
It could have been. It could have been more.
But it's impressive. Nonetheless, we're not detracting from it.
No, I mean she's fully owned who she is and everything else um by the photo shoot she's done, everything else. She's been an ambassador for the way that she is and the way that she carries herself for, plus size women.
Yeah.
That's what she has been. She's been an ambassador for that and owning it. I think she wants to come back, but I think she was trying to essentially rebrand herself in a way that maybe she's been. I think so, and it's sad that way because.
Well, I don't know if you've seen her on TikTok, but she's posted in like the last 2 weeks or whatever. She's posted a shit ton with her and Charlotte Flair, and like Charlotte Flair is giving her workouts and exercise and helping her. So I'm sure it's kind of like for a lack of better comparison, Big Show when he was really overweight, because he was, and he started losing all that goddamn weight and got in hella good shape. He contributed to John Cena, and he said, I had an honest conversation with John, and this is kind of how it went down. And basically John gave I don't remember exactly the words he said, but it came across as, you should be a beast. There's no excuse for you to be overweight. You have all this potential and you're fucking squandering it. But that's how you want to live your life. Go ahead. I'm just telling you, I know you can do better. And that kind of split a spark up Show's ass and got him into that amazing shape he was in. I don't know if he's in that same shape anymore. I haven't seen him on AEW recently.
I haven't watched AEW at all. I keep forgetting that it's on. And it's not because I don't want to watch it. I just forget.
I watch it mostly on YouTube.
And I do want to watch it, though. But I think with the way the SmackDown roster looks, I think it has potential to be a way better show than a 3-hour Raw. Just in that 2 hours that they have, as long as it's booked right.
Yeah,
and they have the
SmackDown will be at 3 hours soon.
Well, it was a 3-hour for a while, wasn't it? And then it got. It was on.
Kind of. When it was on Sci-Fi.
I know they tried for 3 hours, but it's.
They tried a couple
I don't know
times,
if they
never
can.
Received well, but they also didn't have I'm pretty sure it was Sci-Fi because it was a wonky, like, Sci-Fi is not a big channel.
No.
That people go to, but
No.
I know Fox has stated they wanted a longer run time for them so where they can be on par with Raw. And this roster right now, they have the caliber of players on there to be a 3-hour dominant block of TV.
Yeah,
like
they do.
They have the factions, they have the solo players. They have an amazing women's division. They have a amazing men's division too. Same with tags and factions. Like, the only thing that will fuck them up is creative / Vince.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly Vince.
Which we'll see. I don't know. I mean, they've got so much potential, and I want to see what they do with LA Knight, if anything, because I haven't seen him. I don't know if he's been on SmackDown or not, but
He's been on SmackDown. He just had a match with not Xavier. God, I just watched SmackDown today too, and he just had a match. I can't think of who he had a match with now. I think one of the LWO guys.
okay.
I think it was Escobar.
Yeah, so
Don't quote me on it.
I don't know. The guy's at the end for him. He's close. He's only got probably a couple years left. He's old.
47, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he's got a small window. He's not going to get a title run.
He could have U.S. title run.
U.S. title, yes. I don't see like a heavyweight title.
A world, yeah.
By
I
any
don't
means.
see the world.
No, nothing like that. But I don't know if they'll do it. I would like to see him feud with Austin Theory. I think they could cut some pretty good promos.
Yeah. Two heels, though.
That is if Austin Theory doesn't lose his title to Bronson Reed.
No, because that means Imperium would
But-
have, or Gunther would have to lose his title too.
You would think.
No,
But-
based upon the stacked roster, yeah. He can't lose to Bronson Reed because Bronson's on Raw.
Yeah. But the same month, they have Clash of Champions, which
Yeah,
I'm
but
assuming there'll be
this
probably a big
takes-
change.
This takes place, or this draft roster takes place Monday, May 8th. Oh, there's not even an IC championship at the pay-per-view.
No, there never is. It's always on SmackDown whenever they do anything with it.
Never mind.
They shit on that title so much. I don't get
Maybe.
why. I don't know why. They shit on that title so much.
Because it's Gunther.
It used to be yeah. Well, before that it was Ricochet, and he was never on either.
He got treated like shit. Just
He
in
did.
general.
They shit on that title so much. It used to be a big deal, and now it means nothing. Now they have
No.
the US title that they try to make a big deal, but like that title
Well,
to a certain extent is not that big of a deal either.
no, but US was the big deal because, again, Monday Night Raw did not have a world championship of any type.
I mean, the titles.
For the men's. For the men's. Someone's gonna be like, oh, women's stuff. Men's.
I just don't see the storylines are not there right now. I'm hoping that after Clash of Champions is when the storylines are set and they start, and then they actually start to be set up for the upcoming pay-per-views, and not, oh, we're just gonna throw these guys together, Seth and Omos, and not talk about them at all the entire time. You know, Rhea and Charlotte. Let's not talk about that too much or really do anything with that, and just give Rhea the title.
That was such a big flop of a story because they had such a lengthy backstory that they could have played off of. Instead, they let Dominic be the fucking mouthpiece of the feud, and it wasn't even good because he was talking to Charlotte, and Charlotte is, as much as I don't like her, is fucking a head and heels above Dominic. It only would have worked if Andrade was on WWE, so where Andrade can face off against Dominic, which that's the big rumor though, is Andrade is coming back to WWE with Charlotte Flair when she comes back and like comes back from her time off. But I think he's still
I don't
on the
think-
AEW contract.
I have seen anybody get as much heat as Dominic is getting right now. They won't even let him talk. I mean, the crowd goes absolutely batshit crazy whenever he tries to talk. Granted, it does fuck him up, and he doesn't know what to do. It seems like.
But neither
But-
does Finn. Finn's been in that same position recently, and the crowd has tossed him through the loops so bad where he's like, "You be quiet."
And it's like, you're going out there. He's getting so much heat. He just has to fucking build on it. But hopefully, eventually, it will work out to where he can start doing it. Because I don't know, the fact that he has this much heat but has no idea what the fuck to do with it.
Which is all the more reason he should have been sent down to NXT. Let him take the heat down there. Finally build up his repertoire of fucking mic skill, because right now he is greener than the fucking lawn. Like, he is ridiculous. He's been in this industry since he was 6. And you're telling me this kid cannot not be rattled by the audience?
I don't know.
I'm just glad though that Rey Mysterio and him are finally on 2 different brands. That this bleed over is done. We're not going to see SmackDown on Raw. We're not going to see Raw on SmackDown. I'm happy for the draft because I'm sick of like the 15 people taking up both shows and it not progressing properly all the time. So I'm hoping that we start seeing better storylines because, like, you have Edge back on SmackDown, which has not happened in fucking forever. But now we have the likes of LWO finally getting established and being utilized. We're having LA Knight, he's supposed to be getting a push. Rick Boogs is supposed to be a push. Cameron Grimes and Grayson Waller. Grayson Waller, as fucking obnoxious he is on NXT, he reminds me of an Australian version of The Miz. And it works. But
I think Gargano needs a push
Gargano, yep.
after his Elimination Chamber performance. It was fucking amazing.
Well, him and Austin could go back and feud again.
that would be
They used to
great.
feud on NXT.
That would be great. I'd like to see Apollo Crews get utilized. Granted, he's on Raw, but where the hell is? Where's Karrion Kross? He's on SmackDown. Okay,
He's on SmackDown.
can they do something with him? Because the dude
He's
is
in a feud with
underutilized
Shinsuke right now.
I didn't know that. I guess I haven't seen SmackDown. I didn't know Shinsuke was even around, but Shinsuke's on Raw.
Yeah, which is
Karrion-
why everyone's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Why did you even start this feud?
Okay.
Because he just attacked, Kerry and Scarlett just attacked Shinsuke on SmackDown this last week. And the week before that, I believe. And then when Shinsuke made his debut back, Karrion Kross cut a promo against Shinsuke. So it's been going on for at least 3 weeks.
Oh, it was.
And they don't
Right.
even have a match at Backlash, I believe.
No, they don't. There's only 7 matches at Backlash.
So,
And
well, with that, let's wrap up the draft because it's been fun. SmackDown, it sounds like, I think I could speak for both of us. SmackDown has the potential to be the show of WWE and carry the brands. It's also going to be a faction heavy storylines coming up, but still very interesting to see where they go. While Raw is going to be, it kind of looks like the developmental main event now, or the main roster. It looks like SmackDown and Raw have officially swapped, and SmackDown's where it's at. Raw is second tier. But
it's a make or break thing, I think, for Raw.
yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. And like you said, Night of Champion, I think I agree with you. I think we'll kick off all the new storylines. I think we're going to see everything kind of come to fruition and finally just start rolling towards Money in the Bank, which is up next after Night of Champion. Which there's so many things going on with Money in the Bank that I've been reading that the biggest one is Logan Paul should win Money in the Bank. For one sole reason. I don't agree with it, but I agree with the logic. He has a lot of heat. He's a part-timer that nobody wants to see win a championship of any type. So why not give him the Money in the Bank where no one will literally know when he's going to pop up, when he's going to cash in, what championship he's going to cash in on, because he's hardly ever there. He's a part-timer. So why not make it the most hated aspect? Because normally Money in the Bank holders, everyone's like, when are they cash in? Hope he cashes in. Yes, finally, good for him. Yeah, he cashed in. Good or bad guy. While Logan Paul would be the exact opposite. Fuck. I hope he doesn't cash in. Please don't let him cash in. All the more reason for them to put it
Would the winner make that so they can go to either brand?
Yeah. That was the perk of Money in the Bank was
okay, so they can go either brand.
You can brand hop.
Okay.
And he's a free agent, so he's lined up for it.
And him being a free agent will work too. I mean, we'll see. I think with the way that, Backlash is just, I don't know. I'm going to talk about Backlash now.
Well, let's wrap this up and let's talk about Backlash.
I'm so excited. Backlash. Yay!
So the 7 matches we have. Cody Rhodes versus Lesnar. That's going to be the headliner. We have Matt Riddle and the Tag Team Championship, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn versus the Bloodline, which consists of the Usos and Solo Sikoa. We have SmackDown's Women's Championship, Rhea Ripley versus Zelina Vega. We have Raw Women's Champion, Bianca Belair versus Io Sky. U.S. Championship, Austin Theory versus Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed. Seth freaking Rollins versus Omos. And then Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest in a San Juan street fight. So let's start from the bottom and work our way up. How do you feel about the San Juan street fight with Bad Bunny and Damian Priest?
I honestly think it's going to be a decent match. I was a bit annoyed by the promo that Damian Priest cut because I have no idea what he said. I didn't have somebody around to have translate for me.
Oh, that's good.
I'm
Because I
getting
was about to
to
give you
it.
shit.
No. Like, hey, what's he saying? I didn't have that option. But again, I think Priest is starting to emerge as somebody that has the potential to do something with his career. And I hope that he can do something to continue to elevate himself. Bad Bunny is not horrible. I think he's able to put his body on the line in this street fight. And it may be entertaining. I don't think it's going to be a match of the night. Like, granted, all these are not going to be like amazing matches, but I think it's going to be
I
a
have
fun
two
one.
contenders for match of the night, and this is not one of them.
I think I mean, and I don't know if this is going to be like a legit street fight or it's just going to be let's pull everything from out under the ring, throw stuff at each other, hit you with a kendo stick 10 to 12 times, and then call it a night. If it's a San Juan street fight, in my head, it's like outside style street fight,
San
which
Juan.
we haven't seen in a while. Like, legit.
Last one I can think of is Cena versus Edge years ago. Like that's the
If they would do
most
those,
predominant
that'd
one.
be great. So, but I mean, obviously
Well,
see.
we're supposed to be back in the PG-13 era now.
Well, I will see, Judgment Day probably gets involved, and then LWO probably,
Yep.
yeah.
Not probably, they will.
So
They
for
will.
their final fights against each other, probably. Yeah.
Who do
So
you
I
have
don't
going
know.
ahead? Who do you
I
have
think it'll
winning?
be entertaining. I have Damian Priest winning.
I agree. Because it does nothing for Bad Bunny to win.
Other than it being his home. I mean,
but it's Priest. Priest is from Puerto Rico too, isn't he? Isn't that this whole the main
I think
thing?
so. Yes, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. But I think he was Bad Bunny is supposed to be the MC for it, or the host, or whatever it was.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the host. Where? Oh, he's billed from New York City. That's not correct. Yeah, he's of Puerto Rican descent.
Okay.
So yeah, it doesn't matter who wins, but it does more for Damian Priest because, like I said, IC title. Damian Priest, in my eyes, should get the IC, and that would strip Gunther, and it would put Judgment Day in a more notable position rather than just a bunch of angry fucking people running around together. I'm with you. I don't think this will be match tonight. I think this has the potential to be a good match, not great. It will keep my attention, but I do fear that it's going to be just throw a bunch of shit in, and I think there will be a table spot. I think there will be kendo sticks.
But I want him out of the ring. I want him backstage
Well, yeah,
at least.
Oh no,
But that's
I don't
what
have
I want.
a feeling.
I want.
I don't. It won't leave stadium. I don't think it will go behind. I don't think it'll go backstage. I don't think it'll go in the. I don't even think it'll go into the audience. I think it will stay ringside. So I would love for it to go outside. I'm with you on that one, but I don't see them doing that yet. So I agree. Priest for the win. So let's go to the one that's just your most favorite. Looking forward towards match. Seth Rollins versus Omos. And I'm going to be honest, I have this one ranked up there with being the worst match of the night.
It's a make or break match for Omos. Hands down, that's all this match is.
Well, he
In
got
my
squashed by
opinion.
Lesnar at WrestleMania within like
That
what 5 or 10 minutes, if that.
and I think that was just for booking. I think they fucked that one up too. Um, I think this is a make or break for Omos to see if he has the potential to be carried and put on some type of a match. And or maybe I'm looking way too much into it, but why would you put Seth Rollins with Omos? Like, it makes no sense. There's no build up at all.
I think it's to see if he's ready. I am
And
agreeing
that's
with you that I don't
yeah.
think it's like a last chance. I think this is the way they are prepping him for a push, whether mid card, hopefully no higher than that, but mid card or top card. I think we're gonna see him in that
Tony, don't
picture
be surprised
somehow.
if they put the fucking title on him. I'm
I
hoping it
don't-
doesn't happen, but I can see it happening.
I don't think he will be on Raw because he is a free agent. I think Cody Rhodes, not Cody Rhodes, sorry. I think Reigns is going to face up with AJ Styles. They're going to feud for a little bit.
Mhm.
Omos is going to cut his teeth, so to speak, with Rollins, and he's going to start feuding on SmackDown, building up and making a name for himself more than he already has. And then he's going to go after Roman Reigns. As much as I hate saying this, I don't think Roman Reigns is going to drop anytime soon. I think he's going to surpass the 1,400-day mark. So where he beats Hogan. And he has the longest and most modern reign. Because right now I think Hogan was... WWE reported Hulk Hogan as being the longest time as world champion. So it would make sense for him to be the one to capitalize and dethrone him and then lose at WrestleMania. But I'm also sick of Roman Reigns having the championship. I'm sick of the bloodline. I'm sick of that whole damn. I'm glad it's getting ready to implode, but we're going to talk about that in a bit. So, who do you have winning, though, for this shit show of a match? Rollins or Omos?
I have Rollins winning.
I don't think we're going to disagree, honestly, on too many of these.
Part of me has, that like maybe Omos could win, but I mean, with
Makes no sense for him to win.
Clash of Champions coming up, it makes no sense to have him lose a match like this. Same reason why on Monday Night Raw, neither one of those guys should have won between Solo or Rollins. That's why they did it there, because you can't give Solo another loss. You can't give Rollins a loss. There's no point.
They're heavily protected right now.
Yeah.
Well,
So, yeah,
Solo only lost for the Cody Rhodes storyline.
Yes.
That was it.
Mhm.
And it
Yep.
made sense, and it still makes sense to let that be his only loss. Or
But they're still
There's
protecting
more
him
of a
as far as his win-loss streak,
Yep.
which I agree with. Then next we got what? Bianca
US.
Belair, yeah,
Oh.
I'm just going for there. It's labeled as Bianca and Io Sky.
I'm going on WWE's, and US is up next.
Oh, okay, we'll go off that one then. Whatever.
Fuckface. I mean, hey.
So Austin Theory, Bronson Reed, and Bobby Lashley.
Yep. I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way Bronson Reed is going to win. He's on Raw. He's not going to win.
And it does make sense now that with all this stuff happening.
So the best thing is, does Austin Theory lose and give it to Lashley again, and them just shit on the U.S. title like they did the IC, and let Theory have a chance against Roman Reigns, or let Theory and Lashley feud again for like the third or fourth time? So who do you have? Why? It's gonna be a good match. It's not gonna be a great match. It may be a great match. Bronson Reed's been surprising.
He's been very good. With the likes of, Theory's gotten better. Lashley, out of the three,
Say
I
that one
think
more time?
Lashley.
What?
Theory's gotten better. Lashley, I think out of the three, I think Lashley is probably the most stagnant one out of the three.
Yeah.
Bronson Reed has a lot of high point moves. Theory obviously does as well. I'm still taking Bronson Reed. I think there might be a trade that happens for SmackDown to Raw. There's potential for. I think Bronson Reed wins it. If it's not there, I think it's Bronson Reed.
I think it's going to be Theory. I think Theory's going to win, and they're going to start pushing a potential feud for Lashley versus Reigns. Because again, Reigns doesn't have too many people on SmackDown right now who are of high enough caliber to warrant a proper feud. Again, AJ Styles is slated to be his dominant feud right now, but then I think it's going to have to be Lashley, because we've already seen Roman Reigns versus Edge. Who else could he face off against? Sheamus. He's already faced Sheamus. So yeah, Bobby Lashley would be the most, or Rey Mysterio, but I don't want to see Rey get mixed up in that yet.
No, I mean you're eventually going to have Jay. I mean it's the Usos are going to split. Something's going to happen at that point.
I mean, Jay's going to be WrestleMania. I think Cody's going to eventually win the heavyweight, and Jay's going to dethrone Roman Reigns.
I mean, don't forget that. I mean, Montez Ford is in there too. Granted, he's still Street Profit, but yeah, I know. But I'm saying if you have him going to that 1400, that's still. Yeah. I mean, you're looking at another year still. Montez Ford could get that push at some point. Yes, he's not ready yet. It's coming, but fuck, who knows when. I don't see anybody at Hit Row for right now.
Hit Row's a joke.
Yeah. Karrion Kross and LA Knight. I mean, if they wanted to push LA Knight.
Heel versus heel.
I mean, that can easily change though. LA Knight could switch easy. The way that he could, I think the way he cuts promos and
he is too well accepted as a heel. He's been a babyface before, and he was not well received. He struggled.
Mm.
But then again, being a bad guy is easy because you can say whatever you want, and you're there just to piss people off.
Depends on how the
babyface is fucking hard.
How the crowd perceives him. So
look at Dominic. You either hate him because he's a real life shitty wrestler, or you hate him because his character. By the way, you hate him.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. I mean he needs to go to fucking NXT and live there. And I think what you have your is it some of your NXT guys? Is it Cameron Grimes? Is he another NXT guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
coming up. So I don't know the NXT guys. I mean, to be honest, I haven't followed any of them, so I have no idea who they are. But
I think the U.S. title is going to be hot for SmackDown because you have all these NXT guys coming up, and right now they can battle for the mid tier and
it should be
pipeline feed them into Reigns, where he can squash them and say, "Kind of know your fucking place. This is my show."
Yeah, and that's what it should be. They should have something like that to go back and forth, and I think. So I think Bronson Reed gets traded. No, Bronson Reed can get traded.
Nope, you're wrong. I don't want to believe you. Let's go to the match you were trying to talk about. Raw Women's Champion, Bianca versus Io Sky. And again, these next two matches are interesting because of the fact of how the roster is now. Mm-hmm. Bianca is on SmackDown, and so is Io Sky. So it doesn't really matter who wins. But there's also rumor of Io Sky being the reason why Damage Control implodes.
Which it's already been seen that Bayley is going against everything that damage control is. She's physically shown, rolling her eyes and trying to weasel her way through or past them to get certain things. And Io Sky getting that title shot on Raw, I believe it was.
Yeah, I believe.
So it may be exposing Bailey at some point for what Bailey is, to kick her out of damage control or just completely killing damage control. I don't know. I don't see Bianca losing this.
No. Somebody, I didn't read the full article, but the article stated that Bianca is going to lose, not this pay-per-view, but she will lose her title soon, and it will be in the most stupid asinine way possible. Like, there's a lot of judgmentalness going behind this reason. But again, I didn't read all the article because the moment I got about halfway through and they're talking about backstory of Bianca and why they're leading up to this, I was like, I don't care. Just want to know who's slated. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
So, but I'm with you. I think Bianca wins, and I think she loses that Night of Champion, and she'll be off the air for a hot minute. She needs a
Maybe.
break. She's been at it for over a year.
We'll see. Okay, but before I say anything, who is yours up next match?
SmackDown Women's.
Okay.
You can
Okay,
read it
so
off. That's fine.
so Rhea Ripley. What's the next match you have? I don't want to fucking talk about that match. It's pointless. Another one that there's no fucking lead up.
There's a minor lead. There's more of a lead up.
Never fucking won.
She just won against Sonya Deville.
Against Rhea. She always gets the dominatrix style fucking pin.
She just DDT'd her on SmackDown.
Good job.
During the Riptide. But anyways, there's more of a build up on this match than there was on Charlotte.
Because she DDT'd her?
No, because they're actually having promos cut against each other where Rhea's talking and doing her piece rather than Dominic stepping in. But yes, Rhea's going to win that one, so let's move on. Matt Riddle with KO and Sami Zayn versus Bloodline. This match, along with the next one, Cody Rhodes, these are the two for me that's like, it's going to be match of the night. One of these two are. It's the only two that makes sense. So, how about it? Who do you have?
This one will be match of the night. Hands down, these three. I do like the whole Zayn, Owens, and Riddle. And I do like how Owens is very annoyed by Riddle. Riddle is very annoying. I've never liked his character. But he does very well in the ring. He is entertaining. The guy can definitely wrestle and hold his own in the ring. So I just don't like his character. Against the Usos and Solo, I mean, it's going to be a hard fought match. It's going to be fun. It's going to be entertaining. You're going to see a lot of super kicks, since apparently that's the only thing that anybody does anymore.
I think Matt Riddle is the only one that doesn't actually use super kicks on a regular at all. Sami Zayn doesn't use them heavily, but he still has used them.
Yes. So, I mean, Kevin uses it. Usos use it. Solo occasionally does it.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see just the chemistry between the three of Bloodline, to see kind of what happens. That's what I'll be watching mainly, is to see how those three interact, how Jay is, how Solo is, and where Heyman's at, because the storytelling for the Bloodline is starting to isolate Jay even more. And the fact that you notice that he's wearing white opposed to everybody else wearing dark colors or black.
Well, they've kind of isolated the Usos.
They have, yes.
But yes, Jay's been isolated more so. But yeah, because I mean, you've seen on Raw, or was it SmackDown? basically they cut a promo and you see Solo being spoken to by Paul Heyman, and Paul Heyman's looking directly at Solo and say, "Yes, this is very important because it's the last chance," and looked at Solo for it. So,
Mhm.
I mean, storytelling is amazing. With this aspect of Bloodline, Roman Reigns, not so much anymore, in my opinion. Uh, but the interesting part will be, I think Matt Riddle KO and Zayn will win. So I'm more interested to see the fallout. What does Solo do? What does Solo do to Jay? Because they're also real life brothers, like legitimate. So it'll be interesting to see. Does he Samoan spike him?
I don't think that happens yet. I think the Bloodline wins this one as well.
I think they lose. I think he's going to get punished by Solo, and it's going to be on behalf of Roman Reigns, and that's how they're going to introduce it, and that's how they're going to keep the bad blood going. Why was I the only one that got punished? And it's Jay loses because Jay gets pinned, probably by Sammy. And then that pisses Roman Reigns off, and Roman Reigns already has it said. Maybe he calls Paul Heyman during the match again. And next thing you see is Jay kind of consoling with Jimmy, and he's kind of pissed off and everything. And Solo's just kind of standing behind him, Arn Anderson style of silent enforcer. And then Jay turns around to kind of maybe apologize, whatever. And Solo just spikes him right in the throat.
Feeling it right there.
It would be a great storyline, and it would piss Jay off. It would make Jay have that opening to say, okay, well, Sammy's saying some shit that's right now. He's proving his point. It's all accurate. I just got punished, and kind of feed back into how Jay and Roman Reigns were when this all started. Jay held out when he finally did join. He was still getting punished. He was still getting abused physically. So why not backpedal the story and go back that way to end it all?
I see more or less the Bloodline win it, and I see Jay not doing a whole lot, as in not holding his own, and Jimmy and Solo carrying the match. But I don't know. We'll see, because I think it'll probably match of the night. I think this one, because I mean, they are all six of them, yes, including Riddle, can put on a hell of a match. I just don't like his character. I like Riddle as a wrestler, just not his character. The whole stoner server thing fucking bugs me. But I mean, it fits him too. He pulls it off well because it's his real life.
Yeah, like that's who he is, though.
I know, and it is. He's true to who he is and what he does. It just, I don't know. Fucking bro kills me, and he's out there barefoot and fucking underwear running around. But
Solo Sikoa is barefoot.
yeah, he's wearing trunks. He's taped up too. It's a difference. Big difference. Just let me deal with myself in the way that I deal with it. Exactly. I'll justify it any way I can.
You always do. That's the very army logic way.
You shut your mouth.
It's true. I think this will be match of the night. But I also think it can come in like a very, very, very close second to Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar for one reason. The feud buildup for this is intense right now. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be crazy. A lot of dirty tactics are going to be had. And I think hopefully, it's going to be Rhodes putting on a clinic, so to speak, of showing he could have beat Roman Reigns had it been a proper one-on-one. And he just beats Lesnar. Even if it's a dirty win or slightly dirty, I think Cody wins. And I think it's going to be an awe style, oh my god, performance from Cody Rhodes, kind of like his Hell in a Cell match against Rollins. I think that will, again, it's going to be, if it's match of the night, we're talking like maybe like 4.5 stars, and Bloodline match will be like a 4.49, just barely gets inched out. But both of these are my like match of the night contenders, leaning more towards Bloodline. But if Lesnar wants to play ball, he can put on a hell of a show. If Lesnar doesn't want to play ball, we see what he did to Omos, and he's just like, "Fuck you, squash you, done."
What does Lesnar get out of this match? I mean, I think this match, to be honest, is right along with Seth Rollins and Omos, Damian Priest, and Bad Bunny. I don't think this is going to be an amazing match. Lesnar's matches are very hit or miss.
This is
More
a
miss than
retribution
hit.
match. This is following literally the exact storyline as John Cena's so many years ago, where John Cena lost against the World Championship back in like WrestleMania 20 something, and his next night he gets jumped very loosely. Brock Lesnar comes back and he's like, "Oh my god, I didn't know you were gonna be here." They shake hands. He gets that fight multiple times, suplex, and he loses. And then he wins finally against Brock Lesnar, and he builds back up to winning the World Championship. That's what we're going to see. That's why I don't think Cody Rhodes is going to win the World Heavyweight right away. But they are building him up, and he's going to have probably a 3-match with Lesnar. And it's just a matter of, if he wins the first one, I don't think there'll be 3 matches. I think it'll be like a one and done, like, I beat you, fuck off type thing. And then you can get ready for Night of Champion. But if Lesnar wins, it will be a 3-peat. There'll be 3 matches, probably where Lesnar squashes him hard after a hard-fought match. So maybe not squash. Just beats him. And then the last match, Rhodes finally gets him over. And that would take him to SummerSlam. Yeah.
You have a hard on for 3 different matches. It's your big thing. A lot of matches I was like, oh, it's always a 3-peat. You always have a triple one.
Because I'm looking at, like, I've looked over the John Cena one. That's kind of how it goes. And this is very much mirroring, even with Lesnar being the main focus. But also, that's kind of how WWE has a reputation of big name matches get 3. Whether it's sprawled out over a year, 2 years, or a whole fucking decade, like Rollins and Reigns, or it's all packed together and leads up to a final showdown at the big pay-per-views.
No, I get it. It's just, I think
Not
every
hard on,
podcast,
it's just statistical.
I think every podcast we've had where we talk about wrestling, you always say, oh, this is their trifecta.
3-peat.
This is the beginning of their trifecta. Oh, wait,
3-peat, 5-peat, yeah.
this is their second match. They have one more to come back. So it's always one of those.
And I have not been wrong too many times either. It's the weird part.
I don't look forward to this match. It's going to be.
You're right.
Man,
It's hit or miss.
I don't think
It's
it's
gonna be a
entertaining.
stellar or a shit.
I don't know. I think, to be honest, I think the Damian Priest Bad Bunny is probably more entertaining than the Cody Rhodes Brock Lesnar match.
It should be. It's a fucking street fight.
You would think so, but and again, not all of Lesnar's matches are entertaining.
Not arguing with you on that. I agree.
So,
That's interesting. Heavily used in quotations. That would be the more prospecting side of the house, is Lesnar versus Cody, how well it plays out. They've had 3 weeks to build up to it. Will it pay off, or will it just be shit? Next pay-per-view, what did you say? Night of Champions, and that's at the end of May.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll have like not even 3 full weeks to get ready for it.
But at that point, if they have a match, is it for the title? Because that's where they get crowned. So then you are eliminating those 2 from the title run. If they have a match,
no, they could be put into like a 6-pack, like 6-man, and then those 2 just fight each other out. Like they fight off into the night, and you never see them again. And that builds up the feud. Neither one of them lost. Neither one of them won, and that builds up to their feud even longer. 2 matches off.
It just depends on how they're going to try and crown the next champion. I guess that's going to be the big thing. It's going to be a tournament style battle royale.
God, not a battle
Or
royale.
what the fuck ever.
Not a battle royale. No.
I mean, it would be entertaining enough to
No,
because remember who?
because it's all gonna be fucking Raw. So they
But
have to
look where
toss
it's
in.
at. Look where it's at.
That makes no fucking sense. No
And
logical
look-
sense to have a battle royale.
None of the fucking matches make
there's-
sense for
there's
Clash of Champions.
There's too many fucking green wrestlers on the Raw. That makes no sense to have them just to be completely and utterly squashed, and it would literally make the World Heavyweight look like a second tier title.
It's going to be. Look at where the pay-per-view is at.
I don't know where it's at. Where's that?
Where do you think it's at?
Is this the one that's in London? No, that's Money in the Bank.
No, isn't it in Saudi?
Is this a Saudi show?
I believe it is.
Joking.
Yeah, it's in Saudi.
No, nobody
Make-
gives a shit.
So to appease the masses,
It's
why
gonna
would
be
you
fucking
not?
Battle Royale. God damn it.
I mean, does that not make sense for
Saudi, yes.
Saudi? I
Yes.
mean, that's all they do is these
I
matches
said
are
yes. I
to
fucking agreed
appease
to
them.
you.
So that as much as I don't agree with it, but I think that's what's going to happen. So I mean, that's the shitty part, and I hope that they don't try to lean in and have any say on who wins it.
They probably will. They always do.
So this is where Omos comes into play.
They don't like Omos.
Lesnar
Shut up.
comes. You say that now. You say that now. I'm telling you
I
right now,
stand by
it's gonna be. I just. It's not. I don't think it's gonna be anybody who we think. At that night, eventually
Now-
the
Now that I
established
know that's
champion.
in Saudi, yeah, you unfortunately have a fucking point. It pisses me off.
The established champion will not be established until after that pay-per-view. Whoever wins it at Night of Champions, yes, they'll have the whole thing for them. And if it's not changed at Raw, it'll be changed fairly quickly after that.
Well, hold on.
But the next pay-per-view is until because that's
No, Money in the
SummerSlam.
Bank's in June.
Is it June?
'Cause it's in London, I believe. Yeah. Oh, it's July 1st. My bad.
Okay.
That gives
So
them a month.
is there any?
NXT.
There's no one in June, right?
NXT.
Oh, it don't fucking count.
Hey, you fucking have. That's what you know.
So I mean, if the fact that they have that and there's nothing in June, so it gives them a month for whoever they want to have win that one. So yeah, July 1st, Money in the Bank. Fucking SummerSlam's not till August, so yeah.
Yeah, because you have In Your House is set for June, which is NXT.
Oh, it's not even listed. I don't see it listed. So I see NXT Battleground 28th.
They may have
Right.
changed the name. That's not from WWE. That's the only one I could find.
Oh, yeah, I was looking at it, says Battleground is the 28th of May. That's all I'm seeing, but who knows? But yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're going to appease the masses when it comes to the Saudi princes and everything out there, because that's what they always do, and these matches mean absolutely nothing. So you'll have a whole bunch of random people thrown together to have a match, and who knows? And I don't think they'll throw SmackDown or Raw, hopefully,
No, they can't.
at each other. Well, they
can't.
can't, but
They can't. They can't, because that will so quickly unravel and undo all of Triple H's work and it'll make him look like he's the next Vince.
Well, that's also why they need to not go to Saudi. I don't care how much they pay them.
I don't think they're going to be in Saudi for too much longer, honestly.
There's no way they can get out of Saudi. They pay them way too much.
Endeavor has already been very vocal. So we'll see.
If that's the case, then maybe.
Because they owe WWE money. And once they get fully absorbed and bought by Endeavor and that gets through the whole process and the IPO, they don't have to abide by that anymore. They just have to finish out the contract. Some of them say, we don't want to deal with you anymore. Because Dana White is very outspoken about the Middle East. And see, as Dana White is UFC.
He's very well stressed how much he likes Saudi as well. Because the fights that they had there and the fights that they have there, he loves going there.
Oh.
He
good.
loves going to Saudi because of the money. Dana White can talk as much as he wants. He loves money.
Oh yeah.
The fact that he has a huge heart on for them as well because he likes the places that he gets to stay while he's there as well. He tours it all the time on social media. He shows a lot. He likes. I've never heard him say anything about it, and I don't read as much as you do.
It's been like 5+ years where he was just Saudi was in the news for bad shit.
Oh,
and
well,
he came out and he was like,
year, then.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
last year he was all over it.
Money talks.
Because it was.
I'm not denying that.
It had been since COVID. Since COVID started to now, when they had their big fight over there last year before, but I can't remember which one it was. It was a big one. He's loved it, but who knows? Times change, shit changes. I'm just hoping that they're able to get away from that. But yeah, we'll see what happens at Night of Champions because that's what's going to determine your next month. Yeah. And I think only a month, depending on who they want to do. So
someone's gonna get the title for a month. Hopefully not Omos. Hopefully not Lesnar. But who the fuck knows? It's now knowing it's in Saudi. God damn it, that changes my whole fucking. It could still be Seth Rollins. He's still a very very strong.
Oh yeah, he could.
Contender. But now I think it's gonna come down to Seth Rollins and Lesnar. That's it. I don't think Cody's gonna win. It's too soon to finish his story. But
if it's a battle royale, what says they don't put it back on Jinder Mahal?
Because he's in a good faction right now where they're building up the faction for him.
You're in Saudi.
I don't. Well, why not Mustafa? Why not Mansoor?
I mean, I'm just throwing out the whole.
I don't
time and place.
I don't think Jinder.
I mean, they put it on him for a reason back in the day when they first went there.
Well, they put it on before then, but leading up to it.
Yeah, leading up to it, yes.
Yeah. Poor reasons, but yeah. I don't think so. I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to say Seth Rollins and Lesnar. Those are my two people now.
Hey,
because they have such I think it's going to be those two because of how much they absolutely press WWE to have Lesnar at Saudi and how much money they just throw at him. So. But regardless, stay tuned for Night of Champion because we'll all fucking find out then. And are we going to do a fallout from this? I don't feel like we need a fallout from this pay-per-view. I don't think we need one.
We can do I don't know.
It'll be one of those like off the records or after hour. I think it's an amazing.
Yeah, if for some reason it's an amazing pay-per-view, then yeah, sure, we'll do one. But I don't think it will be.
No, I think it's going to be a after hour style podcast where it's just you and I bullshitting after the recording.
Yeah.
So, yeah. With that said, let's just end it on that amazing high note.
Don't you yell at me.
But yeah, just ended on that because I don't have anything good for Backlash. So thanks for tuning in to this episode. Don't forget, every Thursday night, Rahgel and I stream live on our respective platforms, and we just have tons of bullshittery fun. And we won a duos match. Check it out. It's pretty good. We won a duos match in Call of Duty last Thursday.
We did win one.
Yeah,
we
we
got our
did.
ass kicked in DMZ.
So
Yeah.
fucking hard. But that's for another episode. Until next time, everyone. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. I'm out here. Here's Mini Lizzo. Kick it away.
We'll see what happens this weekend. Should be a good one. Till then, bye, bitch. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. We are the two angry old people. Sit around and sip our drinks loudly in the microphone.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, fucking right.
But it's been entertaining since we've been doing this, and also the way that a lot of our lives go and how angry we get at many different things.
We're just old grumpy men at this point.
Yes.
And we're not even in our 40s yet.
So we were.
Someone's closer, but not me.
I'm. Fuck you. I'm 40. But
Are you
before we start
really?
recording,
I
yes,
think we
I'm
go
40.
over this every time.
Yes, I'm 40.
I forget you're like 7 years older than me.
I'm fucking 40. But before
Sorry,
we started
8. I'm only
recording,
32.
We started talking about the way that
Bar
nightlife
life.
has changed for us, or lack thereof, because there is no nightlife anymore for us. My nightlife consists of
This is nightlife for me.
I go to bed by 9 o'clock on a Friday because I know I don't have to wake up early.
Yeah.
And I take that back. Majority of the time I have to wake up early because kids play sports and there's baseball, there's track, other stuff that I have to keep up with. Never any process of driving somebody. I'm a full-time chauffeur along with a full-time job, everything else. But like bar life is not a thing anymore.
It hasn't been a thing for me in like 12 years. No, sorry, 10 years. 10 years, sorry. 11.
Probably a solid one of that. Yeah,
11.
I'm not a
11 years.
and I'm not going to complain. I don't miss it. I don't miss that life at all.
Nope. No, I don't. The last, like, other than for those of you who somehow don't fucking know, because I know it's a big fucking deal for college kids, my city, Manhattan, Kansas, has a very big event once a year called Fake Patty's Day. It's the week in before St. Patrick's Day. I say it's a big deal because we literally get people from all over the nation, from literally California to New York, Florida to Washington, all over. And they come in all for Fake Patty's Day. It's the one day of the year where it's well, not one day. It's one of like 3 days. The other 2 days are state rival matches, K-State versus KU, or K-State versus any Missouri team. And even then, that's hit and miss depending upon who's doing what that year. But Fake Patty's Day is such a big day where people go down to Aggieville, which is where all the bars are at. And it's just nonstop drinking from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., I think, is when the bar closes. And that's probably the last time I've properly been at a bar. And by properly, I mean, like, I actually went to the bar to go drink. And that was... we weren't married yet. So 2013. Yeah, my first year. Maybe we were married. 2013 or 14. I did Aggieville for Fake Patty's Day with my now in-laws, my brother-in-laws, and that was not fun. Mostly because it's a lot of beer, and if you have not been paying attention to this podcast, I don't do beer. I do hard liquor. So it's a lot of green beer. A lot of green beer. I don't miss it. I miss the German nightlife I used to have. Again, whole different environment. You'll find out in September when you're there for Oktoberfest.
It's way different. I mean, back when we were younger, back in the day, I mean, able to go out and do the whole nightlife
Some
thing.
longer
Like,
back than others.
it was shut up. It was enjoyable, but like I don't miss it at all. I don't see you're going out. I
I
don't
don't
know.
think I could use the word enjoyable. Like, it was tolerable. It hung out and tolerated certain people in my life.
Yeah.
But even back then, like, I'd never, even when I was over in Germany, stationed there, I never had the urge or desire to be like, oh my God, I gotta go to the bar. I gotta go to the Red Line. I gotta go wherever. Like, I had no desire to just go. And I don't know if it came down to the financial side of, I don't really want to pay $6 for a beer when I could go pay $12 for a whole case of beer.
Yes.
So, or I don't want to pay $6 for 2 ounces of liquor for a shot.
See, and that's where when I was growing up, that's what we did. We'd get the case of beer and stuff like that. But I grew up in a small town.
Same.
All of our parties were in back roads, in cornfields, on gravel roads, everything like that. Is that you had to drive to get them, and you had to find a way to get the alcohol, get the beer and stuff like that. And then
It was a challenge.
also
You were
you didn't have the luxury of a cell phone to say, hey, the party's here, the party's there. We had meeting points all around town that we would meet up at, communicate this in the manner that the local cop, and I just said cop because there was only one on duty normally, had no idea where we were at. And so we did that, we communicated that, and then we figured out how to tactfully get there without letting anybody know. And we had about 7 or 8 different spots that we would go to. But I was back home this past weekend, and I drove into town fairly late on a Friday night, and there was nobody. I mean, it was dead. And
Just another weekday for me in my small town.
When I was younger on a Friday night, we were all out. Everybody was out driving around. You know, we had a certain loop that we would drive around. And yes, I'm going to sound extremely old, but that's what it was. You would go out and you drive around in a certain path you would take, loop you would go around. And
why does that to make you sound old? Because I do this still to this day, where I was like, I'd rather like, even if I'm door dashing or not, like, I will take my kids and we will just go on a car ride. Not so much now since, gas got really high, but even when like my wife and I first started getting together, when we had our first kid, I had no problem just drive this very specific loop all around the city here. And I may take, a different back road every now and then, but I just drive a loop and listen to music. And that was peaceful for me. I enjoy it.
That's what we did. It was music and driving around.
Can you tell we're from the fucking Midwest?
But that's what we did. And it was enjoyable. We would drive around, we would park, people would hang out, talk bullshit back and forth. They would figure out where we're going to go for a party. And then after that, we did what we did.
Pass out in the cornfield or go home. One of those two.
Yeah. Or it would get busted and everybody would be running around the cornfield trying to get back to their car, figure out how to get home and not get arrested, which there was fatalities every now and then of people getting arrested. Fatalities is arrested, not dead.
I was like, hold on a second. What? This fucking escalated quick. I was sure people got arrested, but dead?
Collateral damage is more than fatalities. But yeah, people get caught every now and then. But I got arrested for an MIP when I was 14 or 15. And then that was the first or second time. But yeah, I got caught. Just some of the shit that happens growing up in a small town, you're eventually gonna get caught doing that. But man, it's way different now than how it was back then, and I don't miss going out at all.
There's
now
about 30-year difference for you.
I will have people over and hang out, but going to a bar and stuff like that, no, thank you.
That's too many people in my house. No.
No, I'm not saying I'll throw parties. I have, like, when I say people, it's the family comes over And even our family right now is when it's the other half side, that's a good 18 people.
No.
If it was to go my side, you're looking at 6.
Like if it's more than 2, that's way too many fucking people. I don't give a shit how big your house is. That's way too many fucking people. Like I am more introvert than extrovert, but no, way too many fucking people in my house. That's my place where I can go and poop in peace and quiet and not have to worry about, am I going to clog somebody else's toilet? Do I have to ask for toilet paper? Where's the plunger? I can poop peacefully, knowing I know where all that stuff's at. You think I'm joking?
No, I mean,
I don't like that.
it was crazier than it is now because the kids obviously have gotten older. There are 8 or 9 kids throughout the family. So
You have 3 of them.
I have 3 of them, and
You
but it's
hold
gotten,
a third.
they have gotten better since they've gotten older. When they were younger, oh boy, so much screaming, running around, everything else. That's starting to kind of mellow down a little bit, so it's
For
not
now.
as bad. So I mean, they're getting up in their double digits now, so they're a little bit different.
That younger is gonna go through a phase here in about
Oh, the
6
youngest fine,
years.
but when they're all in their single digits, it's way different because they all run around and scream and everything else. Now, more than half of them are older and do their own thing, so it's a little more tolerable. But they do revert back every now and then and want to run around and play hide and seek, and that's where I want to just take them all up and tie them and put them in a corner. But
I just
they're
locked
funny.
the door.
They run around. It cracks me up with the way that they do stuff. Because I mean, they've all obviously known each other their entire lives, so it's the fact that they can still do that and get along, and haven't come to the point that they want to just absolutely go at each other, has made it even more entertaining. Because I know when I was younger with my cousins, we would go at it. I mean, we'd be together like an hour, and at some point we'd be like, "I don't want to see you anymore. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Leave me alone. Go away."
That's such an interesting dynamic because like my dad's side of the family, fucking 80, 90 plus cousins when I was growing up. And I had who's my closest cousin? In age. The closest like age group cousin was still like 5, 6 years older than me. Or 5, 6 years younger than me. So like my younger brother and I, we were a year apart. Him and I had no one on my dad's side to kind of relate to. We had a cousin that we got closer to. He was probably one of the fewer cousins, but even then, I think he's 5 years older than me, 6 years older than my brother. But then on like my mom's side, where there was at that time 7 cousins, drastic difference. Catholic family, not. But my mom's side of the family, there was only like 7. And we had 2 cousins who were the same age as my younger brother and I are. So a year apart from each other, but same age group as us. And then from there, the next cousin was like 2, 3 years younger, but still all relatively close. And the 2 older ones, our group, we always got along. The few times we would see each other, and then even one of them went to high school with me the last couple years in my high school and still had no issues. We ran 2 totally different groups. Nerd / jock with, I have no what you could call whatever group she was in, because it wasn't the smart people, wasn't choir, wasn't debate, wasn't the nerds, wasn't jocks, wasn't popular. It was just her weird little group of friends. Like weirder than the emo kids. That makes sense. And if you don't know what the emo kids are, I don't know how to explain it to younger generations.
We never
anymore.
had emo kids growing up.
We had wannabe emo kids. That's like
Ours
the
were
nicest
goth. We
way to
never,
put
we
it.
never had emo. We had goth. That was the closest like emo we had.
Fucking
was
tomato,
goth.
tomato.
Yeah, but at the time it was goth. We never had emo
It was,
because
yeah.
it was
Well,
more
emo
just like
punk
something.
came out at that time. And that's when I think it went from goth to emo is the music change. Regardless, they wore lots of black. They didn't know shit about the actual goth. And I remember that because I remember quizzing one of them in class during a debate session and just making them look stupid. To be fair, they came after my faith. At the time, I was very knowledgeable about my faith and very hard-headed, driven into it. Now, I still know a lot. Yep. Yep.
All right.
Look, the Bible has not changed in centuries. It's fine. The other shit I read changes on a daily basis.
So, I mean, growing up like that, dealing with the different groups. I mean, ours were being a small town. We didn't have very many different groups. We had a few. We had a few goth, I think, slash emo. What do you want to call them? Our jocks, but our jocks were tied in with a lot of different things as well.
Yeah.
So we had our, you could say nerds, but a lot of our nerds were jocks also.
Same.
So it's kind of one of the things, like everybody seemed to kind of get along, but they were also segregated to different.
That's the word you want to go with on
It's
this
like-
in this sentence?
It was more of
You want to go with segregate just versus separated? You want to go with that hard of a word?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was. I mean, it was one of those things. But I mean, like, the way
It's
that
not how it sounds to the ears. That's all I'm saying. And you are from a
think we
small
had-
town in Missouri, so I'm not saying it's
I mean-
not possible.
I think we had more between the goth and more of a punk grunge. What it was. That's what
Grunge.
it's for. Grunge.
You are older enough
The-
to have a grunge
The
community.
grunge. The grunge. Well, we had Nirvana. That whole grunge, because it was grunge, and our goth was like maybe one or two people, but we have more grunge than anything.
Yeah. So for again, my graduating class of high school, 70 people.
You're way more mine.
My graduating class of 8th grade, 11. Just kind of put it in perspective, like small itty bitty group. High school consisted of 6 different towns to make up 70. But regardless, we had like kind of similar our emo slash goth slash grunge, because they were just a hodgepodge. They were fucking weird kids, like hardcore weird kids. And there were 6 of them. None of them were in like choir or debates or K's or jock.
You think
There we go.
Ace?
K's, K-A-Y.
Oh, what is that?
Oh, what's the best way to explain it? It was. It's an organization. It still is an organization where you joined up and kind of think like Dare, but without the heavy influence of don't do drugs. You got together and you learned leadership skills. You learned real life skills. It was an organization that was designed to prepare you for adulthood. So you could take like financial planning with them. You can learn how to properly manage your money inside the finances. You can learn how to meal prep. Like it was this weird little just hodgepodge of just leadership training is the best way they put it. It was designed to make you know how to be a fucking decent human being with training skills and not be a useless sack of shit out of high school like so many kids are. I don't know how to explain it other than that. There's a proper way, I'm sure. And then you had jocks. But even then, like, if you played sports, we were not a big enough school to, like, for football, for example, your offense comprised of probably 5 or 6 players were also your main defense players. There was that much of a bleed over between the two.
Oh, you had
And
2-way.
And then, no.
Were you guys 8 or 11? Do you know?
We were
Remember?
11 men. I
11,
remember.
okay.
Yeah, we were 11. The weird thing is like we were 4A for the longest time. Is that the number one? The top one? Forget how high school goes now. Where the top tier is, like the biggest classification, we were lumped in that for my freshman and sophomore year, and it wasn't until like halfway through my junior year they finally got reduced down and we started facing people more of our caliber because we were just getting mud stomped. We were just getting fucking destroyed by all these very preppy schools like Rose Hill and Wichita. And but again, you would bleed over. So if say your defensive line was very much your offensive line. So if one of them got hurt, we had more linemen's on the bench than anybody else. We would have probably 10 or 12 spares of linemen because they would cycle in for the other guys. And then as far as the other, 6 positions, maybe 1 or 2 extras, if that. So it was kind of a joke. But just that small. So your jocks, whoever played sports typically did choir too, or if they did sports, they also did debate / forensics. There we go. And if they also did sports, they probably did computer science, which was barely starting up at that point. And the closest to that was graphic design, which was my forte. Yeah. The emo punk side of the house never bled into any other groups. Like, these were weird fuckers. So.
Okay, I didn't have computer class until I was like a sophomore in high school.
You
And that was
count
just teaching us how to
keyboarding lessons?
That's exactly what it was.
That was my 5th grade. 6th grade?
I think our seventh grade,
Fifth?
7th or 8th grade, we had it as well because that's when I started playing Oregon Trail. I would harvest buffalo like a fucking madman.
We had Oregon Trail my kindergarten year.
What you have? You had computers your kindergarten year?
The green computers, yeah. And we were
Damn.
still on half days.
Balling like crazy. Fuck computers back then.
Yeah. And that school got shut down a few years after I left.
I mean, our first computer was the Gateways. I remember those fucking computers. Because Oregon Trail was the big one we had, and then Math
Always
Blaster
died
was
of
the other one.
dysentery.
Yep. We had Math Blaster.
Hell, I play
And
fucking
Oregon
Oregon Trail now. I still die of dysentery. Almost 30 years later, I still die of the same damn disease. I think the game's rigged.
You killed 200 pounds of buffalo, but you can only carry 20 pounds of it. Well, that's okay. I killed all those fuckers.
This river looks low. Looks like you can pass. Oh, it seems like you drowned. What? I was riding the stagecoach. How the fuck did I drown?
Yeah, exactly. Shit always happens. It's fucking bullshit.
You want to prepare for life? Go play Oregon Trail.
Yeah.
Disappointment.
Yeah, fucking hate your life.
But no, again, we're very small. I've talked about it in other episodes. We're like very small town, and that's very loosely used. Barely had a co-op that had gas station. But it's just so weird. Like, even I have not been to my hometown in probably 8 years now. 6 years? 6 to 8 years, something like that. And the last time I was, they opened up I'm using this in heavy quotations, y'all, pizza shop. You know those pizza makers you can buy from like Amazon or probably Walmart or whatever? It's just a small little 6-inch table and it gets rotated. It has a heating lamp, it looks like. But it looks like somebody's doing the claw and just bottom side, They operated 6 of those, and that's how they made their pizzas. And they were expensive. It was called LM&O Pizza. We'll never forget it. The biggest attraction in my city, the library. It was a very nice library. Not 2 stories. It was just a really nice library. Nothing else was in that town until summertime. Then the pool, and the pool was a joke. So, yeah. Great childhood.
See, ours, we never, I mean, we had a pool, I never went to it. Occasionally I would go, but I hated swimming. I never enjoyed swimming, never found it fun.
Love swimming.
I hate it. I hated swimming. Never a fan of it.
Could you not swim? Is that why you just sank? That's coming
Wasn't
from
a
a fat
fan.
kid. I floated.
I wasn't a fan of water. Like I would swim, but I wasn't a fan of it. Like not a huge. Like I'm better now, but I don't like it. I've never been a huge fan of it. Like oh, let's go swimming. Like I really don't care. Like I'd rather do like a slip and slide. I guess I don't know. Never been a huge fan of like water in general. Like I want to see the oceans and like that, but I'm like, if I don't, I don't.
I've
I'm
seen
not gonna be mad.
3 of the oceans. One I go to pre-annually, once a year. I won't go this year, thankfully. But I don't give a shit about the ocean. Not in like the environmental friendly side of the house. I just don't care to go visit them or swim in them or
Throw my
anything.
trash in
Like-
the ocean. Fuck the sea turtles.
But fuck the sharks. But like, I'm one of those people who have weirdly, like growing up, barely any imagination. Now as an adult, super overactive imagination that gets me in a lot of trouble. And if you couldn't tell on the podcast, but like every time we go, I will stay mostly in the sand, but then occasionally I get that little dose of adrenaline where I'm like, I'm fucking Superman. There ain't no sharks around here. I've done enough Shark Week tutorials. I've seen enough. I've studied enough. I've read enough. They're not going to come within 6 feet of this. And I'll start counting out 6 feet into the ocean. And you can literally see me mouthing. You'll see me just go, 1, 3. And I'll just wait there. I was like, oh, this is pretty nice. Well, let me take out a couple more feet. And the moment something, anything touches my feet under the water, bitch mode gets activated so damn quick. I'm booking it back. I was like, no, I'm done. Fuck it. I won't run, but you'll definitely see me just turn tail and just start walking really aggressively for like, no, I'm good.
I'm done. Get me out. Get me out.
Like, I don't like this anymore. But you throw me in the lake, I'm like, okay, I'm good.
Fuck that. I grew up swimming. In
I don't
lakes
like the
and
lake,
shit.
but
no, thank you.
I grew up swimming, or not swimming, wakeboarding, and yeah, swimming, I guess. Hanging out, not camping, campfires, there we go, drinking at Cheney Lake. And if anybody doesn't know, if you're not from Kansas, you don't know where fucking Cheney Lake is. To put in perspective, it used to be a massive graveyard. And then several decades ago, I don't think they've even hit 100 years yet, they reallocated or removed most of the bodies to a whole different cemetery, but still built on top of a cemetery. And there had been half a dozen cases my high school years of bodies popping up from the grave and just floating to the surface in Cheney Lake. It was a nasty fucking water. But that lake and like 2 other ones in the state. And like even now I'll go to Tuttle Lake, which is 30 minutes away. But I will take the lake over the ocean, hands down, 99.9% of the time. Because I know I am safe. There is land 360 degrees around me. The ocean, they ain't land 360. You are getting swept out, you're done. The probability of surviving if you get drifted out to sea is damn near none. They cannot see you from the helicopter like they show in movies where it's like the chest coming up. No, you're fucking head bobbing around. You look like a goddamn speck above the air. Sharks are everywhere. Killer whales are everywhere. Dolphins are fucking goddamn near predators inside the, doing sexual activities against your will to you. There's fish. There's poisonous fish. There's snakes that can swim out there. There's fucking ocean spiders. Like, why the fuck's there a spider out in the ocean? Like, just everything's trying to kill you in the ocean. Lakes, only like a few things are trying to kill you.
But you have no idea what's underneath in a lake. You have no idea what snapping turtle's next to you, what snake is next to you. No, fuck that.
You know
No.
how many times I've been touched by any animal inside of a lake? 0. You know how many times I've been touched by either a jellyfish or a fish or a turtle or fucking something slimy that I still don't know? Several times at the ocean, and I don't scream, but I can tell you inside my head it is a loud ass scream like a little bitch. I'm no, just turn around and go. I'm done.
You can
Fuck
see.
this.
You can see in the ocean. You can't see. You cannot
Go.
see shit.
Go to the oceans on outside of Jacksonville, Florida. I'll tell you right now, my lakes are clearer than the ocean there.
And so you got the wrong ones.
Well,
We're in
Daytona
Mexico,
Beach is still
and
dirty too.
our middle son, him and I were in the water, and all of a sudden this big school of fish starts swimming by. He freaks out
No,
and jumps in my arms, and all I'm thinking is, okay, this big school of fish is going by us. What the fuck is making them come? So I'm looking past it. I'm like, if I see a fin, I'm like, I have to get him out of here and myself.
like it could be something as docile as like a swordfish or dolphin, but still, those things will fuck you up. You're gonna get speared, or you're gonna
Yeah.
you're gonna get assaulted against your will, or it's gonna be a shark. Look, there are several reports to back up my statement.
Oh yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you on what the dolphins. Yeah, no, I completely understand what you're saying. Trust me, I was looking to see if there was anything behind all that fish that was moving at a very rapid pace in one direction, but I didn't see anything, and there was a lot of people between us and the other fish that were coming. So if anyone was going to get hit, it was going to be them, not us.
I'll push you. I'll put your ass down too. Like it's me or you. I'm pushing you. I'm sorry.
So I enjoy the ocean enough to where I will get to probably waist deep, if that. That's about it, and that's pushing it because I won't go really any farther.
Yeah, that's about 6 to 10 feet out on Jacksonville. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done. That's about the extent of it. I did do a take a jet ski out, and that lasted
Nope.
probably about maybe 20, 30 minutes, and I was like, okay, this is dumb. I'm done. Because all I can think of the entire time, like there's something underneath me, I know it. And if I fall off this thing, I'm dead. Something's gonna eat me.
Not the fact that a rogue wave could take you out or a tidal current could take you out and you're done. Like, sure, you may be able to get back to shore, but what if it takes you so far out to the ocean, you don't know which way direction the shore is actually at. So you can keep driving. Your gas runs out, and now you're sitting on a fucking flotation device at this point with no cover. You're gonna die of dehydration or sunstroke. Like, it's fuck that. Fuck it.
So I was like,
A
I'm
lake.
gonna
A
go.
lake. I can drive north, south, east, or west, whatever. I'm gonna hit land.
True.
And you
Now
know,
there are.
game and fish are out there pretty hourly looking, so they're gonna see my
Yes.
dumb ass just floating. What happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
What the fuck does it look like it happened? Are you gonna take me to shore or not?
I'm on a picnic right now. Leave me alone.
I was just touching myself. You want to join? No? Take me back to shore.
Yeah, so I'm not a huge fan of the ocean. I've been in it. Don't enjoy it too much, but I do enjoy the whole beach aspect of things, but that's about it. I will sit my ass in the sand and enjoy it, but
That's
I
so
don't,
hit and miss for
I
me.
don't care about the water.
Because like the beach is, again, introvert side of me comes out, and I just hate people. I don't mind as long as there's space, but just like in public, there are shitty fucking kids. They're not mine. And why do I say that? Because if they're mine, I can scold them, I can reprimand them, I can yell at them, hell, I can cuss them out. Other kids, I can't do a damn thing. Other than just look at the parents and be like, can you tell your kid to stop fucking kicking sand in my way? Can you tell your kid to respect my privacy and get the fuck away from my shit? No, I don't want to share. No, I understand I'm 32. I don't want to share with your 8-year-old. Go away. It's 2023. This looks wrong. Go away. But like, then like that's mostly in Florida. But like my wife and I took a cruise about 5 years ago, and we went to the Bahamas. We went to Lake Nassau and where else we go? I have a surfboard that said all of it. We went to the Bahamas.
Oh,
Not
what the
crazy.
fuck do you have it
There,
posted
okay, so
somewhere?
like right here, there is a item. It's a surfboard that says like all the places we went to on our cruise. We visited like 3 or 4 islands. That water, crystal fucking clear, crystal clear. I still didn't want to go into it because my ass went. If I go beyond waist deep, I'm a good swimmer. I'm not a good enough swimmer to outswim something that lives in the water. Just saying. And we went there, and my wife is like, let's go do snorkeling. I don't know why. I can't figure out snorkeling to save my life at all. Because, like, you can explain it all you want, it ain't gonna fucking work. I've been shown it. I've been demonstrated. I watched YouTube videos on it. I Googled it. I've done all the documentation research I needed to fully understand. But the moment that tube goes in my mouth and that tube, it even slightly touches the tip of the water, I just go.
Did you do it with a like an excursion outside of the cruise?
No. It was. We were outside the
Oh.
cruise. My wife wanted to pay for the excursion to go do like this whole snorkeling through some, I want to say coral or something. I said no. And the only reason why is because before the excursion would have taken place, there was like 3 hours we were on land, and she's like, let's go see if we enjoy even snorkeling, because she hadn't done it before, and so she didn't know. I'd done like once or twice in the pool, and again, the pool was just like choking and throwing up water, and you laugh, but it's real. That's the only reason why it's funny. So we do that, and she kind of has it under control. She definitely has it fucking under control compared to me. And after a while, she's like, "Okay, so you don't want to do that?" No, I almost died. I almost died. No, but like we went out to, I don't remember what excursion it was, but we got to play with stingrays. And I'm gonna tell you right now and be very honest. There was a big part of me that wanted to punch a stingray because of Steve Irwin. That was the only reason why. Because I was like, "You motherfucker, I should fucking just knock your ass out. Take one of yours." But we gotta play with the stingrays. We gotta feed one of the stingrays. We gotta hug a stingray. And it's really cool. They're very weird, like texture wise and feeling wise, like part slippery, part leathery. It's super weird, but really cool. But we are well below or well above waist deep to the point like I was just treading water. And they're like, "It's okay. This is protected area. We have a giant net around here. You can see the little bobbers out there. It's fine. Nothing's gonna get in. It's all protected. These animals can't escape." And my ass is instantly going like blue water, deep blue, water world, Jaws. And I'm like, "You understand these fucking animals gonna jump out of the goddamn water." Like Shark Week literally shows this guy. Like Shark Week literally shows fucking sharks just go 6 feet up in the air grabbing a bird. Fuck you! You're telling me they're gonna knock you over the 6-inch high water? Fuck you! No, So I was very much in a paranoid state of mind every time we went on these little excursions because I'm like, I don't like being in the water. And there's my wife over. You can see though, it's fine. And I'm letting you know right now, we're gonna stay closest to the shore. And if anything comes this way, I will be pulling people underwater. I will be pushing you underwater. You may get throat chopped. You may be gouged. I don't give a shit. I'm getting to that shore before you. Like, I went full on, just vicious. I don't give a shit. My life's in danger. I don't care if it's a goddamn, fucking Finding Nemo fish coming up. Clownfish just saying hi. No, fuck you. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Nope. And there's lionfish. Let's not even get started on them, or the rockfish. They're poisonous just to step on. I think it's mostly Australia, but that's still in my head when I go to the oceans.
With all like I had never been really on a vacation until we started dating, and first one we were listening to was Clearwater Beach in Florida, and
my ass went, "Why the fuck did you come to Kansas for your vacation?"
Clearwater Beach in Florida, and that's where Hulk Hogan lives and shit like that. It's like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, we'll go there. So I went there, and that's the first time I've ever really actually been in. That's Gulf of Mexico, so it's not really been ocean style, but that's the first ever like big body of water I've ever been in.
It's literally the ocean,
but it's the Gulf of Mexico.
It's still the ocean.
We went there, and I was like, okay, cool, yeah, did the whole thing there, and then we've been, many different places since then. But we went on a cruise as well, and we went to like the Virgin Islands, and came out of like San Juan and Virgin Islands and some other places I have no idea. But we did snorkeling as well. It might have been. But ours was an excursion and took us out on a boat and gave us the.
That's already a big no.
This was I enjoyed the boat ride. It was cool. It's like, okay, it's a big boat, so I could actually walk around and enjoy myself. You know, it's not like something I had to sit like side by side, military style.
Little
And
dinghy.
going out here, I can get up, I can walk around, I can enjoy it, I can look back and forth, enjoy everything seen around me. And it's to go swim with sea turtles. So, all right, cool. Sea turtles, no problem. And there's coral reef around. And so, but they give us you have your goggles, your snorkel, and then they give you a vest as well. All right, cool. No problem. Like, you can inflate your vest. So if you want to go deeper, you can deflate it, dive down. Just make sure that if you do, you go underwater, you blow out your snorkel. Cool, whatever. I've never snorkeled in my life. No idea. So they give you the flippers, get it all on. I'm in the water. I'm like, okay, see if we can do this. I get in the fucking water and I put my face down, and I swear it's like I can't breathe. Can't breathe. I'm not sucking water in, but I'm like, fuck. I'm like, how do you do this? Everybody else is just swimming along, enjoying themselves. Like, oh, look, turtles over there. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm dying. But eventually, I figured out it's okay. I just gotta fucking relax. So I started to relax, and I looked back, and she's turned around, flapping, splashing water. She's like, can't breathe. Like, just chill out. You're fine. You gotta relax. You gotta just chill and breathe. So eventually, we both ended up doing it, and man, I saw a fucking octopus.
Nope.
Pretty sure he gave me the finger and swam away.
It's the tentacle, but
those are the weirdest fucking animals I've ever seen. Alien little fuckers.
They're aliens, 100%.
But that was a different experience as far as snorkeling, because it took me a while to try and just get it down. But then I got cocky, of
staying
course.
calm. No, I don't stay calm in the ocean. Ain't no fucking way.
The fact that I could just lay there and float because of the shit that I had on, it gave me some confidence to it. So, but then I got cocky and I deflated it. I'm like, I'm gonna go down. Well, then I tried to
you served in the army without saying so.
Well, I tried to go underwater, and apparently I didn't inflate it enough or whatever, but I couldn't go underwater. So I keep trying to go down, and my flippers are above water, just kicking, and I'm trying to go underwater. And it's not working, so I'm getting pissed off. I'm like, this is not going to work. I want to go down, but they also have the sea urchins. They're like, if you see one, don't touch it because they'll sting the fuck out of you.
Yep.
Like, all right, cool. So I'm swimming. I'm trying to go down. Next thing I look to my left, there's a fucking sea urchin, not even a foot away from my face. I'm like, oh shit! Go the other way. Go the other way. Because I didn't notice the gigantic coral reef right next to my head. When I was swimming, I got too close to the side, apparently, because I was looking at other shit. Maybe the octopus that gave me the finger. I don't know what it was. But I got fucking distracted and I about stabbed myself in the face with a damn sea urchin. I was like, that would have felt great. But it's like that was fun. And the fact that doing that was definitely different. And another cruise is what I want to do, because the excursions you can do but I will not ever in my life get an interior room on a cruise. We got lucky and we got a balcony. There's no fucking way you can put me in a fucking can inside of those. I saw those rooms and I got claustrophobic just walking by it.
I haven't even seen inside those rooms. I just know, like, we hired a vacation specialist. I don't know if I can call it. There we go. We hired one of them people, and she asked us, and my wife's like, we need a balcony. We want the biggest room possible. And like, oh well, there's this suite and all this. We don't need that big of a room.
Oh yeah, no, you can have
but
the entire half of the boat.
With that said, one of the next cruises we go on, I do want that big of a room. I do want the one like it overlooks the entire back deck. There's nobody above me that can see me, and we just have like a nice big room, and there's glass, or there's a nice balcony or whatever. We got our own pool. Like, I want to just splurge and do that type of stuff. We also learned our lesson to buy the alcohol drink pass, not just the soda one.
Buy the
we
alcohol.
definitely. Well, so she just got. Yeah, so our daughter was barely a year old, so she's not a big drinker. I'm like, even back then, I don't drink a whole lot. Nowadays, I drink more than I did back then because Tuesday nights and Thursday nights. But
Oh yeah, blame it on that. That's why.
is
Blame it on that.
I'm a social drinker, which is
No,
probably
that's
why
why.
which is probably why we should have bought the goddamn alcohol pass. But but like we never got it. It was a 5-day cruise, but we never got it. And we looked back and we're like, yeah, we should have got it because
Mm.
I think, I know every day my wife alone would get like 1 or 2 Miami Vices. So strawberry daiquiri with pina colada. That's
Yep.
still her like go-to choice of drink now. And I was like, oh, we really should get it. It's like, no, we only, because we did the total. We each would have to get 10 drinks or more to justify the drink pass. It's like, that's where the break even was,
Mhm.
cost wise. And we're like, we're never going to get that. We barely drink as is. We'll do like one drink a day, maybe 2 if we're lucky. They had an arcade. Oh my God, we blew so much money on the arcade.
Nerds.
So much money in the arcade. I won a bunch of shit, but so much
Wow.
money in the arcade. And like we bought the Game Pass, and still that's still a lot of fucking money because you don't get unlimited plays. You only get like 100 per day.
Yeah.
But so much fucking money. And then we gambled a bit, and I just remember like looking back, it's like, yeah, next time we do a cruise, we're doing the full out drink pass. We're just gonna buy all the fucking passes because I want to be able to just get completely shit face. And there was not a day where, I mean, we weren't like 100% sober the entire cruise, but we definitely weren't drunk or tipsy or super drunk. Like so many fucking passengers were like at dinner time. I don't know if it was the same for your cruise. I'm assuming it's the same. But at dinner time, we had to sit with other people for dinner, and they were always they were pretty drunk, and they got a drink pass, and they had like 3 or 4 drinks within 1 hour time. They're like,
Oh yeah, no. Ours was we had. I think you could have those like
communal.
just communal style dinners, but like majority of the time was like we went to the we did a lot of the free restaurants because there's like 90% of them are
Yeah.
free.
All
So
of ours were free.
we did a couple of those. We had a couple in that we had to make reservations for. We paid for because of the the upscale ones, but I liked it because like shit, there was food all the time, drinks all the time, and like she fell asleep early one night. I'm like, oh, I'm not tired. I'm gonna walk around. So I went and I ate by myself. I was drinking. I was walking around. I was looking at stuff, and then I came back. I'm like, oh fuck, it's like 2 a.m. Like I think we're reporting at like 6 o'clock. I'm like, shit, I got 4 hours of sleep. She's gonna be up and ready to go. What am I gonna do? I'm drunk as shit. But of course, I got drop kicked and I was up and ready to go. But man, it's definitely I enjoy cruise. Oh, I've been on one cruise, but I enjoyed
Same.
it. It was a lot of fun, and the fact that I didn't have to worry about being anywhere at a
Shit.
certain time
You had to worry about shit.
other than your port times. You know, you're here, you're there, and you have to be back on the boat by a certain time. That's the only thing you had to worry about is not missing your port time, because you miss that port time, you're fucked. So, but I mean, being able to walk, you could stay on the damn boat the entire time if you wanted to, but the excursions were great that we had. Just the whole time we were there, it was a really good time. I was hoping to do another one soon, but man, there's just so much to do on a damn boat as well, and just the shit that they put on,
Yeah.
show wise and entertainment, is pretty fun as well.
I know, like, next cruise I want to do is an Alaskan cruise or even a North Pole cruise, which like, it's fucking freezing cold. And they don't go to the North Pole; they just go up like northern half of Canada. But that's all really cool because there's no real excursions; it's really just boat base. But that's one I want to do just because like I haven't seen that area of the world in the U.S.
So my parents did that one, and there are excursions they did. They took a helicopter on top of an iceberg. and shit like that. There are a few, but I don't
I'm
know
sorry,
really.
an iceberg just sank, or not just, that's the wrong word to use.
That's
An
my
iceberg
fucking-
sank fucking ship. So like that's really the
oh,
only thing
yeah.
that stops me from committing
Yes.
to it. That's why I was
Yeah.
like, Alaska, sure. Canada, sure. Oh, go out to no. We're gonna stay within like 300 miles of the shore.
But
Stay away
that's
from
like-
the middle.
But at the same time, like, do I want a balcony at that point? Because I'm not gonna be able to really be out there and enjoy myself unless I'm covered up with a blanket and
Well, that's the thing.
layers of
Like
clothes.
one of the cruise lines, I think it's Virgin, maybe, or maybe it's Norwegian. But regardless, they have a really nice suite where it does have like an actual balcony you can go out on, but it has a heating lamp smack dab in the middle, and it has a hot tub, and then you have a pool on the inside of your room. Or
I'm
not-
sorry,
pool-
there, you bougie
pool's very-
fuck.
Pool is a very like
No, that's fine. It's
it's
okay.
Not, it's not,
Your
it's not the
heated
it's
pool,
not, shut
your
up,
hot
shut up. It's
tub
not
and
the way.
everything,
Shut up, shut up.
You
It's not.
bougie son of a bitch.
It's not like a big pool, but it's still like it's a
yeah,
pool.
but it's
It's a
no,
pool.
but it's
By definition. It takes up a quarter of your room, but it's a pool.
sorry. Us basic people can't afford that with your bougie self over there.
Oh, we can't afford it. This would be something like we spend all the money we save for the year on it. But
But take a
it
second
only co-
mortgage out to go to cruise.
no, I was looking at it. I mean, pre-COVID, of course. But it was only going to run like $6,000-$7,000. I was like, okay, that's not bad.
Jesus. Yeah, no, I mean, yes, they're not cheap.
No,
Yeah,
they're not.
I get it. They're not fucking cheap. They're not.
But like the cruise we went on was like $3,000. So I was like, okay, 6-7 grand for Alaskan ones, 5 days, 4 nights, 5 nights, 4 days, whatever. 5 days we're gone. And I was like, yeah, that's not bad for this really nice room. We get this big, luxurious California king bed. We get all the amenities. They deliver everything. And keep in mind, introvert, but I can enjoy all this without ever having to fucking see anybody else. I can be on a cruise by myself in my room and only have to see other people when I board and unboard. But yeah, probably like $10,000 now. But that's just one I want to do. But we also would love to do another Caribbean one because that was just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But
We
probably
got
stick to
lucky.
a adult only because we went on a one that had kids on it. It was very fucking obnoxious at points.
We got lucky with ours because she won it off the radio. She won a 7-day,
Oh,
6-night, 7-day cruise, and
I heard she went off the radio.
she won it off
I
the
was like,
radio.
what
She
the
won
fuck happened?
She won the cruise off the radio.
That's
and
cool.
So all we had to do was pay for flight.
Yep.
So we had all that, and I think we had to pay for the drink package as well.
Yeah, because it's always base necessities.
So we paid that. I think we paid for the basic package of Wi-Fi as well, just so they could call the kids when we needed to. So that was her, not me. I could care less, but she wanted to make sure we could talk to the kids. So
I was the same way. Like when
I
we
was
did
like,
our cruise, my wife's like, "Do we need the Wi-Fi?" Oh, it's fine. We'll hit up the Wi-Fi when we hit the islands because they have free Wi-Fi there.
oh, she wanted to talk to the kids. I said, okay, cool, it's whatever. So, and it was Norwegian Cruise Line. So we had the drink package, the Wi-Fi, and I think we had I think we got water as well. Just we had hydration of some kind
Yeah.
other than the
Like
alcohol.
Yeah, they have like a base hydration pack.
Yeah.
They have like a deluxe hydration, which includes all your sodas, and they have an alcohol pass. At least Caribbean did. That's their 3 drink passes because they also had
it's
they
about the
also
same
had a
thing.
food pass, and that's the one we got where we. So our restaurants weren't free, but all the food on the boat we were free. We didn't have to charge the room or anything.
Yeah, so we had to make reservations for a couple places that were like the high end like steak houses or the steak places, and one was like a sushi place, whatever too. But doing all that, we just had to pay for airfare and then the other extra
Yeah.
package stuff. But everything else was paid for, and we got a balcony for that as well.
Very
so
nice.
we got lucky as shit on that one. So we saw that without having to pay for all that, and that's what we will do every time. Of not doing the interior. Oh my gosh! Like I walked by those rooms, like I said, I don't know anybody can live in that. Like I couldn't do it. You're looking through a hole this big. Like, oh, there's the outside. Oh, you
I'm
see
trying to
that?
think of it
Oh,
like
no,
I know
no,
we had to have walk by. No, No, because we were on 14th or 15th.
Mhm.
So we just walked probably like 200-300 feet to the left of our room, went down an elevator, and we were on the main floor. So we never walked past any other room that didn't have a balcony. But we had like a privacy balcony, I guess would be this. But like you couldn't see the balcony to the right or the left.
Mhm.
I definitely leaned over. I was like, "Somebody over there? No, what about
Yeah.
over here? Oh, no,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
okay.
You're looking. Yeah.
I was looking below too, but that's when my, you know, phobia of heights kicked in really quick. Of oh, hey, nope.
Oh yeah.
Sit
It
back
kicks
here.
in quick then. But I mean, being able to see the ocean like that was cool. Listening to it like at night and just being out
Dude,
there,
that's so
listen to
fucking
that.
dark at night.
It's dark as shit, but it's calming as hell at the same time.
It's
Like if you look
it's a
past the
it's a
eeriness
double
of it,
head. It's a
yes,
double sword because
it's
it's like
eerie as shit.
it's very calm. It's very cool. It's amazing.
Mhm.
Like from that perspective, it's still like it's awing. It's just amazing. But then the flip side of going, it's so fucking dark.
Fuck yeah, it is.
You can't see anything.
But you don't
What's
see
going on
shit.
out here?
Yeah, it's
You can't
fucking
even see the
weird.
waves at the base of the boat either. Like it's just so
No.
pitch black. I was like,
How fucking dark it is. And then you're thinking like, okay,
if I fall over,
what the fuck happens? Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, if I fall, won't anybody hear me? Because I guarantee I'm screaming like a bitch the entire way down.
I'd be whistling.
Every fucking sound I can make will be happening on the way down into the water. And then I don't know. After that point, I'm just like, okay, well, cool. I'm gonna get eaten now
I'm
because
dead.
you're not gonna
That's
find
all.
me.
Nope.
There's no way in fucking hell you're gonna find me. You can
Nope.
bring whatever boat you want. I guarantee I'll be screaming the entire time, but you're not gonna find me. Now you put me in an Alaskan cruise? No. You hit that water, you're fucking dead.
You better hope
Freeze
you're
my
dead.
ass off. Ugh.
I don't know, I mean, we're kind of in the same boat because like that was our first cruise too, but we paid for it, unlike you. And
We got lucky.
you did get really fucking lucky.
Mhm.
But like it was the only like detractor we had from it was the fact that there was kids there and there were teenagers there and kind of like there was moments where it really mostly me probably where it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way because I'm like you're letting your kids just run rampant through here and like I know well what if they get kidnapped? They ain't leaving the fucking boat. But still
True, but
there's
still
other
some
shit
fucking
that can
weird people.
happen.
Yeah.
And like I don't know. I know we've talked about like would we ever take our kids on one? And I was like, yeah, when they get older, like
Mhm.
teenage years, sure. I don't think I would ever take a kid underneath 12 or underneath 10 on a boat. I just too many. This is me. Too many fears of not even fears, acknowledgments of realistic situations that take place. Military really just kind of ruined that with my job. Everything I saw, I was just going, no, I don't ever want to be put in that position. I don't ever have to wonder about where my kid's at, and I would be up my kid's ass 24/7. Where are you going? All right, here's an Apple Air tag. Don't lose it. I'm gonna follow you. Even then, I probably wouldn't let them go by themselves. It'd be like, I'm coming with you. Oh, you don't like Dad being with you? Tough shit.
Yeah.
It's
And
too
yeah,
much anxiety for me to have them on it.
We when we were there, we had one. I don't know why it was. This one family, we always ran into them, and it was mom and dad and their kids, and their kids were fucking assholes. They were disrespectful in any way they could be towards their parents, and no matter what we did, anytime we went somewhere, they were there. And I'm like, can I fucking avoid these people, please? I hated it. Like every time we went somewhere, they were there. I'm like, fuck, like, please. Like, just punch your kid in the throat. Just do it one time. Just do it. I will fucking high five you and hug you if you just punch your kid in the throat because he's an asshole. Can you just do that? Like, how do you not see it or understand? Your kid's a dick. Like, just punch him in the throat. It's fine. You're in international waters. They can't do anything. You're fine. I won't say
Not
shit.
punishable crime. It's fine.
Yeah, just fucking karate chop him in the throat. I don't care.
Yeet him off the boat. It's fine.
Flick him in his Adam's apple.
Make
That
another
shit
one.
hurts too. I mean, shit, like they were just fucking little assholes. And everywhere we went, we ran into them. It wasn't probably until halfway through the cruise we never saw them again. But like the beginning of them, like if I'm stuck with these people every time, I'm gonna fucking kill somebody
Yeah.
because they were killing the entire vibe of everything. They would just argue about everything. I'm like, you're on a fucking vacation. Apparently, you're spoiled as shit if this is nothing to you and you're used to it. You're an entitled piece of shit. If you come to this stuff and you're like, you want to act like that, I don't know what the hell you're going to do.
That's the worst part. Like we had somebody similar to that. We had a couple couples, so 4 people, that we would always just run into on our off, like whether on the boat or on excursions or just islands. And they, when I say they were ratchet, I'm talking about like think hardcore stereotypical ratchet,
Mm-hmm.
and like by that they were white people, but they were just so trashy people. They, from the way they dress, the way they sound, to their vernacular, to the way they behave, just so fucking bad. And they were so god awful loud, like unnecessary loud. We could hear them when they were um, unboarding the boat, even though they were on a whole different half of the boat. We could hear them when we're on the island, and they were always part of our excursions. Everyone we did, and they were always late to them. And the woman was always just pissing and moaning. And it's just like, it was so bad, to the point where I think they got kicked off of the Stingray one because we were full, and you could of course prepay for the excursions, or you could like take your chance and pay for it there. And I remember distinctly one of the couples didn't pay. They showed up and then they tried to pull the Karen move of, well, I paid online, I have a confirmation, blah 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 blah. And those guys just, you're not in our system, we don't have your name down.
Don't
That's
give a
bullshit.
shit.
Well, you're not here, so go on. You can, if you want to stay around here, you can watch. But if you cross this line, you open up my gate, I'm telling you right now, that big security dude is going to make you go back to the boat. And you'll be kicked off the boat, and possibly you will unboard at the next docking station. So just be aware of that. And they did kick off a few people. And it was just so bad with them. And they ruined the vibe, like you said. But I just remember them because they were also part of the dinner time, because like I said, everyone at dinner, if you went and ate in this big giant dining hall, you got partnered up with another couple to sit with, and that was probably the most socialization I did with anybody else. And they're a really cool
I would
couple
hate
that we hung out.
I'd fucking hate that.
I don't like social interactions, we've been very clear about that, but they're really cool people. He served in the military, she served in the military, so like common ground, common denominator there, sharing stories and everything. We're just swapping. They're really cool. Super drunk all the time. And like they kept inviting us to go out everywhere. I got the vibe at one point that they may have been swingers. I'm not sure why, but they were just super over friendly, and they shared way too much. Like I'm very private about my life. Like I will tell you about my hobbies. I will tell you about the things I'm working on, me. But if you want to know what like my kids are doing, you want to know about my wife, you want to know what my wife's like, I won't fucking share that information. That's mine. That's my private life. While these people are over there like, yeah. So we went to cacao. No, not cacao. That's chocolate. It's spelled like cacao, but it's not cacao. I'm fucking butchering the word, I know. But we went to the island and came back, had dinner. Never saw them there. We went to Jimmy Buffett's restaurant. That was on the island. And came back. And he was no problem at all. So what fun stuff did you do? Oh, we went to the Stingray. We did this and that. We had fun. We went to Jimmy Buffett's eatery that was down there, which was really cool. I wanted to do that. That's always been something I wanted to do. And they're like, yeah. So we go, what'd you do? Oh, did you see that XYZ building? Yeah, wasn't that restricted? I'm pretty sure we weren't supposed to go to it. Like we didn't go to it. Oh, was it? What? What'd you do? And of course, that's like curiosity killed the cat for me. I was like, what was in there? Was anything good? Oh yeah, and they went on to proceed in about 10 minutes of lengthy detail of the fornication they went through. I'm just like, all right. I just looked at my wife. I was like, I
I don't know where to go from here.
Oh, well, honey, we're invested in this now. So be prepared to become a swinger because the pineapples are flipping right now. So this is our life now.
What's even
The
funny?
cruises you fucking signed us up for.
It's funny
Where the
though.
hell
Like
are we?
I don't remember. I don't remember if it's that day or another day. But regardless, there was a meal I got in that did have pineapple, some Jamaican meal. I just remember scraping the pineapple off, and I don't like pineapples. That's the only reason why I remember that. Just, I remember at dinner and just be like, oh yeah. Ugh. So I asked if I could get no pineapples. And like, that's not really how the kitchen works. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Okay, that's fine. I just had to ask. Less work for you if I say don't put this on my plate, but if they're all lined up and you just gotta take it, that's fine too. Whatever.
Mhm.
I was like, yeah, no pineapple. So looking back, it's kind of funny. Remember that. But yeah, it was just very graphic. I still remember some of it. I remember looking at her, looking at him, and he was a bigger dude too. She was a tiny, petite woman. I was like, that's not possible. Physics.
So he just spins her like a top the entire time. No, this is a good.
No,
we're
not big as
good.
in tall. Like,
Yeah, big as in like
big boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rotund.
I'm just like,
yeah, just spin her around.
and there's literally a point where you can just see me staring at them like cockeyed. Just,
How
What?
does this work?
I'm
Explain.
over.
I'm sure they would have broke it down for you if you'd asked.
It's pretty broken down.
Explain to me. So, how does this work between you two?
Not gonna lie, it'd be a lie if I said I didn't think about it because there was definitely times when I was like, I have questions. I have lots of questions, but I don't want this conversation to go any further. I don't know how to end this. I don't know how to go through with this conversation. So, and it was a quick,
Oh,
so it was neat inside there. Okay, yeah. I almost died snorkeling. So, what else did you guys do?
yeah. I guess one thing we'll probably look at another cruise. Not for your pineapple excursions, but just for the fact of what
Pineapple
we enjoy.
Express, thank you.
I think for what we enjoy of it, I definitely go on. I don't want to do Alaska. A friend of mine wants to do Alaska with us. And I don't fucking, I hate cold, and I don't want to spend money to go be cold.
You need
Like-
warm on the inside.
Fuck that. Like we live in Iowa. Like it fucking, I hate cold weather. Like I'm not gonna spend it in a vacation to go be cold. Like in my head,
That's
it makes
fair.
no fucking sense.
I want to go do the European ones, where like it's the tour of Greece where you go
Oh,
through all
that'd
the
be cool
islands.
as shit.
Like I didn't do that while I was overseas, and I upset I didn't. But at the same time, I also visited Greece. I visited virtually every country over in Europe.
Hmm.
So not a big deal. But at the same time, I would love to go on a cruise over there. I think that'd be amazing. An adult only cruise. Because fucking children ruin everything for vacation. So other people's children. Let me rephrase that. Other people's children ruin everything.
I have seen though adult only cruises. You do run into some.
Interesting people.
And yes. That is one too.
But is it run into interesting people or not be able to punch somebody else's kid because they're fucking obnoxious and they don't respect the parents? The parents don't do
you
anything.
can always just get in the right space and just fucking slap the shit out of somebody. I mean, you can just hip check somebody too. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I was carrying my tray, didn't see your kid there. My bad. I mean, but majority of the time, it's not it's not the kids that I had the problem with. A lot of it's the parents.
No, mine's
That
the
was the
teenagers.
problem.
There's
It was
so
like-
many on them.
There are the teenagers, but also it's the parents that are like, oh, it's okay, you're good. Like, no, like pull your head out of your ass and get your shit together, because it's a hard time with this. And I was like, you're an idiot.
Yep.
Like, fuck. But I don't think I've looked at it just adult only. Like, I think the ones I would look at is like Norwegian is like the main one to look at.
Well,
Cruise-wise?
Virgin Cruise Line is pure adult only.
Yeah.
But they also have they have a couple cruise lines with Virgin where it's more targeted for the 20 to 30-year-olds. So it's meant for like party life.
party central type thing, which is not mine. Like put me with the
Yeah, I
old
don't want
people
that.
who are just finishing out the lives, just chilling, relaxing. I'm good with that. But there's also like I know Caribbean cruise lines. They also have one that's
Mhm.
it's for adults only, but it's targeted. The demographics for that one's like 30 to 45, 30 to 50, where it's going to be a lot of either um, parents or kid-free adults who are just there to like relax and wind down and have fun, and there's none of this party life central or undertone. I don't know what word I'm looking for, but it's
Yeah.
all themed around party or drinking. It's just they're there to have a good time. They're there to relax. They're there to get away from all their problems. And I've looked at those, and they're a little bit more expensive. But at the same time, I've also looked at like Disney cruise for my kids, where I was like, I really want to go on a cruise, and I would love to take my kids. And if we're gonna do one when they're so young, Disney, and they have some amazing fucking amenities where it's like you can just fucking drop your kid off for 6 hours, and they'll
See,
come
but
back to your room.
I have a problem with that. Like, I can't. Like, I don't know if I could do it or
Can't
not.
monitor
Like,
them.
I've seen it. Like, yeah, you can drop your kid off here. They have so many activities. Like, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could do that. And I've looked at
Yeah.
Disney cruises too. Like, I don't know if I
Yeah.
could do it. I can just like drop my kid off and go off somewhere else without knowing
Yeah. No,
what's going on.
we're like I'm the same way, but if there's ever going to be a cruise line that I can do something like that in a little bit more of a peace of mind, it would be with Disney because Disney's going to do everything in their power to make sure they have no bad publicity and they have no way to cause this because it would just take one person to be like, my kid got bludgeoned in Disney daycare on this cruise line. They'd be like, shh, 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 shh. Here's some money. Shut the fuck up. That person's fired. They're going to investigate and take care of it because Disney doesn't play around with their image at all. They refuse to go
No.
record. They like
But I don't know. I still have a problem with it. Like, I don't know if I could do it. Like, don't get me wrong.
I can't
Like-
play right now. Try again later.
Alexa strikes again.
Fuck you, bitch. I don't know if I could do it. Like, I've definitely looked at multiple times, but man, trying to see if Disney cruise would be a thing. Like, my daughter's 6.
So
I couldn't. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could just like, yeah, go do your thing.
no,
I'll be
this
okay. I'll be back later on.
this would be
no.
like almost 10 type. No,
Yeah,
even
like
we're the ones we're thinking about is there's one I've looked at where it's like, oh, my kids really want to come with us, and the only way I have felt, and even then I really don't feel that great about it. Felt the most comfortable is like we've mentioned it, or I've made mention of it to my mother-in-law. She's like, "Oh, well, I'll come join the cruise with you. I'll just watch the kids all day." I was like, "That's maybe doable." Because again, we're on the cruise. I get it. The kids ain't going anywhere, but I have this irrational fear. I don't know. I don't want them to go overboard. I don't want them to talk to somebody. I don't want them to play with somebody else's kids because there's too many fucking weirdo people who will use their children to lure other children. Don't believe me. There's tons of story. Go read it for yourself. And like I know too much for me to safely enjoy it. Whereas like even when we went on our cruise and we left my daughter with my mother-in-law, there were still like every night we're like, oh, is she okay? Did your mom text you? Do we have pictures? Do we have like, what's her status right now? Oh, she has a bruise. Who caused it? Daughter or mother-in-law? Because it matters. I'm gonna be pissed off at one of them. If it's my daughter, I'm like, oh, it's okay. She's just a stupid child. If it's my mother-in-law, I'm gonna go full fucking ape shit on her. But like, I maybe control issue. I don't know. Dad mode just kicks in.
yeah.
And there are certain ways or enough alcohol for me to calm down. But yeah, I don't know if they have alcohol in Disney now that I think of it.
Yes, they do.
They better for fucking adults.
Yeah. You're never gonna get away from that on a cruise. It'll be there. I mean, even in Disneyland, Disney World, they have alcohol. So I mean, you're not getting away from it. I don't know if I could do it. Like, even our 12-year-old, like, I would probably still have a hard time saying, yeah, just go do your thing within the, the
The
parameters
confines.
of their
Yeah.
areas where they're at. I would have it a little bit easier time. Like, yeah, do your thing. We'll come check, you know, hourly probably every other hour or something like that. I don't know.
My ass would
Like,
be over there every half hour.
it's like I could probably go hourly. Like the first hour check, see how he's doing, and then just kind of see how it goes, whatever. Because I don't know how Disney cruises are. If it's like an hourly
Yeah.
thing or every other hour type, whatever. But I'm not ready for a Disney cruise for my kids. I want to
I'm
take them
not ready
somewhere, but
financially
not
for
that.
that.
But that's another, yeah, that too. It's expensive.
Yeah, the last time I looked, it was like $8,000 or $9,000 for 3 nights. I was
Yeah, that's just three.
No.
That's just 3 nights.
Oh, when I do this, I want to get my money's worth. How much is 5 nights? No, 14,000.
Yeah, and then you're thinking it too.
I'll
Like,
go buy a
okay,
new car. I'll just get a new
you're
car
looking
at
at
that point. Fuck it.
but at 3 nights for that,
You're
it's
just
just
getting
like,
settled in.
what are you going to do on a cruise with the kids at that point? It's like you're taking a hotel on the water at that point. Like you're
Yep.
going to the room, you're eating, doing one or two things. I mean, you could probably go to the Great Wolf Lodge and have a better experience for cheaper, way cheaper.
When's the last time you were at Great Wolf's Lodge around here?
I'm trying to just think of
Okay.
anything like remotely close to cruise related resort style something or other.
Worlds of Fun.
Okay, yeah, there.
Silver Dollar City.
You could spend your $3,000 on that, and you could have way better time.
Speaking, by the way, of Silver Dollar, because that's in Branson, I found out, because we went to Branson back in March, I found out my little car can get from here to Branson and back on one tank of gas.
Welcome to the Dad Podcast, where we talk about fucking gas mileage as well.
I'm just saying, because, like, again, I'm not a car guy. I don't give a shit about cars. But I do a lot of in-town mileage, of course, DoorDash and other shit. And we had to fill up the car at least once or twice a month. The car my wife and I both use for work once a week. We don't travel much, okay?
Once or twice a month, you have to fill up your other car.
So we have a gold car and we have a blue car. The blue car is literally family because it's big enough to fit the whole family in it. So it's only meant to, like, grocery store, go to school, a little bit of travel here and there. Whereas the gold car, which is my original car from fucking 11 years ago now, that's our work vehicle where my wife drives it to work. I use it for DoorDash, and I will destroy a tank of gas within 3 days doing DoorDash alone. So I will fill that sucker up 2 or 3 times a week. The blue car, depending upon where we're at in the year, summer, I will fill up the car 2 times a month, which is not a lot. I understand that, but that's still 2 times a month. And we have to do Hy-Vee, so I'm like, I'm going to get my $3 off a gallon. I will find a fucking way to get $3 off a gallon before I fill up. But I did all the math, and I was trying to do the math when we were planning to go to Branson. I was like, okay, it's this many miles away. My car gets this many miles to the gallon, so I should be able to make it there. We have to fill up here. Okay, we'll be good. And I don't like driving under half a tank on road trips because if anything happens, especially here in the Midwest, you don't fucking know where the next gas station's at or the next rest stop. So careful planning, meticulous planning on gas stations. But I was like, okay, we have to fill up halfway point. It's fine. And side note, my 3-year-old, who was potty training, still technically is, he's just in pull-ups at night now, he was able to hold his bladder from my house to Branson. And even then, he did say he had to go potty about 6 hours into it. Found a little... I love gas stations in Missouri because they have fucking slots just in these fucking weird ass restaurants. Penny slots. But we went to the restroom and he actually went potty. Never used his diapers. Side note, that's a proud dad moment for me. I made it the whole way there. I was like, oh, we didn't even fill up. So I told my wife on the way back, it's like, we're gonna fill up just to have a full tank of gas, but we're not gonna stop. I want to see if we can drive the whole way back, all 8 hours, whole way back on one tank of gas. We didn't even get close. Okay, I mean technically, relatively speaking, we got close, but we were 2 notches above a half, just 1 notch underneath the quarter. I don't know how to explain it. There was 5 notches missing. Don't know how to explain it.
You're on a dad podcast. You're talking about the different levels of gas in your car.
I was proud, okay, because I was like, yes, we don't need to get gas.
Too. I would have been proud too. Yes, I don't blame you.
I meant to tell you this like a month and a half ago, but I was like, I totally forgot. I was just like, all right, cool, awesome. So that was a nice little. We can go to Branson and only use a tank of gas.
There you go.
Write that shit down. All right, where else can we go on a tank of gas? Can't go to Texas on a tank of gas because lots of
no.
stop and go, 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 stop and go. I hate driving to Texas with the passion, but I love driving to Texas at the same time. But yeah,
That's the adult life and adult struggles, though. That's how it is.
parental life and parental struggle. Yeah. Other adults just use daddy's money and drive or fly.
Yes.
I'm not in that place yet.
Yeah.
But yeah. Vacations. Anyways, what you got planned for this summer?
No idea yet. I haven't been told.
Oh, so you remember me telling you that my wife and kids were gonna go away for like a week, and that was gonna be my vacation to stay here, and we're gonna try to meet up in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Part of me, and I think this is just being a male, but part of me is like, oh yeah, I made that. I want it to happen. Never expected it. I'm gonna be real. It's not gonna happen. Something's gonna come up, whatever. And my wife bought the tickets, like the airplane tickets and everything, a few days ago. And she's like, oh, there we go. I'm booked for Florida. I was like, wait, what? Oh, you're actually doing it. And she's like, you literally told me to do it. You said you wanted a week off from everyone. I was like, yeah. I always say that. And nobody listens to me. Who the fuck in this house listens to me? And she's like, well, we're going to be gone for a week. It's like, oh. So what days are you guys gone? Oh, June this, June that. Huh. I guess I should tell him that we can actually meet up now, because I was not anticipating that at all. I was hoping, I was praying, I was hoping to at least like be like, I'm gonna take a day off. I'm gonna go meet Rahgel up in Kansas City. You all can stay here below in Kansas. I'll be back in a day or two. Whatever. Never thought I'd get a whole week. Now I'm like, what do I do?
Going to happen.
What do I do? I'm gonna play video games. I was like, oh, I do that anyways. I'm gonna sleep. Nope, I'm a sun's up, I'm up type guy. I have that farmer mentality. So I'm like, go to the bar? Nope, don't like the bars.
Nope.
Go hang out with a friend? Nope. Nope. Like socializing. I'm gonna make Rahgel do tons of podcasts with me every day.
The first in-person podcast is gonna happen.
Yeah, we just gotta figure out
We'll figure it out.
when
We can do it.
how. I have a whole week.
Well,
Well, I have 6 days. I don't get a whole week. I get 6 days.
figure it out.
Yeah.
I think we'll do it.
Yep. So stay tuned for that. That's happening. And then don't forget, fucking forgot to mention on the top of the hour, Rahgel and I do a live stream every Thursday night over on our respective streaming platform. Rahgel's over on Twitch at twitch.tv/Rahgel. I am found everywhere. I like a whore. I like to be spread wide. So I'm everywhere. So YouTube, Facebook, Kick, and Twitch at CyberMercSig. Come check us out every Thursday night. We play games, we have fun, and yeah, we just have a blasty blast. You never know what you're gonna miss out on. It's crazy. Lots of yelling.
Yes.
Not at each other. At the game. And at
There's
each
some.
other.
There's some at each other. Not a whole lot, but there's some.
He sucks at communicating.
Oh no. You can go back
We don't
and
got
watch
time for
anything
this.
you
We
want.
don't got
It's
time for
you.
this.
It's you. You suck at communicating.
No, I carry you, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, what the fuck. Anyways, it's
Tune
been
in
fun
Thursday
and
nights.
real. Check it out. Yeah, check it out. The chat to do things on Thursdays. Yeah, stuff on Thursdays.
Have fun, everyone.
Live.
Take care. See you on the next
Bye,
episode.
bitch.
Ooh,
Hey,
welcome back to
grand,
another
wonderful.
episode. Welcome back to another episode.
No yelling on the podcast.
He's just interrupted me. It's so great. We are back. So we're here. We're doing stuff, and as always, I can't even say as always, because I'm a liar to say as always. We have Rahgel here because I have 4 episodes that say otherwise.
You sit around all day and just talk to yourself. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the podcast. That's just I am.
It's just a hobby. It's just what I enjoy to do.
It's not even a hobby anymore. It's a fucking lifestyle at this point. If I don't
That's
talk to
true.
myself, it feels really weird. It's like something's missing.
A voice talking back is normally what's missing.
No, it's not. There's a voice talking
No,
back.
no,
It's
it's
still
not.
me.
Nope. It's all normal.
It's a matter of whether or not it's a vocal or just in my head type conversation.
Well, I mean-
will this fit here? Do I need to remeasure this? And then my head goes, no, you should probably remeasure it. I don't need to remeasure it. It's fine. Okay, I'll remeasure it. It's proper. It happens all the fucking time. All the time. All right.
I guess.
I guess. It's just how my life is. Just my life, whatever. It's my life. If I want to. Nope, that's my party. Never mind.
You can make it
It's
however you
mine.
want.
That's true. Kind of like what the fucking WWE is doing with this content now. All just it's such a mess right now. Such a
Pleasing
mess.
themselves and nobody else.
Not I don't even know if they can say that because I just watched an interview with Seth Rollins, and he's talking about how the company has become very stagnant and they need to innovate, evolve, and step outside the comfort zone, but nobody in the quote upper management wants to actually do that, and the few that do want to do that, like Triple H, get shot down really quick by people higher up than him, which was a very covert, not so covert way of taking a dig at Vince. Everything he fucking touches for the last 5 years has been shit.
Well, I mean, what the fuck is he gonna do? I don't know.
Well, I found out today his contract, because we talked before, he had a 2-year contract with WWE that started January this year. That's gone. That no longer exists because of Endeavor buying them out. He will forever remain chairman and CEO. And he has a third title too with Endeavor. I forget what it's called. Until he either dies, he's incapacitated, he can no longer mentally properly work. But the way they made it sound is basically this fucker ain't going anywhere. He's got to be taken out or die naturally in order for there to be somebody else to take place, and Endeavor and Vince have full final say on all WWE product and all levels of WWE, which means creative.
Yeah. I mean, he said himself he's not going to be doing anything.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Because the last 2 months have proven otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we did the last podcast we had wrestling related. We had talked about Backlash,
Yeah.
which was a letdown.
It wasn't
Nothing
as big of a
too-
letdown as I was expecting, and even the um, level of shittery that we thought would be. I definitely did not have high hopes for it, but there were good moments, more shitty moments than anything, but it was still a decent pay-per-view, not one I would ever like recommend, but like Seth Rollins versus Omos wasn't a complete shit show. I was kind of intrigued the fact that Omos looked like he could carry himself a bit without having to rely so heavily on Seth Rollins. And the fact that Seth Rollins also, put him over, made him look really good, even though Seth Rollins took the W. Omos lost, as he should. Rollins is not the person he should win against.
Yeah. I don't know. It wasn't a bad match. Wasn't the best, but I don't think anything really. I didn't really have a best match even on this entire card.
We
be honest.
said Reigns,
And it's
or not Reigns. Sorry, we said the Usos.
Oh,
Bloodline versus KO, Zayn and
Yeah.
Riddle, which that was I feel like that was a terrible match. Story wise, it was okay. It just it felt forced with
you
like
wanted more.
not really even. I was like, oh, really? They're gonna have Solo win against Riddle? Oh, cool, awesome. Yeah, I think it should have been like Jimmy or Jay that took the pin, like loses via pinfall, and just kind of weakens that even more with Solo just being pissed off. Like he should have not got involved. He should have watched him get pinned and just walked out and be like, I'm done. And then report back to Roman Reigns to explain why Reigns is so salty and pissed off now with Jimmy specifically, which was weird for Friday Night SmackDown for him to be the target. Like Jay would have made sense, not Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's going the way it should with the storyline progression. It feels like Jay should be the one that's being kind of dimed out and separated even more, not the other brother or the other twin, because Solo's also their brother. So it feels weird.
I think it'll kind of culminate and make sense in the way that they're doing it, because
Fucking see it, Night of
next
Champion.
week the Night Champions Solo and Reigns against KO and Zayn for the titles. Kind of backstabbing, sneaking underneath and taking the title shots from the Usos, but
They're not gonna win. Reigns isn't gonna win. Reigns won't. Sorry, they will not obtain the titles. They may win, but it won't be in a way in which they get to capture the titles.
I don't want to dig too deep into it because next week I want to get into it next week a little more when we record it. Because
we should just wait until next week to this whole fucking WWE episode.
No, we're doing an update and then we do it next week.
Oh, we're like 2 weeks past due for an update.
Don't you argue with me? What are we talking about now? I don't care.
I am the producer, the executive creator, the graphic designer. I'm everything. Everything. You're a host.
I'm the talent, so you keep me happy.
Really? You know what talent does? Bring in other talent.
They're coming.
They've been hearing that since since last year.
They're coming. On the way. I think it makes sense for Reigns to win it.
I don't. It makes no sense at all, and it's asinine for him to even win the titles, other than the fact to just simply say he's a Grand Slam champion again, and he has finally captured the Raw titles. Like, there's no reason, because it wouldn't even add to the story of, well, I can get the job done, I capture the titles, you guys couldn't do that. Cool. Now you barely are a part timer as it is, and you barely defend with the Universal slash WWE. So now we're going to have it's just shit, because the tag team division is finally starting like to be projected forward and actually look like it's going to have a main run and be able to be in the main light more than just one or two main events.
Mm-hmm.
We're starting to see that, and if Reigns and Solo get those titles, they won't defend them. He barely defends his fucking title as it is, and he barely wrestles as it is. So he has no real reason to obtain and acquire these titles other than to simply have that another notch on his belt and say, well, I don't have to defend my Universal Undisputed. I want to defend my tag team. Well, I don't want to defend my tag team. I'm going to defend my like, fuck off. He's not. This is going to be the first night of champions that we don't have legitimately all championships on the line, because again, the part timer is not doing shit. He's not putting his title up. And if he was truly in God mode and next level, he should have had to face off, and then had he won his title, his own personal solo title match, and then win tag team match, perfect. I can understand that logic of story inclusion to say, I can get a job done that you couldn't get done even by maintaining my own title. And that could like been more divisive between the four of them, but instead it's Reigns is not going to be utilized at all, and if they do somehow win the title, it's going to be Solo doing all the fucking work, Reigns tagging in, and be like, "Oh, see, look what I did." No, I think, and we can get more into it next week, but
I think it makes sense for them to win it and to have it. But yeah, because next Friday, the 26th, is this 1,000th day as well.
they have no champion.
I think it's
no
it's
celebration. Next,
No, is it next Friday? I thought it was right before
so.
Night of Champions.
I think so.
That was like the day before, but
that was either day of or day before.
Yeah, it's one of them. But the fact that they're gonna let him have his 1,000, he's not gonna lose it. Then to turn around the next day, win the tag titles, run with that, have that going, and pretty much either relinquish them in some way, hold his own tournament, and say, I have the power to give you this, and then you can essentially have a tournament for him, like they did with the new title. Something along the lines of that.
He won't relinquish them if they're gonna do the story properly, or they're gonna do this and give him the titles the way it should be done, in some more elegant way than my ass can do it. Even though I probably could write a very good fucking story for them. I mean, clearly it's just fifth graders writing shit for them. But the way I would do it is let him win, fine, cool, whatever. But let him be the one, like how Solo and Jay were smacking each other to get tagged back in Backlash. Have it kind of be that style where Solo does the Samoan Spike, Reigns reaches over, smacks him to tag himself in, he gets in, spears him, and pins, but you can see Solo just kind of staying in this corner confused, like, the fuck? I had this handled, I didn't need your help. Therefore, kind of building a divide between the two of them. And then, however you want to structure the rest of the story, make it so where it ends up Jay and Jimmy go after the tag titles, and that's how they kind of dissolve the bloodline connection between the two of them, and have it where basically Solo doesn't help at all. He betrays Reigns. Jay gets the clean pin over Roman, and that can lead to a feud between Jay and Roman, saying, I'm the only person to have successfully pinned you in the last 3 years. And now I want a title shot for the WWE Universal Undisputed Championship. because then it makes sense. Like Jay should be the one that dethrones Roman Reigns. This started with Jay. Let's end the story with Jay, and
Good.
have Solo be the one that kind of betrays Roman Reigns of I don't want to help you anymore. I'm done. I'm not gonna Samoan spike my brother. I'm not going to cheat to win or whatever. I'm not gonna smack him with a chair. These are my legitimate brothers, and you're just a cousin, third or fourth cousin, whatever they actually are.
Yeah. I mean that could work for sure. Because I think on the other hand, the other rumor was AJ Styles goes after him.
Yeah,
But-
that's the main rumor. Is he's the next. It'll be a rival between Reigns and Styles, and then Reigns and Bobby Lashley, or sorry, Reigns and Austin Theory, and then Reigns and Bobby Lashley, in that order, to kind of test the waters with Theory to see if he's ready to be main stage and actively get a.
Is Lashley on SmackDown?
Yes, all three of those are on
Okay.
SmackDown.
Okay. I thought he was on Raw. So they also, I think, only thing that's going to put a ripple in that one for AJ Styles is the fact that I think he may win the title at Night of Champions. Only
And take
because
him away from the OC?
Yeah, possibly. I'm only because apparently Rollins is in the new Captain America movie.
Yeah, I saw that.
So could he be gone? Because Triple H already said it. They're going to defend it anytime, anywhere, trying to make it seem like it'll be seen a lot more, be around a lot more, defended more. But if you have somebody who's making a movie, a Marvel movie at that, granted, it could be a one and done.
One word. Okay, 2 words. The Rock.
I get it. I understand
he
that.
He won that damn Universal Championship 2 times, and he was part-timer. He was shooting movies, and he had to skip out on fucking pay-per-view events because, well, I'm recording. I can't be injured. Then fucking don't wrestle.
No, I
Don't
get it.
wrestle.
But it kind of contradicts what Triple H said about anytime, anywhere type thing.
I think Seth Rollins
I
could
don't
make it work. It depends on, like, do you know what role he's playing in New World Order?
He's a villain of some kind. I don't know exactly
No,
who.
but I mean, like, is he?
I've looked it up. I'm not seeing anything. I just saw the screenshot today, and
I saw somebody recorded a segment of him.
he looks like he's dressed like a knockoff of Loki.
He looks like his actual character, like in WWE.
Okay. Yeah.
He does.
He does.
He does.
The long coat and everything.
Yeah, because I was like, when I saw that originally, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, Seth Rollins. Okay, cool, whatever. And then I saw it was
I don't
Captain
know.
America. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, he is not listed on IMDb.
He's not. I've looked. It's not listed anywhere. There's nothing for him. He's even like IMDb. He's not even listed under Seth Rollins. He's under his real name, the Lopez or
Yeah.
Clyde. Is it Clyde Lopez? What the fuck's his real name? I know it's Lopez. I just don't remember his first name.
Colby Lopez.
Colby, that's what it was. So yeah, he goes into that, but it's not. I haven't seen anything as far as New World Order or anything.
Well, I mean, that information literally just came out like this weekend.
Yeah. But like you can't even. He doesn't have a.
He has IMDb. I'm on it.
He does have an IMDb, but there's no filmography on it. As far as all it is just wrestling.
Yeah.
I mean,
and video
that's
games.
it.
And video games.
So
And
I
video
mean, let's
games.
like the Jetsons and WWE.
Yeah, that's movies. Why not? Scooby Doo.
Yeah. But I mean, like, there's.
He's thanking everyone. We didn't lose connection.
No, I
He's just
saw it.
thinking.
I didn't know he was on TNA.
Yeah.
Back in 06. I didn't
So
know
was
that.
Dean Ambrose. Or sorry, John Moxley.
Oh,
he was
that's
on
right,
Impact.
That's right.
A lot of these guys did the indie circuits.
Oh yeah, I know you did indie. I still remember him being on TNA.
TNA is not indie, but it's indie.
I mean, let's be honest. It
It's
was
like it's like
it was a step above Ring of Honor by production value.
barely.
By production value.
It was like if you ranked them all, it'd be like Ring of Honor, and then barely above Ring of Honor by like one step, Impact Wrestling / TNA.
Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, it was better than Ring of Honor. I enjoyed it more than Ring of Honor,
Eh.
but I don't remember him being on there.
But he could.
But I mean, if
He has to win the world championship. He he legitimately deserves
I agree.
it. I don't think AJ Styles needs it, even though he would be a good champion. But he's very accident prone these last 3 years.
Hmm.
Styles is.
No, and I 100% agree that Rollins should get it. I want Rollins to get it. He deserves it. I think the company needs him as a champion.
Plus, think of it this way too: if he wins, or when he wins, if he can properly manage being champion, defending champion, being active on Monday Night Raw, and do his film, his Hollywood side of the house, and not have an issue, no complications or anything that affects one or the other, that is the biggest middle finger that he's showing right now to Roman Reigns. Fuck you. I'm not only a full-time wrestler, but I'm a full-time Hollywood actor, and I can actually defend my titles. I can actually show up to Monday Night Raw or the TV show I'm on. Roman Reigns can barely show up for promos anymore. He's gone. He has less time on TV this year than Brock Lesnar, and that speaks volumes. And it's not pointing like back there.
Did he get the
bullshit
contract though? Did he get that kind of contract? Because that's what they all want. They all want the Brock Lesnar contract.
I know, but Rollins is feeling the shoes of Cena, and like not Cena's gimmick or Cena's persona, but the fact, like, if you think of how Cena's time with the company was, it was him and Randy Orton and Batista. Those were like your three, and then of course Rock was still kind of there somewhat. Cena was there every day in, day out, 24/7, house shows, live shows, pay-per-views. Randy Orton was there for most live events, some house shows, and some pay-per-views. Batista was really kind of not there so much after he won the championship the first time. He went to a very part-time schedule. He wasn't there 24/7. He wasn't there every Friday night or every Monday night. He wasn't there on every pay-per-view. He barely showed up for house shows. So you have those three type of people of, who should be the face of the company. The guy that's always there, but really is not the face of the company.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of where Rollins is at, even though, again, I compared him to John Cena. John Cena was the face, and he was always there. He was not part-time, he was full-timer, but you get my shtick. He's there, and he wants to be there for the company. He lives and breathes and bleeds WWE. And he deserves to actually have it, and they need a champion who can be the face, because I don't think I would consider Roman Reigns the face of the company anymore. After this last year, he's not present enough to be the face. Seth Rollins does more interviews than Roman Reigns. Seth Rollins does more for the company and like the limelight than Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is literally just, for lack of a better word, coasting. And again, that's his contract. That's also his persona, his character he's going through. But you need the proper face of the company and not just a Vince McMahon guy. But I feel like Reigns is.
No, I agree. I think that they put on him. They're gonna, move in a better direction. But I don't, Rollins obviously still going, or Reigns is still going to be around. He apparently has a movie coming up too that he's going to start filming. It's in pre-production.
Sure.
That he's fairly high in the credits on. So, but I don't know how big of a role, whatever. But, trying to figure out what they're gonna do with them.
Both of
Between
these guys are also on the like end of their career. They're on the tail end of their career. They're only have maybe a few years left in them. And Reigns has been very vocal about that. He does not have much longer with the company or with wrestling at all, because he wants to still enjoy life. He still wants to do Hollywood and go through all that. So I think,
which I don't blame him with everything he's dealt with health wise. Shit, I would too.
really, his show is called Action Force. The
I don't know
Divide.
what it is. I don't even know if it's anything legitimately worth or anything. I don't know. But yeah, like health wise that he's had. I mean, all the shit that he's been through, health wise.
Leukemia.
I don't blame him. I don't. Rollins, I feel like has a longer. stint
Alistair
than-
Black, sorry, Malachi Black is going to be in the movie.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he's. I don't know. I think Rollins is around longer than Reigns for the long
Yeah.
run. My guess is that's a WWE movie that they're putting together. I was trying
Yeah.
to see. I don't see a WWE like ticker anywhere or productions, but I think it's a WWE movie. If they have two wrestlers in it,
they
it's
have
very
a
odd to have
couple.
two.
The guy that's in charge of this is the same one who has written Act of Valor, Need for Speed. He's written and helped with fuck, you were just on here. Where are you at? Anyways, he's done a couple big names, but he's also like not really known. Scott Whoa, whatever the fuck you pronounce the name. But yeah, regardless, yes, I think Rollins is gonna go down the same path like Cena did, where he's gonna devote his time to the company and it's just gonna come a time where his body can't handle wrestling as much anymore. He's gonna slowly fade out. That's where Cena just got interviewed this weekend, and he said, "I can't wrestle anymore. It's too hard on my body."
Do you see his body? I mean, do you see he's not going to age well? I mean,
You mean he's
kudos
aged
everything
well up to this point?
No, I'm saying he's not good. Okay, he hasn't aged well. He's not going to continue to age well. It's not working out in the manner of him maintaining the body that he had. Obviously, he's older, but he's not looking good in the fact of how that last match they had with Theory.
Yeah.
He didn't look healthy.
No,
He looked
off.
extremely ran down, and maybe just the life he's had, obviously
Well,
the steroids and everything else. But fuck, who knows?
he's been tested.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No,
and
he was even
not running in WWE.
he was talking about that last match. Even he's like because he said I can't wrestle. He never said he wouldn't wrestle anymore. He just said I can't wrestle anymore. It's too hard on his body. But one thing he mentioned, he's like something people don't really understand or realize is when I'm on the card, when I'm going to be in a story with someone, I will sit down with that person, and like with Theory, him and I sat down for 10 plus hours. Say, okay, if we're going to do this, let's do this right. How do you want to do this? What do you want the angle to be? How do we want to go about this? Let's have this all down so we're each on the same page. And I was in constant contact, and we were talking back and forth. We're making sure we're both okay with this. This is like how it's gonna go down. He's like, you don't have a lot of people who do that type of stuff, and you have to be working with the right person, and not everyone does respond that way properly. And he's been in a few stories that he's even mentioned. But then he said, like, whereas Roman Reigns, he was smart by having this type of schedule he does, where he can help elevate newer guys and older guys and not even have to worry about looking bad, because he did it his own way. He did a whole different style than that's accustomed or used to inside the WWE, and he was praising Roman Reigns for that. But he's just like, it's so tough on your body. People don't understand. If you can go part-time like Roman, do it. But my body, I rode it as hard as I could for as long as I could, and now it's hitting me. I can't do much with wrestling anymore.
I mean,
think
it makes sense.
he's gonna have one more match regardless because he has to have a retirement match.
I think to be honest, it's probably fine not having one.
He doesn't
After that
need
last
one.
match with Theory. No. I think
Just
he
like
end
Triple
up
H,
in
he
a
don't
match with
need
Theory. No.
Actually, that would honestly be best for him to say that was his last match, and then let Theory claim that moniker of "I retired John Cena."
Yeah.
And that just kind of builds up Theory a little bit more and puts him in a different elevation, different pedestal
Mhm.
that even Roman Reigns can't have, Seth Rollins can't have. So it put him in a position. But
Now, are we on the same page as far as both of us thinking that the Intercontinental title is a joke? Pretty much. Especially after the battle royal they had.
I don't think I
on
can
Monday
change.
night.
I don't think I can change my stance after all these episodes. Yeah. I think Gunther's a joke.
And now it's
Why is he
Mustafa
positive?
Ali.
What the fuck is this with like positivity bullshit that Mustafa is doing for his gimmick?
But
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
The Positively or Positive Ali or whatever the hell it is. I don't know.
Why?
I don't get it. I don't think I don't think he should have been the one to win that battle royale.
No, Bronson
I mean,
Reed.
Bronson Reed should have been
won.
one. I think Apollo Crews probably should have hung around a little bit longer than he did. I mean, Ricochet was not a bad champion.
No.
He's definitely entertaining and puts on a hell of a match. Who else is in there that should? I mean, I don't. Dolph
Anybody
Ziggler.
else?
I don't understand why he is still in the damn company. The guy gets shit on. You always talk about somebody gets shit on all the time and is stuck around as Dolph Ziggler.
Because he makes
The guy gets nothing.
bank.
He gets nothing
bank.
though. He may make bank, but I mean, at some point, wouldn't you get tired of just being a fucking stepping stone for everybody else?
Well, that's where the Miz is at in his career right now too.
Yeah, he is. I mean, and it's weird that it's with Shinsuke right now. But
Well, they had to do something to salvage the shit show of a storyline they had for Shinsuke and Karrion Kross.
Mm.
Like, he's also another guy that doesn't like. Maybe it's creative. I don't know, but I just feel like Karrion Kross, even during his NXT days, he's not entertaining. He wants to have this like mystical aura about him with these whole like deck of card shit and TikTok time. Like, I want to bring it up to bad creative direction, but it doesn't click. It doesn't resonate with the audience. You can hear it, or sorry, you can't hear it with the audience when he's out there because literally nobody says anything. It's not a let's go. It's not you suck. It's not this is boring. It's just quiet. Grant, that's production, so we know they pipe in applause and sound effects for the TV, so there's a good chance they probably are just toning it down very quietly so where they don't, like, people watching from home like you and I don't hear, this is boring. So, but, yeah. I don't understand why The Miz and Shinsuke. I don't get it. They're both seasoned veterans. They're both kind of on their last or the tail end of their career. But Shinsuke's being pushed.
Oddly, yes, he is being pushed, and I don't get.
He should have been pushed years ago.
Yeah.
When he was brought over.
He had a big push when he came in.
Kind of.
When he was brought over, they died out, but yeah, he got a push.
He had a classic Vince push of let's shove him really fast or hard, and then totally forget.
Did he get a title?
I think he got tagged with Sheamus or Cesaro, and then I don't think he captured world.
No, I didn't know if he had the U.S. or Intercontinental or one of the or European, not U.S. Can't remember if he did or not. But again, somebody else that they're shitting on, but I think that's they gave him screen time at the same time was Baron Corbin again. He was there. He went out early, but they did capture everything he said and made it very elaborate on what he was saying. That it was, he got screwed over. It was his time. So I'm hoping
Shinsuke was
that
the
they're going to.
US.
Well, he was.
And,
Okay, I thought he had a
and
title.
IC. And IC.
Oh, we have both. All right. Okay. But
But
I'm
you know,
hoping that they're trying to set up Baron Corbin.
I don't think Baron Corbin's going to do Judgment Day as much as that rumor's been going around. I think it's going to be JD. Because his little vignette that he cut for Monday Night Raw kind of aligns with Judgment Day of, you can do everything right the way you're told, and it's just not going to work out unless the other powers that be want it to be. So sometimes you got to take it into your own hands, which is kind of Judgment Day. Baron Corbin needs, and it sounds weird. I would not be upset, disappointed, irate, whatever, to see Baron Corbin somehow get put in the picture of the IC title and win it and actually have a decent push. But again, they don't have a gimmick for him. And if they do, it's unbeknownst to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he's also another one like Dolph Ziggler. He's there just to get shit upon. He's not even a proper stepping stone. Like
Not anymore.
I don't think he ever was. That's the thing. He was never a proper stepping stone like Rollins or The Miz or Dolph. Like if you beat Dolph, if you won against Dolph, you're like, okay, I'm good. I'm good. You beat The Miz, you're like, all right, you make a name for yourself. And if you could go toe to toe with Rollins and hold your ground and not have to lean on Rollins so much to carry the production of the match, you were great. You could actually be a great wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
Baron Corbin was a what are they called? When it's a squash match.
Like a
Jobber.
jobber?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I don't know. A few years ago, Ziggler held a little more caliber of status than he does now. Maybe a low mid card. Definitely now a low mid card. I guess below the Miz. But no, I don't understand. Like, the dude gets shit on so much. I don't understand why he sticks around. But again, if he's getting paid, I guess do your thing.
Okay, so
I don't know.
So this is what I mean. So Dolph has won gold, multiple titles. The Miz has won multiple titles, including world titles and WWE titles. Baron Corbin, since he's been with the company, he has won the Andre the Giant Memorial. He has won one U.S. title. That's it. He's not a stepping stone.
He's done one thing.
Kind of, yeah.
The Andre the Giant, that means nothing.
Yeah, and the U.S. title, though, when he won it, meant nothing either. Like, he was only champion for 70 days.
Really?
Yeah. So he had done, I mean, Grant, that's a lot longer than I've ever been U.S. champion, but that's shit. So I could not classify him as being a proper stepping stone purely because he doesn't have the resume behind him.
No, I don't see Baron Corbin as a stepping stone at all. I think he's somebody that
he's a golden boxer. Cool. In the world of WWE, that means he can make a punch look a little bit more real.
Oh shit, he's 38. I didn't know he was that old.
You're older.
Turns 39 this year, so
you're still older.
Yeah, he's definitely on the back end.
I'm like,
now what?
Maybe it's just me, and maybe it's because I love the rumor so much, or the speculation of it, that Edge should have won the World Heavyweight Championship since that's the one he had to forfeit over. And it was purely for the nostalgic feel of let him pick up where he left off and then have him lose it. But yeah, that clearly did not work.
That doesn't say that he can't get it still.
No, but it would have made sense to have the inaugural champion been him since he gave it up to injury, let
Wait.
him win it.
He's on SmackDown, so no, he can't get it.
You just said you want AJ Styles. You think AJ's gonna win it, and I said, "Oh, they're gonna bring him over to Raw." They could separate him from OC. They could.
Well, if he wins the title, he has to go to Raw
Okay, so why couldn't Edge?
because Edge isn't in the
He
championship
was in
match.
he was in the triple threat though.
No,
They
I'm
should
saying
have had him win.
I was saying later on he could get it, but he's on SmackDown, so he can't
He
fight
could
him.
be traded. He could be traded.
That's true, but that's
Money in the
thing
Bank.
with, like, trades they haven't even, and yeah, that's another thing that's going to get interesting to see how that goes.
No,
But,
it's going to be interesting on is there going to be one Money in the Bank holder like there traditionally is? And they
Should
can
be
bounce
only
between
one.
brands? Or the big speculation is there's going to be two. And have it specific to Raw, specific to SmackDown.
That's dumb. Should be only one. Should only be one. In my opinion, only one. So they can go back and forth. So I think it should be. The street fight. Jump back
San
to
Juan.
Backlash.
Yep, San Juan Street Fight.
Let
That was
down.
good. Oh, you thought it was let down?
Nah, I fucking like
I
it.
liked it.
It was there was nothing special about it. Like it was just a normal street fight. Like it didn't seem like a pay-per-view match. It seemed like something you could watch on Raw. Like the pay-per-view
Okay,
street
hold on.
fights
Hold
back in the day.
All those matches look like they could be on Raw.
I'm not saying, yeah, you're 100% right. Now, that one I was expecting a lot more from it, and I was hoping, and I stressed it on the last when we talked about it, that, yeah, I wanted to go somewhere, do something.
Yeah.
And if you, it's just,
but like
the
I was
crowd
saying,
was there for it and everything.
like I was saying though, at the Backlash episode it's technically the draft episode. But anyways, they weren't to have that expectation would be silly and stupid, honestly, because of the fact that it's a whole different era. They can't just go out and have a street fight anymore because legitimately you don't know if some dumbass fucking Karen or Kevin is going to try to intervene and get in the middle of this and cause it to be from scripted to, or sorry, not scripted, but practice to now it's where I have to break up a real fight because Karen or Kevin just broke into this San Juan street fight and we had to detain or stop them from attacking Damien or Bad Bunny.
That happens in normal matches, though. I mean, it's happened. It's nothing. That would be nothing new.
No,
That's happened before.
but in the past, like there's some. It's not always like intentional type thing or like accident. There we go. It's not always accidental. It's they've placed people or said, "Hey, this is going on. Just be aware of this." It would not fly today. No, today's world, social world, that would never. No, Bad Bunny would get bad publicity that way. Damian Priest would receive bad publicity. WWE would receive bad publicity because some stupid ass who doesn't watch WWE or wrestling in any degree will have videotaped it and said, "Oh my God, somebody's beating the shit out of Bad Bunny." Click, 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 upload videos. And it's going to make rounds before the pay-per-view is even over. And now they have to do damage control on that. Like, that's not really what's happening. This is all scripted. It's all like, it's hush hush type thing. It's not real. Chill out. Bad Bunny's not getting beaten up. It's too risky. And for them not to have left was the better move. Though they could have gone through the arena.
Yeah,
At least the arena. They didn't have to leave the building, but you're running into that risk of it's still too much. And hell, you even have it over on AEW when John Moxley specifically takes the fight into the crowd and goes into the arena, like the behind the scenes arena, and people have uploaded pictures going, "Oh my God, there was a fight breaking out the front of the stadium trying to get into AEW." No, you don't know the whole degree of what's going on in the stadium. It's a match. This is like rehearsed to a degree. It's not real. Chill out. And they've had to do damage control, and Moxley, I believe, has even had an interview of like, what happened? Like, did you get in trouble? He's like, we didn't get in trouble, but we had to explain to the media that this isn't real. But people were so concerned, so it's more about their image to bystanders than those who actually follow and understand what's going on. 'Cause that's the world we live in.
I do know that Damian Priest has gotten a lot of praise recently for the matches that he's had. They haven't been
He's
horrible.
doing no, but he's doing a good job. Like, of the four of them, he deserves a push, and he's getting one. But he deserves a proper push, and I think he should be the one that legitimately takes Gunther down.
I would be behind that for him to have some type of title. Finn is just kind of now coming off as annoying. Like, he seems extremely lost in who he is, and Dominic is now
Now
a bigger joke than anything. I mean, it's just like
he came and talked.
no, like, and even on Monday he tried, and I think even his mic wasn't even like they gave him a shitty mic or something. I don't know, but he tried to talk.
The first time he tried to talk, but when against Xavier Woods, he was talking, and it was still drowning him out.
Yeah, it's becoming a bigger joke now that, like, his heat is becoming a joke because now it's like you can't even talk.
They pushed it too much.
Yep.
That's the thing. It's like, it's one thing to keep rivalries going, but the fact that there is no bereavement to be like, okay, thank God, Ray and Dominic's done. Cool. Get Dominic off the air. Leave him alone for a little bit. Whatever. Don't push him down people's throat. But they are still pushing him down everybody's fucking throat. And I get it. He has some of the most heat on him. He is one of the biggest heels right now. And like we've talked before, it's a very split reason of people legitimately hate him, and there's people who legitimately hate the character. So it's a very good mix. Whereas like Roman Reigns, you still get people going, "Let's go Roman." Boo, he sucks.
Yeah, but I think he's turning into a bigger joke now. Of everything, it's just it's gonna fall if they don't do anything soon. It's gonna end up a waste.
Have you seen? Have you seen the I don't want to call it a rumor because it's not really a rumor. It's not leaked, but there's one speculation that he's going to be kicked from Judgment Day, and the reason why will be because of Rhea Ripley. That he will somehow cost Rhea Ripley her championship, causing a rift and everything between them, and being kicked. And one of them was, let me see if I can get this exactly how I remember it. He will intervene in a women's championship match too many times with like multiple matches, and Rhea will win those, but management, quote management, will be so frustrated and strip Rhea of her title, so where she doesn't win and she doesn't lose, she was stripped of it, and she can still go on. They can give the title to somebody else, and it's a good way to introduce a new title kind of thing. But the story's premise upon she's losing it via stripping. That sounds wrong. She is losing the title because she will be stripped of the title. And it'll be because of Dominic's involvement. That's the biggest speculation I saw concerning Judgment Day, other than JD McDonough or whatever his name is taking over or somehow getting involved and kicking Finn out, thus allowing Finn to go for the world heavyweight.
I'm getting annoyed with Rhea too.
I mean, sick of the mommy thing.
The mommy thing doesn't bother me. It's the fact that she stands in front of every guy like, oh, what do you want to do? Like, okay, so you just, and it's WWE. If it was other ones, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now there's no controversy between male, female. Obviously on WWE, they made it very aware they don't do it. She stands in front of a guy and nothing happens. Don't touch her, nothing else. She just stands there. It's very annoying because obviously, yes, she's protecting Dom and like that. It's just that
But she can do
her
stuff to the
whole
guys.
her whole character and is dying. Like she doesn't do anything. She
barely
holds the
that.
title.
She's barely that.
But she doesn't. Did she even talk Monday?
Yeah, she talked. She talked. Not much, but she talked.
And it's just like she's a boring champion now. She has the title, and she's boring.
Yeah.
Bianca, and I think it was just because it was Puerto Rico that Io Sky had a huge pop, and they were essentially booing Bianca, but they did. San Juan apparently just flipped the script on heel to babyface because they cheered for almost every heel.
Yeah. Well, except for Rhea, the moment Zelina came out, they booed Rhea and were chanting for Zelina.
Yeah.
So, especially when she got hold of chancla and threw it.
Yes.
Which honestly, like, I was upset she just threw it. I knew like that was gonna happen because that's what happens. But I was hoping she would like smack her on the ass or whatever with the chancla and then throw it. But no,
missed opportunity. But it was like, bullshit. They're going for this. But I was like, okay. Then I paid attention throughout the entire pay-per-view, and they did it for a lot of them. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, it's just the territory. It's not a shift in anything.
Well, take a step back because when it comes to like the crowd pop and like how the crowd interacts and the reactions to everything, San Juan had one of the best crowds in a long time.
I will agree.
Even compared to like Clash at the Castle, San Juan blew every stadium out of the water like crazy. They were chanting, they were going balls to the wall with everything. They were very vocal. It didn't matter.
That's a big ass stadium too.
Yeah, but that thing is like they were. I by the way, I didn't like the entrance. I didn't like the ramp. I hated all that. I didn't like having the crowd completely encompass it. But that crowd was so fucking bonkers. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's one big key component for when I was like, this wasn't a total shit show. Because if you can sell the crowd, it looks good. If you can't sell the crowd, then it looks really bad. So, like we talked at the backlash / draft episode, where we're like, this is gonna be a shit show. It was, but it wasn't like a total dog pile shit. It was like the shiniest turd on the pile. It was decent at best, but it still wasn't an amazing show. But backlashes are never, at least the last few years, have never been a great pay-per-view.
Yeah. I guess we'll see how Night of Champions goes because, again,
I have hopes for it.
You will not have the same crowd at all. It might be the complete opposite. You may have a complete dead crowd.
Saudi shows are often very quiet.
Awkward. They're awkward.
Okay, so if you watch like New Japan, they're not rowdy, they're not very vocal. No. They respect the they're not very, compared to WWE and AEW, they're not very vocal. They are very tamed.
No, the thing I'm making the face is respect part because we talked about it at what was last year's in Saudi. The last pay-per-view in Saudi year was Crown Jewel, where the princes and everything are more worried about selfies and their kids are running around everywhere like they don't give a shit.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about Saudi respecting. I'm saying Japan.
I was talking about Saudi.
I know. I was making comparison. I said, but unlike Japan, who actually respects it and like they're engulfed in it, it's part of their culture and everything. Saudi is there because the prince wants it. That's it. There is no logistical reason to have it there when it's all about princes and royalty. Be like, no. You must have XYZ. You must have Undertaker. No, I understand DX and Brothers of Doom or Brothers of Evil. No, Doom? Undertaker and Kane. Destruction. God, there we go. Roller coaster, everyone. But the fact that they're like, let's have these 4 really fucking old people put on a main event show. And then let's have Goldberg versus Undertaker. No reason. But let's put them on it. Like, they're literally making, and we pointed this out numerous times about Saudi shows, is it has no play in the stories. It has no contribution to the stories. It has no contribution to the overall year of WWE. It is a pit stop because they paid billions of dollars to fucking have it over there. And they have full say on everything.
Which is why it's Night of Champions. They want to see every title. They
They're not going to get every title.
Reigns. They will not see Reigns, but they will see the tag team titles. They get to see the new crowning of the champions, and that, I think that was a big money grab, too. Of, hey, we're going to introduce a new title. Do you want it to be a Night of Champions?
Night of Champions was originally King of the Ring. And when they were going to introduce a new title, they said, we can't have 2 tournaments going on at the same time. Which I would not call what's happening with the World Heavyweight a tournament.
No. You have two triple threat matches in a singles? No, it's not a tournament at all. It's a fucking joke. It's a rushed thing to get it done for Night of Champions. Hands down is what it was. I would like to see tournament style again. Like, I would like to see a tag team tournament.
Nope.
I think it'd be cool to see it again and have some legit tag teams there. Street Profits again, and then whatever they want to do with that after that. And then what the hell, the one I compared to the Rockers, the guys with the half shirts that just got drafted from NXT.
Pretty Deadly.
That's what they're, yeah. God. You bring those guys in to be in this tournament, and you put them, showcase them on the main stage at this point. You put them on Raw. You
showcase them.
Nobody asked what you wanted.
You literally asked me on a daily basis.
No.
Yes.
You're stupid. I think that's what needs to happen. Reigns wins it, then tournament starts. He gets to be head of the table and run his own tag team tournament.
Again, the only way that would make any sense would be have the Usos competing in that tournament and having the Usos ultimately winning. But even then, that's stupid.
I can see it. Yeah,
that's stupid. It's like so many of your life's choices, they're stupid.
Shut your damn mouth. I think it's what happens. Something along those lines. They need to have a damn tag team tournament. It's been a while.
Reigns doesn't need to be a part of it.
No, he doesn't. He needs to relinquish it and then sit up and just watch the puppets play. That's what he needs to do.
No.
He gets his gigantic chair and he sits up there in the crowd and he watches the matches while he is fed grapes and fanned.
Your boner showing.
God. They need to figure out something, because I think that's what they need to do. Something along the lines of that. Because he's going to win it. I
Why does he have to win it?
Happens. I just think that's what happens. Why would you not? Like, the people are fed up with him, but WWE doesn't care, and why would they not throw another fuck you to everybody? Okay.
Because again, it would make no sense at all to have him win it and hold titles again, where SmackDown and Raw can't have it.
Something happens, I think.
No. It makes no sense at all. Like,
a lot of shit that happens doesn't make sense.
Touche.
That we've seen. So why not continue the chaos?
So at some point, they have to pull their britches up and accept that this is stupid, this is ridiculous, and this is fucking dumb as shit to add all this unneeded storyline when it's already cut and dry on what needs to happen and how it should happen, and the tag team titles don't need to be a part of it.
But they do.
They don't.
They do. I mean, look at what's the big divide right now is the tag team titles of who's going for it and who's not going for it.
The big divide in the bloodline, though, is Jimmy. Not even Jay, is Jimmy. Not Jimmy and Jay. Not the Usos. Jimmy. The one who got brought into the bloodline by manipulation because of Jay and Roman's feud. It makes no sense for the tag titles to be a part of it. And, you know, I can make my point until I'm fucking blue in the face. And as fucking stupid as it is, you're probably right to a degree, and it's going to piss me off. I'm sure this is how the conversation is going to behind closed door with Triple H and Vince. Is I'm Triple H at this point. You're Vince, as he's like, you know, it's a good idea. We should make them world tag champions. And Triple H is like, no, that's really not like why he doesn't need that. He doesn't need that. Didn't we just get in trouble from USA Network because they don't have a world championship? And now you want to take the tag away from them? No, it's okay. It's okay. It'll work out. I promise.
The tag team championship division is a joke, anyways. We've said that numerous times, but I think, like I said, reset. It's a reset.
Then they don't need to win it.
Yeah, it does.
KO and Sammy. No, they should be the one that resets the division. Having Reigns win it and do the relinquish shit, stupid and asinine. Because then that's him almost coming off to the point of, I don't really need this, so I'm gonna throw the title away. Cool, throw it away then.
Yeah.
No, throw it away then. Don't just give it to somebody else. Say this is such a pointless division that if the Usos can't run it successfully, then we don't need this division at all. Scrap the whole division. Have him be the reason why the tag division, there's no titles, and have him just scrap it. It's not relinquished. It's kind of like Nikki Cross throwing the 24/7 championship in the trash. It's just gone. And then we can revisit in, 6 months to a year when we finally have tag teams, legitimate tag teams, and not this hodgepodge bullshit. Who are you teaming with this week? You don't have anybody? Okay, I'm going to go play rock, paper, scissors with this guy, and if I win, I'm your tag champion or your teammate. Okay, cool. All right, 1 sec. I got go over here. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah, he won. Sorry, Ricochet, you got Braun Strowman this week.
There's still some legit tag teams around. They
Give
did
me
show
10.
them.
Give me 10, because for a proper
10?
division, you need at least 10.
Why
And that's
at least 10?
Because that's 5 for each show. You can't have a tag team division with 3. You can't. 5? Really? You can't have a division with 5 teams either because it's a cycle. You need a bare minimum of 5. The US Championship, anybody and everybody's eligible for it. The World Championship, everybody's eligible for it. Why? Because it's individuals, it's solos, it's one-on-one. With tag teams, you need to actually have that chemistry. You need to have the on-screen chemistry, so where it looks like it's legit and like they know each other and they're synchronized and they're one of the same. You need to have the relationship between the two of them where it actually makes sense. And you need to have compatibility. And with tag teams, you can't really do that. You can't just throw people together and say, figure this shit out. Like Braun Strowman and Ricochet, they're starting to look like a decent tag team, but even then, they're not. The Viking Warriors.
I'm pretty sure there's 10. There's
Okay.
the Fat Vikings.
What?
Street Profits.
You can't name NXT people, by the way, because that's a whole different category.
That's fine. The Fat Vikings.
Viking Raiders, by the way.
Yeah,
Street Profits. Okay, there's two.
Street Profits, the Usos, Otis and Gable. Who are the rocker ones I said? That just got drafted.
Pretty
They're
deadly.
pretty deadly. LWO.
Are they? Because that's a faction.
Yeah.
They're not competing. They're not competing in tag a whole lot.
But they are a tag team. Not the one that
Not
Rey
Escobar.
Mysterio, but the other
The
two.
other two, yeah.
They're a tag team.
I will give that to a degree, but no, because they don't actively compete within tag. Since they've been called up, they don't actively compete. They compete as a faction, not as a tag. But I'll give you LWO to appease you.
The fuckers that were with Otis that tried to get they eliminated him in the Battle Royale.
Maximum Models?
Yes, those guys. They're a tag team.
You're reaching for this term of tag team. You're reaching. If you say Judgment Day, you're wrong.
No, they're not. They're not a legit tag team.
That's where Maximum Models are.
They're a tag team. That's all they can be.
And they're mostly on NXT from the last I saw. Even though they're called up to Raw, they're mostly on NXT.
I only ever see them on Raw, so I don't watch NXT, so I have no idea. Now I have 7?
Very loose 7.
More. I know there's at least 3 more. The Jinder Mahal guys. Who are they? I can't remember their damn names. You know what I'm talking about?
I've already helped you with 2 of these, so I'm not helping you anymore.
Oh, you fucker. Well, I mean, those guys. Gunther's cronies. The 2 jackasses that are with Gunther.
I will let you either have Maximum Models or Imperium, because one of those is legit, and the other one's a fucking joke and not a real tag team. Well,
okay, fine.
But either way, you're still at 9. Give me all 10.
Those two would be considered a tag team if
they're still 9. They're still 9. Give me 10.
And
I'm going to destroy this whole thing.
I'm just giving you some that.
No, I know. I said give me 10. Oh, don't say legit. Don't fucking use the word legit with this comparison.
They can be legit tag teams. I guarantee there's one I'm just.
And I can be a legit wrestler. Okay.
On the backyard, get a mattress. You can be a wrestler. You're good. Mick Foley did it. I guarantee there's fucking one I'm just forgetting. Fuck beans.
No, that's not real. That's not a real one. So, with that said, with the 9 you have, LWO is not within the proper tag team stable division because they're more of a faction. They're building that faction storyline up and doing whatever bullshit they're doing with that. They're not competing actively, and they haven't competed actively and properly for tag team divisions since they've been called up. They've been jobbers at most. Maxing Models, fuck you. No, fuck you. That's another one of them going, we're going to take these 2 people, we're going to take Mace and Mansoor, and we're going to make them a fucking joke. They're lower than jobbers. No, they don't compete even inside the tag team division. They're there for fillers. No. And, yeah. Jinder Mahal's people, Severe or whatever his name is, even on NXT, they weren't even properly used within that whole division either. They were fucking jokes there too. They were there to, again, build up Jinder Mahal to be a power play. Have Jinder Mahal be this big bad guy again. No.
He needs to grow his beard back, by the way, because
I don't give a shit what he needs to do.
It's fucking gigantic. His chin is fucking huge.
I'm just saying, you don't have 10 proper contributing tag teams. You
can't have a problem when you have a joke of a division, anyways.
No, they can if they fucking stop pussyfooting around and actually make these divisions final. Like, if they want to make LWO inside a tag team, cool. have them. Let the faction run wild. Let them actually compete toe to toe with Bloodline. But they're not. They're protecting them. They're still building. I get it. Max and Models, again, fucking joke. You can't ever put a tag title on those guys. They cannot properly represent WWE. And if they did, that's going for like a whole thing that got a certain beer company almost canceled. And it doesn't work out or bow well for them. Them being WWE or Endeavor. Like, no.
Oh, 10 New Day.
I was waiting too. I was like, he hasn't said fucking New Day at all. This is impressive.
I knew there was one. I was like, there's one that's out there. I just looked him up too. I was like, fucking, I know there's somebody.
I knew what you were doing. I knew what you were doing.
Oh,
I saw you lean over, start typing. But the point of the matter is like the tag team,
the OC.
faction.
No, fuck off. Luke
The
Gallows
Good-
and
the Good
and
Brothers?
Carl, seriously.
When have they competed? That's the whole thing. It's like they don't compete just by themselves. They compete
idea.
with AJ Styles, or they do
Yeah,
mixed
no,
tag.
I'm just saying they've been a tag team for a while.
And they for a really long time. But the whole premise is the fact like they don't have proper tag teams.
No, and I don't think
you adding these factions in. They're holy shit. What was that? You adding factions in kind of negates the whole thing. It's like, yeah, they should be tag team, but they won't. Judgment Day should be a tag team. Somebody in those two should be a tag team stable. If you're gonna do factions, it should mimic the lineup of a Bloodline. You have a tag team group inside the faction, you have a mid-tier card inside the faction, and you have a top-tier card inside the faction. And if you can, a women's division. But they don't. LWO doesn't have that. Sure, they have Rey Mysterio, who's a legend, so his time's limited. You have Escobar, who is mid-tier at best. You have those two other guys that nobody fucking knows the name of. They're just kind of there. They're cronies. Speaking of cronies, Imperium is kind of cronies too, but at least they're established as tag team there. Jinder Mahal's people and cronies.
Fucking joke.
Like it's just
it's
not there.
Los Lotharios.
Oh, they're still thing. That's
yes,
Humberto and
Angel Garza.
Yeah, cousins, which they should be part of LWO, so where they have a proper tag team. I didn't know they were still. I didn't know
they're still listed, but I don't know if they're. I have no idea. They're still listed.
I watch Hulu, so they're never on.
There's, Shelton Benjamin and Cedric Alexander, which are
they haven't competed together in a long time.
To the women's division or women's tag team.
That's a bigger joke than the men's.
Liv is out for a while.
Yeah,
she's hurt, and Raquel just got attacked by
Chelsea Green and Sonya.
No, she got attacked by Baszler and Rousey
on Monday.
Raquel Rodriguez.
Yeah,
she got attacked by Rousey and Shayna Baszler.
Ronda's out with injury.
They were on Raw last night.
That did not show. It showed her winning against Chelsea, and then
Shayna and Rousey came out and attacked her. You didn't see it?
It wasn't shown. No.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm telling you. It's like they didn't fucking show it.
Yeah,
they as of Saturday, Ronda was still listed as injured.
Oh, she didn't. Now Ronda didn't do much. She did hold her arm, and then Baszler pretty much did everything.
Yeah,
she came out and looked like a granimal jumping all over her and fucking hitting her. So they attacked her because they're supposed to have a tag team match with Liv and Raquel against who the fuck ever else, but they attacked her and whatever. But yeah, Liv's out for a while.
Well, Ronda's out for a while too.
They were there.
So Liv was back there too, but she just wasn't on screen.
We'll see what happens to Night of Champions.
Yep.
I'm sure that one gets added as well.
I don't know if the women's tag will be on there, but yeah, that's the only division that's a bigger joke than the men's tag is the women's. Um, but lastly, though, did you see Iconics are supposedly set to come back to WWE? And they're supposed to be the ones that actually dethrone Liv and Raquel.
Mm-mm.
Something was said on Friday Night SmackDown, um, to the degree of like you're gonna have an iconic match at Night of Champion.
Really?
Yeah. Which last I knew, I thought one of them was pregnant. I mean, granted, it was like a year ago, so they would have had the child by then. But
No, I have no idea.
because the
I don't.
uh,
Were they in NXT? I don't even know who the fuck the Iconics are.
Iconics, they were the
No.
two annoying girls. They were on Raw and
That doesn't
SmackDown for a
matter.
long time, and they were like iconic power pose. Um,
I'm sorry. Do one more
Bailey
time.
Kay,
I
Bailey
need to
Kay, I think is
see.
her name, was one of them, and Peyton, Bailey and Peyton. Peyton's married to Sean Spears, aka the Perfect 10. He used to be the Perfect 10 in WWE.
Mm.
They were a big deal. They fought against Sasha and Bailey a
It
lot.
must have been. I don't remember them at all.
I don't think you were probably watching WWE, honestly, at that
Probably
point.
wasn't. No, I probably wasn't.
They were let go during either right before COVID, right after COVID, because they're both from
Okay.
Australia, so they had visa issues, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So, um, but yeah,
Okay.
so that may happen, and supposedly a somebody's gonna make a return at Night of Champions too, whether it's a one-off type thing like Carlito, or it's a permanent addition to WWE. So neither here or there. We'll find out at Night of Champions and wrap it all up. About I don't know how we're gonna talk about Night of Champions for more than like 10 minutes. All right, we'll give it 15. We did give a Backlash 10 minutes, so we'll give it 15.
Yeah. We'll do it.
And maybe just superimpose segments from this episode to that episode too.
Yeah. Repeats.
Yeah, sounds like that.
I've heard this before.
This sounds familiar. Deja vu? Nope. Recycle and reuse. That's all we're doing. Very eco-friendly.
That's right.
All right. But yeah, we'll find out more, and I guess we'll do an episode next week about fucking Night of Champions. So, really just be about the pay-per-view because we've already touched up on WWE as a whole this episode. And don't this is not for him. This is kind of for you listeners, not Rahgel. Fuck Rahgel. Nobody likes Rahgel.
I'm angry.
I'm not angry, trust me. You'll know if I'm angry. Don't forget, every Thursday night, Rahgel and I do live stream on our respective platforms: Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Kick. I'm forgetting one for myself. It's where I stream. He streams over on Twitch. Everything's listed on 2Guys1Gamepad.com. And then there's an interesting episode coming out after this episode, Tuesday after this episode. I only know this because I record it. I'm the one that does all this shit. He's just here. Toot, motherfucker. It's an AI concept one, and I asked Google Bard, which is the AI, a bunch of questions about previous episodes to see what they come up with and compare it to what Rahgel and I discussed in previous episodes of the season. So tune in that one. Rahgel doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. He hasn't heard it. Again, I did this one individually by myself. So
Must be nice to have free time.
yeah, it is. It's pretty glorious. Pretty glorious.
It's glorious.
You're still waiting your 6-month period off to reapply for stay at home, so I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
It got denied. It got pushed out again. I can't reapply for 6 years.
Oh, 6 years.
So,
That puts you at that teenage. Yeah, that's about the time you want to go take a lengthy vacation.
so yeah,
We
it's
we
been
can
pushed.
we can take a dad's vacation at that point because that's about the time I'm going to go away too.
Yeah. Well, we have the summer one coming up.
Yeah. Maybe. Hopefully, we'll see.
Yeah. All right, let's fucking get out of here.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Until then. Yeah. Cool.
I was thinking.
Peace. Bye, bitch. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. I'm Rahgel. This is Sig, and we do fun stuff on what?
What?
What? Who?
What?
Sig Vicious? What kind of bullshit are you coming up with now?
I was singing Fergalicious, but
Fergalicious.
Sigalicious.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Making shit up. Okay.
It's a real song.
Anyways, if you've been listening to us for a while, then you know that we've been playing predominantly Warzone every Thursday night.
So you've been listening to us through the past month.
Yeah, for a while.
We've only been on the air for a year.
So that's a while.
We only start gaming together
Right.
for the last month.
That's a while.
That's what you tell your wife too, isn't it? It took
That's
a while. We lasted a while, babe. It was 3 minutes. Yeah, that's a while. Can you hold your breath for 3 minutes? No. See, that's a long time.
Exactly. 4 inches of snow is a shit ton of snow.
It's not, but okay.
I should have got 6 inches of snow is a lot of snow.
4 inches in Texas is a lot of snow. Yes,
They shut down with an inch of snow.
they shut down with a breeze. Yeah, lived there. I know this.
But if you've seen us in our glorious runs of Warzone in DMZ or any BR mode that we typically were running,
I.e., Warzone.
it's been
You ever seen us in Warzone, DMZ, or
It's been
the
a
Battle
little-
Royale one?
it's been a little less of a train wreck. We've had a few wins.
In duos, we've had 2.
We didn't need to put a number to it at all. There was no need to put a number to it at all because we had a few wins. We've been doing okay.
That's a lie.
We've done decent.
No,
A few.
we haven't done decent.
We've done decent. We've had
A few,
more.
a few is more than 2, less than 7. A couple is 2. Like you and your wife are a couple. That's not 3 people. That's not 5 people. That is 2. You have a
And
few kids.
Nobody invited
I
you.
have
here
a
to
couple kids.
Cloud the issue with your facts.
I'm literally the producer and the executive director. I am.
Not with the
I
facts.
am this.
Nobody asked you to come in with the facts. I don't care what your fucking role is. Nobody invited you to do your fact.
My
telling.
titles. What's on my resume?
Step into my office. I'm about to pull your application. We're gonna have some serious conversations. But if you do see us, and I've watched the TikToks that you put out of your
Bullshittery.
that I'll call it that, and I've found a common theme, a very very common theme.
You get kills taken? Yeah.
That's not it.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of those.
I do hear myself on there quite a bit, doing this thing that we like to say is call outs. While somebody is insanely quiet, focused on what they're doing, and says nothing about anything going on, and then I've noticed that what happens? Oh, I die.
No. So one, you're taking the you shut
No.
your fucking $2 penny pinching whore mouth. You shut up. The TikToks you're saying are where you died. You were already dead. And you like the last one where it's the bridge at the gazebo, also known as my famous drop. My gazebo drop, because that's where I drop all the fucking time. Unless you're listening to this, then I don't ever drop there. Don't ever drop over at the gazebo. You won't find me. But you died, and I get tunnel vision very bad, where I'm like focused on something. This is like ADHD, all other mental shit I have going on, where I hyper focus, and I can call out if I'm not trying to like survive.
You're a deer in headlights.
Well, okay, one of the videos you're talking about, I know I clipped 4 different moments together.
So you're not seeing or hearing me go, hey, they're in the window. It's just me running to the window, shooting the shotgun at them. Or I'll be like, doorway, because I was like, oh shit, there's somebody here. And my brain goes into full mode of focus on not dying. And then after I shoot them or kill them, I'm like, oh, I'm playing with somebody. Hold on.
Oh yeah, hey, me over here, by the way. Hey, hi, I'm here. Hi,
Are
we're
you dropping-
teammates.
Are you dropping back in? And that's typically when I don. Okay, I'm back. What? Wait. And I try so hard not to go, you died?
Because you don't fucking notice. You're so interested, and you're, by your words, tunnel visioned on what's going
Hyper-focus,
on.
yeah.
You have no idea about anything outside of what you're doing. And I realized that's probably a key factor to why we don't have very many wins as of right now. And it's not just.
I've carried us to the top 2 numerous times.
And it's because, no, I'm not saying, that may have came out in a way of blaming you, to blame you. It's the
You wanted to blame me. That's where you were going with this whole subject.
We don't win because you don't communicate. No.
That's a heavy topic that's often discussed during our
definitely.
episodes or during gaming is,
It
why
might be.
aren't you talking to me? I am. And then my TikToks go around disproving.
But also, it's the fact of we've played together now. What? Now this is the most consistent we've ever played together.
A month, yes.
And then before that, I think we played maybe 2 or 3 times, and like broken audio at that point as well, because it was
in-game
not Discord.
audio.
Now we have Discord that we play on, and it's different. So,
And we have in-game chat turned off so they can't hear us now.
Yeah. I have in-game chat turned off to where they can't hear us now because I had it turned on when we started playing, and I'm pretty sure I was running around and they could hear every fucking thing we were doing.
Everything you were doing, yes.
Think about it. Yeah,
I always have in-game turned off.
I didn't even think about it. I forgot about prox chat and everything when we first started playing.
Autofill.
And it was okay. I was the first time I've hosted. Now we're just gonna point out everything, huh? That's where we're going now. That's
you
how
blame
we're
me for not getting wins.
wasn't trying to. I wasn't blaming you, you fucker.
Let's play this back. It definitely sounds like
it was our communication, not just your side.
You just said I wasn't communicating. Now I am communicating.
Okay,
What the fuck is your pick your side of this coin?
It's two-sided for a reason.
Yeah, so am I communicative or am I not?
Yeah. You can flip-flop. It doesn't matter.
I'm not that type
Nobody
of guy.
knows. You're a flippy-floppy.
That meant something different in the 40s.
Yeah, well. But the way that we... DMZ is different.
It's a whole different
DMZ,
breed.
I think outside of the last game that we just played, to where the fuckery that was going on with us trying to...
The tower? That one?
The whole tower incident, which pissed me off.
Oh, I was doing so good.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Until you didn't equip your self-revive.
Okay, one. What fucking developers says, oh, hey, you can pick up more self-revive, but just in case you use your self-revive, it doesn't auto apply itself to the self-revive spot that's specifically designated to only take the self-revives, nothing else. But you can have a self-revive in your backpack that doesn't apply to it, so when you drop, you better make sure you find... Nowhere in the tutorial does it say that.
What tutorial did you go through for DMZ?
The one that I gave.
There was a tutorial for DMZ? I think I skipped it.
Yeah. I want to know what the game was about. I want to know how to play it, so I did the tutorial to find out more about it.
Nerd.
No wonder we fucking lose that fucking DMZ. He's not fucking read up on it.
We've done better in DMZ. We have.
No. I've done better in DMZ. I've carried you.
Here we go. Back to you again. Back to you. No, we're 2 minutes into the game. Hey, there's an extract over here. Let's exfil. We've been in here for 2.5 minutes.
Look, it's good to know your situational surroundings so you know when and where to exfil.
That's when you know you're playing with Navy.
or Air Force. They do aerial
Whatever.
support, so where they do for recon.
Uh,
You don't like recon.
hey,
I do
hey,
recon.
We've been like, hey guys, we've been on the ground for way too long. We've been here for 2 minutes. Calm down.
I'm missing my
You'll get
chair. I
your
need to get back.
You'll get your air conditioning and chair here in a second. We have to ground stand here for a second. You'll be fine.
This is
Just
worse
go
than my
over here.
1-star resort.
Kill the guy. We'll be fine. Jesus, let's go. Keep up. You'll be all right.
But with DMZ though, I'm also the one that's like I will ping everything. Like, let's go do this mission. Let's go do this.
Oh, yeah.
This
Yeah.
the
fucking
whatchamacallits, strongholds. And then I don't pay attention again. I get very tunnel vision. I'm like, I'm just trying to focus on getting to this location, and the next thing you know is I'm running. Next thing you know is I'm running through a fucking mob of goddamn AIs going, help! I'm down! Run! There's AIs! And he's like fucking 2 clicks away from me. He's going, oh, I guess I'll come back.
We normally don't spread out that far. There are times where I will just kind of venture off and look at stuff and try. No, I'm just looting over here by myself.
He's like, ooh, shiny. Ooh, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. What? Oh, shit. Sig needs me.
Busting through doors just to scare the shit out of you. Because that part's fun. Because breaking through doors, freaking you the fuck out is amazing.
I break through windows.
You stop doing it.
No, I punch him out now and then I jump through it.
There's a big difference.
Yeah, you were giving me enough shit that I was like, I'm gonna just punch these out. And then when he said, you jump through it, stop. That's a nice window. But like, I didn't jump through it. I punched it. There's a difference.
But I think the Thursday night games have gotten a lot more entertaining, a lot more fun, and to try and get.
Side note: these Thursday night games are not underneath 2Guys1Gamepad. They're underneath Rahgel and Cybermerc Sig. So just clarification: if anybody's trying to go on the fucking Twitch and look for 2Guys1Gamepad, you'll find us, but you won't find the live stream. So just
Yeah, I mean it's
just want to clarify
fairly late on a Thursday night as well. So
I mean, it's as late as it is right now. Yeah,
it's Central.
It's 8:30 Central Standard.
Central time, yeah. But it's not bad. It's entertaining. I think we've talked about
It's fun.
Fortnite.
I've talked
What was
about
the other
Apex,
game?
and you told me no.
So you fuck up with that one. I'll go Fortnite. That's about the extreme. I played Apex. I can't play Apex. I fucking hate Apex.
I mean, it all depends on if you want to do like BRs. Then we have Valorant, we have Fortnite, we have Apex, we have I can't think of the other BR that I play. Oh well, yeah. Can't think of it.
Okay.
There's like 6 of them. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, there are quite a few, but I think with what's the one, the Outsiders.
That's not a BR. That's
What-
like Destiny 2, but a lot better
okay.
if you get people to play with.
Mhm.
It's really fun. I own the Ultimate Edition and again played with other people who stopped playing altogether.
Mhm.
So there's a $100 video game down the drain.
Oh, so now I see why you want me to get it.
Well, it's on sale now. Been out for a year.
No, it's a Western style game, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a shooter.
Yeah.
It's a shooter.
Okay.
You go around, you
Yeah.
loot, you shoot. Yeah.
Okay. I never even heard it until you said something.
It was supposed to be a Destiny 2 killer and did not go over very well because you remember what happened with like Cyberpunk where they were getting like death threats and everything, so they ended up just releasing it even though they wanted to wait 6 more months.
Yeah.
Kind of similar situation with Outsiders is they had postponed the game or pushed the game back like 3 or 4 times already, and they were getting massive backlash to the point they didn't even talk about pushing it back again. They said we're gonna do an initial release and then we're gonna release more content over the next 3-4 months. And the content that was missing was very pivotal to the single player aspect. So when it dropped, it was heavy multiplayer. You had to play with other people if you wanted to properly progress the storyline. But it has a really good and enriching storyline. But again, when I got into it, it was heavy multiplayer. I had to play with other people. We also play Diablo 4 when that comes out on June 6th.
Not a fan of Diablo at all. Never been a fan
All right, well,
of
that's
Diablo.
been a good episode and a good run. Hope you all have a
Diablo.
wonderful rest of the time. See you on the next Cybermerc Sig episode.
Never been a fan of Diablo. Ever. I don't understand the
You don't like
infatuation with it.
D&D.
I'm not against it. It's isn't it turn based?
I mean, real life D&D, yeah. Diablo's not.
Never played it. I don't know. Never got into it at all. I know nothing about it. Nothing at all.
We don't have enough people to do a D&D campaign, or else we could do a D&D campaign.
That would be I've never played D&D. I set up a character one time and that was it. That's about as far as it went.
I haven't played it since 2010. So it's been a few years.
Yeah, like I said, set up a character and nothing happened after that. And I don't even remember what character I had set up or anything.
Ah, it's all changed. Neither here nor there, though. But I mean, we had been playing every Thursday night on Call of Duty. But again, if you've been watching this or listening to this podcast at all, last year you will have recall that I have shit upon last year's or 2021's 2020s, whatever, the Call of Duty prior, Warzone 1 even, just shit upon all of it because it was very poorly done, poorly executed, just shit. Look at the King Kong versus Godzilla campaign that they ran. Warzone 2 has been, to me, feels like a very different experience. The only struggle I come with every week is sometimes, there's two type of duo matches we can do, and sometimes there's just one. And that's just like to me, that's a fucking nuisance of why are we taking away duos battle royale and keeping duos resurgence, which I prefer resurgence. We last longer. As long as one of us stays alive for 20 seconds, we last longer. But to me, it feels like a shitty option to be like, oh, you're not playing solos and you're not playing quads. All right, tough shit. Get good solo or find a proper team. And if you do find a team or you join a random group of teams, make sure it's not Rahgel and I, because Rahgel's in charge of the lobby. Autofill's there, and we just fucking left somebody out behind last Thursday.
Newsflash, I don't give a shit. My bad. You came in, you got fucked up. You didn't get picked up, buddy. You're about 45 clicks the opposite direction.
Yeah, he was a lot more than 45, but yeah.
We were out. We were gone.
We were chasing the train, and he died.
Yeah. Sorry for you. Not coming back for you at all.
So if you haven't played DMZ, if you die, you lose all your shit. Like, that's the big thing with DMZ is you get to keep the gear you exfil with. So if you do not exfil, you don't get to keep your gear and you start from ground zero. And if you've ever watched us live, you know how Rahgel and I feel about that, because we have choice words when we lose that DMZ.
And I just lost the shit that I stole from somebody in the last match that we lost.
Yep. It's okay, I lost a lot of nice gear too, like my sniper. My 50 mag.
I'm not happy. I just lost it a lot. So
yeah. I just got my My fucking 2-plate armor. Not my 3, but the orange 2-plate too. Yep. That was a shitty round. But I was talking. My communication was on point. Tell me it wasn't.
I mean, when you have your whole camp and tent and everything set up on top of a tower, yeah, it's good. And I'm down around running around killing people.
You weren't running around killing anybody. You're like, I'm gonna go sneak up on him. Okay, so I was watching you, watching the house, pinging them, shooting them. Oh, he dropped. I tell you, they dropped. Looking back at you. Where the fuck are you going?
The bottom of the tower. That came to the bottom of the tower was the problem. Was that truck about ran me over, and then
well, okay. Whose fault was that? Because I was watching the. I said, hey, there's a truck coming. You go, oh, don't worry, it's an AI. By the way, they're driving. I was like, okay. And you went, shit, AI. It's like, I'm busy shooting other people who are trying to shoot you. Gotta pick my poison here.
And then eventually everybody and their mom fucking came to that area. So there was about 3 or 4 teams that came in. So apparently I don't know if it's a bug or not, but you cannot kill the person if they're asking for help. No. So apparently it's a bug.
So it's not a bug. So, I did look into that after we got off because I got really pissed off and I was like, because you remember that DMZ round where I sniped the partner in the passenger seat?
Mm-hmm.
He was asking for help. And you can watch my cam back. I went back and killed him, even though you're like, hey, don't kill him. And I killed him. He said, I wanted to fuck with him. He was asking for help. No issues killing him. But then the guy that was asking for help that I was telling you in the last round, I was like, hey, just kill him. Hit him. Do something. Can't. It won't let me. Oh. It's an update. They want to make it so where you can't just murk somebody just cause. The point of them asking for help is you should be a good sportsman and be like, oh yeah, you can come join my team now.
No.
I'm not arguing with you. I don't think it's a good thing, but it's not a bug. It's a patch. It's a legitimate patchwork. Which I think is stupid beyond belief because the whole purpose of you being able to ask for help is for you to make that lack of better phrase, life or death decision. Cat and mouse.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. I mean, because I died. I asked for help and I got picked up by some random team, and I got picked up quick as shit too.
It's probably because of something like I did where I hit the wrong button. I was like, God damn it.
Not my problem. I came back in my shit and I was trying, and I fucking died again. So
you died right as you got to the top of the ladder too.
I was trying to go after you to try and.
You thought I was still alive, yeah.
I was gonna try and grab your shit for you in exfil, but it didn't work.
No, it killed me before you even got up. But I like DMZ. I've been enjoying it. That grand DMZ is a trios match, so we typically go in just the 2 of us, and either accidentally pick somebody up or accidentally allow them to join our group. That's only happened twice, 1 on each of us. But I did
the.
You did the autofill.
That's right.
I did the. I'm trying to kill you, and it accepted their invitation to save him. And then that fucker just like darted off. He didn't even like follow. He just went, "Fuck you guys, like, I'm alive." And we exfilled without him.
Yep.
You can't kill him either. That would have been so much more fun. Pick him up, like, oh, it's okay, buddy. Like, bitch. I didn't want to invite you anyways. You can't kick him. You can't remove him from your group. Such a pain in the ass. But it's a fun mode.
It's definitely enjoyable. It's a lot. I mean, I've never played Tarkov. I don't ever plan on playing Tarkov, so I have really no idea what it's like.
Tarkov is so much worse than DMZ. Like DMZ barely touches Tarkov because Tarkov as a whole is like you jump in. I mean, same premise. You get to keep what you exfil with, but there's it's pure PvP. Whereas like we can die by AI.
Yeah, I mean, I know, and I've watched people play Tarkov, and I mean how it's definitely a lot more technical and not something I think I want to play because I really give
Nope.
two shits about what kind of ammo I have to put in my
Yeah.
rifle and make sure I have the right everything like that just so I can shoot the damn gun.
It's also one of those games like you cannot just pick up and play and be good at it. You have to know the map, you have to know the surroundings, you have to know which ammo goes with which weapon does what type of scopes you can attack. Like there's so much knowledge that's required for Tarkov, whereas DMZ, you absolutely can just drop it and go.
Yeah. And that's why that one I think it makes it better and a little more enjoyable. And I think the fact of what we're doing is fun.
Which, if you rewind this whole season and go back to last season, when DMZ was announced and released in November/October, you were not a big proponent for it. You were kind of against DMZ. You didn't like it. You didn't think it was going to be good.
I didn't like anything about it because I was like, and but the thing was that I only played solos because nobody else was playing.
I
So
played
that's why I was
solos.
like, fuck this. It's like I keep losing all my shit, and I try to exfil and I get fucked up every time.
But that's
why I like it.
That's we've talked about it in that episode too. We talked about that in multiple episodes.
Yeah, so it's not something that I really enjoyed.
But it's a game changer when you have at least one other person. If we can get a third person, we may be able to just go ham hock on everybody and fucking kill like nobody else.
I think we could. I really think we could.
If you want to play along with us, come join us.
Yeah, definitely down for anybody else.
Resurgence, though, for those who listen that haven't played it, Resurgence is a battle royale mode inside Warzone. One of the same thing, regardless of what Rahgel said at the top of the hour. And quads, trios, duos, and solos. But the whole point of Resurgence is if you die, you can come back after a set amount of time or a set amount of kills by your teammate. Unless you're playing solos, you can come back regardless, but you get two or three lives on it. I forget.
There's a time limit. You have to survive the time limit once you land.
There's also that too. Solos, I know I've died at. I've been kicked from the game because I've died twice, and Resurgence hasn't closed, so it's just.
Yeah, once you land after your Resurgence, you'll hear that it's like a ticker going off.
Yeah.
And it gets faster and faster the shorter the time gets, and once that is, and you're good. Once Resurgence is over, then once you're dead, you're dead.
That one we've done. Oh, there's been so many fucking moments too. There's been a lot of moments where I'm in the top 2 by myself. Funniest yet is still the helicopter moment when I'm like, oh, I can go back to the buy station. It's fine. I'll buy Rahgel back. I didn't hear buy station closed. And I gave up. I gave him a win. It was 1v1. Fucked up. Should have just stayed in the helicopter.
I think the worst time was when I was getting chased around the fucking boat and you're dancing around on the lower levels. Where are you? I'm fucking running from the dude. He's chasing me. I have a sniper rifle and a fucking javelin. I can't do anything.
Yeah. That's probably my favorite moment just because you can go back and watch it. The funniest part is we're on the tippy top above the driver's cabin. I don't know what it's called. Yep. And we're on the very top. I'm on the top. Okay, let's be clear. I was on the top first. And I see Rahgel is chasing him. I'm jumping down because I saw him pass. I was like, oh, I'll go after him too. Lo and behold, I'm chasing him. He's chasing Rahgel. Rahgel went up the ladder to come find me to pin him. Nope, psych, bitch. I'm behind the enemy.
It's like, help me! I can't do anything. I have a sniper rifle and a javelin. I can't do shit.
And like we said, even during the stream, it's very much had Timon and Pumbaa from Lion King. Help! She's gonna eat me.
It's gonna eat me.
Like, it was just, oh my god. And there's so many funny moments, and I love going back and making clips, even for like just my personal stuff, and technically stealing your content to make clips for us. Neither here nor there.
Mm-hmm.
I can't download your shit; it won't let me. Anyways, but I love going back and watching and listening to it because there's definitely times like you mentioned where I get so fucking hyper focused on my screen, and you can tell I'm not listening to you or I'm not paying attention to you because I will just sit there. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try not to die. Pew 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 pew, and then you can see the light bulb moment every time with me of either oh, I need help. Oh wait, I have a teammate, or it's me killing them and going, haha. All right, they're dead. And that's not me talking to Rahgel. That's me talking to myself. And then he responds to me quickly going, oh yeah, I have a teammate. And you can see that moment on camera every time of my brain just going, uh-huh, perfect.
Tune in this Thursday where I yell at Sig a lot more because I know he's not paying attention.
It won't work. But there's been the 2 times we won, too, like they were difficult fucking matches.
Yeah.
I think, were you alive for the first one? Or did I?
I probably not. I probably did. I'm not
There's-
gonna lie. I probably dead for both of them.
No. You were definitely alive for the second one. Guess what I have on my
No,
computer?
I was alive for one of them.
I know you were alive for one of them. Now I just gotta figure out which. Ignore me, just ignore me.
I mean, there's only 2, so it's a 50-50 shot, 1 or 2.
I don't know where I put that. God damn it! I didn't save it. Oh, excuse me.
But it's funny how neither one of those wins are content. None of that stuff gets shown.
I showed both of them on our
I
page.
shown it.
I showed
I
it.
showed it. I showed you that.
Okay, listen.
Synced it.
The fact that I shared a double kill on my Facebook page, and somebody literally commented on it and said, and like the title screen that I have for it said "quick double kill," and somebody on Facebook goes, "Where was the double kill? 2 people didn't die," and literally the first 3 seconds you see me shoot somebody. Second 5 and 6 in the timeline, you see me snipe somebody after throwing a grenade, and you can see it even go double kill. Like the game announces it. And he's like, I didn't see a double kill. Bitch, did you watch only 3 seconds of it? Because like the second kill was like 2 seconds after it. And you're telling me you to fucking stay tuned. I didn't even comment because I was like, this fucking moron. I'm not wasting my time with stupid people. I'm not doing it. And then literally, I think it was Sunday or Saturday, I couldn't sleep. And I was like, you know what? I'm feeling feisty. I was like, yo, did not watch the whole clip? It's literally a 10-second clip. And you're telling me you didn't see 2 kills? Are you dumb? Are you blind? Or are you just stupid? Because honestly, I'm starting to think from you being able to type, clearly you're not blind. Well, maybe you are blind. You can read, you can do Braille. So you're just fucking dumb and stupid then. Watch the whole fucking clip, you dumbass. And like, I don't know why I was so heated for that. I let loose, and he responded with, "You don't have to be a dick about it." Are you fucking what? You came onto my page, watched my video, called me out on it, and you get butthurt because I respond?
How dare you?
You fucking twat sickle. Fuck you.
You're responding your own content and your own comments.
I don't know why.
This is not your comment section to respond in.
I don't know why that one alone pissed me off because I get a lot of them like, oh, you're sniping. That's not real gameplay. Ooh, you killed somebody.
Like that.
You killed somebody with an RPG. Ooh, that's so cool. Bitch, I fucking sniped him from a tower twice with an RPG. Fuck you, homie. I did amazing. Or like the one I sniped the guy out of the air, which by the way, I was so happy. Like you can see, I was so happy with myself.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. I got him. He's dead.
Well, it wasn't even the fact like I killed him. It was the fact that I got him in mid air, and that never works. Like
In the
It's
past
also the
week,
fact that
I
you're
killed
zoomed
somebody.
all the way in.
I didn't have a choice on my scope, okay? It was there. Leave me alone. And then that one, I dropped somebody out of the air, so I was very proud of it. And then the week before that, I dropped somebody out of a moving vehicle with thermal scope that I was just bitching about like 3 minutes prior to that. Fuck you.
It's definitely different from, obviously, Warzone 1 to Warzone 2.
Huge difference, but
The
yeah.
the gun mechanics are way different, and I'm trying to. I haven't played as much as I did Warzone 1. I played Warzone 1 a shit ton. I streamed it
Because this fucker still goes, hold on,
thousands of
I need to
times.
fix my loadout.
I have no idea. I'm still trying to figure out my loadouts.
I got the M4
And
finally. I got it figured out.
Bitch, I hate you.
Okay, I need to change this.
M13.
I need to change whatever. I need to change
I'm
this attachment on my
updating
M13.
everything. Yeah, fuck. I'm trying to figure it out because I don't play enough. I'm way behind. If you compare my hours of Warzone 1 to Warzone 2, I probably have maybe 10 hours of Warzone 2.
Well, if you
Maybe.
compare my Warzone 1 to Warzone 2, I have
I have. And
like 30
you look
hours
at
of Warzone 1, and let's not talk
Warzone
about how
1.
much I'm playing Warzone 2. That's not.
I've got to have. I mean, it's way different. I did a shit ton with Warzone 1. I streamed that thing like crazy. But I still haven't completed the fucking campaign of Modern Warfare 2.
I have
And I
3
need to.
chapters left. I completed it.
I just realized that today. I'm like, I haven't finished fucking campaign yet. And
Yeah.
Modern Warfare 3 comes out later this year that they just announced. So
And
hopefully
I saw Warzone 3. Something about Warzone 3 is coming out this year too.
there's a new map.
Okay.
So a new map comes out and they're going to reboot the seasons and everything. It's going to be season 1 again when that new map comes out.
As long
So
as they
they're
don't
gonna
fucking. Yeah.
So what I'm gathering is that people are okay with the map that they have right now, and it's not like Caldera. Like that's not the one that they absolutely fucking want and go back to or whatever. But the new map that's apparently supposed to come out with Modern Warfare 3 is, I don't know what's going to happen, if it's going to be the only one or whatever, but with the new one coming out, hopefully it brings back some of the other stuff that they have. But my guess is that it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be, I don't think it's not a re-release of Modern Warfare 3. It's just a continuation of Modern Warfare 2, and there's adding
2022
shit for
edition.
that. Yep.
I mean, I think it's stupid that we literally only have 2 maps. We have Ashika Island and we have Al Mazrah. I think it's stupid for the pure premise that they have all these other maps saved for multiplayer, and it would not be hard to take the continuity of those maps, their structural codes, and create a big city style map where you can go to like the gas station, or you can go to the airport, or you can go to the railroad station, or you can go to the subway, or you can go here or there, and like connect all these multiplayer maps into one Warzone map. Like it doesn't make sense that that's not happened yet. That's not a thing where you can go play the terminal map and actually go to the terminal, the airport map from the original Modern Warfare 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fuck, you know how nasty Warzone would be if that section the terminal map was part of Warzone. My ass is camped in the back of that fucking passenger plane and sniping straight through the window into the building.
If they were to incorporate all of the multiplayer into one map, it would be. It could. I mean, it could be fun, but I think the fact that they're trying to make their own maps and incorporate multiple different terrains and aspects of everything with it, it works. But I still like where they're at with it now. I just want. I'm
it's
hoping
good.
that the new map is not fucking ass. Like,
Well, I think it needs to be a medium-sized map at this point because you have Ashika Island, which is super tiny,
Mhm.
and you have Al Mazrah, which is huge.
Mhm.
So they have to get that in between map, the medium one, because for duos, there's
well,
only
Ass
there's
Cheeks
only
is your
50.
resurgence map.
Yeah, Ashika, but yes, it's 52 teams, so it's
Yeah.
106 or 104. I don't know if it includes us or doesn't include us because there's sometimes it says there's 104 players left, but then it says there's 52. So I don't fucking. It's never accurate or never the same. But they need that in between map because like when we play DMZ, you can play those exact same maps, but we don't
Mhm.
touch Ashika Island at all because well, and it's to have so many AIs in that small of a map, and then also have to worry about fucking other players coming around. Like, I think we
Well,
played it
yeah.
once or twice. We lost
Mhm.
once and got trapped inside a building. Still got second though in that one because we had a showdown at the end, or third. Sorry, we got third in that one. And then the other time we actually exfilled, we did like 2 quests and quickly bounced out after 5 or 10 minutes. We're like, nope, done. Let's go.
Mhm. I think it's this. I like the smaller maps because there's a lot more shit that'll go on. But I also think with DMZ, if we had the third player, it'd be different for sure.
Well, yeah, because they can
Because
talk to you.
well, it's also another bullet sponge. So being able to have the third player will change things. But having duos on a small map when you're fighting,
Yeah.
trios, yeah, it's going to be a little more difficult. And I don't play very much, so I my gameplay is very low right now. You shut your damn mouth.
I didn't say shit.
You didn't have to. Your fucking face said it all.
You can't prove that. As far as everyone listening knows, there's no audio or no video here.
Yeah, there's video. Just wait for it.
I haven't
You'll
uploaded
see
a
it.
video on YouTube for a while.
Fucking slacker. Ah,
I'm sorry.
who's
What-
fucking
what-
running this shit?
It's clearly
Who
not
runs this
you.
shit?
It's me, and that's why they haven't been uploaded.
I haven't been given the authority to do anything, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Authority? I'm sorry. Do you need permission? Do I look like your wife? Do I look like the army sergeants
There's
above
no
you?
authority. There's no authority. You haven't given me shit.
I actually did give you authority. I said, yeah, okay, you can be in charge of guests and bringing other people on.
They're coming. They're coming. Everybody's busy. School and everything else going on right now.
Oh, good. Thank God. Summer is literally just a couple weeks away.
It's what I'm saying. I mean,
so are you
just wait.
are you promising everybody listening that we're gonna have tons of guests this summer?
Yes, they're coming. Don't worry.
How
Trust
many
me.
how many guests are you going to bring on this podcast? Get the fuck
I
off
know.
of Call of Duty. I can see what you're doing.
I'm on my fucking. I don't know your. I hate you. I'm not even on Call of Duty. It's on, but it's not. I'm not on it.
Discord says you're on
Jackass.
Call of Duty.
Well, Discord can fuck off. There's just updates that are running. Relax. Jeez. Fucking psycho.
Anyways, though, if you want to catch on to more of, or catch
This
on,
bullshit.
if you want to watch, physically watch with your eyeballs on the bullshittery that is Rahgel and technically Cybermerc Sig, visit us on, both of us are on Twitch. But if you're a fan of YouTube or Kick or Facebook, you can also find my personal stuff over there as well. Every Thursday night, 8:30-ish. This is like parental 8:30, if that makes sense. Maybe we start 8:30, maybe not. It's hard to say.
When the kids go to bed, we can get away from them.
Pretty much.
So basically, it starts with Sig plays at least one game, and then I get on at like 8:45.
It's Sig plays one game and doesn't fucking get alerted by his phone or Discord that Rahgel's on and goes in to play another game and then go, Oh, let me look. Oh, okay. He's trying to call me. Oops.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
let me
that's
finish
cool.
this game.
Just
You should have
or
texted me. I did text you. No, you
yeah.
fucking. Oh, look at that. You did fucking text me.
That's right. Yep.
You should message me. I did.
Yep, I
Holy
did. All
fuck.
over it. Yeah. What other excuse do you want? Yeah, fucking did it.
But you can tune in live. Twitch for Rahgel and I, and everywhere else for me as well. It's a lot of fucking fun. It really is. We have a blast. It's a different type of content than just podcasts because we don't really talk about podcasts because I'm hyper focused. He's focused on not dying and trying to get me to talk. It doesn't work very well, clearly. I
We're a
can't
dysfunctional relationship. We never talk. We never communicate. You're always about yourself.
but yet we yell about why don't you communicate?
Exactly.
You could have saw that live on an episode too. But it's a lot of fun. Check it out every Thursday night, again, 8:30 Central Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific. I think if my conversions are right. Don't quote me on that. I think I'm right though. Pretty sure I'm right. I think Pacific's 2 hours behind us. I know Eastern's 1 hour, but I think so. He doesn't know either. Okay, he's just shaking his. Anyways, yeah. So that's that. Let us know if you came from the podcast, so that'd be amazing. But yeah, stay tuned for that, and thanks for listening. Here's Rahgel because I'm dead.
If you guys want to play with us, let us know. Reach out.
Oh, that's
drop a comment, something. We're down to play with
2Guys1Gamepad.com.
everybody.
Contact
don't
at
be a
2Guys1Gamepad.com.
Yeah. Just don't be a cunt. That's all we ask. It's very simple. Still
Don't
one roll.
out-cunt us.
I don't know how that works, but yeah, I guess that works too.
You match our energy, but don't go.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just let us know. We're down to play with anybody. So yeah, till then, bye, bitch.
Welcome back to another episode. We are here again with the one and only Sig and his companion, partner, pet over there, Rahgel. He's here.
Were you gonna call me a fucking puppet?
Puppy, but yeah.
Bitch.
Anyways, we're back for another episode, as always, every Tuesday and Thursday night, each week, until we say otherwise. Tonight's going to be a little different. Or this episode's going to be a little different.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of different? Oh, fuck it. No, it's whatever. You'll understand in a second. What's going to happen is I'm going to torture Rahgel.
Like every fucking episode.
So what that means, it's a game night episode. He's so happy. He hasn't said anything, but he's so happy. You can see the visual. He's so happy. He's clapping his hands. He's yanking on himself. He's happy. He's just having a ball over there.
I'm yanking on myself.
Yeah, that's what you do. It's fine.
Cool. I'm masochist. I jerk off and be myself now. Is that what we do now?
Yeah.
Fucking
So-
weirdo.
This is a very easy premise to understand. I have 12 AI generated images. I'm going to show you an image. You have to guess based off the category of which I give you. I'm not just going to throw up the image and be like, hey, guess this fucking thing out.
Oh boy.
But I'm going to send you an image. You can look at it and let me know what you think the answer is. There's no punishment, so I know the fucker doesn't have any more nasty ass flavored sodas. I do. He doesn't. I do. He doesn't. I have 2. He has none. What I'm saying is he only bought a 4-pack. I have a 6-pack, but whatever. Neither here nor there.
A 6-pack that I bought. Just make it clear. I have 6-pack that I sent you. I need to buy 2 more. We made it clear.
He did buy it. I didn't buy it. He bought it.
Yeah, exactly.
Which means he didn't buy himself a 6-pack, even though he knew I had a 6-pack because he bought it. Therefore, he says failure
They
from the
only have
get-go.
4 flavors where I went. I did bought your shit off Amazon. You shut your damn mouth.
So you're telling me you
And
couldn't
you
buy
just
yours off of
enjoy-
Amazon?
No, because I had what I needed here. I can go buy 2 more.
So this is going to be based upon video games, comics, wrestling. So yeah, let's get into it.
Oh,
And you're
boy.
gonna have to kind of watch this on our YouTube channel to get the full immersion of it. But the sound effects, I'm sure, are going to be amazing. So we're going to do this anyways. And if it's a bust, I won't ever do this again on a podcast episode. We'll save it for a YouTube exclusive. So the only question at hand is Rahgel ready? It doesn't fucking matter if he's ready. You ready? Let's go. All right. Number one.
It's a good place to start.
Well, I have to rename it to make sure you don't see the name. I don't know if it shows up on Discord what the name is for you. So this one, I'm gonna categorize as close to home. You should know this one. Business. I don't know how to explain it.
I don't know what am I like.
Do you see the image?
I see it. I'm looking at it, and it's three dudes looking at a TV and two are playing video games. I don't know quite. What am I supposed to guess?
What do you think this is? What do you think the name? What name generated this image?
Oh, okay. I get what you're. Okay.
You can be taught.
Holy fuck. I. This is stupid.
If you need a hint, I have a hint for all these, but I literally just have one. So don't ask for more than one. I have one. Come on.
All right. Hint for this one.
You want the hint?
Yeah.
It is named after a podcast. It's
What's
named
named after?
after a podcast. So it's a podcast title, name, brand, whatever you want to call it.
Named after a podcast. This is stupid. Why do we do this?
While he's thinking about this is going to be a shorter episode than normal. I only have 12 images that I'm going to show him.
You think it's gonna be short?
And I'm going to put a time limit on him because we got shit to do. We really don't, but I'm going to put a time limit on it anyways.
I don't know.
There's two of them. They're playing video games.
There's three of them. Only two are playing video games.
That's literally what I just said. There's two of them playing video games.
I mean, if it's 2Guys1Gamepad, I'll be fucking mad.
I need your guess on what you think this is.
2Guys1Gamepad.
It is 2Guys1Gamepad.
That's fucking dumb. Why is there a third guy there?
I don't know. Ask the AI. I don't have fucking control over that. God. Jerk.
That's
I'm going to take the chance and
that one's dumb.
upload this. Hopefully it doesn't show the name. Alright, there's image number 2. So this is a mashup. I typed in two things to get this. One of them should be like a dead giveaway, because if you don't fucking get it from one of them, that's like,
I mean,
I'm
obviously
sorry.
Spider-Man.
Yes. Who is the second, or what is the second? What did I mash up with Spider-Man to get this image?
Do I need two names, like Spider-Man and...
Yeah. Yeah. You need two entities, two people, two things, two names, two nouns. What got mashed up with Spider-Man to get this image? Come on, Geppetto.
I'm looking at the shit in his chest and I can't fucking tell.
On his chest is a spider.
It's a weird looking spider.
I still have a hint too, so just FYI. If you can't think of anything, I'm not promising these hints are amazing. These are just hints I have written down. So, sorry.
No, I'm gonna need a hint.
classic horror movie.
Van Helsing.
Nope.
Okay.
Classic horror movie. Classic slasher, maybe? Even though I don't watch much
Freddy?
horror and slasher, so I can't give you.
Like
I don't
Freddy. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean,
know. No, it's
Freddy Krueger's
Freddy. Yeah,
Spider-Man?
it's Spider-Man mashed with Freddy Krueger.
I don't get the movie.
The hat is the only thing that's Freddy. The hat is literally the only thing that AI told me is Freddy.
Really?
Yeah.
That's just that one's. I was looking at the spider like to see if there's anything like giveaway of the spider. Like there's nothing.
Nope.
It just has a shit ton of legs to it. Like it doesn't make any sense to like give away Freddy. Like even the hat isn't like complete, but obviously
No.
AI generated. It's not going to be
Yeah.
perfect.
They ran really hard with
Okay.
Spider-Man. All right.
Yeah, extremely hard.
So
Like they didn't even diminish his face at all either.
No, that was kind of the upsetting part because like I've run that AI probably like 6, 7 different times, and it's pretty much the same thing. It may have been like a symbiote version of Spider-Man, but there was no real Freddy coming through other than a hat or like there was one that had 3 claws, and I was like, that could be Wolverine. That's too misleading. All right. The only category I'm going to get with this one is wrestling.
What is this?
Or wrestling show. There, I'll make. Yeah, wrestling
show.
Yeah. I don't know if the clue would help you at all either, so just kind of FYI.
Wrestling show. Meaning like Raw or something like that?
Like a wrestling show.
Okay.
It could be like Raw, SmackDown. It could be a pay-per-view. It could be indie circuit. It could be another promotion show. Yeah. It's a show. It's a wrestling show. And again, I don't know if the clue would help you at all either. So like, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know.
Yeah, give me I want to hear your clue.
Alternative mainstream option.
It could have just fucking beat my head against the wall and come up with that too.
I was sure that would be like a great clue because that'd be great. I also know what it is, so. I thought that was a good option. I'm sure there's somebody that has to be listening that's screaming now like Rahgel's fucking stupid.
I'm sure they scream that all the time, but fuck them. I don't.
Disregard what I'm typing in Discord. I'm just putting the
The
answers to the previous ones.
the pictures are definitely throwing me off. I know they're AI generated, so it's like those are what's really throwing me off, and then the weird ass words that are everywhere, or broken words. I have no
Alternative mainstream option.
AEW.
There we go. Like I said, I thought that would be a dead giveaway.
I mean, you said alternative like, oh, AEW, but I was like, there's no way it's that easy.
Okay, have you ever seen the like being elite, like that, the font they use and everything? I think that's what it's trying to mimic is that being elite font because that's the first thing I thought of was elite. So, anyways, let's go back to comics.
go
Two Worlds Collide comic book edition.
Deadpool and Aquaman.
Yeah. That doesn't look like
That's
Aquaman, but that looks like Deadpool.
Yeah, I mean, Deadpool stood out first. Well, to be honest, it looked like both were Deadpool, just alternate
Yep.
Deadpools.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck's on his back, but looks like
It looks like a sail to a boat.
kind of like an anchor, or I don't know, but like the blonde hair on I guess the blue looking Deadpool and the
So the
seahorse legs. I don't know what the hell's
Aquaman
going on with his legs.
has red hair in this one, but yeah, the blonde is like part of its armor or whatever.
Yeah, I don't. It's like seahorse legs.
Look, I tried
It was good, man.
Aquaman versus Deadpool, and Aquaman, no matter how many times I generated it, never came out holding like a trident or anything. It just looked stupid. So even AI thinks Aquaman is stupid.
Well, even like look at Deadpool's arms. Like what? Like his hands. Like what the fuck?
It's baby Deadpool. He got cut
Yeah,
off.
true. It's weird.
Oh no. All right. Like some of these may be like super easy. Some of these may be like. I know there's one of these I'm gonna save that's just so fucking hard. All right. Okay. Are you gonna let me drop this damn image? There we go. This is franchise.
Call of Duty.
Yeah. So I thought some of these would be super easy.
No, I was like, what? I'm gonna say Call of Duty. He's like, no, Battlefield. Fuck you. Like this son of a bitch.
So Battlefield came up with something completely different. Never came up with soldiers at all.
Okay.
All right, and then let's go again. This should be a really easy one. If you don't get this one, I'm going to like straight up drive to Iowa and just punch you in the dick.
Mario Kart.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with Luigi's arms, but our hands.
It's supposed to be Mario. I don't know why he's green.
It is Mario.
That's Mario.
Supposed to be Mario. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
yeah.
don't know what the hell's going on with this shit, but okay.
I don't fucking know either.
This.
All right, and then you have. Oh, let's go with. I have a few easy ones.
Oh yeah, because these have all been easy. Transformers.
I need a specific. That's the title. I need a specific Transformer.
Oh, you need specific. Megatron. If that's Optimus, it's fucking horrible. I mean, now I could look at it. No, fuck Megatron.
No,
Is that Starscream?
no.
Starscream.
Well, to be
Jazz.
fair, I guess I should say specific because it's not. Yeah, the clue is not specific. It's hard. It's a Transformer, but you're not. I'm not looking like for Optimus Prime. If you catch my drift.
Decepticon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I don't know how to phrase this without giving away. And
Megatron.
disregard me typing the word bad Transformer because I'm not going to attempt to spell Decepticon on Discord. I will worry about it later. Had an issue.
I was like, it's fucking Megatron. I was like, no, wait. If it's not, then it's a shitty looking Optimus.
Megatron brought me a Jumbotron, but bigger.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
Same with like Optimus Prime. It generated a Prime looking bottle. It's like, oh, great. Okay. I think this one's easy. Video game.
Pokemon.
Yeah. I try to throw a few Nintendo ones in there going, he should know these. He should know these.
Shit. Oh, fuck. Crease.
What?
What the fuck? Ah, Safari. What the fuck? Wait, what? Horizon.
No.
Sunset.
No.
Swamp Thing. I don't. What the fuck do I do with this? Okay, cool. Good job. Good job, Bob Ross. I'm proud of you.
It is a video game. I will tell you that.
Oh, it's a fucking video game.
Yeah, it's a video game.
What the? Is there anything in here that will give it away of what it is?
If you look closely enough, yes.
The fuck am I looking at?
On
There's no
YouTube,
fucking
y'all
way.
can see Rahgel's wannabe
There's
mustache.
no fucking. Oh yeah.
He has as much of a mustache as I do, as I have hair on the back of my calf.
I don't. Funny story. I don't grow fucking facial hair that well.
Me neither.
Fuck you. You.
I just shaved too.
I haven't shaved in like a week. I was really good in the military. I had to fucking shave that often. I weighed a lot of shit.
I just shave like 2 or 3 times a day.
Yeah, you're one of those guys. What the fuck is like? How you get Turok? What the fuck can I get? What? This is a shitty fucking picture. It's a video game. Oh, okay, cool. It's a video game set in the wilderness, a mountainous terrain. What do you mean, kind of? It's fucking woods and mountains.
Yeah, in the video games, you kind of played in the woods and mountains at some points. I still have a hint, by the way, that
What's your hint?
we play this.
Warzone.
It's Warzone. Warzone 1, to be specific. The generation is based off of the original Warzone map, according to AI.
No.
It is. I didn't say it'd be perfect. I'm just saying that's.
I mean, I want to be like, oh, King Kong versus Godzilla, Kong Skull Island.
That's probably the last thing the AI had.
Hmm.
All right. Now let's go. We have 3 more. I have 1 super easy one, and 2 other ones.
Oh, okay. Let's go with the 2 other ones.
Okay.
Let's end on your easy one. Fuck you. What is this bullshit? Like,
Yeah, shut up. Let me give you. Shut the fuck up. The category.
Jeffrey Dahmer fucking
That's
shit
not
did
Jeffrey
you give
Dahmer.
me? Yeah, whatever.
This is a wrestler,
No, it's
a
not.
big name wrestler. And it clues no. I mean the picture is no help, by the way.
Oh, that's cool.
I know. I've stared at this one like 100 times, going, I don't know how I'm gonna make this work. So, yeah.
The picture is no help.
I mean, when you find out who it is, you're like, this is stupid. Doesn't even look like him.
Austin Theory.
No.
What? Do you have a hint?
Kind of. It's not like amazing hint.
You want it?
Yeah, the picture didn't help me.
It's a wrestler who has wrestled in both promotions, WWE, and is currently over in AEW.
John Moxley.
Yes.
It looks just like him.
The funny thing is I didn't type John Moxley to get this picture.
What would you put?
Dean Ambrose.
I mean, now that once you said yes, it does look like him.
I don't think he does. I mean, I guess in the early days. But yeah.
Anyway.
All right. Easy one.
In an AI, well, the easy one. Ninja Turtles. Donatello.
No, just TMNT.
Obese, retarded Donatello.
I literally just typed in.
Hey, you guys!
Typed in TMNT. And I got that.
What the fuck is that? Guys, I'm the smart one. I'm Donnie. I got this. Let's go. We're good.
Doesn't it? Okay, so if you look at the hand, doesn't it kind of make you think of, take my hand, it's my strong hand.
Take my strong hand. What is on his back?
Everything.
Is that another
Fucking
arm?
everything.
What is that purple thing in the back? Is that another arm? He has hair on his arms.
Yeah, the hairy turtle shell. I don't fucking know.
Why does he have hair chest?
You see his eyes though? It's like one squint.
Yeah, like yeah.
I need help.
His teeth are halfway. And like, okay, cool. This is an intro that didn't make it.
This is one of the rejects.
Yeah, I'm Ninja Turtle, guys. I do it. I'll be okay. We got it covered. He's probably the new one.
All right, last. Maybe the last one. This is image number 12, but we'll see if it's the last one.
After that one.
I may decide to give you one more. I don't know. We'll find out.
All right. What the fuck is this? That the Ninja Turtle one was bad, but you gave me this. What the fuck is that? Is that? What the fuck? His head looks like a female body part. What the fuck am I looking at? Cool. I'm just gonna shit on a piece of paper, rub it around, and say, "Hey, what did I just create?"
Hey,
What
you can't use that comment. You've already used that on one where like I smudged video game images.
What is this? This is what AI gave you?
Yeah, this is what AI gave me.
What in the fuck is up with his head?
Disregard the rope going through his knees and everything.
No, I'm over that. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on with the samurai haircut he's got going on and clitoris mouth. Like I don't understand.
You wouldn't know what that looks like.
I've never found it, and I don't know. It's a myth.
It's not.
What the fuck is going on?
Some of us know what we're doing.
Are you? I honestly have no idea what I'm looking for here. Is this a wrestler, a promotion, a video game,
Wrestling.
a dyslexic ability?
Wrestling.
It's a wrestler.
No, wrestling.
Promotion?
Yeah. TV show, promotion, whatever you want to call it, brand. I don't know. It's wrestling. Before you think, it's not Impact Wrestling, regardless of it looking like Impact.
I want to say SmackDown because somebody just smacked that shit out of that dude.
No.
My guess is Raw.
No.
No?
No.
So Raw Dog the shit out of his face. Impact? Because they impacted the
I just told you it's
fucking
not
everything.
Impact.
It should be. I really have no idea what I'm even looking at right now. Did you give me a clue?
No, I haven't given you a clue yet.
What clue do you have for this fucking train wreck?
Big Four PPB.
Big. Oh, WrestleMania?
Yeah.
How in the fuck is that
To be
WrestleMania?
specific, 39.
Why 30? Are they? What the
I
fuck?
don't know.
Why?
That's just why I typed to get that.
Whose body is that?
I don't know.
Was 39 last year?
This year.
This year?
Yeah, back in March,
What
a
the fuck
couple
am
months
I
ago.
looking at? Like I don't understand.
It's like a
Like
fucking
whose
train
body
wreck,
is
isn't
that?
it?
I don't understand what's up with the. Like literally he has.
Some of these AIs are trippy.
You're beyond trippy. Like whose fucking body is that? Outside of the rigmarole fucking face they got going on, because I don't know what's going on with that. I have no idea.
It's not a person. It's just WrestleMania 39. That's literally why I typed in
shit,
the
yeah.
AI generator
That's
too.
because that definitely screams WrestleMania 39. I mean,
Before
the
ropes don't give it away.
the fucked up, yeah. The distorted W above his head, but even that, like, nothing about this says WrestleMania
No,
at
no,
all.
no. Unless you did a video game or comic books, they were not very cut and dry. Type
Really?
thing. Yep. I thought WrestleMania would provide a very unique one, but this was
It's unique. You definitely got unique.
yeah, that's not the word I would use, but yeah, it's something.
Yep.
It is something. I gotta play around with a lot of these so many times,
Wow.
and we're not gonna do it on this episode, but we will have an episode at some point. Kind of what I did in a previous episode, which at the time of this recording you haven't listened to it, so you don't know. So I'm gonna tell you the gist of it. Secret: we record several episodes every week. I did an episode. They would have came out. Oh, what's this coming Tuesday from today's recording? Next week.
23rd.
So the 23rd, May 23rd, whatever episode that is. I think it's like episode 37. I don't know. May 23rd. That doesn't sound right now. But anyways, May 23rd's episode. I did an AI generation where I went through our season 2 episodes, and I would take. Let me just get this pulled up so I can have a more specific one. I would type into Google Bard, which is Google's experimental AI system that they're working on right now, and I would type in like top 5 or statistically most believable conspiracy theories was one of them, and it would give me. Google would come up with not only the top 5 conspiracies, but then would also summarize each one. It would give me information about it, and it wrote a script, basically. And I would do the same thing with like, I think top 5 wrestlers, top 5 music of all time, movies of all time, TV shows of all time. I did personal pet peeve, which was an interesting one. And what was the other one I did? I think I did 5, maybe 6 of them. wrestlers. Did I say wrestlers already? But yeah, I did those, and it would generate this whole wonky script. And for the most part, AI will pull from known sources to configure facts, but at the same time, it's pulling from multiple sources, so it may not come across as real. But yeah, top five uh, grossing video games it came up with. I think maybe it was top 10 even. It had Minecraft at number one, which is like if you go research, Minecraft is the top grossing video game of all time. However, it grossed I think $2.2 billion, and yet Pokemon Red and Blue grossed 2.5, but it's not above Minecraft, even though Minecraft has grossed less. So like the way it provides stuff comes across very wonky.
Mhm.
And when you listen to the episode, you go back and listen to the episode, you can clearly tell in my voice even where I'm like, this is stupid. This ain't fucking right. But we're gonna do another episode at some point where you and I are gonna use a probably chat GPT, and kind of come up with other just random shit as well. Of write me a script of would you rather, or give me would you rather clues or whatever like that, and see what it comes up with, along with images and songs and TV shows, and you can do so much with it. It's so funny. So I don't know if you've seen any of the chat GPT videos going around where it's like
No, I have no.
they're asking chat GPT to respond to an email from a boss that's like degrading them, and say, please have a witty comeback for this email. And they upload the email into chat GPT, and the AI configures like a really good comeback professionally, but then at the end fucks it all up by saying, oh, like there was ones like, I got in trouble for missing work for being sick because I was throwing up in my bathroom. Please respond to my boss with a proper response. And the gist of the chat GPT was, it came up with like, oh, I'm so sorry that I had to miss work because I was bedbound due to throwing up all the time, and kind of explaining her illness. And then at the end of it, I'm also sorry that you have a lack of human compassion to understand what I, an AI system, can understand as basic human responsibilities of not getting other people sick. So, if you are so uncompassionate, please, respectfully, go away. And she's like, I don't think I can send this in. I should probably leave that last little tidbit out. But a lot of fun stuff you can do with these AIs, and of course TikTok has AI filters for like facial, and images, which I've played around with a bit. So, lots of fun, and we should definitely do a AI one, because why not?
Yeah. I agree.
But that's neither here nor there. That'll be a future episode, probably like in 2 weeks, 3 weeks from this recording, not from releases, because that may be like 2 weeks. Who knows? Yeah, you got all of them right pretty easily, except for Warzone and AEW and 2Guys1Gamepad.
Mm.
Sorry,
I was thrown way off on what they even expect on the very first one.
Good. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I had no idea what to even guess.
And then hopefully I get around to uploading this to YouTube so where everybody else can see. Gotta get back to that. That's so much work. I don't even know.
You have time, you're good.
Not between streaming and this. Maybe next week with my kid to hospital. But yeah, let us know what you think of this episode. Of course, you guys can't see it if you're listening to it, but go check it out. Google Bard, not paid sponsorship, just really cool AI to use that's free. So, but without further ado, thank you so much. Here's Rahgel with his famous wannabe Lizzo catchphrase, because as he stated before, he came before Lizzo.
Heard you, bitch. I did. Way before Lizzo. She can't hold a candle.
Come on, Lizzo. Please be on the show.
Yeah, come on. Go ahead. Ah, bitch.
Well, welcome back to another episode of us, 2Guys1Gamepad. Wow, I really was trying to avoid that. I caught just corner myself there. Anyways,
Bleep,
it
bleep,
was
bleep.
just scrap this whole now. So welcome back. We're back again. It is myself, Sig, CEO, CFO, CEO, creative design, head of creative,
With his own fucking
everything.
horn.
Toot toot, motherfucker. Ooh, hold on. I think I can even toot my horn. Let's see. Can I toot my horn? I can toot my own horn. There we go.
Great. Now we have fucking sound effects. We've now become a basic bitch podcast.
That's gonna be really loud on the podcast.
Oh my
That was
god.
really loud on my headset. I'm tempted to play feedback and see how that worked.
This is now just like a driving home FM radio show.
Not even FM, it's AM radio show at this point.
Oh my gosh.
I think I can do the bum, 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 bum.
Oh my god.
Anyways, so it's me, Sig. We have Rahgel here as usual.
Self-entertained.
Let's give Rahgel a proper introduction. He needs a golf clap. He needs to be
Oh
praised.
my god.
There we go.
Fuck
Everyone
outta
clap
here.
for him.
This is where it's now become. This is the end.
It's not.
It's happening now.
It's not because they're allowing more here in a bit too. So
It's oh shit. It's coming. The end is near.
the end is nigh. Yeah, it's coming.
Oh.
Not because of me. It's just that I'm just a product of the side effects.
Speaking of the end is near, we have Night of Champions coming up this Saturday.
That segue was terrible because
Well,
Sami Zayn and KO are not losing their tag titles.
I'm just talking about possibly the end of me watching anything because
Oh,
it is
yeah.
getting absolutely horrendous.
Oh,
These matches are dog shit.
Have you seen Ronda Rousey's tweets and her YouTube
No.
videos?
No.
So this is kind of important to Night of Champion, I promise, because it's overall. So she had an episode release, I think on this past Sunday or 2 Sundays ago, where she had blown up creative in WWE for only spending, quote, 5 minutes or less on the women's division storyline. And that's why every match seems so wishy-washy from time to time. And she even dined her storyline out between Liv Morgan last summer, where she's like, Liv Morgan beating me and playing that extreme card, that was perfect, like that worked, that made sense. But then our next bout, I was supposed to squash her, but that goes against her whole like building up this extreme persona, and it made no sense because they were just flipping so bloody quick between what the female division would do and how stories would go. Is 1 week, Liv was supposed to be extreme and she wouldn't tap out, and then the next week she was pinned in under five minutes. Like, it made no sense, and the women's division is just a joke, and it pisses me off, and like she just goes off on it. But everything she said held water. Like, it all made sense and it all lined up with how the women's division is and has always been treated.
Well, it seems like it's doing nothing but getting worse now. I mean,
Yeah.
look at Rhea. Rhea as the champion is stale and boring now. She was better before she was champion. And now she has a match against Natalia, which
Why?
I don't know. And unless you're looking for her to have a decent match, Natalia can put on a decent match. I'll give her that.
Yeah. No, she can't. She puts
But
on
with
half-ass matches.
With Rhea, I think they'll put on at least a decent match. And I'm not saying that these are, like I already said at the beginning, these are dog shit matches. With minimal build-up. I mean, I think Trish and Becky may have, outside of the bloodline, Trish and Becky may have the biggest build-up. No, I mean Cody and Brock.
One could argue Bianca and Asuka have the biggest buildup because this has been like months and months, and technically I think a year in the making. But
Off and on, yeah.
Bianca's even getting stale to watch too.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
She's
so is
stagnant.
Asuka. Like there's not a lot going on. And
No.
the fact that I am, and it's not like night and day difference. We're talking about like on scale of 1 to 10, I'm at like a 2 interested with the women's singles division. And I'm at like a 3 for their tag team. And that tag team shit is a whole hot mess as it is itself, with Liv Morgan being injured, and they keep playing back like, oh, this is the moment she got injured when she took the boot to the side of the face, and of course they keep slowing it down, and it really shows that WWE is fake. There's like the boot never made contact. What do you mean this is her injury? There's no
Yeah.
contact. Ugh. Don't slow this down, guys. It does not benefit you guys at all to do slow motion this type of stuff.
No, but my guess is she got hurt training in some way, and they're just using that one. But there was a way better replacement than Shotzi
Yeah.
for her, but that's who they went with. So that's the new one. Who knows how that goes?
It's just like the tag team division as a whole, though. It's who are we teaming up this week? I mean, you had LA Knight and Rick Boogs on Friday Night SmackDown. Like, why? I don't understand the storyline going on there. And then, like, I'm happy. Don't get me wrong. I'm so happy that Karrion Kross is not on this card for Night of Champions. Because his whole gimmick is it's not there. It doesn't make any bloody sense. His targets make no bloody sense. He has no connection to his targets.
So then there's no, so and going through it, there's no United States champion, and there's no women's. I always want to say European. I don't know why. And there's no women's tag team division title match.
That was because they had to scrap it due to injury.
Which, yeah. But the U.S. title, I thought somebody was challenging Austin Theory. I thought I saw it on Raw.
I thought so too. But I also think I have to go back. I don't think U.S. Championship has ever been defended in Saudi.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
And it might be on SmackDown that they do it. Like they've done with the Intercontinental title.
I mean, the only matches I'm kind of looking forward to is the World Heavyweight with Rollins versus Styles, and that's just because they are both just really like amazing performers. They can put on a show individually, and then collectively they're going to just blow the house down, in my opinion. I think that has the chance to be the match of the night, but that's not saying too much based upon the card. Cody versus Lesnar, I don't think is going to happen. I think there's a storyline now that's going to involve Triple H because he got involved on Monday Night Raw. And words were exchanged, and they've compared each other to similar positions. So I think we may see like a tutelage type storyline going on there where Cody and Triple H will be seen a little bit more together. I don't know, since he has full creative control, he may not want to be involved. But who knows? And then the tag championships, those are really the only 3 matches worth any weight at all in on this card. I don't even give a shit about Trish versus Becky. I think that's a waste and stupid.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's. I mean, the other 4: Bianca, Asuka, Rhea, Natalya, Gunther, and Mustafa, and then Becky and Trish. They're gonna be probably decent, but they're not gonna be anything. The Gunther Mustafa could be okay. Granted, it is Gunther and he's fucking boring, but
Ali's not great either.
No, but I think they may put on something decent. Rhea and Natalya may be decent too, but yeah, those 3 that you listed are probably going to be the obviously the main ones. The Roman and Solo against Sammy and Kevin are probably going to be more storyline based, with the ending leading to whoever jumps in, something goes on that way.
It will be the whole match will be storybook from start to finish because on Friday night there was the Usos who attacked KO and Zayn, and Reigns was pissed off about that, but then he bumped into Solo, and Jesus Christ, it's not picking up on my site, so we're fine. But you saw Roman Reigns bump into Solo, and he legitimately looked scared. I mean, it's all story, it's all gimmick, but he looked concerned and scared, like, oh shit, I just bumped into Solo. And Solo looked a little annoyed. So the story, the creative storiness that's going on, the creativeness on the story, there we go, that's going on with them is starting to like come back again. It's not becoming very predictable or boring. I mean, there is some predictability to a degree, of course. But I think we're going to see Solo get into position kind of like he was with with Jay at Backlash, and may threaten to spike Roman Reigns, which I would love to see. But it doesn't matter who wins, it's going to be a interference type match, and it's going to result in the Usos getting involved. And if it costs Reigns the championship, then we're going to see him take it out on the Usos. And maybe Solo finally steps up for his brothers. Or they're going to win him the championship, and again, Reigns is going to be pissed off because he could have did it. He could have done it himself. He didn't need the Usos. So either which way, Usos are going to be shit canned, for lack of a better word.
And there are pictures already going around because SmackDown is already recorded.
Yep.
And they show that apparently they have the KO show and Solo and Reigns and Jay, it looked like.
Yep.
Are there, and then Roman's holding the tag titles and whatnot, so they're getting jumped or whatever. So,
and then plus you have, it's being reported that Bloodline's going to face each other about Money in the Bank. I saw one for Money in the Bank, and then I saw one for SummerSlam, but Money in the Bank's the only one that.
when is Money in the Bank?
July.
Is it July? Yeah, the SummerSlam is after that.
Their next one. Yeah, it's August is for SummerSlam.
Okay.
But yeah, it should be July.
Okay. And then Survivor Series is after that. Okay. So yeah.
Yeah, July 1st is Money in the Bank, and it's in London. So.
Okay.
But that's been highly shown everywhere, and said that it's basically going to be Solo and Reigns versus the Usos at Money in the Bank.
Mm-hmm.
But that also means at that point we're coming to the end of the Bloodline.
The only storyline outside of the Bloodline in all of these, the Brock Lesnar and Cody Rhodes build-up is getting better, and I feel like Cody obviously has the driver's seat in this one, and it feels like in almost an AEW style storyline, the way they're doing everything, it's very hardcore and carries a lot of weight with everything that they're doing. The story is very well done, and I think the way that Cody's running with everything, if he continues doing it, he will make a better name for himself and possibly turn heel by beginning of next year, if not sooner.
I don't see him turning heel at all. He has no reason. He's too over with the crowd. He's way too over with the crowd. And his whole storybook line that they're going for, where he's going to take him from Roman Reigns. Like, it's whether it's next WrestleMania, which at this point I don't think they're going to do. I think they're going to let him hold out until SummerSlam of next year, so where he has the longest title reign in WWE history, finally surpassing Hulk Hogan.
Well, there's Hogan doesn't have the longest. It's San Martino, isn't it? He's got like 9,000 days or something like that. I think San Martino has the longest reign.
Just looked at this like a week, 2 months ago. How do I know this? Because it's in my recent Google search. Open the fucking browser. We're hosting a podcast.
So I think San Martino has the longest.
Was it? I thought it was. He may. I don't think it's 9,000 though. That's a lot of
He had it
years.
he had it for a very long time.
So, let's see. Yeah, no. Bruno San Martino had it for 2,800 days. Then Bob Buckland for 2,135. Hulk Hogan for 1,474. So that's why Hogan's name is being tossed around a lot lately, because he needs to pass Hogan. I think it's the person they're wanting him to pass right now. Because other than that, Bob
9,000.
Buckland and Bruno San Martino are so old school and old, like OG, that Hogan's the closest to modern.
Yeah.
That's the thing I keep seeing tossed around on the wrestling sphere, is he has to surpass the most recent modern. I think they'll protect Bruno just where his legacy forever lives on, since he's one of the originals.
Mm-hmm.
And that helped out the original Vince, or original McMahon, Vince's dad. So, but 1,400 days, I think, puts Roman Reigns at SummerSlam next year.
See, this one I'm looking at, it says 2,185 for Hogan, and then 4,040 for Bruno.
www.com/article/10 longest WWE championship reigns of all time.
Yeah, I'm on the same exact one. Very first one is
We're all the way down.
4,040 for Bruno San Martino.
We are not on the same one. Not. Don't fucking send me links. That's my link, you fucker. Classics, the longest reigning World Heavyweight Championships. Mine's all the championships.
Yeah, this San Martino has 4,000. That's
Number of reigns, 2.
Okay.
Longest individual reign, 2,803. Read your whole fucking article here, dude.
What's that with the headline?
God. Because his first one was 1,237 days. His second reign was 2,800, I think.
Mm.
One of those two. So between his two reigns, he's had over 4,000. Fuckers spreading false information out here. We are better than that.
No.
You're right. Because if we were better, we wouldn't have, sound effects. For
Thanks for
everyone's
checking out the
wondering,
podcast. We're going to call this one now.
everyone watching or not watching, Rahgel is having a mental breakdown over there.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's a strong big side. But regardless, I know Reigns is set to supposedly break Hogan's run, but he needs another 400 days, 400 plus days, whatever, which means that puts him at, I think, August or September of next year. So, one thing I want to say I read September 16th, but that doesn't sound right. Regardless,
It's
That
probably
would-
around there somewhere.
that would mean he wins WrestleMania. He's going to win all these other pay-per-views or retain, but he's also going on a very, very big hiatus 2 or 3 more times this year. Like after Night of Champion, we'll see him again come Money in the Bank. It's only a month. Not a big deal. We'll see him again for SummerSlam, and then he'll be gone until Survivor Series, which gives him 2.5 months, 2 months, like that.
Which, I mean, anymore, being there or not, he can always record, and they throw it up on the Titantron, Jumbotron, whatever you want to call it, and do it that way. I mean, there's ways around it.
Yeah.
To do it.
They're just protecting
Just not
his brain,
physically
though.
being there. And I don't even know if we talked. I think last episode we talked about he's got a movie he's doing.
Yeah.
Same with Rollins is doing the Marvel movie that we talked about that for the new Captain America, which she may or may not have a predominant role moving forward.
Yep. But that
But
right
like with
there,
the-
though, is why I'm seeing so many people say AJ Styles has to win. Because Rollins
don't
won't
think
be
he-
present.
I don't think he has to win, but I would be. I mean, to be honest with these two, I'm okay with either one of them winning. I want to see Seth get it, but I'm not going to complain if AJ gets it.
I
think
will only complain if it stays on SmackDown. If AJ doesn't have to make the move to Raw, then this whole fucking thing was stupid and a waste of time.
Did you see the? So I saw something earlier that the whole storyline could have been the exact same, but made more sense had Cody Rhodes won.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, and
Like
he
him
just
winning
relinquished the title.
titles. Yeah,
Yep,
yeah, I saw
and then
that.
relinquishing instead of introducing this whole new title.
Yeah, I saw that. I was gonna send that to you too, but I was like, I'll just talk
I
to
mean-
him about it on the podcast. I'm
I
sure
mean,
he
it
hasn't
made
seen it.
It made sense. It all made sense.
But it's also kind of what we loosely talked about too. Of
Mhm.
if Reigns lost and Cody won, what would he do? So I mean, I don't think we ever mentioned him dropping, but we definitely mentioned the belt would be able to be split off for once
Mhm.
underneath Cody. So
Yeah,
it makes sense. So, but this whole card though, I mean, I'm going to go on somewhat record of saying our final three matches though will be the three matches that we are anticipating. That World Heavyweight, Lesnar versus Cody, and Undisputed. I don't see any three of those opening the show. That's a lie. I could see them opening with World Heavyweight and letting the tag championship be the I'm trying to get technical. The final card on the fucking thing.
Main event?
Card. Yeah, there we go. English. Not my friend tonight. Do you have a sound effect for that?
I think your opener will probably either be the Intercontinental Championship or I could be Cody and Brock also. I don't think they open with one of the women's division. I think they try to push them a little bit more into it because one of them is going to be a co-main. There's no way that they're not going to put one of the women's championships as a co-main event.
But here's the thing: it doesn't need to be Natalie. Like, no offense to Natalie, she's done. She should be well past wrestling at this point. I get she's never held gold outside the tag champion, but she's done. She doesn't move the same anymore. She's never been entertaining to watch. The closest she's gotten is when she was partnered up with her husband Tyson Kidd, and even then,
And
it was
he was-
because
he
Tyson
wasn't-
Kidd was okay at best.
Mm.
His stupid little haircut of the 6 hairs on top in the front, not a full head or half head of hair. No, just fucking 6% of that scalp up top. Ugh. But it's just she's not entertaining to watch.
No,
Bianca and Asuka has been played out half a dozen times now since she's had the title win in WrestleMania last year. And Rhea, she's supposed to be Rhea Bloody Ripley, and her whole thing is women are afraid of her, women are scared of her, nobody wants to wrestle her. But there's nothing to go off that. Like, there's nothing to back that up other than just her saying, "I'm Rhea Bloody Ripley." Cool. I can use the word bloody a lot too. It's in my vernacular. Doesn't mean shit. Just means I probably spent some time overseas.
so there's 5 title matches. Obviously, one is going to change. Just is going to become somebody new.
The easiest way to put this is only 2 matches are not title matches.
But out of these, there's no way you have 4 of the matches and champion walks out of all of them. You have a. There's no way. If they do that, it makes absolutely no sense that
But
every champion
they're going
retains.
to do that. They're going to do that. Rhea's not going to drop her title. She's set to have a run. Bianca is in a great run right now. She's not dropping the title. Gunther is the longest reigning Intercontinental Championship in modern era. He's not dropping.
Look where they're at. Look who he's facing.
I know. He's not dropping. Again, Natalie's a stepping stone. She's just there. Mustafa Ali, enough is that he hasn't done shit. And then you have World Heavyweight Championship. Duh, someone's going to get it because
That's why I said 4. I nixed that one. There's 4.
But the Undisputed Tag Championship, they cannot give it to Reigns and Solo because they are then in a predicament like they were up until literally Saturday, where Reigns holds all the titles and he has a death grip on. Even if he does his own stupid little fucking Samoa wannabe tournament, like you mentioned last WWE episode, it doesn't make sense for him to win it and then just randomly be like, I don't need this anymore. I'm better than all y'all. KO and Sami are going to win it. And more so now that on Monday Night Raw, they dedicate their win to the Usos. And that just builds into their story so much more. And speaking of that segment on Raw, Gunther has to win because he's going to go up against Riddle. And we're going to see Imperium versus Riddle, Sami Zayn, and KO. I don't know why Riddle keeps getting tossed in the mix, but he's there.
One title of those 4 will change hands, if not 2.
If one, it's going to be the women's. If it's 2, it's still the women's. The men's are holding on.
I think Gunther loses.
Why? Elaborate.
No reason. They're in Saudi. They're in Saudi Arabia. That's why. They're in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and guess what?
Yeah.
They were in Drew McIntyre's home country. He lost.
Mm-hmm.
Cody Rhodes lost at WrestleMania. Sami Zayn lost in Canada. They don't give a single iota fuck about home field advantage.
Oh, but Saudi holds too much clout. Checkbook.
I think they held too much until Triple H came in and Endeavor. Because I think they are wanting to finally play storybook scripture versus, oh, we're going to change everything and have to rewrite our entire fucking future of these stories because a Saudi princes have a stick shoved so far up their ass that their hijab is falling off. No.
Mm-hmm. Exactly what's going to happen. I think Gunther loses it.
No. It makes no sense. There's no build-up. They've already started a micro feud brewing between Gunther and Riddle. Mustafa Ali is going to get squashed. He may put on a performance to later compete, but it's a joke of a match. Natalie has no reason, rhyme, or point of winning. Nothing.
No, I don't see Rhea losing the title. I can see Bianca losing the title.
I could see Bianca losing it and taking a sabbatical, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because she deserves one. But at the same time, she very much being compared to what John Cena has done outside the WWE. So they need that face. They need a predominant face character to do all that. And she's it.
Mm-hmm.
And to have her be championship around her waist makes even more sense. This broadcasts this even more. But at the same time, you cannot keep squashing Asuka. She's too talented. Her time's coming up too. She's she could be better utilized in New Japan Wrestling. Done using fucking acronyms, getting them all mixed up. New Japan Pro Wrestling, JW. Yeah. Still said it wrong. PW. Goddamn it.
Yes. But I
I'm
think
having
even
done
if
with
she
my
does
first
lose it,
class.
if she does lose it, that still can build on her character, and she can come back even work back to being great again, being the EST or whatever, something like along those lines. Cena lost numerous titles, came back doing everything.
Yeah.
You know,
But
it's
that's what
just
they should
it's
do
one of
with
those
her
things.
too.
Yeah, she'll bounce back and forth.
But and this is why I think Rhodes though is going to win, because just look at the play out of Cena losing at WrestleMania, then being attacked by Brock Lesnar Monday night after WrestleMania, going on to face Brock 3 times in a row. Did I mention this is going to be a three-peat?
Here you go with your three peats again. But you said earlier it wasn't going to be a match.
Yeah, and I retract those statements now.
No, it'll definitely be a match. I don't know how much of a match it'll be if he has a broken arm. But
That arm did look weird though. I don't know if you looked at pretty hot, like either hit the way his muscle is built, his arm just looked offset from his like forearm muscle to where the actual like wrist bone was. It was just there's too much contortion going on with him just holding it straight, and I was like, there is something wrong with his arm. Whether it's broken or not, there's something wrong with his arm.
If you look at Cody since he's came to the WWE, he is injury prone the entire time.
Yeah.
He had obviously the obviously pec tear that he had, still had an amazing match, was gone for a while, came back, had a match where I believe it might have been against Lesnar where he fucked up his ribs.
Yeah.
You could physically see him touching his ribs the entire time.
It's against Lesnar, yeah.
And then now, if he has an arm issue, then that's another one from Lesnar. But the dude cannot stay healthy. His matches, I don't know if it's because he goes all out in his matches to put his body on the line, or his body can just not keep up with what he's doing either. So I think he's gonna have to slow down at some point to maintain a career, but he's probably not going to.
No, he's going to go balls to the wall 100% no matter what. But that's also why I think we're going to see Triple H get involved. Because you can't just bring Triple H in a story segment like that and have it be a one-off. Like, Cody Rhodes and him have way too much history.
It was an awkward way to end Raw.
It wasn't awkward if there's playoff on it. If it's just like oh, hey, he's here to console him and say, yeah, I understand, I've been in your position, I would do it too. But I'm telling you, in my new authoritative position, I cannot let you wrestle. And if we're going to be like, all right, smirking, patting him on the thigh in the back, like, there's too much storytelling going on there just for it to be a one-off. Like, there's going to be some type of involvement. Triple H can't physically get involved, though, because, can't. His body doesn't let him. So it will be interesting to see where Triple H lies in all this. Because again, it's a waste of a cutscene for him to just be back there consoling and to end Raw like that. That could
they're known to waste stuff.
Hey, what's that you always say with me? Get your facts out of here. Nobody fucking asked for them. Get out of here with your stupid facts.
But again, it was an odd way to end Raw. It wasn't like they could have stuck it in there before the last match or something. It was an odd way to end Raw. They don't end. I miss the endings of how it used to be back when the wars were happening. Of they go off air and all shit's
Still going on.
breaking loose, and like, oh, we're out of time. We gotta get out of here. Oh my God, there's a chair.
That was Attitude Era too, where
it was great.
there'd be so many times of, oh my God, Bubba Dudley just put him through the table. Oh no, we're out of time. Oh, I'm so sorry, everybody. Stay tuned for next week. Click.
You're like, motherfucker.
Bitches.
But I mean, it got you wanting to watch next week.
Well, yeah,
You were
now
excited
they do
about
that,
it.
You just go on TikTok and say, all right, which one of you fuckers recorded what happened after Raw?
But yeah.
Oh, they just stopped and walked out? Cool. Good shit. So glad you paid $120 for those tickets. Good shit.
but it happens.
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately. I don't
So
know,
I think overall for this weekend, we're not too excited, and it's at like noon, so I'm not going to watch it live.
it's 1 p.m.
Whatever,
Oh no,
Mr.
it's noon for
Technical.
us. It's
Yeah, it's okay. I'll speak more facts. You can screw them up later. I'm not going to watch it live.
you
I'll watch
give
it
me an
later on
episode,
Saturday.
I'll be spitting facts all man after this.
I'm not going to watch it live. I'll watch it later on Saturday
It will
I'll
depend
be-
for me.
I'll be out doing other stuff.
My wife will be at work, and I have the kids, and it's supposed to rain here on Saturday, but it's also Kansas, so we could get a blizzard.
Yeah,
Who the fuck knows?
yeah, very true. Yep.
Who knows?
Spin the wheel. You never know what you're going to get.
Not even that. You have like 3 wheels. You have the actual weather, and then you have like the multiplier factor, and then just a randomness. And what's our wild card? What?
Hurricane.
What?
How do we get that?
I don't understand. We can't get Sharknado up here.
Oh, yes, we can. It's coming.
Fucking Great Lakes. But this, yeah. But again, just like Backlash, this card just. It's not great. Legitimately, the only probably 2, if we're real about it, the only 2 that truly matter story wise is World Heavyweight Championship, because this is going to lay the groundwork for what's to come on Monday Night Raw, and then the Undisputed Tag Championship. That's just to further progress the Bloodline story. Because if Cody and Lesnar don't fight, cool, they can postpone it till Money in the Bank, or they can postpone it till SummerSlam and build story there. Gunther, nobody gives a fuck about.
I mean, when he loses the title, we're never going to care, but
He's
I
not
mean-
losing it to Ali, but yeah.
Ray and Natalia will probably put on a decent
Saudi
match.
Arabia likes Ali. he's from Chicago, isn't he? He's not even Middle Eastern. He's from Chicago. The other dude in Mansoor, there we go. He's from Saudi Arabia, and he's some frou-frou thing with Maxine models or whatever.
Bruce.
Speaking of which, can we backtrack to SmackDown with Pretty Deadly?
I didn't see it.
Look,
I
I stand
didn't
by
see
what
it.
I said during the draft episode, even though you were like, I have hopes. I think they're going to be good. Fuck off. Fuck your whole entity off. Oh my god. Their promos are terrible. They're stupid as fuck. And I get the angles they're going for. I get it. I don't care. But the fact that there's a promo where like, what makes Pretty Deadly so good? And they're in the kitchen and he has a bowl. He's just whisking nothing. And he takes a cup of nothing and puts nothing in the bowl. And he takes another cup of nothing. Like it was so stupid. Like the fact that they don't even use like water or flour, something to actual signify. It's just air going into a bowl of air. I don't know why that segment fucking pissed me off so much. But I literally sat here on my computer watching it, cringing the whole time. It's like, this is so stupid. I fucking hate this. Their outfits are horrendous. I don't get it. And then the fact that they won against the Brawling Brutes, I was like, are you serious? No, this makes no logical sense. Oh, I can't believe they let them put them over like that. Like, I just nothing.
They're
redeeming
gonna get a
quality.
push. They're gonna get a push. They're not gonna go over the best. They will eventually get a rebrand of some kind eventually, but I think they have potential.
Yeah. Until then, it's just fucking crickets in the damn
I keep dying
area.
to do these fucking.
Really, yeah.
The fact that a cricket popped up on the screen as well. I don't know where we're going with any of this anymore. Get me off this fucking derailing train. Oh my god. This is,
He's so sad, guys.
I don't know what to do anymore.
I got a bag full of them.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Oh, but rabbit holes.
I need to fucking drink more. I don't even know anymore.
Moonshine's pretty good.
No, because the more you drink, the more fucking sound effects we're gonna get.
I only have access to 6, so you're okay.
Oh, that's 6 too many. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I gotta join something else to get access to the other 6. But no, it's just I don't know. This whole card. Back on subject. Man,
All right, the pay per view is a joke. Clash of Champions is a joke.
these last 2
It's a
months have been a joke.
filler pay per view. Nothing is going to hold anything until probably Money in the Bank, leading into SummerSlam. And I'm hoping that Money in the Bank has better matches and better storyline build up because they have a whole month to start building everything up. And then Seth and AJ, whoever wins that one. And then whoever they decide to win Money in the Bank, somehow Roman Reigns wins that one.
They're not gonna go after. They're not gonna go. Shut up. Whoever wins Money in the Bank, I can tell you already, will be going after the World Heavyweight Championship. I'm throwing it down right now. They're not going after Roman.
No, and that's why
it'll be World Heavyweight.
And I'm hoping that, you know, if say Seth gets it, then AJ goes after Roman or something like that. But who knows? It's probably going to be within the bloodline of who dethrones him. If not, like you had said, 6 years down the road, whenever he loses the title,
If he's still
and
healthy, yeah.
gets carried off in a wheelchair that he came down in.
Only 2 people that make sense for Roman to drop to is Cody and Jay. And Jay is the front runner. As this all started with Jay and him thinking he deserved a shot and deserved to carry championship gold like that, he makes the most storyline sense, and it would be a great,
I agree.
great way to end it. But you also have Rhodes' story. So,
I think he gets involved with the one that either between Seth and AJ. I think that's where he ends up going. For
you think
title
Jay
wise,
splits off or Cody splits off?
I think Cody splits off and goes for whoever's Seth or AJ for that title. Jay goes after Roman.
Yeah.
But until at any point until Roman loses it or something like that, do you see any other of the official bloodline, meaning this The Rock or anybody else, getting involved in some way, showing up?
Well, goddamn, what's his name? The guy in the indie circuits right now. What's his name? We just talked about him. I think it's Uso's other brother.
One that's got out of jail? Rakishi's other son?
Maybe. Did he go to jail?
He was in jail. He got out a while ago. I think he's in NXT, isn't he? I think that's who it is. I don't think it's Umaga's son. I think it's Rakishi's other son.
Is it? Well, no, this is. I mean, brothers. Usos. This just says Solo's the only other brother.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't. It's
Maybe it
Umaga's
was
son.
Umaga's son.
Yeah, it's Umaga's. What's his name? And the
Fatu,
noise.
There we go. The Fatu. But he's indie. He's not in developmental yet. It can't be.
He's not?
Too. He's wrestling.
I don't know.
He's in the indie circuits. Jacob Fatu. That's who I'm thinking of. Jacob. because he just lost, or not just, but he lost his heavyweight championship in Major League Wrestling. That's who it is. He's the only other person I could see joining over the bloodline, because he is related to the Anoa'i family and the Fatu. Clearly, because the Fatu.
Well, what relation is that to the Usos and Solo?
That's what I'm looking on.
Because they're also Fatus.
Cousins.
Okay.
The Usos are. Yep, I know that.
So some
Yeah, they're all just
weird
cousins. Yeah, it's like first, second, third type ass cousins.
Mm-hmm.
But he's with MLW right now, and he's been.
I thought he was NXT.
He's, as of April 26th of this year, he is in discussion with WWE to join. So if he joins, I think he will skip NXT and go straight to main roster with the Bloodline.
That wouldn't make any sense. They kept Solo in NXT for a while.
They didn't know what to do with Solo. They didn't know how well the Bloodline was going to work either. It wasn't supposed to blow up as well as it did. And it took off like fucking bats out of hell. But Jacob Fatu would be the only one I could see joining, as his contract with NWL is expired technically. Now he's just wrestling whenever.
Yeah. Hmm. Well,
He's a son
there's
of
so
the
many.
Tonga kid. Yeah, there's so fucking many. Regardless, if anybody joins the bloodline, it'll be him. I've been seeing so many fucking rumors of Nia Jax joining the bloodline because she's related to all of them.
I don't think Nia's come back until she does her full transformation
Yeah,
of her body. Everything she's working on.
which again,
props
to that woman. She's doing everything right now.
Who is Sifa?
Sifa?
Sifa Fatu. It says Uso's brother. I thought there's only three. Isn't it Solo and the Usos the only three of Rakichi? Yeah. Or is there, because again, this fucking headline just says the Usos brother.
Stop reading just the motherfucking headlines. You are what's wrong with everyone.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing right now, but I don't know.
No, isn't Sifa? Sifa is part of the Wild Samoans. Really gonna get off subject with this.
I have no idea. I just saw it. He just popped up, so I don't know. I have no idea.
All right. Well, this says Joseph Sifa Fatu, also known as Solo Sequoia.
Yeah, that's Solo, but I just saw Sifa. I didn't say anything about, because Joseph is Yokozuna Fatu is Solo.
Oh my god, we'll just have to do a whole fucking episode about the Anoa'i family.
I mean,
this is way
good
too
luck.
much. Way too much. I know that. I've seen tons of videos about it. I'm trying to explain it. Way too much.
Oh yeah.
But regardless,
Rikishi gets messed up to her how to do it.
Yeah, he does. That's actually a funny part. Regardless, Night of Champions right now is shaped up to be just like any other Saudi Arabia show. Pointless. The only thing to come out of this will be the Bloodline storyline and the World Heavyweight Championship. The others do not matter. I still want to say I don't see Cody Rhodes having a match on Saturday. I think he's going to be injured, and they're going to just kind of let Lesnar cut a promo. But it's also what makes me kind of lean towards this being the final match. after the Bloodline match, so where they can say, "Oh, we ran too long." Done. So where they don't have to be like, "Oh, just let them cut a promo and trash them," or if they said, "Well, normally, we were gonna have Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar, but Rhodes is injured, so this is our last match of the night," and just end it that way. Either which way. Three matches I'm interested. No titles change hand, other than World Heavyweight Championship for obvious reasons. So. And as much as you want Gunther to drop it, he's not dropping to Ali, of all people. Riddle, maybe, but not Ali.
We'll see.
Well, I will
We
text you
will
live
see.
when it's happening and say, haha, bitch, you're wrong. And then if I can figure, I'll play this sound.
Oh my god.
And I'll be like, listen to it, bitch. Yeah.
If your soundboard breaks.
I can't, it's in Discord.
Oh, Discord breaks.
That's sad, we can't do our podcasting.
We're saving everybody. We'll see. It will be another mediocre pay-per-view.
You want to be like, it's gonna be interesting because it's just like
No.
a phrase to roll off your tongue.
Another mediocre pay-per-view at best. So, we'll see. I don't know. I've got nothing else to talk about this damn pay-per-view. Let's fucking get out of here.
Wow, so fucking rude. Kissed your mother with that mouth? Actually, I don't care. I'll be dead. Yeah, let's wrap it up. Thank you all for listening. Don't forget, every Thursday night we do a live stream on our respective channels, Rahgel and Cybermark Sig. Catch us live, doing great shit over there. We got a win on Thursday night. It was pretty impressive. You should go back and watch it. But that's all we got for you people. So, yep, here's Lizzo. So here's Rahgel. Let's just sign off.
One more
Take it
thing.
easy. Have a good one, y'all.
Sifa Fatu is solo. I fucked up. Till then, bye, bitch.
Yo.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. I'm Rahgel. This is Sig. This is Sig's fucking soundboard. He's a kid with a new shiny object that he likes to play with. So throughout the episode, you might hear random shit. Fucking ducks now.
I don't know what happened to you, but
I
duck
don't even
print
know.
just came all across my screen.
I just saw a duck pop up in the middle of mine. So yes, you're probably gonna hear random sounds throughout the entire episode because he has some new toy that he's playing with in Discord. So bear with us as we deal with. Are you drinking fucking ice cream? What is that?
Orange moonshine with vanilla ice cream and crush.
You are a fucking child.
This is not gonna work. That's okay. This video version will not make it onto YouTube.
You have fucking an adult orange float
You're just
and
jealous.
a soundboard. I'm not jealous at all.
You're just jealous. You don't have one.
You're so fucking fired. Oh. So as you can tell, he sits around all day and comes up with ways to you're so fucking dumb. Tries to add ways to annoy me during the fucking podcast. And you can tell it does a really good job. Oh my god. Speaking of annoying, this bullshit with TikTok that you sent me today, I fucking hate you. I'm gonna sit here and wait till you're ready. You get it out now. Go ahead. Get your fucking giggles out. Oh my god.
Oh, that's all of them. I did all 6 of them. We're good.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. I will clap when appropriate.
You sent me a TikTok today.
Sent you a
Neil
Minecraft.
deGrasse Tyson.
Talking with the guy
First.
from Reading Rainbow. By the way, I don't know if you knew that.
That's not the guy from Reading Rainbow. No, it's not the original. Unless it's a new guy.
No, that's the.
That is not him.
I watched a whole podcast and they always introduce, you may know me from Reading Rainbow. I went, Huh?
He's
You
not the
look
original.
old.
That's not the guy from Star Trek. He might be another guy on there, but that is not. Fuck is his name? I watch Big Bang Theory all the damn time, and they talk about him. He's been on there a couple of times, but that is not
LeVar
him.
Burton.
Yes, that is not LeVar Burton. That dude's head is way too narrow.
He has to be a new guy because I'm looking at LeVar Burton, and that's not.
Yeah,
LeVar
that's
Burton.
not him. No, that's another. That unless there's another guy who was on Reading Rainbow at the time, which there might have been.
He cannot claim Reading Rainbow if he is not on Reading Rainbow.
I feel like he may have been the guy that had the long
seasons.
Oh yeah,
Holy
I
shit.
feel like he was the guy with long dreads, the braids, on Reading Rainbow.
Hey, by the way, Reading Rainbow was canceled because no one wanted to put up the several $100,000 that were needed to renew the show's broadcasting rights, which including licensing books to read on air. The second reason was related to the funding issues, which was the direct result of policy changes that started from the Department of Education.
Well, bunch of assholes.
They all stink. It has an 8.4
Mm.
out of 10 on IMDb. Anyways, the TikTok video you're talking about.
Yeah, that is not that. Yeah, he's not talking LeVar Burton unless they rebooted it somehow, or he's just a random guy that's on there somewhere, but he's not credited anywhere that I've seen.
It is. I was going
But
after
the
an intro.
shit that they talked about of the way that a car. Okay, I'm gonna try and remember this whole mind fuck of a TikTok that you sent me.
I will fix any part you fuck up, or I can just tell you.
No, I'm gonna try and remember this.
This is Army talking, okay, not Air Force. Army.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the guy that helped kick Pluto out of the solar system, broke down how momentum is multiplied in the manner of circular motion from the.
So let me just break this down to layman's term because he's trying to get very scientific and his brain is clearly blowing over here. I'm seeing it happen right now. But the video is Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that while we are driving, there is a point on the car that's not moving at all, is at 0 miles per hour. There's also a point on our car where it's double the speed limit that we're going, and then there's a point on our car that is at speed limit. And it's all on the wheels, with a section of the wheel that is touching the ground as we are driving straight. It's at 0. It's technically not moving. When it hits the ground, it's at 0. The top is at 2x speed of traveling. So if you're going 60 miles per hour, as he says in the example, you're going 120 according to the top portion of the tires. And then on the side, it's going to
The center
speed. Yeah, the center is going to speed up. So it's all about 0 speed up and then 2x speed from bottom tire, center of tire, top tire. And the way he goes on to it is very scientific. I'm not going to let Rahgel try to explain it. It's hurting his brain worse than the soundboards are hurting him right now. I'm not scientific enough to go through it. But go look it up, and it's all over. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a podcast where he goes into it, and it's very, very interesting because if you have the basic fundamental understanding of science, you can track this. Trust me, if you need proof, Rahgel got it. So, but it's such an interesting concept, and not even concept because it's he's proven it. It's such an interesting thing to think that when you are driving, there is a moment while driving at all times that there's a part of your car that's technically not moving. It's at 0. And then there's a portion of your car that's going 2x over, which I think is hilarious because now I kind of want to use that if I ever get pulled over by a cop. Nah, listen. My tire touching the ground was at an absolute 0. The center may have been, quote, speeding, but it wasn't. The center of my tires, the bottom of my tires were at 0. Sorry, sir. Your radar detector's off. But it's all about momentum. The fact that the
But if he
tire is
saw the
speeding up.
same, if he saw the same TikTok, he was like, well, technically, you were
I
doing
know.
double the speed that you said. I saw the same TikTok, asshole. So
Get the fuck off
I'll play your
TikTok. Do your
game.
damn job.
But if you think about it at the same
Don't you have other
time,
people to harass? Maybe accidentally shoot.
you're in the vehicle, not moving either,
Mhm.
while traveling down the road.
Yep. That whole video was like, you only got
Fucking
like,
weird.
was it like 3
And then
minutes?
he,
It's such a short clip of it because the whole podcast is like, that's the
and
only podcast I listen to other than ours.
then he explained a train
Yeah.
wheel,
Yep.
how the flat part in the middle, how it touches the train track. That's zero there, but also on the outside of it, the lip drops down a little bit, and that obviously, if you below zero, is moving backwards.
Yeah.
And this guy, I'm sure, has a Satan tattoo somewhere on his body, somewhere within him.
I would love to have Neil deGrasse Tyson on the episode.
I wouldn't even know what the fuck to say to the guy. I just sit there in awe with everything he's going to try and explain, because I'm going to have to
I'm
have
gonna
it
ask him
broken
why the
down
fuck they kicked
way
you
more.
out, and without saying the size. I don't want him to mention size. I've seen that one 1,000 times.
That's going to be the one.
I know it will be. I don't like it.
So, I mean, there's plenty of talk with him. And would it be interesting? Very. Would I be able to ask him anything that he's going to elaborate on? No.
He likes conspiracy theories. That's like my favorite part.
He is a big conspiracy theory guy,
Oh,
but he's able to break it down even more than I would even be able to imagine. So I don't even know. Like, he would probably make me not even be interested in him anymore, because he'd break it down and make it make sense. Like,
do that
oh,
with
so
I'll
the
send
world
you
is
one.
flat.
I'll find the YouTube video. I'll send you one where he talks about how we could be living in a simulation.
A simulation work? Yeah, I've heard that one.
No, I know you've heard it, but he makes it to the point where you listen to it and you're like, this motherfucker.
Oh no, I've heard him
right.
talk about it. Yeah, I've heard him talk about it. Yeah, it's scary.
It's
Not
so,
about being right. It's fucking scary.
So bloody brilliant, though. The fact that it is scary. It's to the point where you're like, damn, the fuck. Okay.
I avoid some of those conversations when they're highly educated and they want to talk about stuff like that. I avoid it.
I love those videos. I love those conversations. That's also why I know weird shit, and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I get bored.
You sit around and watch stupid shit. Like, who invented fucking Tetris? Nerd.
The Russian guy. It was also thought to be a covert operation to make us feel the Cold War.
I'm gonna force you to get a fucking job.
Look, I'm applying for multiple jobs. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Speaking of which, we'll just deter from there. This is a live episode. I got a job, and you want to talk about super scammy and like suspicious? So I applied for a gov job, and if you're not aware, listening, the government has access to know whether or not Rahgel and I are in fact military veterans. They have access to this system, and they can see if we've ever been part of military. Like, they don't have to need our DD-214, which is a form to prove our service. They don't need that. They can go and fucking search this themselves. Why am I breaking that down? Because it plays into the story. I applied for the job. The guy called me, I think it was yesterday, and he messaged me on LinkedIn. He's like, hey, do you have a few minutes to talk? I'd like to talk about a position you applied for. Like, okay, cool. It's a remote position, so I can work from home and still watch the kids. And he calls me. He's like, I just got a couple questions. Think of this as like a pre-interview. We just need to get some ideas checked off and see if you're a good fit. And the first one he asked, of course, is, did you serve in the military? I go, yeah, I have a DD-214 to prove it. I have a ribbon rack to prove it. I have coins to prove it, which nowadays means nothing because coins are a joke. And
you can buy ribbon rack off anywhere.
That's true. Mine smells like military. It has that stink on it. But anyways, so I was like, I have all this, but yes. And he goes, okay, I need you to send that DD-214 over to me. I need you to fax it over or email it to me. As to... No, I didn't add OJ to mine. No, I don't. I'm almost done.
Don't touch it.
No, I told her she can have the rest because I made one. Side note, that was my wife. That's why I'm keeping that in. But anyways, so he questions my military service, and then I told him I have all this stuff, and he goes, "Okay, I need you to send all that over." I go, "Why do you need me to send that over? You work with the government, right? I found you on a .gov website, usajobs.gov, by the way." And he's like, "Oh yeah, we're private sector with the government." I was like, "Okay, so you can look my DD-214 up. You can look up my whole service record." Well, yeah, we can, but that takes a lot of time, and it's just easier if we get our applicants to send us the DD-214. So, well, I'm not really comfortable just sending my DD-214 via email, even if it's like triple encrypted email, because that still has like my social, that has my full name, that has my birth, that has everything you ever really need to know about me. And he's like, well, we really just need it or else you can't progress through. So if you're not going to send us our DD-214, then we may not be able to hire you. And literally just at that point, I was like, well, I withdraw my application because this sounds way too sketchy. And never once have I had to forward my DD-214. Even when I was going to go work a few Intel jobs when I got out, they didn't need my DD-214. They literally just said, you got a top secret clearance? Cool. Can you prove it? Cool. Okay, we'll research you in the database. And he's like, well, it's because you had a top secret and now you don't. Are you sure that's not active? Yes. My 7 years has ran out. I've been out for a bit. My secret is getting ready to run out, I think, this year or next year. I forget which. Like, oh, okay. I just really need that DD-214. And when I told him, I just pulled my, throw me out. I don't want to be a part of this anymore because it was sending off way too many red flags. Man, did he flip the script so quickly. And I just, no. I guess we can look to the database because we really need people hired and we need to get this going. And there's a lot of projects we have online. So are you still interested? Nope. No, I'm not. There's something about this. Maybe it's you, but there's something about this whole interaction that has now made me just go red flag. I can't do this. And I can't find much about their company because they are part of a intel agency subgroup type thing. So there's not a lot of information out there to begin with. And it's just like, ugh, so sad because that was a good paying job too for a remote position where basically they would have to come in and secure my office so I can work from home. I would have to travel to Fort Leavenworth to do any type of missions that were required once a month. But hey, per diem. So, yay. And it's that Air Force per diem, so you know, cushy hotel.
Nice butler, laundry service.
If it's in there, no, I don't let anybody touch my clothes. No. I do the laundry here. Before you say,
that's a scary part too.
Secure, or he had the controlling issue. Yeah, I do.
We know
how
that.
much soap I want.
So many episodes in, we know this. We're aware. But again, that's the scary part of, like, I don't know if it's a job that I really wanted. Like, yeah, I can get you my DD-214 without even thinking about it. But then, like you had said, is the way they're asking about it, and if it's a secure sector or an intelligence sector or something like that, yeah, they should be able to do all that. Me, I was never in intelligence like you worked it, so obviously you're going to have a little more handle on what's going on as far as background on who can do what. But obviously the government can search anything they want, find the information they need, pull whatever files they need. And
fabricate.
Yeah, trying to find jobs like that. Yeah, there are a ton of them out there. Yeah. A lot of them are great paying jobs, but the way that some of the veterans that are out there are taking advantage of, in the sheer fact of they know that they want a job within the government because that's where it's
a comfort zone.
Happy. Yeah,
Don't call it happy. It was a comfort zone.
They were comfortable in it, even though they were getting screwed majority of the time. But it's a comfortable screw,
Yeah,
If that-
mine was a lubricated dildo. His wasn't. His was
I
sandpaper.
mean, but it was something that you can easily fall back into, and it's played upon
The familiar
really,
stuff.
really sad because it's something that is not going to change. It's probably only going to get worse
Mhm.
because of how many there's so many now guys that are getting out that
Well, it's
don't
so
have much going on.
It's so much worse now though because in my sector, or the sector I keep trying to like get back into, and it takes so much for me to do it because like I either had to make massive compromise with like family, or
Mhm.
it's just it comes across way too sketchy. And I know I get a lot of people. I've once had my dad say, "You like," I had an opportunity last year present itself, or 2 years ago present itself, and my daughter was in the middle of pre-K, and so it had to been last year. And I was like, I don't want to uproot my family. I don't want my kid to get out of school and have to start all over because I wouldn't want that. I didn't like that when we went through it. I didn't like having to make new friends. I didn't like going through that. And I always vowed, one, I'd never get married in the military. I didn't. I got out, got married. I never wanted to put kids through that because that's a whole different like bag of hell, and kids just don't comprehend it, regardless of how much their parents want to say, "Oh, they understand." They don't. They resent you for it. It happens. It's just the facts of life. And I didn't want to put my kids through that. And I remember telling my dad that, and him being like, "Oh, well, she's only in pre-K. She'll forget about it." I remember a lot from when I was 5. You're asking a tall order for my kid who is very social, very outgoing. Sure, she probably would bounce back from it. Maybe she remember, maybe not. But the moment down the line of resentment or saying, "Well, you like, I don't want to live here anymore. I'd rather be back in Kansas because I would move to Texas." Be like, "Well, I moved down here for a job. I moved down. Like, I didn't want to ever go through that. I didn't want to be in a position for that." And I remember even having friends and, of course, family going, "That's stupid. You guys would be better off." Well, that's cool. I have moral values that eat away at me, so sorry. But
Yeah.
it's so scary now, though, because one of the jobs I applied for, like, they look into your social media. And I'm not just talking about, like, a gloss over, like, Walmart, Target, Best Buy, JC Penney may do, just to make sure you're not a full bigot or racist or posting scandalous stuff that could hurt their image. No, like they deep dive into yours. And I had one ask me questions about my streaming and like what I did and why do I stream and all that stuff. And if I ever talk about religion or politics, and that's why we don't talk about religion or politics on here too much, if at all. And that's simply because it can be misconstrued so quickly, so heavily, with no leeway at all. And there was an episode they brought up of one of my live streams where, like, well, you talked about, I talked about what I did in the military. I was like, well, did you watch all of it? Well, you were bashing one of your senior NCOs. I was like, yeah, I was, because he's a piece of shit and he had it out for me because of something my dad did to him when he was a E1 to E3. So yeah, he was kind of a piece of shit, petty little fucker who never grew up. Like, I'm not sorry for it. That's just what happens. That's how the military is. And they didn't like that. They're like, well, that's kind of bad imaging on the military. I was like, okay, well, it happens, and I'm not retracting it. I'm not taking my stream down. Joke's on them. The stream's no longer up because it was on Twitch. But they were so hard pressed on so many things I had just made like slight mention of, or that I'd mentioned what the military called a deployment, and I don't call deployment because again, it was Georgia and not the country. I went stateside for a remote deployment. Like,
So CONUS.
yeah, so I was like, this isn't a deployment, but the job classification was because of Horn of Africa and all this other, like, it was all red tape type stuff. It made no sense. So people were like, "Oh, you've ever?" Yeah, but no. It's always no, because I refuse. When I think deployment, I think like Middle East. You're going down the desert like you did so many times. Where you're actually gonna get shot at. I may just get shot if I go down the wrong neighborhood. or going to ATL, whatever. But it's so weird that even now, because that was a couple years ago or last year, whatever. Now it's so much worse. Of, oh, are you on TikTok? That's literally one of the questions I had to answer. What's your TikTok handle? If we were to search your name, would we find any other accounts associated with your name via TikTok? What's your alignment on political parties? I was like, that's a weird question to start asking. And they have like a left or right. There was no neutral. There was no center. There was I don't participate. It was left or right. And I was like, oh my god. Like I stopped applying for a few of them just because I was like, I don't agree with any of this. I don't identify with either one of these. I don't classify or I don't want to be classified. So I was like, oh my god, done. The one that was like, how many YouTube channels do you got? I was like, just clear this application.
We're not going to go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah. So I was like,
Can you send us over your browser history? Pulling that
Okay.
one too.
okay, sure. Because it's all in incognito if I have to do something sketchy.
Incognito mode doesn't work.
Doesn't save it to your browser history. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
I don't care about my IP history. I have a VPN for that. It's the browser history I care about. The most they're gonna get is, how the fuck were you over in South Korea at 8:31 this morning, but then in Chicago, and then in London? I'm a superhero? No, I'm a supervillain. That's better. Everybody expects way too much of heroes. They expect nothing from a villain.
True. So I mean, applying for all those jobs, I remember applying for a lot of those when I got back from Afghanistan, and I didn't really got anywhere as far as phone calls like that from USA Jobs and stuff like that. But I had a lot more of mine were internal for AGR jobs and stuff like that, and then they didn't go anything crazy like that. It was just normal boards.
Yeah.
But I never had USA Jobs like that. I never really got contacted through any of those. I think they just kind of died in the application process.
They hold on to you for like 5 to 6 years, so you can't reapply for it for some time. It's stupid. The massive flaw.
But seeing the turnover now, the fact that the drawdown has been going on for what, 5 years, maybe.
I feel like it's been going on close to a decade now. I feel like it started just shortly after a few years after I left.
Because I got back in 2011, and they were still going. Yeah, maybe. But now the guys that are getting out, the transference of military job to civilian is one thing that has always been
Shit show.
mind blowing to me, because obviously infantry doesn't translate into civilian.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to talk about not translate? Try to translate intel and then be like, I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I can just tell you I know how to keep a fucking secret and handle sensitive material. Well, tell us about a time of which a mission was maybe a little too complicated. I can't tell you because it's still classified. Well, that just sounds like you're making an excuse. Bitch, if I wanted to tell you all about the Horn of Africa and the crazy, fucked up shit I saw between children and adults, I would tell you to ease my conscience. I can't.
But you at least have a job interview where you can be asked that. I don't have a job interview where I can say, tell me how you killed this person. No, that's not how I.
That. They can't ask
That's what I'm
me
saying
that,
is,
thing.
but there's a job interview that you could have in relation
Yes.
to the computer. There's no relation for infantry. There's no like contract killer, hitman, and everybody's like, oh, police officer. No, it doesn't translate. You do not get any credit or anything for being infantry to become a police officer in any way.
I will tell you what. I paid not recruiter, a headhunter, whatever you call them, somebody who looked out for jobs for me, and they specialize. I couldn't think of their proper names.
Are you trying to get somebody killed? Like, I paid a headhunter. So okay, and now you said it.
Yeah.
Now you said looking for jobs. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're talking
They're
about
headhunters, but anyways, But he specialized in military transference, meaning he could take whatever you did in the military, except for intel, and transfer like the skill set. Basically, all military, he's like, you have proficient work in Microsoft, 100%. I was like, oh, because of death by PowerPoint? Well, yeah, and you guys only talk via like typing in PowerPoint, yeah.
Yeah.
But one thing he did mention, because he knew I was military, he just assumed I was Fort Riley, which is the base here, and so he thought I was infantry. And he's like, oh, okay, so infantry. What we would do for our typical infantrymen would be, you have leadership, you technically have dedication, you are slated more for managerial skill sets because you can take orders, you know how to relay orders, you know how to follow orders, but it's not a specific. It's not like you can go be a car dealership store manager. It's just you can be management because you know how to take orders from the top, make sure it gets relayed to the people below you, and properly execute. And he always had a way to transfer it. And
You're
for
now a
Intel,
McDonald's line cook.
so, but there was a couple where he would be like, "Yeah, you'd be better suited for like Intel." He's like, "You'd be better suited for technology." That's all he could really tell me. He's like, "You know stuff. You know how to analyze and detect patterns, basically, because as network signals is what I did. We had to know, okay, well, this signal's coming in. It should be at these megahertz. It's not. Okay, something's interfering. What's like? There's a lot to it, and pattern recognition was one of them. But it's like talking about getting fresh out of the military. I don't know how the Army did it. The Air Force, I thought it was kind of a joke. They taught us how to write a resume, but if I write a resume, I took it more as you can type the tips and tricks in Microsoft Word on the resume format, and it will say this is the skill set you should do. It wasn't very good. They didn't help apply for any jobs. I was also coming out of Germany, not U.S. So the one thing they did push a lot on was no company should ever ask or require of your DD-214. Never. If they require or ask it, you should already have been hired, because that is a protected government document that is not required by anyone and is actually federally protected. So if anybody says you're required to have it, you can tell them, okay, go look in the government system. Go look in DDoS. Go look in, I forget one of the two other ones, but there's 3 or 4 systems that are open to the public. Anybody can go see if they've done service. So you can Google has so and so first and last name. If you know middle name, it works better. Served in the military, and it will bring up a service history because that's public forum at this point. So they were just very heavily on the do not give this away. So when this guy asked for it and said what was required, it's like, no. You can go find that all in the DoD database. You can go find that, and this Intel database. Like, I'm everywhere. You can find it. Oh well, nope. Sorry, this is too sketchy for me, and I don't want to say it wasn't paying a lot of money because it was like $120,000, but in Intel, that's entry level for us, which is why kids finally get to the point where you can go to school. I might as well try to get back in the workforce, and now that they're allowing remote positions for like day-to-day activity, and I would just have to drive up to either Leavenworth or Wichita, but I can't drive to Wichita because there's a conflict of interest there. So it's interesting, but still super scary when you think about all the fools they can play so quickly, because so many military members do come out kind of wearing those rose-colored glasses of, oh, I can get out and just hop back into my field. That's fine. Well, it is if it's truly your field and you know what you're doing. But there's a lot of people taking advantage of that too. And me being Intel, I am on such a different high alert with everything. Of just paranoia is probably the better word. I don't believe you. I
Yeah.
don't believe you.
No, I mean it's definitely something to make you think. But a lot of the guys aren't thinking because, I mean, they're dead. They're done. Like they're mentally done and they're exhausted. At the time they get out, they want to be able to just live a
Comfortably.
somewhat normal life. And if you're not retiring from the military, more than likely you're not living a very comfortable life because you're essentially starting over.
No, it's not essentially. You are scrapping unless you go back to that
From
field. You are scrapping your life and starting fresh.
if you're not able to, if you're not out young enough to go back to college and use your military GI Bill to go to school and then pay extra to pay off whatever else that GI Bill doesn't cover, and then try to do it that way, and you can start your career at that point. Good on you because you're able to do that. But there's other guys that are getting out at 30, some are out at 40, and
Well, keep
they're
in
not
mind,
retiring.
I got out at 22, so I was still young.
Mhm.
I was still brand new baby face. Legally in the U.S., I was just starting to be able to drink. I've been drinking for 4 years at that point. But getting out, even then, I used my post 9/11 bill to go to school. So I got a business degree because I figured, hey, this translates everywhere. Business degree allows me to work in any industry, in any field, no matter what, because I can run a business. Didn't work out. Used up a chunk of my 9/11 bill to go to school. Then decided, well, let me go into a specialized field. So I got a computer science degree. Again, job market, very competitive. Unless you have 5 to 7 years inside the field itself, you're not getting into it. And most tech fields or cybersecurity fields, they don't want to consider your military unless you've been in the military for more than 10 years, at which point they're like, oh, okay, you have experience in this field. I heard it through numerous interviews of, oh, you did 4 years? Well, tell us what you did. Well, I was networking signals. Well, what does that mean? I explained the job description. Well, can you tell us more about what you did? No, it's kind of top secret. And like there's one point I did a job interview, and I remember getting out, and I got debriefed by a full bird colonel, and he's like, hey, just FYI, no, you can't go to Mexico for a few years after getting out. It's a rampant drug cartel, and you technically worked down in San Angelo, which their mission is the drug cartel down there. So you technically can't go into like 2021, 2022. I was like, cool, don't care. No desires. And he's like, well, it's just in case they kidnap you and they try to extort you for knowledge. What fucking knowledge? I know nothing. I literally know nothing. I know who El Chapo is. That's it. Well, that's too much. But I remember them basically giving me a booklet saying these are the places you cannot legally go until X year, XY year. And Russia was on there for like indefinite.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is stupid. All because they think I'm going to know something? Yep. That's pretty much it. Pretty presumptuous of you to just assume I know anything. I can tell you how big a whale's penis is and a gorilla's penis, but nothing useful to you. But if you feel like trying to torture me, go ahead.
So we now have your Google search history.
That's
Animals'
just
penis sizes.
that's just Nat Geo.
So, yeah.
That's documentaries, bro. That ain't nothing history-wise.
So let's see. I got in 2006, and I was 20. So I got in at 23, and I did 9 years. So I got out at 32. And being National Guard, obviously, you still have your full-time job, living somewhat of a normal life with your monthly training and shit like that. Now, throw 2 deployments in there, basic training, everything else. So it was, and all the other trainings I was going to, I never had a career set up. I had a path I was going, but then I realized that there was no money in that path, so I changed career fields, and then got into manual labor when I got back from Afghanistan, and that was killing my body. So then I figured out another job that I am doing now, which saved everything. and doing really well from that. But I did school when I got out as well. I used up the GI Bill. I never got a degree because the colleges I was using ended up folding and my credits didn't transfer, and so that fucked me. But yeah, starting at essentially 30, 32, trying to build a career at that point, it's tough. And
it
because I didn't have a degree. I went to I went to an actual university for half a semester, and that didn't work out because I couldn't afford it.
Hey! University of Phoenix is still a college.
No, this is an actual university that I went to.
It says university in the name.
But it was for military. But then
Gotcha.
after I went to it, it was all online. I did not want to go to a school.
You're not gonna.
I didn't want to be around people.
Look, I'm the same way. You ain't gonna catch any slack from me because my wife's
No.
even like, "Why don't you just go to K State? It's right here." Because I don't like people.
I don't want to deal with that.
People.
I don't want to. No, because I will not benefit, nor will anybody else in the situation of me being there. So I took online classes, and they were great. I liked doing it. I know what I had to do. They kept me on a schedule, everything like that. It was doing great. And then, like I said, one of the schools folded. And so I just like, okay, well, I guess I'm done now because I can't restart because I lost that money in the credits. So thanks. So
That's
moving
weird.
on.
My school's folded, and I contacted the VA concerning it, and they gave me all my GI benefits back for that because it wasn't their fault. And they contacted the school, and they just transferred it over to my University of Air Force credits since I had it there.
Yeah, the accreditations went away when the school folded.
Wow.
Which was weird. And then there was nothing I could do. But yeah, trying to take it from that point and start your career, it's tough. And there's a lot of guys that are getting out that don't know what to do. And there's no real
path.
in between.
There's
no
no pipeline,
help.
There's no path. There's nothing.
No, and it's been stress for, I mean, since I was in trying to figure out something for those guys to do. And there are now a few organizations that are started by guys that are getting out to try and help that, but nothing's caught on. Nothing is mandatory.
They're local.
Nothing is set in
far
stone.
few
Yeah.
in between. Like it's
I mean, you're just now starting to see a lot more for disabled veterans to try and help them out with what they have. I'm not talking about fucking Wounded Warrior Project or like that because I'm not even gonna get on that joke of a thing. But there's other guys that have started stuff, but there's just stuff that should be in place that's not there, but it probably never will be. What's going on right now?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying shit.
You're playing with fire now and waiting for you to catch on fire.
I won't. But no, I mean, it's such a weird transition, such a terrible transition, and honestly, I'm assuming it's probably the same for you. I don't know how long you've been with your wife, but I know, like, for me, it was a terrible, like, the first month or two was amazing because you're like, yes, I don't have to go to PT every morning, every afternoon. For me, it was, I don't have to go to PT 3 times a day to train these stupid fuckheads that can't eat right and stay in shape and simply score a 75 on this damn score. And it was just a relief of, like, not having to keep secrets or not be able to not talk about my day. But literally, I think after, like, maybe 45, 60 days wore off, I kind of, that panic set in of, oh shit, I need to do something. I don't know what to do. And I literally job searched for probably about a month before I remember somebody asking me if I ever thought about taking or using the USERA Act. And I was like, oh shit, I forgot about that. So I was working at Walmart before I got in the military, making good money as a high schooler. Like, we're talking about, at that time, $11, $12. I was well above minimum wage. And the perks of the USERA Act, for anybody that doesn't know, is you are going to get all your pay raises that you should have gotten as if you were still there. Any promotions that you missed out on, you have to be given the opportunity to make equal or higher. and you have to be held with all your tenure. So technically, what turned up to be like 3 years in Walmart, thanks to the USERA Act, it shows as though I was there for like 7 or 8 years by the time I actually came back, and I was making really good money. And honestly, I had no issues with working with Walmart at the store I was at. I enjoyed the store I was working at. But when I tried to transfer to follow then girlfriend, now wife, up here, the store up here was dicking around and refused to take me and basically said, we don't have a spot for you. But I left a job at $31 an hour because they didn't have a fucking position for me. I'm not salty about it.
Not at all.
Not that I would be making like 40 by now, but I'm not salty. But it's just one of those things. Like, I only went back to Walmart because, again, comfort zone. I knew Walmart. I knew that specific store because of high school. But it's such a weird time. That's also where I met my wife, and to the point of like, there's dark times too. Like, I'm not gonna play it off like there weren't really terrible, terrible dark times. But not having someone there would have played out on a whole different story, whole different grand scheme of things. Like, I think I've told my wife this. I know I've told my mother-in-law this. I haven't told my parents this because it's a whole different can of worms. But there was a time before, and I was literally to the like dark point, dark moment. I was like, I'm done. This is stupid. I can't get anywhere. I'm not going to progress anywhere. I gave up my military career because of politics. I'm so done with all this. And definitely had a moment. Tried to end it. It jammed. So didn't end it. Act of God, whatever you want to call it. Somebody didn't clean the fucking weapon after using it. Wasn't me. But can't complain now. 2 great kids. But it's just there are so much dark moments after that, and the smaller organizations that are unable to gain traction to help veterans who are getting out, and the fact that there is yet to be a big one to just kind of come through and be like, you can come through us. We'll be a nationwide agency. We'll open up a remote station in every state where you can remote in, apply for a job. We'll help you through it. We'll take the first interview for you. We'll get you in the door. There is nothing. And the closest we had here in Kansas, we had to pay for them, and that's the guy I was using. And he always guaranteed, you'd have a job with him for 6 months. He handles the first interview, and then he hands you off the second interview, and he sits on the phone call with you, so where he can kind of help translate things for the employees who were confused on what the word SCI meant, or TS stood for. Anybody wonder? Top secret clearance. That's all it is. And he did a really good job, but he ended up having to go out of business because it wasn't profitable enough for him to gain anything. The fact that he had, looking back, such a stupid policy of, if I can't get you a job in 6 months, refund you your whole money back. Joke's on you. You haven't worked with Air Force intelligence. You're used to working with Army people. Air Force intelligence is a little tricky. And
Yeah.
It's so weird. But that's only kind of what I've been up to, by the way. So much fucking more.
The transition's always the hardest thing. Like so we've been dating for coming on 9 years. This next 9 years next month.
I have you beat. Okay, we're good. You may be older than me. I've been in a longer relationship than you.
We were 9 years next month. We actually started dating when I was in, I think it was my last year and a half. And the whole thing was like, we started dating. Her friend's like, oh yeah, he's in National Guard. You won't see him that much. He'll be gone. He's gone. He's at least gone once a month. And then
Pendopotamus.
the month during the summer he's gone. Maybe a month out of that too. Well, then I got out, and then she's like, "Oh, you're here now."
Don't you have drill? No. Oh, you're here all the fucking time?
Yeah,
I didn't sign up for this. I'm sorry. No. My girlfriend told me you were only going to be here 200 days out of the year, not 365. I want my money back.
And then having the transition from obviously having a relationship and then transitioning out of the military, it's nowhere near active duty. So I can't even compare it to because I don't know it. So my transition out wasn't as difficult because I had a full-time job. I had a place to live. I didn't have to worry about, finding all that stuff. But then there was obviously a big hole because, you don't have that communication back and forth of being in E6 when I got out. Guys I had to look out over, like you had talked about, morning PT you had to take care of, and a bunch of shit bags that were too fat to run, trying to make weight, like that. You don't have that, and then once you're out, that communication dies quick.
Oh, so fucking quick.
There's no need for them to reach out and check on anything that's going on. Granted, you do make friends. There's ones you're going to keep in contact with.
Yeah.
But there's no leadership huddles, formation talks, and like that. Obviously, you're not in formation if you're not in the military. But there's no monthly leadership huddles that you're going to be involved with anymore. It's just that trying to get used to that. Yes, you do feel like you have a shit ton of time because you have dropped a lot of baggage, to say, because you don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. And I was extremely, extremely happy when I got out. And I think probably a year after, I was like, what have I done? Granted, just National Guard. I mean, it's not like anything crazy, but like there was a big hole. And I was like, maybe I should get back in. Thank God I didn't. And because
my
I
wife
had
talks me out of that every year.
and I think so did mine. We had a conversation. I was like, I'm thinking about getting back in. She's like, why? And I couldn't answer. I was like, I miss it. She's like, what do you miss?
Familiar. It's an abusive relationship. I like it. They have my CDs. I need them back.
She kept asking us like, what do you miss? And I'm like, honestly, I just miss the camaraderie.
It's the structural organization. We all hate this fucking job, but we're in this together.
And then I thought about it, I was like, you know what? I don't miss the hurry up and wait. Let's get to the range 6 hours before anybody else does. Sit around, and they get bitched at because we're sitting around, not doing anything, not training. I'm like, I can only train out of the manual. I can only make up so many drills, so many different scenarios. I can only do all that so many times before everybody looks at me like, dude, can you just leave us the fuck alone? Like, yeah, sure. Like I can make us disappear and make it look like we're busy, but I can only do it so often till the commander, first sergeant finds out, like, hey, you guys are doing anything. Like, I'm trying to look busy, but shit, you gave us way too much time.
Yeah.
Like there's only so many hours in a day you can train until you just start beating your head against the wall.
That is such the hypocrisy, though, is when you get into the service for the first time and you go through like basic or boot camp, whatever you want to call it, it's all about time management. It's all about showing up on time, which is 15 minutes early. It's always about hurry up and wait, but it's always about we need to do these things. You're going to show up for A class at 8:30 until 11:30. And then at 11:30 to 11:35, you have a break, but you need to also be over to Class B by 11:45, which goes till 13:30. And it's all in like a very structural time set. But then by the time you get there, it's, oh no, yeah, I know you're in this class or you're in this project, you're in this whatever for the next 3 hours. We're not actually going to do anything for the first hour. So we're just waiting for everybody to show up, even though everyone's there. And you're just waiting for the instructor, or you're waiting for somebody to. Look, I had times in basic where we had a class and we were supposed to be there. We all showed up. The instructor showed up, and he literally just dicked around on his phone for like 30 minutes. He goes, all right, we're done. And he just left. That was it. And this was a 2-hour class session that we had on history of the U.S., USAF. And I just remember going, what the fuck just happened here? But you can't talk. It's basic. You have to be quiet. No talking to each other. So everyone's just kind of sitting there. And of course, my dumb ass, along with our sister flight, leader. We're both in like the dorm chiefs, dorm leader, so we're in charge of them. And I have no idea. Can we fucking leave? Can we file for formation? Can we? Lunch isn't for like another hour and a half. What the fuck do we do? Not to mention there was a shortage of TIs, so we're all just like,
You just sit there.
yeah, we did. We sat there
Yep.
for an hour, hour and a half
Yep.
until our
You
TI
just sit
came
there.
by, and then we got our ass reamed, and I got my ass reamed. What the fuck are you doing, Sour? You're supposed to be outside in formation below. I was like, bro, you what? What? The
Yeah,
teacher.
nobody understands.
I couldn't even talk because it was like, yes, sir, absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Why are you staying around? Can I tell you the
What was I
truth?
supposed to do?
I like the internal monologue in my head. When I say I talk to myself, y'all don't even understand the length of conversation that's going on inside my head. I literally sat there and had a full-fledged scenario play out so bloody fucking quick to see if it was worth me being lippy and be like, sir, we didn't have a teacher today. Like, he disappeared 30 minutes in the lecture. I don't know what you want me to say. We're sitting around because he said, yeah, okay, that's it. But instead what came out is, I'm sorry, sir. Won't happen again, sir. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, everyone, line up for formation. Let's go to chow hall.
Okay. Cool.
And that night, we're all just going, why didn't we leave? Sorry, you should. I was like, bro, shut the fuck up. Don't bitch to
Yeah.
me. It's 8 o'clock at night. Shut the fuck up. We're all supposed to be in bed, asleep. Sleep in your cot because we're gonna get woken up in 2 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, there was no trying to get away from any of that shit. So I don't even know. It was definitely weird timing trying to figure out what the fuck to do with yourself when there's nothing to fucking do. Hence why safety briefs were invented, because of lack of time management.
Well, they had time management. They just chose to use that management on their time slots for stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like the safety briefing of, look, just because she says she likes you, just because she lap danced for you, does not mean you need to marry her that weekend. Is that understood? Good boy. Sit down and don't. No, you tip $5 to $10, nothing more. She will take you for all your money. And if you don't get the reference, then you have never served in the military or talked to anybody in the army.
We had to have a safety brief on pocket knives in
Yeah.
Afghanistan. Not knives, because we were playing
The
who can
knife
get
game?
closer. Oh no,
Oh,
this
were
is
you
with our
throwing them?
shoes.
Oh,
We were throwing them at our feet to try and see how close to
Yep.
our foot we could get.
Yep.
And I retired fairly quickly. Very, very quickly when I threw one and it went through the edge of the boot into the ground, into the floor. So it was the sole of the boot went right through the edge of that. And I said, okay, I'm done. I E5 at this point too. And I'm playing with other guys. And I'm like, okay, I'm done because I guarantee this is not going to go well for me if I put a fucking pocket knife through your boot and something happens. So I'm going to retire at this point.
So, but
So I call it good.
speaking of safety brief, because I'm sure you have well, maybe you don't because you're not active. What's the strangest, weirdest, most asinine safety briefing you've had, or you had to deliver? Either which one.
I mean, we've had. I don't even know.
Oh, I got so many.
I mean, the
had
pocket knife one was
questions.
definitely weird.
We had that one too, but not for throwing. We were playing the knife game, where
like the alien, like an aliens.
There's
Yeah,
a song
between your
that
fingers.
goes along with it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I forget the song. Yeah.
I can't. I mean, it's been a long time. I'm trying to think of safety brief. We've had some dumb ones, but I don't even know if I have no idea.
We had I don't know if I talked about it before. We had a don't drink underage one, and I'm not saying that's super asinine, but the reasoning for it was fucking stupid. The fact that we had a 22-year-old take a 20 and 20-year-old, 364-day-year-old dude out for his birthday, and they got hammered and decided to come back to base. He turned 21 the next day. But all the bars served him alcohol because his license just showed that he was turning 21 the next day. They're like, yeah, sure, that's fine. Oh, there was one that really just. We got don't sleep with anybody in your sister flight. Oh. Foil does not go in the microwave. Oh, the reason I don't know if we talked about this because I tell this story a lot when I'm talking about my military career because it's so fucking funny every time. Fire dogs in the Air Force are our firefighters. When we're in training or when they're in training, their clan title is fire dogs. That's how everyone refers to them. Intel, my job, when we were all in our rooms, you had the fire dogs on floor 2, 3, and 4. You had Intel on floor 5 and 6. And then on the very first floor was our Space Int guys, Space Intelligence. This would be what's now known as Space Force. But if you want to be Space Intelligence, just FYI, that was a 24-month schooling. You went to school for 24 months. You need to go work for NASA afterwards. But anyways, so floor 2 through 4. Fire dogs, firefighters. And it's like 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. I just got home from the bars, massively drinking underage. Snuck in. I can handle my liquor and doesn't look like I'm a slosh. I don't talk to people. I just go to my room. Anyways, so I'm getting ready to go to bed. And my roommate comes in. Him and I both going to bed. Next thing we know is our fire alarms are going off. We have sirens going off. And we have somebody coming over the PA saying, please evacuate the building. There's a fire. Follow your safety procedural routes. There's a fire. And just repeating the same thing over and over. We all make it to the flight line. Flight line's like 2-3 blocks away from the apartment complex. Fire dogs have a specific area they have to go. Intel goes a little bit further. Don't know why. But anyways, that was the flight line. And we get out there. Come to find out, because it was made very known very quickly by all the MTLs that were there, that a fire dog had taken their burrito from the night before and just stuffed it in the microwave while they were taking a shower for 3 minutes. The microwave blew up, caught fire, set fire to the plywood desk that we had, and it wasn't a big fire, like the building wasn't up in roar, but the room definitely got some fire damage to it. It is fairly contained, for better words, and they got it out. The NTLs were able to get up to the second floor. They sprayed it, done. But we all still had to evacuate. Why is this funny? Well, one, the fucking fire dog set a fire. Jokes right itself. But also for the fact that the only people that knew the evacuation plan were Intel. The firefighters did not know their evacuation plan. They did not know where to go. They were missing half their crew at the end of it when we're doing a head count and we're doing formation. We're lining up and everything. Keep in mind, most of us are in underwear and a t-shirt, maybe just underwear and flip-flops. We're not dressed. And we have our fire dog MTLs are literally scrambling around everywhere to find these missing like 100 people who are in a whole different flight line at a whole different building. Why? Because they didn't fucking know where to go. And it was so funny. And then I think like 2-3 days later, they both ended up getting recycled. They weren't allowed to be fire dogs anymore. They had to go back and be reclassified. And the funniest part was the fact that we had to be sat down by a EF6, so a tech sergeant for us. And he had to sit down. He's like, all right, come here. How many of you know what goes in the microwave? And most of us raise our hand. All right. How many of you put foil in the microwave? I want to say nobody raised their hand. I'd be lying. A good portion of like, you can put foil in the microwave for like 3 to 5 seconds. It's fine. And he literally sat there. I will never forget his face of him just cuffing his nose taking a deep breath and just going, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm not a drunk. I can't kill them. And me just going, did he say kill? What the fuck's going on here? So we had to have a whole safety brief about aluminum foil and why it does not belong in a microwave, and had to dumb it down as best as they could. And then like no metal goes in the microwave because somebody said, "Oh well, you can leave a fork in there, you can leave a spoon, that's fine." No metal goes in the microwave. Period. Dot. End of conversation. No ifs, ands. No microwave goes in, or no metal goes in the microwave. And then somebody's like, "Well, I can put like certain things." Nope. If it starts sparking, take it out. Don't leave it in there. Second half of that was do not cook any food and then leave it unattended. The dumbass that left it unattended, his roommate, was like, it's just a microwave. I can go take a shower. He was like, really? How'd that work out for your buddy? And he just quickly shut up. And so every like 60 days to 90 days, we had to have a safety briefing about fucking aluminum foil. Because firefighters, cooked a burrito in aluminum foil in the microwave while taking a shower. The only other safety briefing I remember so much, and it's because it technically involved me, not directly. I was the one who reported it. Was one of my roommates. I had a few. This was my last roommate before they allowed me to share rooms with a buddy. Had one roommate, fresh out of high school, 18 years old. Couldn't shit on him too much because I was 18 at the same time too. But I wasn't fresh out of high school type deal. I was out for like 6 months. Whatever. Anyway, so he decides while I am at the club again, drinking that I shouldn't be. He's at home. He's brand new to the squadron. He's brand new to the unit. He's brand new to my dorm. I have talked to this guy a total of 3 days. That's it. So I don't know him very well, other than he always came off very mustache only creeper type guy, if you catch my drift. Known in maps now, but really weird vibes. And I remember coming home pretty tipsy, not drunk. And I remember I just had to go to the bathroom. I go in, red behind my toilet. Red on the walls. Red on the sink. Red on the floor. Red in the walk-in shower. What happened, you may ask? Oh, he cut himself. He cut his ball sack and had been bleeding so bad. This dumbass then proceeds to go lay down and go to bed. His bed is stained red. He had to go to the doctor's. And the way they put it is, well, it's a good thing you caught it. You could have caught it a little bit sooner if you weren't out so late, but it's a good thing you still caught it. You care to tell us what you were doing? No. I was at Graham's, which was a club that allowed military members in. And they're like, okay. And a week or two goes by, he heals up. He's still stupid as fuck. We had to get a safety briefing on how to properly shave. And at first we're all like, yeah, we know how to shave our face. And that MTL was so fucking embarrassed. E6, tech sergeant, he couldn't do the briefing. He passed it off to an E5 staff sergeant, and he's just like, I'm not doing this. I did the aluminum foil. You can do this. I'm not doing this briefing. And of course, this staff sergeant's not even with our unit. He's technically fire dog, and he's like, oh, no problem. I can do this. Oh, okay. So we had to then be taught there is a proper and safe way to groom yourself and
Shave your balls.
No, I'm going to say how they did. There's a proper way to groom yourself as to minimize bleeding, and if you suspect bleeding, or
you see blood, to not proceed with shaving, to stop it, take tissues or toilet paper, and try to dab it or a band-aid if you can. If bleeding proceeds profusely, do not keep shaving. Stop shaving. This is very, very important. Stop shaving. Do not shave if you cannot see. Use a mirror. Smartphones were literally just coming out at this point. Just coming out to kind of predate everything. And we're like, okay. And he had to literally get a mannequin from the hospital. This is how you should do it. Make sure you stretch skin. And we're all just going, oh my God. You fucking serious? And he came back. He didn't get recycled. He didn't get washed out. But everybody knew his name. Everyone knew his name. I don't even know if he's still in the service anymore, but I will never forget that because the way they ended it was, and hopefully you have a great airman roommate who is actually doing the buddy system and looks after you, like Airman Sour over here. I was like, please don't tie me out. Don't associate me with this fucking moron.
I don't want anything to do with it. How do you get that? Like, sorry, I've nicked myself before, but I've never like
In between the butthole and the tank, there's a not a major, but there's a blood vessel or whatever down there. He was missing skin.
I guess whatever.
They had to
Fucking
take
weirdo.
pictures of the entire bathroom just in case he died. They had to take
How did it
pictures.
get on the wall?
I fucking to this day I have no idea the amount of blood and the fact that this dumbass still was like, I'm gonna go to bed. My only thought was he had to been lightheaded that he's like, I'm gonna go sleep this off. But it was all over the walls, the sink. The sink I kind of understood, like maybe he just plopped him up there to shave. Shower, kind of understand. He's trying to rinse off. But there was so much blood. So much blood. And I was just to the point of like, I'm not squeamish, but I also don't like blood. I'm not one that's going to faint. Thank God I was tipsy because I didn't care. But I remember my buddy at the time came over and he's like, I don't know how you did that. How did you not whoop his ass? I was tipsy. I'm telling you, this dude is thankful I had been drinking.
No, like
Oh my God.
I wouldn't even. I mean, obviously that'd have been an awkward one, even trying to ask for help for. Like hey,
CQ. There's blood all over my bathroom. I didn't check him. I literally just said, there's blood all over my bathroom. I don't know what's going on. I need somebody
no,
out
I
here.
mean, being the dude that did it, like I don't even know how it is. Like, hey, I was shaving.
Oh, his reasoning?
Yeah.
You want to know that? He was and this doesn't mean much to other people. He was trying to impress our 1 and O's, which are briefers, people who brief and debrief people. He was trying to impress a girl over there because he thought she was pretty. Were they dating? No. Did he know who she really was? No, he just got there 3 days ago.
And his first thing was, I'm going to shave my balls and everything else to make sure she knows that I'm.
I fucking don't know what his
Whoa.
train of thought was. I remember I had to ask questions after he came back. And then like 2-3 days after it happened, they're like, you can't sleep here. It's biohazard. We have to clean it. You need to move. Do you have a preferred roommate? I was like, literally anyone. Anyone.
Not that guy.
And one of my buddies was like, oh, you can come to my room. We'll hang out. Cool. Okay. Hang out with him. But just fucking weird shit. Everyone's like, because I tell people that, and they're like, are you sure you were in the Air Force? That sounds like some Marine shit. It's like, it does, doesn't it? It really does.
Moral of the story: don't shave your balls alone. Always have a battle buddy. In case you nick yourself and almost die.
That's not the moral of the story at all.
So exactly that's what I got from it, from the safety brief and everything.
I got from, if you see blood, stop.
Never shave alone.
No, because no.
Never shave alone.
Someone's gonna be like, "Hey, buddy, come here." No, I can't shave it myself. I'll pass out if I bend over too much. You just
Yeah.
shave it for me. I
Mhm.
sit down, spread eagle, and just lift it up. And you shave.
Last man shaving.
No, no.
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, those are the only two.
Lone shaver.
It's the last lone shaver, but it was just those are just two I remember so distinctly, and I know I told my wife it, and she's just like, "What the fuck?" Especially that blood one. Everyone has the same story as why. It's like, dude, I was drinking. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I mean, I was 18 years old, drinking, underage. I snuck back onto bays, past curfew, and this happened. So yeah, I wasn't really asking a lot of questions. I wasn't really talking a whole lot. In case I was slurring my speech worse than I normally do, I don't want anybody to get any suspicions. So I was very protective of my character. Now I'm just
Yeah.
gonna drink all the time. But it was such a weird thing. Had something similar happen to when I got stationed over in Germany. Wasn't as bad, but he definitely left his hairs in the common bathroom that we shared, and he would leave beer cans and everything. There was one night where he definitely had pubic hairs all over beer cans that he left on top of the toilet with a note in there saying, "Sorry, I nicked myself. I tried catching the beer cans." I was like, what?
What the fuck?
What is going on? What?
Weirdos.
Wasn't even my dorm either. I just got placed there. I was just, oh my god. It's fucking weird shit happens.
Oh yes.
Always.
It gets weird.
That's an understatement. Our conversations get weird.
Yes.
The military gets. It's a different breed.
It is. Yes, definitely a different breed. Very.
Oh. Yeah, that's the only reason why I want to know if you had any weird ones. Because I was like, oh, I remember these.
I can't think of any.
You're lame. You fucking old ass man.
I can't think of any. It's been so long since I had a safety brief or even remember any. So I don't know. I'll think though. I guarantee I'll be able to come up with one or two. I have to think though.
I'm going to get a text at like 1 a.m.
Oh,
I remember
hey.
one. Like, hey, my do not disturb is on for a reason. Leave me alone. Don't disturb me. Listen to the fucking command. There's so many of them. I have to do another episode on that, but it's just so weird. I never had any more safety briefings, major safety briefings, once I left tech school. The rest of them were the traditional: don't add to the population, don't subtract to the population, don't go to jail if you do want, like that type. And we always had to remember, if you're going to travel abroad, do not share any secrets. Do not talk about your missions. And when I first got to Germany, we were told, listen, there's going to be a specific group of guys, group of men from specific region of the world that will try to get you kicked out of a bar. There'll be 3 to 4 of them, and they will try to get one of you kicked out of the bar. Just know, do not follow them. Do not go outside the bar with them, because they will gang up on you, and they will use you, and you will be assaulted in the most unpleasant way possible. And they will each take their turn with you. Of course, they use a lot more colorful language, which I don't feel like using on here tonight. But they emphasize it, and they said they will always outman you and out-team you. So just remember that. And it was always a girl that had, or a woman that had to give the safety brief to us. Every 6 to 9 months, the new people would come in, and you had to basically hear the same thing again from your commanding officer at the time of, just remember, certain group is known to do this in this part of town. Don't go there. And that was probably my biggest fear for the first 6 months of, God, I can't go out to the bars. Can't do it. I'm too pretty. They'll do it. Can't do it. So it was, yeah, that's a whole different thing. This is my stories for tonight.
I'll think of some. We'll have another episode like this.
An
See.
impromptu one that starts off with Neil deGrasse Tyson just fucking mind fucking our brains.
And then ends in the same way, but of 4 people.
I don't want to go through that again. I'm good.
Oh, go through it again. Okay.
My time has been served. I'm over. That's really all I got. So, yeah, we'll catch you on the next episode. Thursday nights, video game stuff, channels.
The video games on Twitch. Sig's over on YouTube, Facebook, Kick, Twitch, whatever else you can fucking stream on. He's on it.
OnlyFans.
I got nothing else.
Beatfinder.com.
I'm ready to go. I'm out of here with your bullshit. Bye, bitch. Fucking. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. I'm Rahgel. This is Sig, and his stupid sound effects are back as well. Fucking shit. Yay. More fucking sound effects. I'm gonna break my microphone now. I'm sitting here messing with it as you're adding your sound effects.
It was just a clap intro. Jeez.
There's no need for clap intros. Everybody claps for me regardless. There's no need to add it.
The only time they clap for you is when you're going off. Not when you're signing up.
It's an appreciation.
Sure.
That's all it is.
So that's what it is.
Don't want appreciation.
Okay. Keep telling yourself that.
Oh, I do. Every day in the mirror.
You're about as full of hot air as Roman Reigns is. Oh my god. So you watch Night of Champions. Yes? Yes.
I did.
Good.
I did.
You didn't watch it live like some of us.
No, I didn't. I watched it at fucking 12 o'clock in the afternoon. No.
It was okay at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It gave me something to do. Because it was quiet time. And my kids were not in the house, or not in the living room. So, not big deal. But compared to our speculations of how to put it, hot shit. We thought Night of Champions was going to be complete and utterly just dog shit, hot trash in Arizona summer.
Mm-hmm.
To put it lightly.
Yeah.
Would you say it lived up to that expectation? Lived out to that
I would say it's better than expected. I enjoyed it. I did skip a lot of the matches, but the matches that I did watch, I enjoyed.
Lot of the 7 matches. What matches did you skip?
I skipped the. Let me go through it. I know I skipped Trish and Becky until like towards the end.
Okay, so you saw Stratton come on.
Gunther and Mustafa. I skipped through that one.
Called it. Let's just start right there. Called it, you stupid fuck. They're in his home country. Dude's not from Chicago. Disregard everything Sig said. They're gonna give it. No, fuck. They're not gonna take it off of Gunther for some punk ass nobody.
Oh, okay. I'll take that one when you take the other one that I called.
I was so pleasantly happy with that one though. I was so happy, even though I saw a TikTok today where it's like in the last 3 years, anybody who has fought Asuka at a pay-per-view event has become pregnant within 2 to 3 months. So like, oh shit, I guess we're not gonna see Bianca Belair for the next year because she fought against Becky before Money in the Bank, and then of course and this was like 2001, 2021, sorry, 21, 20? No, it had been 2021. She fought and then won at Money in the Bank, and Becky relinquished the title to her. And then she fought Carmella, which I was like, oh, I didn't know I don't remember them having a pay-per-view match. Carmella got pregnant, or is pregnant, and she's finishing up her term. And Alexa Bliss, who just announced that they're gonna have a kid in December. And who was the other one I saw in it? Because there's 4 women. I can't think of them.
So Becky, Carmella, Alexa Bliss.
Alexa.
Only did she fight Ric Flair? Or Flair's daughter? Ric Flair. Flair's daughter? Because didn't she have it? No, she got married.
Yeah.
She didn't have a kid.
I didn't save the TikTok, so I don't know. But there was a 4th one. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it tracks. But I was okay with being wrong about that one because they needed to not have a babyface run the gauntlet like she's been doing, the gatekeeping, as they called it. But at the same time, Bianca could have gone longer and would have been justified. It all would have made sense.
She wants time off too, so
She needs time off
to have a baby apparently. So, I mean, cool.
You heard it here first before they even knew they were pregnant. Okay.
I mean, it's a good stat to know. So yeah, I skipped through Trish and Becky. Skipped through Gunther and Mustafa.
Well,
I kind of
the
jumped.
Trish and Becky match though, like, yes, it was not great, but Trish did not look her age completely. There was definitely moments where Trish was like, again, you didn't watch all of it, so you fucking know. But there was moments where Trish literally had Becky on the ropes, and she was running just rampant and was actually moving fluidly to the point where it looked like, okay, looks like she hasn't taken any time off. Yeah, she's older, so she moves a little bit slower, but she did spots and she had moments and everything that made her look like she was good with being there. Versus, again, no hate towards Lita, but Lita's movement in her last 3 matches had always been very clunky, very
showing her age.
Yeah, to the point where like, oh, you can't do Whisper in the Wind like you thought you could anymore. And so it wasn't bad, but to see Stratton come out, that really made no sense, I guess. But at the same time, Trish is supposed to be having a stable or a faction of her own now with Stratton being the front runner, which good on them. Legend with NXT, cool, gotcha. Even though Stratton is on NXT, not Raw.
Who are you talking about Stratton? It was always Stark.
Stark, sorry.
Okay, you have me confused. Like, who are you talking about? Okay, no, it was always Stark.
she had Stratton may be the person she's facing at NXT.
She's on the Raw roster now. She got brought up from NXT during the draft. She was she's been around for a while. I guess since the draft. But she has and I'll give it to her. She has a look and she has a finisher that apparently Becky should not take because it crushes her nose every time. Obviously, you see it after that one. It busted her nose open. She took another one Monday night, and I think it busted her nose open again. But since Nia Jax, Becky's
is who won Women's Champion. That's why I was watching NXT today.
Oh,
But really bugging me. I was like, I know there's a Stratton somewhere. I know Stratton and Zark had a match. Yeah, Stratton and Stark had a match.
I thought you were fucking up because of Stratus. I'm like,
no, I just
Stratus, Stratton.
Getting like 3 events in the last 72 hours. Confused. Stark is gonna be.
Zoe Stark's finisher is pretty damn nice, and the fact that she fucked Becky's face up when she did it outside of the ring.
Yeah,
because you can see how Becky took it and how she was bleeding afterwards.
They got in trouble for that,
she did
too.
on Raw.
Stark for making Becky bleed at the pay-per-view.
How can you help it though? Like, you want to
unsafe. It wasn't the spot that was supposed to be had.
So, she wasn't supposed to hit her with her finisher?
No, she was, but she wasn't. How did the article read it? Basically, It was supposed to finish that way, but she either hit too hard or she didn't hit her mark properly on Becky. One of those two, and Becky took it to the nose and got busted open when she wasn't supposed to. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was not very happy about that. The kings themselves were, sorry, the princess were not okay with women shedding blood.
Oh, okay.
It's more of a them issue.
Territory.
Yeah, not a
Yeah.
WWE. It's a
Got it. Okay.
yeah.
Which you could also see how the women were dressed compared to the men. They were
Well,
all
Yeah,
neck
covered.
neck down, covered.
And you saw
So
several
even
times
the,
where
even
like
the refs.
and Trish versus Becky match, there'd be several times where Becky's leg like pant leg would roll up to her calf, and she would literally have to sit there and like pull it down. She'd wrestle someone, pull it down. It's like, these guys got, or these women got briefed beforehand. Like, no skin. No,
Oh, yeah.
your
I'm sure
ankles,
there's a-
fucking cover that shit. Treat this like it's 1930s. You cover those ankles.
Yeah.
But so I noticed that a lot because it was kind of bugging me throughout the pay per view or through the match where I'm like, seriously, just fucking let your pant leg go. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop it, Becky.
The women refs had the turtleneck and the long sleeve underneath. You know they were hot. That shit had to drive you nuts.
Yep.
So, I mean, the last couple minutes of the match was good. Seeing Zoe Stark come out was cool.
I mean, it was
And
was
doing that.
unpredicted. Nobody had a rumor of it, and it was a nice change of pace to finally have a surprise element actually be a surprise for once, and not a
Yeah.
oh well. Trish is gonna. I didn't see anything for weeks about Trish having a faction or having anybody coming up, so it was a very pleasant surprise. But the match itself was not as shitty as I thought it was gonna be. So I think Gunther versus Mustafa Ali was the only match where I was like, called it. Oh, and Natasha versus Ripley. I was like, called it. Yep. Yep.
Natalia.
Saw that. What'd I
You're
say?
fucking knocking, Natasha. You're knocking the names out of the park tonight.
No. Did I say Natasha?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did.
The
I was like,
stress. But to start off
Natty.
the pay per view with the heavyweight championship with Rollins and Styles,
Yep.
I think was a very very good way to do it. The match itself was pretty damn good.
I liked it.
Part of me wanted AJ to take it, but obviously we both knew that Rollins is going to get it. So again, the end of it was good. I don't know what the fuck he was wearing.
Well, he always does something.
I know his gigantic ring attire, but good move on the part of putting the belt on him and letting him run with it. Hopefully, it stays that way for a little while. But if he's going to be Marvel, I don't know.
I mean, with the way Monday Night Raw happened, is even Rhea Ripley, got that name right, made remarks at him saying, "Don't worry about holding on too long. It won't be long before you drop it." I was like, "Great."
Yeah, okay. Continue with what she said, though.
I know.
She said it could be one of us.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. It was Finn and Priest, and then she's like, "Oh, could be my Dom," and then everybody's like, "What? Are you fucking serious?" Like, no.
Yeah.
Like everybody's like, "No." Back this bullshit train up real quick.
But other than the whole Dom thing, though, Finn is a contender. I would say Priest would even be a contender, but I think Priest needs to run with a mid-tier card. Let Finn have top, and then Rhea have women's, and then Dom just be fucking Dom.
He's there.
He's there. He's present.
I can't quite figure out what their plan with him is, because he seems like he's just picking his times to speak, and it's messing everybody else up. Because at one point he came between Finn and Rhea when Finn was talking and finished Finn's sentence, and it was just so awkward. Like it just like he doesn't know what to do. It's more awkward than anything.
It almost feels like that. for lack of a better word, there's a clique in high school, and there's that one kid that just wants to be a part of it so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows everybody well enough. He knows like their methods, the way they talk, the way they handle themselves, that he can interject himself properly. But even though it's done properly, you're still like, why are you here? Who the fuck invited you? Like, you still have that much mentality of what the fuck?
Yeah. It's got to, I mean,
Or that little brother that you had to bring along with you to the events because mom and dad said you had. Like, that's how they're kind of treating him right now, which it works, but at the same time, he went from having this massive heat and just everybody legitimately just hating him for one or two reasons, but he had all the heat on him, and now feels more like a mockery.
the annoying, the annoying little brother, like you said. And that's what he's turning into, just an annoying little brother.
But it's weird because he's calling Rhea mommy, so it's like,
Yeah.
where are we going with this?
Mm-hmm.
The Shawn Michael repeat moment was good though on Monday Night Raw.
It was funny. Yeah.
Don't fucking touch me.
You can't
Love
touch me like that.
I loved it. Back night
See, seeing their callbacks is definitely a lot. Yeah, it's very cool the fact that they do those spots. But like the beginning of the pay-per-view, to start off with those two, set the pace for it, and it wasn't like it didn't set the bar extremely high.
No,
because it wasn't a blow your mind match. It was a great match between the two. They've worked together a lot of respect between the two of them, and they put on a hell of a match. But again, not like a showstopper match.
No.
Definitely set the pace for it, and then it was Trish and Becky next after that.
but it felt like they could have had a showstopper, but it almost at the same time, like there was moments when even I was watching it, and I was like, oh, it feels like they're kind of holding back a bit. And when it was all said and done, he sold his injury or his injury of his foot hurting, and laying on his ankle weird. It was all good, but it felt like, oh, had this been a true main event versus this is one of 3 main events tonight. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that was no.
Had it actually been the main event card on the event, I feel like it would have went longer, had more spots, but it was a good opener.
Yeah,
But it definitely got to the point where I was like, oh, it feels like they were holding some back, pulling punches, because they can't overshadow the rest of the pay-per-view. Which, wouldn't have been hard other than, because even like Natty versus Rhea called it squash match.
Yeah.
Why Natty is still considered a stepping stone or a pillar when the woman hasn't even held gold outside of the tag championships. Like, she's a good technician. She can she has submission holds. Cool. Like that, whatever type deals. But the fact that every time there's a new champion or there's a new up and comer, they always have to go through Natty. They always have a match with Natty or have a feud with Natty, and it makes no bloody fucking sense.
No,
at all.
But
Because I can't justify it. There's no justification for it. It's the problem.
no, but look at Rhea. I don't think they know what to do with Rhea. Like they gave her the belt, but she hasn't done anything. She's in a stagnant stable. There's nobody on the Raw roster that's going to be able to really compete and keep up unless you give it to Rodriguez.
Or Becky.
Who I think would be. I don't think Becky's ready in the sense of storyline. Storyline wise, try to catch on that one real quick. No, as in storyline where she's at.
Names.
So, I think Rodriguez is probably the only one that would be a legit match for her, yeah, I could see Becky, but the storyline that Becky's in right now, it's there. Rodriguez is one half of the tag title who
No,
lost her tag team partner.
and she's not tag champion anymore. Shayna
Oh, that's
Baszler
right.
and
Oh, that's right. They lose it last
Ronda.
night. I missed that
Yeah.
match.
But even like with Rodriguez, is they had a moment during Monday Night Raw. Yeah, we're jumping all over the fucking place from Night of Champions Monday Night Raw, but Rodriguez had a couple spots in her
Mhm.
tag match against Ronda, where like, oh, she's actually putting Ronda through the ringer. Oh, she's actually having like causing issues for Ronda. So it looked like there was a potential for a single feud to happen there, but then Ronda and Baszler got the title, so who knows? But I think we've said this before in other episodes too. Since Rhea's gotten in the champion, is there's I don't think that there's I don't think it's the fact that there is nobody. I think it's more along the lines of there is no proper fit. Whereas like yes, we have Becky. Becky could give Rhea a run for her money and could have a proper storyline, but their focus right now with her and Trish. And looks like there's going to be a faction of some sort leading into it. Cool, whatever. And then who else do you have on women's roster that would be an actual actual like even if it wasn't a squash, just a good lineup. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, you would
Where's
have
Charlotte? Is Charlotte on?
Charlotte is oh that's 2022. That doesn't fucking help me at all. By the way, this says Becky Lynch is a free agent.
I don't think it's true.
It says free agents of 2023. I know this is a fucked up list because it says Andrade, Big Show, Bo Dallas, Becky Lynch. But this article's
No,
from
not that one.
2 months ago.
Yeah, no, it's not that one.
My God, amazing.
Yeah, I
Let's
mean,
see. No, because you have Becky, you have nope, Chelsea Green's a joke. Carmella's out. Candice LeRae, she's being mishandled. Dana Brooks a joke. Maybe Emma, because Emma kind of has that possibility. She was really good as a heel in NXT, but she's not a heel now, so maybe Indy Hartwell, but I think she's injured still.
maybe.
Yeah, I don't remember. This is like all NXT people though, for the most part, because you have Katana Chance, Katana Chance, whatever. Cadence Carter. Don't really know who. I know who Kaden Carter is. She was good on NXT. Liv Morgan is on Raw again, injured.
Lives out though. Yeah.
Natalie, Nikki Cross. When's the last time we saw Nikki Cross? By the way,
She came out on Raw, didn't she?
not on Hulu.
Oh yeah, she was. She came out. Yeah, she came out recently. I think it was on Raw
But then
during
you
one of the
have
women's matches.
Piper Nevins, aka Dewdrop. Like she would be, just for the powerhouse aspect of it, having Rhea go against her and do a proper feud would be possible. While yes, we all know without chance in the sky that it would be Rhea coming out, but it would make Rhea look stronger since you know.
Last time we saw
Piper's
Piper though.
on Hulu. Yeah, a long time. My Hulu access is restricted.
I haven't seen her. Yeah, I haven't seen
Rodriguez
her.
is on Raw, so yeah. Ronda's on Raw. Deville's on Raw. Baszler's on Raw. Tegan Knox. She could, but they've been pigeonholing a lot of the NXT girls really bad. I would do Zoe Stark. I would do Zoe Stark
Zoe.
and let Becky cost her the title. But no, I mean, there's really nobody on here other than, again, Rodriguez, Zoe, even though her WWE picture makes her look like a crack whore.
I think Zoe's gonna after the whole Becky Lynch thing, maybe.
Piper.
Raquel, Piper.
Because the other
when and if
two
Liv
people
gets
are
back.
injured.
Yeah.
Indy Hartwell would be a perfect one, but again, she's injured. There's Dana Brooke, but again, she's a fucking joke of a character script. She had all the makings to be a powerhouse female, and the creatives just shit the bed with her. I don't know. I would do. What about Ava? Have her get called up from NXT.
Yeah, I mean, I think that might be what they have to do with the women's division, though. They may have to bring up NXT talent in order to solidify some of them to go against Rhea, because
You don't know who Ava is, do you?
I don't. I have
The
no
Rock's
idea.
daughter?
But oh, fuck that! No, not Ava Rain. Oh, Ava Rain. Okay, no, just
She goes by
watching
Ava
her.
now.
Oh, it's not Ava Rain. It's just Ava. She's changed it again.
Yeah, it's just Ava.
Okay. Okay. Well, I've tried to keep up with her in the minimal amount that she's been on, and she just can't.
She's a rough watch.
She can't talk, which is very odd. If your dad cannot shut up, but yeah, you can't figure out how to cut a promo. There, but granted, she's young. Maybe she can figure it out. I don't know.
She's gonna have to figure out because she's not getting the. I almost said the clap. She's not getting the crowds. She's not getting the crowd behind
Is that
her.
how you make it in your world of wrestling, Sig? Is that how you have to make it? You have to get the clap first before you become a big star.
In my head, I originally phrased that as she's not getting the clapping of the crowd, but then my brain just goes clap and just stopped right there. Stop forming the sentence any further. But the crowd's not behind her. Like, they don't hate her, they don't love her, they don't support her, they don't despise. Like, there's nothing.
Well, she's in also a joke faction, the Schism.
I thought she was out of that faction.
I don't know. Last time I saw she was in it. Again, I don't watch NXT. Last time I saw she was in it, and that was a fucking joke of a stable. But I did see her recently.
This month.
Is she still in it?
Great. She's only 21.
She's got plenty of time, but I don't know how long she's gonna last 21. In NXT.
She'll last in NXT as long as the Rock remains connected to WWE.
I don't know.
But hey, that massive lawsuit against him may just disconnect him.
I doubt it.
I mean, there's no one really set for Rhea right now. So, but the longer she goes without having a solid story, the worse she looks.
Mm-hmm.
So that looks like she's basically the Kmart female version of Brock Lesnar from a couple years ago when he had the death grip on the title. Just he has them, ain't nothing you can do it for it because there's nobody set up properly to run or be the face of WWE, and right now there's no one set up other than again Becky, who's in a feud. There's no way to step up and start making their name for themselves against Rhea to potentially take it away from her in the next year. So she's gonna
stay that way. It's gonna be stale,
shitty, stale reign. Where it's like, oh, cool. You face who? Natty?
This was her first title defense, right? Since
that was second. I thought she did at Backlash. No, that was in Puerto Rico. So no, yeah, it's her first title defense.
Yeah.
What a great first.
Yeah. So yes, we'll see what happens with that one, but I will say
would lean more into that rumor or that speculation I was telling you about a while ago about Dom costing her the title and then just stripping her of the title and putting on
I
somebody
think
else because he's getting involved way too much. So even with shitty storylines lined up, if it all revolves around Dominic costing her title overall because he's getting too involved, even though she is winning, she doesn't ever lose it, but it's very dirty tactics. It'd be a great way to keep heat on him and heat on her and have her kind of be pissed off and kick his ass out of Judgment Day and send him to NXT.
maybe, I don't know. I have to see because they need to do something, but it's gonna be a while probably. But I will say the Oscar Bianca match
That was good.
was way better than that one. But I
could
like
get
the
in
way
ring and
that
be better than that
Oscar.
match.
Let's calm it down now. You'd probably pull something just getting between the ropes. Let's be honest.
Probably trip going. Face plant, just blood down my face. It's
Just-
okay. I'm good.
I'm good. I might pass out. We'll be okay. We're good. Okay. I
I'm
feel a little
lightheaded right
woozy.
now.
Yeah, can't do it. I'll be
leave.
okay. Okay, you win. I'm just gonna lay down. Night
Entrance
night.
music hasn't even hit.
The way that Oscar won it, I like the tactics that she has. Obviously, with the spray and everything else, and she lost it or missed it.
But here's the thing. Like, I like the tactic of how she won by pulling the trick Muda used to do, like spraying on his finger. I get it. It's really cool. It's great throwback and pay tribute to him. But at the same time, like, I'm over the mist being so heavily used. Like, I remember Tajiri using the mist too, back in the Attitude Era, and it was not every fucking chance he got. Every time he showed up in the ring, every time he had a match, like, it's becoming overused to the point of there's really no longer that surprise element when watching it. It's now just
When is it gonna happen?
it's gonna happen, but when? Whereas again, when I didn't watch too much of Muda's. Now I
Muda.
feel like I'm saying his name wrong. But even Tajiri's too is you knew he had it in the bag. You knew he could do it. You just like you were. It was also a waiting game, but it was more surprise of, oh shit, okay, he actually used it this time. But 2 matches in a row, he didn't use it. Whereas Asuka shows up. Here, let me congratulate Asuka, or congratulate Bianca. Sprayer. I'm gonna storm the ring. Sprayer again. Like, I just.
Yeah, it is. It is overused. It is. But I think what they're doing is it's her one thing. It's her big thing, and they're still in the PG to PG-13 trying to elevate up. So I mean, they're still appealing to a lot of kids, which I think is one big thing that they're trying to maintain with Asuka, because she still has the bright, colorful look to her as well. She hasn't gone completely dark yet in her heel, and she probably won't. I don't see her going completely dark. She's going to stay that colorful, Pennywise, weird-looking mask that she has.
Look what fucking Pennywise did to children.
Well, maybe, but the way that she did it and the rake of the eyes and everything worked. I would have liked to see a better ending than that, but I don't know.
Again, that's also what the mist provides. It provides such a shitty ending, in my opinion. I know there's a lot of people out there that I've been seeing all over media that are like, "Oh, the mist, it's such a great one. Oh, that's a good ending." No, like, even for a heel persona, one like Roman Reigns never getting a clean win against his opponents because there's always interference is a better heel win than a mist that is blinding and it's really just goes, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, that's, you don't want to kick out because you can't see anymore, so you can't compete anymore because your eyes are burning so bad you'd rather just take the 3 count and be done.
Yeah.
And such a shitty end, especially to a rivalry that's been going on for so long, of just, really? That's how we're going to end this?
Yeah.
Great. Amazing.
I think you could kind of tell the way that Bianca was wrestling too, like she was ready to be done.
Yeah.
I didn't see a lot of flair
I see a
and
lot of powerhouse
commitment
moves.
no, not a lot of commitment to her character. It was just kind of like, okay, let's get to this match because I'm done.
Yeah.
After this, I'm taking a break, and she could be burnt out. I don't blame her. You could kind of tell as she went on.
2 years.
The whole EST thing went on. I mean, yeah. How long? Is it a year? That was a year. Was it 2 years?
I can't
But
look up.
the whole EST thing, it died out really, really quick. Her talking, her promos, all that stuff. It's kind of died out for her.
That gimmick as a whole, though, like speaking of the EST gimmick, is the biggest problem you have with that is at least for a babyface, to be the EST, it should be reserved for heel character. Because like Roman, if he took up the moniker of EST, cool. No, it would, like, he's showing he's the greatest at everything right now. But for babyface to have it, it kind of doesn't fit properly because you can't be the best clean wrestler. There's too much negative things you have to do to become the best at everything. And it doesn't fit, and it's good for about 6 months when you're showing out the strength. But no, it doesn't work out long game wise.
Yeah. So it just seems like she hit her run with that, and it may have been 1 or 2 pay-per-views too long before changing it.
A little over a year, 419 days.
Okay. See, I think if 1 or 2 more pay-per-views back, she should have lost it. It probably would have been a bigger shock.
Should have been WrestleMania.
It could have, and I would agree.
Should have been. I mean, she won it at WrestleMania last year, and she should have lost it to Asuka at WrestleMania this year.
Yeah.
And that would have made far more sense versus 2 more pay-per-views against her again. And I grant, best of 3 matches, I fucking called that shit months ago. But
You say that for every match, it doesn't count.
yet, I am right over 80% of the time with that. Like Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar, best of 3. And Cody even dined it out on Monday Night Raw, saying, I have a win, you have a win. It's a best of 3 match coming out of Cody Rhodes, too. But Bianca should have dropped it back at WrestleMania. She didn't, so they made it up to Asuka by letting her win in Saudi. It's cool, I guess.
I guess why there? I don't know, but
Because the fucking princess wanted it that way.
regardless, I guess a decent match, a good ending to see Asuka get it, and Bianca will be out for a while.
How long,
Before
by
she
the
comes
way?
back.
How long do you think?
Well, I'd say
You think
9
she's
to
back
10
by
months.
Okay, let's be real. 11 to 12.
I would say
She got knocked up that night. 11, 12. Do you think she's back by SummerSlam? I guess let's go there because that's
No.
August.
I would bet. I would bet she's
she's
probably
SmackDown,
out
isn't
till
she?
Rumble. She's out till Rumble.
You think she's gonna make her comeback at Rumble?
She can never return. Yeah, I would say that for the run that she's had over the last year, everything, and she could come back sooner. But I would think that's what, a 6 month. That's January.
Rumble.
That's 6 months.
7, 8, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January.
June is a 6 month. There's 12 months. So, okay. However your math works, I guess.
June, July, August, September, October, November, December,
You have too many fingers up. That's not right. You added a month in there somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah, I would say I think it would have a bigger. You're an asshole. I think it'd be a bigger pop in if she came out in the Rumble, but I mean, I could see SummerSlam or Survivor, or probably Survivor's not SummerSlam, probably Survivor Series if that, or
What if she didn't come back till WrestleMania and she did kind of like the Cody Rhodes for Seth Rollins, where she was a mystery opponent? Or they take a page out of what they did for WWE 2K23's video game for the women's storyline that they did for it, where they did an elimination chamber, but one chamber pod was blacked out and you had no idea who was inside of it. It was a mystery opponent. And she could come through like that. By the way, that would be cool. Hell, even if it was just 2 guys starting out and 4 mystery people. That's here.
let's back it up here. You're talking about the women's division. Yeah. That shit's not gonna happen. The biggest pop you're gonna get if she comes back at Royal Rumble. You're not gonna get anything special, anything cool.
I want that something the special.
Division. I don't blame you. If they would do that, cool, but they're not gonna do it for women's division. They will not do it. I would be surprised if they did anything cool in the future for like that. I don't see it. I doubt it.
I can't argue with you on it because Charlotte Flair's been fucking champion 16 times.
Well, look at her dad. Pretty sure that's why. And look who's running stuff, and look who is best friends with Ric Flair.
Hey, they had a falling out 2 years ago. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
No. Anyways, let's move on from Bianca's match. Cody versus Brock, the second main event of the night. That's literally what they said every fucking chance they had. It was annoying.
This is your second or third match in your trifecta.
It's not my trifecta.
No, this is yours.
This is yours. Cody Rhodes on Monday night even said it was their second match. Cody won one. Brock has won one. Therefore, 1 + 1 is 2. Their third match will take place at SummerSlam, is the ongoing rumor.
And that's where Cody shows up in the wheelchair?
Probably.
Okay.
This
was a letdown.
Yes.
I thought it was... Was it just a normal match? I can't remember now.
Yeah, it was just a normal stipulation.
Stupid.
Which is why the ongoing speculation is their third match will either be no holds barred or Extreme Rules, or there's one that said they'll ban submissions, making it where Brock cannot use the Kimura lock, and it will cause him to get disqualified. Therefore, Cody gets a cheap win, and it pisses Brock off even more, leading on to a SF5 match to kind of drag it out and make this his redemption arc.
So, was it his dad that had the storyline of getting his ass kicked for the entire year? Okay. Yeah, so that's what I did. I did see that that's the storyline they think may happen, of a redemption year, pretty much, of him just getting his shit kicked out of him for an entire year. But I don't think Dusty got the title at the end of it. He just had to pretty much prove himself for the entire year, and then I don't know what the fuck happened. I can't remember.
I don't remember either.
I do also want to see the hired hand storyline.
I love that storyline alone. Is just, oh, it's so good. Whether it's he's a hired for hired person, and it was Triple H, or he was hired by Paul Heyman, by Roman Reigns. Like, either story arc they want to go with is good. I prefer the Triple H aspect of it, to tie in more of his indie circuit run and what he did with AEW and make it more of a pay your dues for what you did to us. Like, it makes more sense. But
Yeah.
Triple H wasn't shown on Monday Night Raw, but he
Nope.
is supposed to be shown on Friday Night SmackDown. It doesn't
We'll
mean
see.
much, but
I hope something along the lines of that does happen. But our luck, it's more likely just going to be these two going back and forth and have 3 to 10 more matches, and that'll be that. The culmination of nothing. Like somebody wins more, and that's it. There's no purpose to these matches other than the sheer torture of what Brock will put Cody through, and what Cody can tolerate until
Not much.
Cody's body breaks down again, since he gets hurt every match that he gets in. Now, luckily, he was his already broken arm that got hurt again. So, who knows?
it was not an interesting one since he didn't tap out. He didn't get pinned again. It wasn't clean. It wasn't dirty. It was just
Yeah. Yes. I wanted more from it, but hopefully there's something coming. I don't know.
like
I do
you
like the
thought.
storytelling they're doing.
Yeah.
I do like that. I do like how they're doing things. I do like how those two are putting on a very realistic storyline and everything backstage, how hardcore Brock is going and Cody's allowing him to pretty much throw him around like a rag doll. Those two have the realest storyline going on right now, and the fact
Or
of how
Monday
they're
Night
doing
Raw.
it. I think in between the two, because of how realistic the way that he's throwing Cody around and like that, I just see a lot more in that one, and a lot more emotion in that one.
I would normally agree with you for the pure prospect or the perspective of the fact that it's fresh, like it's within the last 3 months. Whereas the other one that's so interesting is been accumulating for 3 years now. So it's been dragged out, shoved down our throat, and we're just starting to see emotions shown by Jimmy and Jay. So it's that weird, been around forever, it's old, it's known, versus fresh and new.
And yeah, and I guess that one is just kind of, I guess, already up there as a known one. So with the Brock and Cody being fresh and new, yeah. But with that tag match that happened and the way it went down, the way things broke down.
Well, before the breakdown, I didn't like the tag match.
There was really no purpose in it. It was to set up more story.
I got the purpose of it's closure for KO and Zayn, but it fractures the blood. Like I get the purpose of it, but it
there's no closure yet. Sammy's not done. Sammy won't shut up about it.
Yes, but
he wants to continue talking about it. KO's done.
Yeah,
KO's like, I'm fucking done.
Like, I don't want to ever talk about them again. So he has the closure.
Sammy's a psycho girlfriend that won't stop talking about the love of his life.
Jay.
That's exactly what he is. That's what it is. He still has his love lost of like, oh, that's done. But you see what they're doing. You see those guys over there. Oh, those guys are doing things still. Those guys, they're done though. I don't talk about it, but they're done. Stuff's going on over there. No, Sammy's not done yet.
But that's where the story, that's why I like their storyline so much more though, is because you're seeing Jay and Jimmy. Well, finally Jimmy came to a head with Roman Reigns, super kicked him twice. Cool, awesome, been waiting for that. Thought it would be Jay, not Jimmy, but it makes sense now because Jay started it. Jimmy is the reason why Jay's in it. So it works, but at the same time, Sami Zayn was backed from the get-go by Jimmy, and he got Jay to come around. They were boys. Mm-hmm. So it makes sense that Sami Zayn is involved indirectly with it, but I also think that's what's going to lead KO and Sammy to split. Because KO's like, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I told you I'm done with the bloodline. If you want to keep talking to Jimmy and Jay, that's fine, but I'm not helping you out anymore. Done.
But I still love him. I want to go back.
He has my CDs in his car. I need them back.
We share the same Netflix account. I have to go back.
We bought a goldfish. It's my time for custody.
This is one thing that, in order for the Usos to split, and the way that they're doing it works because they're letting Jimmy be the standout right now, and Jimmy is actually looking decent. He's handling it well. He looks good, and you can almost see him as a single in a way. Jay obviously already has it. We've established that a long time ago that Jay can stand alone and be a solo wrestler. Jimmy, you've never seen that I can remember or know of, but he's kind of doing it himself, and I want to see a little more of what happens. And I've already seen fantasy matches, or what you call them, speculations, yes, of Jimmy and Roman at SummerSlam with Jay as the special referee.
Which would work. If they want to.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But that's the problem. Is like if they do that, because I saw that one too. If they do that one, that's the definitive peak in the Bloodline story arc. Like that's the tip, because they cannot do that and then expect Jay to stay loyal to one of them. So it has to be Jimmy versus Roman Reigns, SummerSlam. Jay's a special ref. Jay has that internal issue of Stockholm syndrome with Roman Reigns, and brother, like legit brother with Jimmy. Who does he go after? Who does he help?
Yeah.
At that point, they could have him support Roman Reigns, cost Jimmy the match. Jimmy can go do a solo run and still be fucking with Roman Reigns and messing up his plans, coming out, costing him matches, whatever, stopping Jay from doing whatever they want to do. Like Jimmy would still be involved in the story. That's going to lead Jay eventually leaving and coming out. And then you have Reigns and Solo, which is going to lead to a feud between the two of them, because like we saw 2 Monday nights ago, was it? I think on the 22nd, 21st episode of Monday Night Raw, Roman Reigns maybe it was SmackDown. Roman Reigns bumped into Solo, and he legitimately had that scared aspect of shit.
That oh shit, yeah.
Yeah. So that's already like going into the works too. So it would make sense for them all to split away by end of this year or Elimination Chamber at the latest, and then have Roman Reigns lose at WrestleMania. And he doesn't have to lose the blue title, whichever one that fucking is. He just has to lose the black belt title, and he would still continue his reign, because the blue belt is where he has 1,000+ days on right now.
I don't know. I just think that there's some time that needs to happen with Jimmy and Jay going back and forth to figure out who's gonna fucking take down Roman. It doesn't need to be Solo. It can be either Jimmy or Jay. Everybody says it needs to be Jay. I agree. I would not be opposed to seeing Jimmy do it, and then something happen between Jimmy and Jay, a jealousy happening between those two that breaks up the Usos. That happens there. Roman fades out for a while. These two go at it while Solo's kind of doing his thing as well. But I just want to see something happen in the sheer fact that I don't think it needs to go to Mania. Will it? Probably. But they better figure something out in the fact of how they're going to handle. I mean, and I'm assuming they already have it figured out, because the way they've story told this one, because it's done very well, and I just want to see it not just kind of end really, really fast, like a lot of their storylines tend to do.
Yeah, abruptly and stupidly. Yep.
Yes.
No, I mean, I saw one interesting concept was the twins wins the Universal Undisputed from Roman. And the way they written it was Jay wins and basically says the Usos are the undisputed WWE Universal Champion. Usos, two titles, and he goes, here you go. And Jimmy and Jay respectfully each have a world championship at that point. Top tier title, and they can run ramshot all over SmackDown with no issues, and they're done with a tag team division, and they can independently wrestle, and that allows them to also steal the spotlight and muffle down Roman Reigns, and now you have two new head of the table for a new bloodline or a new faction to come up and still run SmackDown. And that would be a great way to also split the fucking titles finally. Or say, fuck it, and unify them properly with one belt.
Which I think is what will eventually happen. They'll probably announce or release a new title to unify
Is
those.
The slated time right now. Is that everyone's thinking?
Which, cool. It's time. But I do want to see at some point the bloodline is more of the actual bloodline be shown. Like, if they could get other people to show up, and
the only other people they have is Tamina and yeah, think of her name now. Your homegirl.
Nia Jax.
Yeah, there we go. Those are the only two that are related.
I'm talking like Rikishi and The Rock, and
The Rock is only related to them by marriage, by the way. Found that out.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that, but it's still they're still in relation of.
I know. We just had a discussion last week or 2 weeks ago.
No, I know. Yeah, we'll break it down eventually.
No,
but oh yeah, we will. It's going to be a long 4 or 5 hour podcast that we're going to do. Drunken debrief. I'm trying to figure that one out. I don't know. We'll spin a wheel. He's here. This one's over here. Somebody's here. I don't know.
I don't
Look
know.
Look at the tattoos.
Look at the fucking tattoos. I don't know if they could bring Rikishi in though. I mean, he's not good on the mic.
Nobody says he has to really talk.
Whoever gets brought in has to have some decent level mic skills, and Rikishi has never been good on the mic.
All he's got to do is just be able to call a few things out, kind of be the not head of the table, but that way. And it probably wouldn't happen, but The Rock would have to do it as well. And they would have to have a call out of some kind. That's what I want to see. It won't happen, but I want to see something along the lines of that.
That means his daughter has to get involved. Which, by the way, as much as she sucks, bringing her to the bloodline and being around those four would probably do her a world of good. Like, not just career-wise, but like actually be around 4 people. I guess, no, yeah, 4 people. Heyman being the 4th person, not Solo, who are actually good on the mic, who are good on getting heat, delivering heat, and actually being able to wrestle and all that. Like, it would make sense, and it would give them finally someone they could. I'm trying to think of a better word than groom. That's not a proper word right now.
You already want to give her the clap, so might as well groom her too.
No, don't take this out of context. But it would
you
be.
Put it there.
No, I didn't. It would be perfect for her because then they could make her to be a dominant female wrestler to take the title from whoever's holding it, even if it's going over to Raw and taking the SmackDown Women's Championship.
She's nowhere near ready for any of that. I mean,
No.
Have you seen her wrestle?
Yeah, like a few weeks ago. But I'm saying is if she's in the bloodline though, at least she could be around that and they could help her and they could make it so where she's better. Because right now with the schism or whatever fucking faction she's in, all of them suck ass.
They don't need to bring her up. Just because they do a bloodline thing doesn't mean she needs to come anywhere near
Well, they don't need to bring The Rock
what's
in
going
there
on.
either. He has 3 major lawsuits, all totaling over $50 million.
Meh.
No, no,
So
you
what?
can't. You
One
can't
movie and it's
have
paid
one
off.
without the other. You can't
One
have one
movie and it's
without
paid
the other.
off. Oh yeah, you can easily leave her down there. It's okay. She'll be fine.
He
And I'm
won't
pretty
let it.
sure.
He won't let it.
No fucking way.
This
There's
is
no
a
way.
daughter that's forgotten by him. That's true.
Well,
Watch
pretty much.
documentary.
But
Watch that.
the culmination of this, you think it happens at WrestleMania for the Bloodline?
Unfortunately, yeah.
It probably will. I don't want it to. I don't want it to go that long though.
But they have the whole story arc ready because they're not going. They can't just have Jimmy get kicked out. They can't just kick Jimmy and Jay out. They have to do it very slowly, tediously, and meticulously, where it makes perfect sense. Because if they just go, poof, get the fuck out, SummerSlam. Yes, that's
Yeah.
2 months, 3 months away. That's still not enough because Roman Reigns is supposed to be taking time off between now and Money in the Bank, and then supposed to be taking time off after the Money in the Bank until SummerSlam. So
Mm-hmm.
he's going to have too much time off to properly do it, where they're going to build internal issues even more with Jimmy's basically trying to turn Jay against Roman Reigns, and the one time Reigns comes back, they can hash it out, and Jimmy not being anywhere nearby.
Yeah.
Or him saying, I didn't allow Jimmy to come on SmackDown. You think Adam Pearce has anything saying this? I run this show. I say who can be here. And Jimmy's not there. And it will allow them to drag it out another 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more months.
Yeah. We'll have to see.
I think it's already going to happen. We'll have this
Oh, it
discussion
very
again
well
in 1
could.
month's time when I'm like, told you.
No,
2 months time, told
I'm
you.
not. I'm not denying it. I don't want it to see. I don't want to see it go that long. So
I didn't want this shit to go 3 years, and here we are. Here we
Yeah.
fucking are.
what? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You ain't got
So-
nothing.
No, I don't, because I really don't know what to think of where all this is going to go, and because they still have one that really hasn't done anything in the group, and that's Solo.
But
I mean,
he's
needs
done a lot without doing a lot.
Yes, and he's also still just there. You know, he's
That's all. That's
he
all
has a
Arn
place.
Anderson was. Is he was just there. He was the enforcer. You
Oh,
didn't
and
fuck with him.
I get it. I get it. But the way that everything has gone, everybody's had their big moment. He hasn't had his. I don't think he's had his big moment yet. Jay's had his with starting everything. Jimmy just had his, and it's starting now.
We saw Solo with Jay almost spiking Jay. I'm
That's
not
a
saying.
small one. That's
I
like-
understand.
yeah.
I understand, but it's going to accumulate to something bigger, and it's probably
Oh,
going
yeah.
to involve both the twins to
Mhm.
a degree. Like it's. I think he'll have his moment. If not SummerSlam, Survivor Series. It's going to be one of the last 2 big pay-per-views this year. I think that will be his moment, and it may be where he beats both the Usos to the punch, and he just fucking Samoan spikes Roman Reigns, and say, "I'm done with this teenage drama. You got stalker girlfriend, can't leave the damn group alone, even though he's not involved. You got Stockholm syndrome dude over here. And you have Jimmy who never liked you. I'm done with this shit. Fuck you people." But I think he has a moment. I'm pushing more towards Survivor Series because that is so far away, and that would be a perfect time for him to have his pop, and to close out the year's big pay-per-view. He doesn't have to turn on Roman because he's not going to for some time.
No, I think he turns on the Usos before he does Roman.
Yep.
I think he'll turn on the Usos and not accept not like side with Roman, but like, yeah, I'm here, but fuck you.
I think he's an
Type
inside
thing.
man after that.
Could be.
It'd work. It would. I mean, yeah. We don't know. We won't know until. No, we'll never know. Honestly, even to come WrestleMania, be like, oh, okay, we have it all figured out.
No, we don't.
Done.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So we'll see. Cause I am going to SmackDown on the 9th as well. So I'll
Where's
be
that
there.
at?
It's in Des Moines.
Oh, well,
It's in Des Moines.
okay.
So going to that one. So we'll see how it is.
Yeah, I'm going to my couch to watch it on Saturday after SmackDown.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna wish I was on the couch watching it anyways. Last time we went to Raw, I was not happy with sitting there for 3 hours. Granted, SmackDown's only 2 hours.
For now,
Those chairs are not comfortable. Yeah, I know they're pushing for 3 hours, and I also want to shift Raw off of Monday to a different day, which would be extremely weird.
but you know the reason behind it, right? Like you saw all of it,
Oh yeah, just the competition of competing with
real sports.
real sports and everything else. I mean, you've done it this long. You're still doing fine. Why change it?
Because
I mean-
statistically, they would have better luck if they competed on Tuesday night, where there is no major sports events going on, and we give them a better chance of hitting the target audience range of 18 to 34-year-olds, even though we're a PG/PG-13 community.
30 years of being on Monday night. Why change it now? I mean, it's worked.
I don't think they will, but the fact that Nick Khan has mentioned it several times in the last month, he seems very adamant about removing it from Monday Night Raw.
He also wants to go to a streaming service too. So, I mean, Nick is just money hungry. Is the way I'm catching it. The cons are period, but I think that's what he just wants. He wants to just make more money for the company.
Speaking of the cons, did you see MJF's post-match press
Yeah,
where he's like,
how he's
earmuffs, Tony.
yeah. I talked about how he's like, oh, when he wants to hang it up, doesn't mean that he's going anywhere.
Takes his ball
Not
and go
going to
home. He's like,
WWE,
"Nah, man,
yeah.
I'm done. I'm done."
I'm done. Going the fuck home.
I saw that and I found that interesting because a lot of people, I'm sure you see it, a lot of people are like, oh, you're not really a big wrestler until you make it to WWE. But then you have guys like MGF, Darby Allin, Jungle Boy, Sammy Guevara, which I don't think he'll ever go over WWE. Which
Kenny
is
Omega.
out. Well, Kenny May, he's been hinted, but a lot of these up and coming guys who have built so much of their reputation on freedom of creativity, they will not get any of that over in WWE. None of them will. And I think Kenny would be the only one that would be allowed to come over for like a year stretch and do his thing. But I think the moment he's like, I want world championship, they'd be like, nope.
Well,
You'll
Kenny
need
had
it.
his chance. He turned it down.
Yeah.
And won it.
Yeah. But he's been talking a lot about would he ever go. He's like, oh, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying it's not time.
I think he knows his. Yeah, I think he knows his time is coming.
He could do so. Him and the Young Bucks never officially need to be back on WWE at all, and they would be able to retire and still have such a massive name for themselves, even outside of being the co-founders of AEW. Like they could be, they will be renownedly known within the wrestling industry. But yeah, that's the big thing I keep saying is they need to go to WWE to be something. It's like,
No,
no,
they're already known.
I mean, look at MJF. He's fucking running his mouth everywhere. And the one thing, because I was going to text you this, we'll finish up. The one thing I think is so useful and helpful for AEW compared to WWE is AEW legitimately has an open door where MJF can go to create a wrestler or create a professional wrestler event, which is legit pay-per-view event or indie event he went to, and he was able to wrestle. He took the title with him, and he was able to wrestle in some gymnasium. They can go over to New Japan. They can go to Impact. They can go to any indie show whatsoever and be fine as long as they are not besmirching or speaking ill of AEW or Tony Khan. Like, he has no problems. Like, go do you, because it's spreading the word of AEW everywhere. Whereas WWE will not let their guys go anywhere at all, including conventions that will have other professional wrestlers. Like the Undertaker was slated for a Las Vegas convention. I forget what it was, but it was going to have the likes of Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, Cody Rhodes at the time from AEW. You're going to have all these big names, Mick Foley even, older guys, and Undertaker's contract was coming up, and literally signed him for a very lucrative, I think 5 or 10 year deal, whatever it was, and he wasn't allowed to go to these conventions anymore. They re-signed Mick Foley, wasn't allowed to go to those conventions anymore. They didn't want to take any chance of WWE named wrestlers being at these conventions with anybody else, which is stupid.
Yeah,
because it's free publicity, and you get your name out there, and it's asinine to think that these wrestlers don't have a social life still in the age of social media, where they can't talk to AEW wrestlers, they can't talk to New Japan wrestlers, they can't tweet or DM or do anything like that. They can't be publicly involved in any degree or caliber of conversation. Even they can't tweet back and forth like Seth Rollins and Will Ospreay. Seth got in some trouble with that. Who cares? That's the whole point of social media. Let these guys go. Let them be themselves.
yeah.
I think that hurts more. I think that hurts WWE a lot more than they're willing to admit. Unlike Tony Khan's just kind of be a Wednesday night.
Yeah,
Don't do anything stupid.
That's kind of the old school thing, though. I think with how WWE is, it's the old school stuff, which may change sometime in the future. Maybe
Needs to be sooner than later, because if they open the door, they could bring Fatu over and let him be part of the bloodline, make an appearance in the bloodline, whatever. But I think he's a free agent now too. I think that's what Rikishi said.
Shitty very well could be.
Son.
Yeah.
We'll do the whole drunken debrief, the whole fucking Samoan dynasty, trying to figure out who's who.
That's probably need to be a live show. That should be our next live show.
Okay, we'll set it up.
That's enough content.
I'll split up into 5 individual episodes afterwards.
So if we could do it, it would work.
Yeah, because now if we get one right, after like Google searching and everything, I be like, hey, we got one right, yay!
Tune in the live episode, we're trying to break down the whole Hanoi family and the Samoan tribe for everything.
Called the Samoan dynasty.
So we've now been live for 12 hours, and we figured out that The Rock is just related by marriage, and
by his mom.
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it.
Great. Tune in next week when we figure out how the Usos are related to each other. They're not, in fact, twins at all.
Yeah, so
we'll do that.
So we could do that.
All right, but yeah, Bloodline storyline, basically great. We're trying to see where it's going to go. Cody Rhodes, shit show of a match, but still storyline, story creative is solid.
Works.
And there's nothing else going on in WWE outside of those two. Trying to wait and see what happens with the World Heavyweight, because who the fuck knows with that now, but that has to be a ball they do not drop at all.
Yeah. I do think the Zoe Stark, Becky Lynch could get interesting. That one could be good. Granted, it culminates into nothing, but it will help push Zoe Stark as well.
Again, that doesn't culminate into nothing though. If Becky can be a proper pedestal to be stepped up, used to step up in the industry, like the Miz is used to step up, and now he's kind of a joke, even. But Seth Rollins, you face him, you're showing you're ready for the big time or not. Like
Mhm.
having that type of person who can still carry gold, be reputable with the company, can still be the face of the company, is needed.
Mhm.
People like Natty, who have been in the fucking industry for 20 plus years, who hasn't held gold, who barely good puts on a decent match, has no creative story behind her at all. Like the only thing she has going for her is she's a daughter of Jim.
That hurt.
Butcher. Yep, there we go. Neidhart. I was gonna say Neil Hart. I knew I was wrong. Neidhart. Cool.
I got you. I got you,
Like,
boo. It's okay.
yeah, thanks. But like, she has nothing else going for her, and like that sucks because the women's division is so massively underutilized. But hold on, episode. Till then, everyone, don't forget but don't forget every Thursday night we do live stream video game content on our respective channel, Rahgel and Cybermerc Sig. Check it out. Thursday night, 8:30 ish p.m. Central Standard Time. 8:30 ish, 8:30, 9 o'clock. It's one of those two.
Yes,
As
sir.
long as I don't get abandoned.
You're so sensitive. Check us out Thursdays and watch us try and figure some shit out of maybe a new game. I don't know. Till then, bye, bitch. Motherfucker.
Well, welcome back to another episode. It is, of course, me, the most important host, Sig. That's okay. Bring it in. Bring it in. It's fine. We're gonna start this off strong, and then we have Rahgel. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Just crickets. Fucking nobody. God, nobody supports him. Y'all need love on Rahgel a little bit more. So what's up?
I'm the disappointed one with these fucking sounds. Oh my god! Now I become fucking morning talk show.
Hold on, and then I got more.
No, fucking better not.
No, I don't. It's just so six, and I won't do the other ones.
Yet.
We'll see. Things can change very quickly.
Things should change. Like no more noises. That would be one.
What? Why?
Cause
Anyway, now we got the shenanigans out of the way. Yeah, for this episode, we got the shenanigans out of the way.
mm-hmm.
So we text a lot this weekend because of just all this shit going on between AEW, WWE, and just random ass fucking TikToks. That'll be fine. I promise. It'll make sense in this episode and the next episode that should follow this one. The following Tuesday or Thursday. Whatever. I don't know what day of the week it's gonna launch on. Anyways, there's been a whirlwind of information, whether rumors, leaks, speculations, guarantees, announcements, all sorts of stuff coming out, mostly from AEW side of the house, some trickling out of WWE's house. You sent me, was it on Friday, Saturday? This weekend. One day this weekend. I don't remember which. It was at like 7:50 in the morning. I was not awake yet. Gonna be honest. But it was the first thing I saw, so you should be very happy. You were the first person I technically spoke to that morning. Not my wife.
I was yes,
inches away from me.
Very well privileged, I guess, and yes.
Anyways, there was a poster of AEW Collision for June 17th with Shane McMahon holding the AEW World Title. And I originally said that ain't gonna happen. And then, of course, like everything and like the biggest conspiracy out there, my phone knew I looked at that. So it's like, let me bring up all this content for you to watch on TikTok and YouTube. Let me bring it all. And that led to a whole fucking trickle-down effect. Back in May, Tony Khan made a statement that he would like to get Shane McMahon on, or inside AEW. But that poster was fabricated. Somebody made it. Really good design. But he's not, as of right now, he's not slated to make an AEW appearance. But with that said, I also could not find his contract with WWE, whether or not he had one, or if he was on the board, or if he had any legitimate ties that would restrict him from popping up in AEW. And like I told you via text message the second time, probably like a day later, after I consumed all that fucking information, thank you, social media. There's a likelihood that if that were to happen, first off, that would be fucking amazing. It would have very much shades of WCW days when Shane bought WCW and went against his father. Was that ECW? No, it was WCW. Yeah, it wasn't ECW. And that would be awesome for the pure fact of, I also found out Tony Khan has no writers. So AEW has no writers. Which is such a weird concept. Especially coming from who the powerhouse inside the professional wrestling entertainment is. Where they have tons of writers who honestly don't fucking matter when Vince was in charge. They have tons of writers. As far as AEW goes, Chris Jericho has even came out and he said it on his podcast or an interview where he says we don't have writers, but we do have what roadmaps, I think is what he called it, point A to point B type thing, and everything has to be filled. And he was talking about how the creative difference was with that versus WWE, where he had to go get approval from the writers and had to go get approval from Vince McMahon, but Vince could also say yes day one, and then day before, day of the live event, say nope, I don't like that anymore. Whereas Tony Khan is like, all right, Jericho is gonna go up against Hangman Page, cool, make it work, do your own little thing, do whatever you guys gotta do. And they can make pit stop side stories to build up into future feuds and all that. And that just made a lot of fucking sense. And goes to show that MJF will not be leaving AEW when his contract's up to go to WWE, as he would lose all that creative freedom if what Jericho says is 100% accurate.
Well, yeah, none of them want to go. That's why Omega didn't want to go.
Yep.
Because they won't give him creative control, and that's how they always have been, and they always will be. When WCW was at its, I guess you'd say, peak, when NWO and all that stuff, they had what Bischoff was doing it, and a few others. They didn't have very many writers, if I remember right, either.
No, they didn't.
They kind of have the same.
But that's
what the same way that they do.
That's what bit them in the ass, though. Is while they didn't have script writers like Vince does, they definitely had egotistical maniacs at the helm called the NWO, where Nash wouldn't take certain falls, he wouldn't put people over, Razor Ramon wouldn't put people over, Hulk Hogan was the worst of them, along with Ric Flair. Like they would be so heady, and that would be the best word to use it. Whereas as it stands right now, other than the All Elite being Omega and the Bucks, it seems like everyone over at AEW works collectively together fluently. I only say the All Elite members just because, while I don't watch AEW like every week, I do watch their snippets and highlights and everything, and their YouTube channel. The Young Bucks and Omega always seem to be more prevalently placed and showcased and tend to be over or get put over or win, versus putting the younger guys over. And these are people who are what, co-COOs or CMOs, CFOs, wherever they are, chief.
Yeah.
They have positions within AEW outside of wrestling, so they shouldn't be putting people, or they shouldn't be taking the limelight. And I know a lot of people speculate, well, that's why Cody Rhodes left, because he pigeonholed himself saying, I'll never win a world championship here in AEW. Makes sense. If you're part owner of AEW or part operator of AEW, putting yourself over is a dirty move. And yet the Young Bucks put themselves over with the tag champs, with the trio champs, and then Omega has put himself over with the AEW title, like and the trio champs too. Like that should have never happened. One time, sure, but not the inaugural, not the second or third. They should have been like pushed way down the line versus one of the first 4 people to ever hold that title.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't know. With those guys at the helm of it, running it and doing their own thing, it's going to be tough for them, like you said, to not put themselves there and be almost comparable to how the NWO was. Because who's going to tell them no? I mean, they're running the company.
Yeah,
That's what's going to happen. That's what they're going to do.
Tony Khan can tell them no, but if the 3 of
Tony
them
Khan's a
basically,
weasel.
yeah, if the 3 of them go, that's not best for business. We're telling you what's best for business. We have experience in this field. It's like, well, yeah, dealing you don't. You have experience in this field as a wrestler, as an entertainer, not a business perspective of it. But then you have the amazing, amazing mind of like MJF, who is so over as a heel, but still chanted, like cheered and booed at the same time, that he has such a heavy knowledge base of the system and of the company and the business itself on how it should work, how to put over, and how to make everything look significantly better. He works and he has no problem, taking that, so to speak, dive to make somebody else look better. No problem taking all those hits, like in the Pillars match, the Fatal 4-Way, where he literally took a big bump from all 3 other guys. And you heard it too, and even the clips, because it's going around social media still, where he's like, what the fuck? Stunner by Darby. Are you shitting me? Drop kick, whatever it was. Like, he sells it perfectly. But the All Elite just, I don't know, feels more phoned in. But regardless, totally sidetracked off that. The main thing. If Shane McMahon were to actually come back, that would be a serious issue for WWE. Maybe not in the first 6 months, but I think in the long run, if McMahon made the jump, it would be so beneficial to them, and for them to finally be able to go, okay, look, he's going to give them all the knowledge he has, all the expertise, on top of all these already WWE legends and Hall of Famers and should be Hall of Famers who are now over in AEW, and be able to say, yeah, you're doing it right, let's tweak a couple things. But then there's also that flip side of, does he go over and behave like his dad and say, you really should have scripts, you really need to have this, you need to have checkpoints, versus just having them call in every 3 to 4 weeks and be like, yeah, no, yeah, we're going good. Yeah, Sammy Guevara's on board, Chris Jericho's on board, whatever. Versus just, you should tell them, you're going to put him over this week. You're going to get put over this week. Like, it's a possible catch-22, but Shane McMahon being over in AEW would do wonders for the company or for the brand itself. And it's not too far-fetched since they're moving to Max, not HBO. Max, just Max now. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I can't wait. That's where I can finally watch them every week versus, we go to YouTube, I'm 2 weeks behind. TikTok. All right, I watched everything. We're good. So.
And that's probably the best bet right now to catch everything if you're not catching it live. So it's... Yeah. But I mean, Tony Khan has said he doesn't know if Shane would be a fit for AEW, if he would play ball in the manner of best for AEW and not try to go down the same road that WWE has.
He can't do as bad as Nick Khan's doing over in WWE, pulling everything out of his ass and seeing what just sticks. Like we're gonna go away from premier live events. We're gonna go back to pay-per-view events, and then you see literally their stock took a hit after that announcement was made. They were blasted through social media of, well, if this happens, I definitely won't be watching WWE. I'll move over to AEW. You had superstars even voicing their opinion of, that's not really smart. I wouldn't do it, but not my business type thing. And
Yeah.
then you have his whole shit with, let's let's move WWE Monday Night Raw to another fucking day of the week, even though it's been on Monday night for the past 30 plus years.
Yeah.
Let's move it and upset the entire ecosystem. That's what it would do in that entertainment field.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a staple on Monday night for 30 years. Trying to change it, I don't understand why. I mean,
Because
maybe I
it
do understand
competes.
why, but you've competed this long and you're doing just fine. I mean, if you're trying to get another million and a half views by maybe one day, I don't know if you'll get it right away. So I really don't know. It's on USA, so that still doesn't help because you still have to have some type of streaming service or cable provider in order to
Yep.
get it.
Yeah,
So,
but I mean, USA is not going to. I think their contract's coming up too. Fox is over next year. Peacock is 2027, 2028. It's like 4 or 5 more years they have left on that. Maybe 3. I could be wrong on that. I think USA is over in like 2025. But it's all relatively soon. And the entertainment world, it's soon. It's all creeping up. And I I get the concept. I get the idea behind moving it from Monday to another day of the week. But when you're only really competing with like basketball or football, like baseball, okay, cool, whatever. That's a boring and dying sport right now with all the fucking rule changes and shit that's going on. Like that's a whole shit show of itself. And I don't even watch fucking baseball, but that's how much I've been informed on it. Thank you, social media.
oh yeah,
And I'm like, this is stupid. What the fuck happened? But you're telling me you're competing with 2 major sports, NBA and NFL, and you're thinking moving to a whole nother night of the week is going to help. What other day of the week are you gonna move it on that doesn't have a Thursday night, Saturday, Sunday football game, basketball or Monday night football as well? Basketball's what, the weekend plus Monday as well, and then baseball's fucking all over the goddamn map.
I mean,
You
the only
can't
two
move
options are really Tuesday or Wednesday. It's only two
Wednesday.
options they really have.
Wednesday is when NXT's on, and when NXT was
Yeah.
on Tuesday nights, it did not do very well. It didn't do very well. So why would you move? Why is Nick Khan so fucking adamant about moving this lineage show from its historical day of the week to a Tuesday or a Wednesday? Because if they move to Wednesday, they got bump NXT elsewhere, and NXT is performing very well on Wednesday nights.
I think it's just something to take away focus from everything else going on. Of like,
Oh,
I'm gonna talk about something that is never
You're-
gonna happen and
You're not
go
wrong.
this way.
That's really what's going on just in general with everything in the world. Look over here, shiny keys. Ignore all
Yeah.
the other shit going on over here.
Yeah. So I think that's one big thing is it's just smoke that they're blowing. I don't see them moving. I don't see them going back to pay per views either.
I
So,
unfortunately can't see them going back to pay per views. That is a that's more of the Endeavor side of the house, not WWE. I see that more of Endeavor saying, "Hey, sure, let's do a pay per view, but we'll release it over on Peacock or wherever their streaming service agreement is." Literally,
Yeah.
the moment the pay per view is over, so you can watch it live, or you can just wait 4 hours and watch it on your streaming service that you're paying whatever monthly fee for. and they could create their own streaming service and put it all there, or they could reboot the WWE network and put it all there. It doesn't really fucking matter. But that would be the only way I could see it happening. But unfortunately, I do see it happening because AEW has pay-per-views and those pay-per-views sell very well. But granted, they can also be bought in like fucking 50 different places. BTS? BTE? What's the sports one?
BT Sports.
Yeah, there we go. I suppose
Yep.
BTS, BT Sports. But
Yep.
that's like, or Fightful even, like you can purchase all their pay-per-views there. And sometimes you get them for free, depending upon what the pay-per-view is. On BT Sports anyways. So I can see them doing it, but at the same time, it's, you have all this other, in my mind, stupid shit happening. Because like, you told me to watch Twitch or watch Raw via Twitch last night. Watch the whole damn thing.
Yep.
Then I was like, out of curiosity, because I had not watched live in a really long time. So I decided to watch Hulu today and see just how much was cut out. Oh my god. So fucking much was cut out. Like just to, oh, that's Friday Night SmackDown. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 matches on Monday Night Raw. You, on Hulu, you did not get to see the tag match of Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin against Inda Sheer. You didn't get to see the Money in the Bank qualifying match of Zoe Stark versus Natalia.
Oh.
And again, you knew Stark was going to win when they're faced up against Natalia. Like, that's a give me. Anyway, so you didn't get to see those two, one of which is a very important one. You did get to see Ricochet versus Shinsuke Nakamura. And yeah.
That was a qualifying match too, wasn't it?
I thought it was. Yes. But it ended in no contest because of Bronson Reed. So you guys see, or you didn't get to see 3 matches, 2 of which were qualifying matches. 2 of which were qualifying matches for the upcoming Premier Live event for Money in the Bank. You missed out on 2 qualifying matches and a hell of a tag team match with Cedric Alexander and Benjamin. Like, this is ridiculous. That's not even half the show, but that's 3 important matches to help you understand what's going on in the upcoming Premier Live event. And you didn't get to see the what are they called? Otis, Gable, and Maxine. You didn't get to see their promo. You didn't get to hear more about them and see all that stuff. You didn't get to see how Maxine's gonna have a debut match coming up soon. Granted, they still haven't addressed why she ditched her models. But so you're missing out on so much.
Yep.
And it's ridiculous where even like, sure, I can wait 2 months to watch this episode over on Peacock. And I'll be able to see all of it. But 2 months. The partnership they have with Peacock is pushed back so far for their premiere shows, Friday night and Monday night. But NXT, I think, it's only behind by like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I just thought that was really interesting. I thought that was like fucking stupid too at the same time. But I was like, oh, thank God I fucking watched the live, because otherwise I'd have to text you and be like, hey, were these matches good? Was Ricochet versus Shinsuke good? Why was Bronson in it? I didn't give a shit about the Zoe Stark and Natalia because again, Natalia. If she's on the card, she's taking the loss. Who cares?
No, and that right there is gonna pull away Becky and Zoe. So
Yeah.
So neither one of them are gonna win it.
Yeah. So again, why have these two, especially one of them being very dominant? Why have these 2 women participate in this type of match just for them to have a side showcase on themselves for the upcoming pay-per-view. So you know it's not
Oh,
going to be
because
there.
they'll add to the match, though. I mean, they're definitely going to be able to add to it and put more of a. I mean, you put Becky in any match, she's going to perform very well. And
Yes.
Zoe, I think, is also one that's going to be able to perform very well, also. If she doesn't break everybody's nose with her finisher.
Yeah. Which she did have that problem over in NXT. She did not break too many nose in NXT.
I just think Becky has a soft nose since Nia.
Oh, probably. I mean, Nia Jax did break her entire fucking face.
So,
But like the other part, you didn't get to see the Matt Riddle with Giovanni Vinci, that moment. You did get to see I thought it was an amazing match with Shayna Baszler, Ronda Rousey, and then Kaden Carter, Katana Chance. Like, other than Ronda not doing shit like normal, the two younger girls, Kaden and Katana, like they look good. They look like were an actual tag team put together, not somebody looking for a partnership.
yeah.
That makes sense. So that'll be a good one, but Gunther versus Kevin Owens was also a good one. But the fact, like, just the sheer difference between live and Hulu, normally you get or I always thought you got the highlight moments, the good matches.
Nope.
No, they're like qualifying matches. Fuck that. We don't need to show those. Don't worry about them. So that leads me already to believe that, oh, don't worry. If Shinsuke or Ricochet get into the Money Bank, they're not going to win.
Yeah.
They're not going to win. So done with that one. That was too easy to guess. And you have stupid shit like Dominic slapping Cody. And the fact that Rhea called him Latino Heat.
Yes. And it fell extremely flat when she said it.
Yep.
And she is not doing well on the mic right now either. Everything she
The
says
struggle bus.
is very flat, and her timing is off. And you can also tell that they're pumping in a lot of the booze now as well.
They're
For
pumping
Dominic.
everything in.
Oh my gosh. So I think they turned his mic down also. But it's just they're trying to still keep it going for some reason. I have no idea why. They won't do anything with it. He's not doing anything, so I don't understand the whole thing with Cody either, but
No.
because those two do not have to have anything.
No, like
at all.
makes no logical sense at all. But
No.
again, though, it's also stated that Vince was at Monday Night Raw. He made changes. That came out this morning. Who knows what he made the changes of? Doesn't really matter. But
Yeah.
it's just so interesting because you have all these big things happening from Drew McIntyre. Like he hasn't shown up on Monday Night Raw or SmackDown in what feels like ages since WrestleMania. I think was his last match. But
Yeah.
he's had several what do you call it? Several of the pay-per-views already, or even like weekly shows. Their posters go up for the town or the city they're going to be in. There's been, I think, like 5 or 6 I've counted, where Drew McIntyre was on the poster and was slated to have a match. And then a week before the event was supposed to take place, that poster got altered completely. Most importantly, the one of Money in the Bank poster originally showed Drew McIntyre, and now it's replaced with Roman Reigns.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
oh, okay. So he's out, even though he still has like a few months left on his contract, or a month left.
It was done after Mania, I thought.
He's a summer one.
Oh, I thought it was done after Mania.
I remember having this all down for a different episode.
Yeah. Yeah, because I knew he'll more likely come back. I don't think he goes anywhere.
End of the year.
End of this year?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
I didn't think it was that long.
According
it was already
to Sportskeeda, as of beginning of May this year, last month. This when the article came out. Um, he's been written off TV, possibly due to contract expiring this year, or for a possible injury. But yeah, his contract expires no later than January 1, 2024.
Okay. It's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it's super weird. But whoever wins Money in the Bank will go after Rollins. So they're not going to even attempt to go after the bloodline. So that'll be, yeah. Now we know what target or what title.
So now, and Reigns now has a new title that they've.
Fucking ugly.
Oh, you mean the fact that they just changed the color of it again?
So ugly. Like, if you do big gold.
Better on that blue one.
Oh yeah. Well, it's better than the red one too. If you do big gold, like do big gold, like you did with the World Heavyweight. Not this. I'm going to change the color from black,
All they've
blue,
done.
or red to gold. So,
The last 7 titles that they've done, minus the new one
yeah.
that Rollins has,
Since
have been the
2013.
same exact thing.
Since 2013, when The Rock revealed the all black one. Yep.
Yep.
Because somebody literally is like, "Oh look, black. Oh look, red. Oh look, white. Oh look, blue." It's like, ugh.
Yeah. All the same thing, just different colors.
Ugh, so terrible. But the women's titles are going to change too. Somebody, the belt maker, or WWE's official belt maker, he tweeted out something showing new images. So it's kind of been leaked that World Heavyweight, but smaller, will be Rhea's, and it will be the women's world champion, and then you'll just have the women's champion over on Friday Night SmackDown. That design is also a big gold one, but it's a white belt for both of them. Still look better than the black with the ugly ass fucking gold that Reigns has. So,
They need to change the tag title. I can't stand that one. I hate the Spartan helmets.
They need to just go back to one title for the tag, and
I think
do
they
gold
will.
on that one. So
Yeah, I think they do.
I mean, it makes the most sense. It makes the most bloody sense to have your tag teams be able to jump ship between all 3 brands of how I would do it, and have that be kind of your stepping stone from NXT proving grounds basically to the primetime big shows, SmackDown and Raws. If you can beat these tag titles or get these tag titles, then let's go use you on Monday Night Raw, or let's go use you on Friday Night SmackDown for a few weeks and see how the crowd works with you. And if the crowd receives you very well, then let's bump you up and bring you onto the main roster. If not, stay put. Go back.
Yeah.
Go back up here.
Yeah. Also, Rollins is going to be on SmackDown this week. It's in Iowa as well, so he'll be here.
I mean, that's where he's from, but why?
So the whole draft, because now, I mean, AJ Styles has been on Raw and had a match on Raw.
And they've kind of brought light to why that happened, and it was like a necessity. Like they needed it. They needed an extra person that basically couldn't show up for the actual match that was supposed to take place. So he got flown out day of, or whatever.
Yeah.
But one off, fine, whatever, forgiven. But Rollins is going to be in SmackDown. There goes the draft. Like,
Champion, I think champions should be able to do it. We've talked about it before. I have no problem with champions being able to jump back and forth, do whatever they want.
I mean, Paul Heyman's on fucking Raw all the time. I mean, he's been drafted to SmackDown.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I get that perspective that champions should be able to jump ship. But at the same time, from the logistical side of it, when you're saying the World Heavyweight Champion is only going to be shown on Raw, then probably 98% of the time, if that title ever gets defended on SmackDown, it's a squash match. Because, like, what's the point? Unless it's okay, Bobby Lashley beats Seth Rollins on SmackDown. Now they must switch places. Raw gets Bobby Lashley. SmackDown gets Rollins. Wouldn't happen, but it would keep the draft thing somewhat alive.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's just oh, he's going to go face Bobby Lashley. Cool. So that's an L for Bobby Lashley. Awesome. Because he's not going to go up against Roman Reigns.
Reigns won't be here.
So that's good. Nobody fucking likes him anyways. Great storyline going on though. Fucking hate him more and more every day. But it's just, I don't know. It feels weird to have him just jumping ship, but Roman Reigns again made the only sense to be the championship to jump from brand to brand. He holds 2 of them. Now he holds 1, so whatever. But Tag's the only one I could see that doing. Like, Tag should be the only champion because there's not enough in the division to make up dual divisions. There's barely enough collectively between the 3 brands to have a proper 1 division.
Yeah, I can see. I mean, but then also the Intercontinental U.S. title.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those should be able to jump back and forth as well because there's only one of those.
They counterbalance each other. That makes sense. They're both mid-tier, underutilized jokes of titles, especially when certain, Australian dumbass has them.
He did have a hell of a match with Owens, I will say.
I thought Owens carried it. Could just be me. Owens
Carried or not, I think it was decent. Now it wasn't like an amazing match. It was decent.
It was a good match. But Rollins and Damian had a amazing match.
Yeah.
And felt very balanced. Is that the word I want to use? It wasn't like Rollins having to carry Damian through the whole thing, and we're already seeing shades of the future with Damian saying, "I don't need the Judgment Day. I can do this on my own." Then Finn Balor coming out and him literally saying, "What the hell are you doing out here?" And Balor looks embarrassed or ashamed. But,
yep.
So now we know Rollins is going to go through the Judgment Day lineup to defend his title.
Which, cool.
At least Finn Balor. I hope Dominic doesn't get a chance to fight for it. I just don't want that. Honestly, you want to talk about fucking upset and get the heat back on him? Let him face Gunther and let him win. Let him win the title off of Gunther. And some dirty underhand tactic, whatever, even if it means Rhea gets involved. But just enough because it would piss everybody off.
Would it though? Or would it make me extremely happy because Gunther's no longer, but that shithead would now be the Intercontinental?
Yeah. It'd be a catch-22. You'd be like, yes! Fuck!
Yeah, that's true.
It's like when the army tells you, hey, 3-day weekend. But oh, you weren't full time, that's right. You were guard, fuck you. What they would do is they would dangle a 3-day weekend in front of you and then you fucking work 16-hour shifts the rest of the week to make up for that one extra day. Or make you go mop the rain.
Oh, you didn't play that shit?
I made people do that shit. I was okay with it. They deserved it. Full-hearted. But it will be interesting. I think Damian will go on his own, and he definitely should. He has the repertoire to go on his own.
Yes.
But it will definitely be interesting. But as of right now, I am more invested in AEW. Especially now CM Punk's supposed to be coming back on June 17th.
I saw that today as well.
Well, that was announced like last week or 2 weeks ago. Yes,
Oh, I just saw something today.
because that arena is sold out, but there are 2 or 3 showings in Canada are struggling so hard just to sell hundreds of tickets, let alone thousands. So
Really?
the second Canada show, I don't remember. I want to say it's like Manitoba, but that doesn't sound right. But they have like 3 or 4 back shows of AEW Collision taking place in Canada, and the second one, they haven't even sold 200 tickets, and it's the end of this month, so it's literally like 3 weeks away.
Why are they struggling? Is it just why in Canada, or is it just everywhere?
Don't know. After I saw that report, a few quote insiders with arenas who booked like specifically WWE, a few of them came out and said, "Oh yeah, we can't sell to we can't work with AEW or any third party entity like 2 or 3 weeks before and after a pay per view or a house show or live event show, because that's our contract agreement with WWE. That's how they stranglehold the area. So if that's true, I see why they can't do Madison Square Garden, but Canada, there's like a ton of fucking places you can go up in Canada because they're diehard wrestling fans too, thanks to the stupid fucking Bret Hart and that entire dynasty.
Yeah. It's weird. Because I mean, all their shows seem decent. I don't think I've watched a live AEW show ever. I think I may have.
TikTok.
Actually, I think we caught like the end of one a long time ago. But
TikTok.
they all
Watch 'em.
seem decent. Like they're entertaining. The storylines are good. I mean, MJF seems to always be cutting promos and talking shit all the time.
Because he's good at it.
Darby Allin is pretty damn
Amazing.
entertaining to watch.
Yep.
I mean, you have plenty of fucking talent on the show.
You have Jungle Boy. You have Sammy Guevara is fun to watch, but he's one of those like after his big sexual assault allegations 2 years ago, last year, 2 years ago. No, it had been last year because we talked about it on a podcast. He can't be the front man of that company with that type of modern day allegations and confirmed allegations, like not even allegations, like he's been convicted of it. But it puts a hell of a position for him either which way because he's mentored by Chris Jericho. You have Darby Allin, who's mentored by Sting. You have Jungle Boy, who was mentored by Christian. You have MJF, who was mentored by Cody Rhodes. These are all fucking amazing players at hand, and they have a solid roster now, and they have everything lined up just right where it just works and it flows properly for the most part. Because just like WWE, there's definitely storylines like, the fuck?
Yeah.
What? So, it's, I don't know. I like it. The times I get to catch AEW live is via few TikTok accounts who are like, we're watching AEW live, streaming it.
When is it on?
Wednesdays?
Is it Wednesdays? I thought it was Wednesdays. At least a long time ago, I thought it was. Then I thought that's why NXT went on there to try and you compete with it, but I don't know.
Wednesdays, June 7th.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's it on?
No, they just changed. Are they TBS now? Are they
I thought they were.
They were
They
one.
might be
They switched the other one.
I want to say they were TBS TNT now, but I don't. I thought I watched them on TBS one time.
I'm pretty sure they are. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. I'm pretty sure it's TBS now. I think it was TNT when Cody Rhodes was over there.
On TNT.
Yeah, because that was.
That's not true. Nope, that's not right. Never mind. That says every Friday on TNT.
Oh, okay. I have it flipped. TBS. They originally aired Wednesday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on TBS, and now they're on the sister channel, TNT. What? What channel is it even? I'm confused because I'm looking at this and it literally says verbatim. The show originally aired on TBS's original or sister's channel, TNT. I was right, yeah. They were on TNT, now they're on TBS. I was right the first fucking time. They just recently came over to TBS in 2022.
So it says TBS and TNT.
Yeah, because
Because
TBS
they're both Turner, aren't they?
TNT. Yeah. TBS owns TNT.
I thought they're both Turner.
That may be what the T stands for.
That's Turner Broadcasting. I thought the Turner National or something like that. Fuck does TNT stand for? Welcome to this fucking episode. Turner Network Television.
Yes. TBS is Turner Broadcasting System.
Yeah. So yeah, he owns.
Yeah, still
Yeah.
Turner,
So he
but
owns.
TBS owns TNT though. It's how they literally have their business set up. Regardless, they are on TBS now, which is owned by Warner Brothers Discovery, HBO / Discovery.
Max.
It's Max now. Whatever. Oh, Christ, whatever. But that's supposed to be coming over to Max for their live shows and their pay-per-views, I believe was the last thing I read, which would be amazing because the pay-per-views I've seen from AEW look far better than WWE, and maybe it's just the old school nostalgic me going, yes, blood, violence, and the WWE is, oh, it's very posh. Very, very, very elegant of you. Very nice. It's just, yeah. It could just be me. You have a puzzled look on your
It
face.
says AEW All Access will be available to stream on Max June 9th.
That's Friday. That's Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. That's what I'm doing this weekend. Driving my
AEW
family up to
Collision will
KC.
launch.
I'm watching this shit.
Yeah, AEW's headed to Max. One of the shows.
Dynamite Collision. After dark.
Yep. So All Access will be on Max. Collision will be on TNT.
So Dynamite will be on TBS.
Yeah, Collision starts
will be on
June 17th.
All Access is like smack talk on WWE. It's not. Fuck. Man. They really tingle.
Oh, so it's not even wrestling. It's just a bunch of.
Yeah, it's a catch up type thing.
Gotcha. Like the Twitch stuff that WWE has right now, or has had.
Yeah, and they're bringing it back.
It was on last night.
The channel didn't show anything for me. It was not broadcasting last night. I had to watch it on somebody else because that guy was fucking goddamn annoying.
You will find some guys that are annoying, but I did see the WWE was on with their, what was it called? What are they calling it? The Twitch channel?
No, I mean the Twitch
Or
channel will be
the
called
Twitch show.
WWE.
Yeah, it's the hell
I
is it
send
called?
it to
It was you did. And it was on there because I watched it.
It did not
I don't
pop up
remember.
for me. Raw sidecast. There we go.
Sidecast. Yep, that's what it was. I don't think I won't watch it.
No.
It's
more just like behind the scenes type thing.
yeah.
The in ring. So
Yeah. The other show that they have during the day that they announce stuff on and like that is actually a decent show. It's entertaining.
all right. Well, I mean, we will definitely dive more into it because we have Money in the Bank? July 1st? Is that when it is?
Yeah, I think so. Right around there.
Yeah, July 1st. That's the first Saturday of the month. Oh. And the women's is already looking like a joke. Selena Vega's the front runner right now.
All right. I like Asuka, but she's a joke now. I don't understand what they're doing with her.
But the promo cut between her and Io Sky, I get it. I understand, and it's nothing hateful. But when you're talking about majority of your viewership predominantly and only speaks a specific language, don't cut a promo in a whole different language, let alone without any subtitles, captions of anything, because even like watching Grayson Waller, his expression literally just showed everyone else's who was in the audience and even watching TV just okay.
Yeah.
Like, don't know what they're saying. Cool, awesome.
Which I mean, it happens.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
It's happened a lot with luchadors. I mean, Damian Priest just did one with Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
He did like a 2 or 3 minute long promo on Bad Bunny on Raw.
Which is weird because I like most of the stuff I can pick out Spanish. I can be like, oh, okay, I get what he's getting at. Okay. May not understand all of it, but I can break down the gist of it. I can do the same with like German. I can do the same with French and Portuguese. That's about as far east I go.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do with her. She obviously can't.
She's gonna have a run with Io Sky.
Which that's fine, cool. The matches will probably be decent.
The promos will
Just
suck.
there probably won't be very many until or if, because Io can speak English.
So can Asuka.
Asuka, not as well as Io though.
I've seen her on fucking podcasts and interviews, and she still has that very thick accent, and like, yes, it's not very easy to understand her, but you can understand her if you just listen close enough. Io Sky speaks heads and shoulders above Asuka. But the promos for both of them are just not good. They're not good on the mic. Sure, they're good in their not native tongue. They're amazing promos. If I go and like watch the transcribe of it, I was like, oh, you can't say that in English. That's not appropriate. That's PG-13.
Yeah.
That's rated R. But like, it doesn't work very well. And again, Bad Bunny and Damian Priest, it makes sense because even like Ray's cut several Spanish ones. Ray's really good though about I will speak Spanish and I will translate it in English, or he'll get the gist of it in English.
Yep.
And Damian Priest, he kind of does that depending upon who he's going against. But when you have no translation at all, like Io needs a manager to do the mouthpiece for her. Asuka needs a manager to do the mouthpiece for her. You have to have someone who can translate or transcribe properly, or just talk for you, which works a lot better in many, many cases. If it's the likes of like Paul Heyman.
Yeah.
Either way, though.
So we'll have to see.
We still have 3 more weeks. Qualifying matches, storylines coming out. AEW shaping up to have a hell of a month with all their storylines going on. Like, I watch it via TikTok. I get notified about like 6-7 different accounts that are watching AEW. I'm just like, click, let's go. I may have to look at Twitch, see if somebody's streaming on Twitch. I'm sure somebody is.
Somebody will be, if not on Kick, also.
Not on YouTube. Can't get with that shit on YouTube. Twitch and Kick, sure. We'll talk about more on the It's not January.
July.
No, June. We will talk more about it on the June 29th episode. Because that will be the one. Just like going over Money in the Bank and everything and what's happened.
Oh yeah.
Duh. Like 2 weeks after this debuts. 3 weeks after this debuts. But yeah, stay tuned for that episode. That's coming up relatively soon. So yeah. Other than that, that's all we got for you people. Let us know what you think. Thursday night, maybe be gaming.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see. And then yeah, we may have other stuff coming out. I have ideas, but I have to pitch it to him first before I can announce it. Even though I run everything. I still have to pitch the idea to him. That's all I got. Other than that, here's Rahgel with either his Lizzo exit or his Seth Rollins exit. Your pick.
Whatever. We'll see. We will play. We will be playing Thursday night. And till then, don't drink the water. That's for the fish fuck.
What? All right. Well, on that note, take it easy, everyone. See you next time. Fucking Christ.